Dalia Averin is the only daughter of the famous and wealthy Duke Averin. She is beautiful and kind. However, she couldn't win the male lead's heart. Lady Silver Bell is a novel that revolves solely around the female lead, O'Neill. One day, O'Neill suddenly appeared and captivated all men. The male lead saw her at a party and fell in love with her at first sight. O'Neill has silver hair and golden eyes that shine brighter than gemstones. She is a wonderful woman. Dalia is not like ordinary women, but she looked less vibrant next to O'Neill. What did Dalia think when she saw the male lead who couldn't take his eyes off O'Neill? In the novel, there is only one passage where O'Neill describes Dalia. Dalia always looked at him from behind. In reality, Dalia had met the male lead first. The Bowser and Averin families were very close, and both families had children of the same age. Dalia and the male lead were childhood friends, and their families met frequently, so they also saw each other often.
As they spent more and more time together, it was only natural for Dalia to develop feelings for the male lead. Rodri Bowser, the eldest son of Duke Bowser, like other male leads in novels, was perfect. And then the perfect female lead entered his life and immediately captured his heart, a feat Dalia couldn't achieve. And then Dalia lost interest in everything. What happened to her? Would she become the villainess who tormented the female lead? No, Dalia wasn't an evil character who would torment the female lead, nor was she the male lead's best friend. She was simply a supporting character who always brought about jealousy. With a sad expression, O'Neill said, "I feel devastated when Dalia talks about her childhood memories with you." The male lead gripped her shoulder tightly, comforting her. "Don't say that, O'Neill. Dalia is just a friend, a friend." Dalia slammed her hand hard on the table and shouted, "Unforgivable." The servant fearfully exclaimed, "Lady Dalia, I happen to be that friend." The servant anxiously asked, "Would you like me to get you another dress?" She immediately refused. "No, that won't be necessary." Dalia picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. "I have been reborn as Dalia Averin," she thought to herself. "I can't believe my fate ended after I helped the male lead's romance." Dalia, thinking this, blurted out, "This is so frustrating."
She clutched the corner of her skirt, thinking, no way would I let that happen. I'm not sure what happened to Dalia, who was cast aside before she could confess to Rodri. All I know is that she was forced to marry a lord whose name I don't know. Dalia in the novel would certainly marry the man her parents chose and live in silence. Of course, I have no intention of doing that. Since I was born into a wealthy family, I've only eaten, played, and shopped as much as possible. I even indulged in romances with handsome men all over the world. Marriage? Is it necessary? Can't I live with my harem? Dalia clenched her hands and thought to herself, who cares what the male lead does? Fine, we can be friends. In this life, we will be friends. She suddenly broke into a wide smile, which startled the mate. Lady Dalia, Dalia thought to herself, I'll show you the true meaning of being friends. I was reborn as a character in a novel. I was worried I would have a boring childhood, but to my surprise, it was very busy. I learned to control my fingers, which didn't move as I wanted, as well as skills like sitting, walking, and talking. Thanks to my parents, I've grown up healthy. As the daughter of high-ranking nobility, I was primarily cared for by nannies, but my parents always tried to spend as much time with me as they could. My handsome father is very calm and quiet, but he also has a sweet side. My beautiful mother is very kind and thoughtful. I'm very happy to have been raised by them. It's wonderful to see such beautiful people every day. Claire held her in her arms, gently touching her face with a joyful smile. I heard babies cry a lot, but you're so well behaved. There's never a dull moment. She stroked Dalia's cheek, her voice full of surprise. Oh my, it's just like your bottom, my love. Then Claire smiled and continued talking to her. Do you know your father's bottom is very firm? Adelio, standing nearby, immediately said awkwardly, Hey, my love. Dalia thought to herself, I don't want to know. Claire immediately handed her to him to hold. She spoke up and asked, Anyway, isn't this the time to give her a nickname? He said, Good idea. Do you have a name yet? He agreed, saying, Good idea. Do you have a name yet? She looked at the two happy people and secretly thought, Even so, they are a happy couple. My father was a swordsman before he inherited the ducal title, while my mother was the princess of the Ally Empire. Both of them respected each other greatly, and of course, they remained that way after marriage. My parents were proof of the definition of an admirable couple. When I watched them talk, I couldn't help but smile. Claire immediately said a name, Sweetie. Dalia trembled internally, screaming nonstop, No! She looked at him and asked, Her name is Dalia. Don't you think Sweetie is a wonderful nickname? Adelio awkwardly asked, Is that so? Internally, she was vehemently protesting at this moment. How can I be called Sweetie instead of Dalia? Claire happily suggested, Why don't you try calling her by that name? At this moment, Dalia, in our childlike state, couldn't speak, so she protested by frowning. Can't they see? Seeing her expression, the grandmother thought she liked it very much. Dalia must really like that name. She has such a cute expression, as if she understands it. Dalia screamed fiercely in her heart. No, I hate it.
Adelio bent down, looked at her, and softly uttered a sound. Baby. Dahlia looked at him with worry. No, Dad, I don't want a nickname like that. Adelio exclaimed, Baby. Please, Dad. Adelio couldn't call her by that nickname, so he made an excuse to leave. I'll call her that next time. Now, I'm sorry, but I need to go take care of some work. Claire took her, letting out an ah sound. He walked out and closed the door. Claire looked at her, smiled, and asked, Your father is very adorable, isn't he? Dahlia looked at her and thought to herself, She must be the embodiment of a devil, right? How can I survive when I can't stand unpleasant things? Contrary to my worries, I grew up to be exactly like my mother. At this moment, Dahlia had grown up a bit. She looked at him, smiled gently, and softly called out, Dad? Hearing her call, he bent down and gently asked her, What is it, Dahlia? She put her hands behind her back and asked, Where do babies come from? Hearing Dahlia's question, Adelio smiled without answering.
Claire looked at him, smiling teasingly. Should we have another brother or sister for our child? Hearing this, she, Dahlia, happily cheered. Hooray! Adelio quickly waved his hand. Dahlia, my dear, please. Anyway, I hoped our family's peaceful days would last forever. However, God did not heed my prayers. In the dining room, Claire spoke up. Charlena is coming to the capital. Adelio asked, Do you mean the Duchess of Bauro? She immediately replied, Yes, for some reason she's coming here with her son. Dahlia sat silently at the dining table, saying nothing. The male lead, Rodri from House Bauro, was actually visiting this mansion. This meant I would soon have an unexpected encounter with the male lead. In most novels, the male lead has a tragic past. This serves as a catalyst for him to fall in love with the female lead at first sight, and readers also enjoy a story of redemption. Rodri Bauro also faced a similar fate, among his misfortunes the first and greatest. Claire continued, It seemed she had argued with her husband again, regarding his unhappy family. Unlike my parents who married for love, his parents married for political reasons. The Duke was always cold and cruel, but after marriage he always respected his wife, and it seemed they got along quite well. However, he met a woman who melted his icy heart. Blinded by love, not long after they had a child together, he brought her to the mansion. Charlena knelt down and screamed, How? How could you do this to me? Of course, his wife was powerless to stop this. Dahlia cursed silently to herself. What a scoundrel. She couldn't help but sympathize with her. I can understand why she's devastated. My husband never showed me love, but suddenly he's showing it to another woman? In the novel The Silver Bell Lady, there's a scene where the male lead says, My mother is heartbroken when she sees you. She says she hates and longs for you because I remind her of my father. She's slowly losing her mind. That's why I don't believe in love. It will only destroy people. Dahlia couldn't help but think, he's trying to prove that his mother was insane, which was an unfortunate experience for him. She began to sink into her rambling thoughts. However, that was something that would happen in the future. I wonder if his mother is normal at this point, or if she already knows that her husband's mistress is pregnant. Dahlia couldn't help but be curious. And what about the male lead now? If he grew up witnessing his parents' discord throughout his childhood, he would obviously become cold, cruel, and turn into the cold-blooded Duke as in the novel. She hummed, thinking, I should prepare for the worst. Not long after, an invitation from Duke Bowser arrived. It was time to go meet the male lead and see what he looked like as a child. Dear Claire Averin, I hope you will attend our tea party. Soon I would have a historic meeting with the male lead. Dahlia sat in the carriage, looking out. Finally, I'm meeting Rodri, the man Dahlia will love her entire life in the novel. The servant suddenly spoke up. We have arrived. She looked at the magnificent castle before her and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this mansion truly suits the prestigious Bowser family, a family of swordsmen. The butler warmly welcomed Dahlia and her mother. Welcome, madam. Duchess Bowser is waiting for you in the conservatory. Please follow me. Claire walked in and saw Charlena sitting there, then asked, Charlena? She replied to Claire, and Dahlia couldn't help but be surprised. Her name was quite similar to her mother's name. Charlena, Duchess Bowser, immediately stood up to greet her. You've arrived.
Claire looked at her once, then in a sad voice, Charlena, why are you so thin? Are you sick? I'm so sad to see you like this. Charlena gently removed the old woman's comforting hand. I'm fine, Claire. Dahlia immediately realized she was lying. Oh, is she lying because of me? Besides, it's very difficult to talk about such a heavy matter in front of children. Dahlia slightly lifted her skirt and respectfully introduced herself to Charlena. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. I am Dahlia, the only daughter of Duke Averin. Charlena looked at her and gave a gentle smile. I've heard so much about you, and I'm very happy to finally meet you. Then she pulled the child standing behind her and said, Now it's your turn to say hello. The male lead with long hair looked up at Dahlia. At this moment, he looked very much like a girl. When Dahlia saw him, her mouth dropped open so wide it almost hit the floor.
She's so beautiful. Is she even human? Could she be an angel who lost her wings? An angel? If we were closer, would I be able to see that? How can I become friends with her? All right, I should introduce myself first. Dahlia looked at the male lead and cheerfully said, "Hello, young lady." Everyone saw her greet Rodri as a young lady and looked at her without saying anything. Seeing their reaction, she let out a sound of confusion. Rodri blushed and let out a small cry. After that, a mournful cry echoed throughout the castle.
Claire saw Rodri sobbing uncontrollably and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I didn't think a boy would be so prone to tears." When Dalia heard the word boy, her worldview was shaken. What? A boy? This child is Duke Bowser's son. That means she was shocked to realize the person in front of her was Rodri. He's Rodri? She thought to herself, "Oh my God, he's completely different from what I imagined." Of course, in the novel, Rodri was described as a very handsome man. Dahlia imagined Rodri's appearance based on the author's description. He was elegant, with black hair and ice-blue eyes. Muscles rippled beneath his thin shirt, and his chiseled face exuded an air of indifference as he slipped one hand into his pocket.
He was like an elegant and powerful Black Panther. She was resolute, yes, a powerful monster. Thinking of this, Dahlia couldn't stop feeling afraid. I like men with perfect body proportions, who are leaders, deadly charming and captivating. I'm worried I'll fall for Rodri. Charlena gently comforted Rodri, holding him in her arms. "It's all right, don't cry anymore." She looked at him and thought, but he's nothing more than a little kitten. He's not arrogant at all. He's just a timid child crying in his mother's arms. Claire looked at the boy and gently asked, "Are you sure he's a boy?" Charlena replied shyly, "Yes, he's been mistaken many times, but he still can't get used to it." Claire put a hand to her mouth and chuckled. "He's even prettier than my own daughter." Hearing this, Dahlia couldn't help but feel indignant inside. "What? I'm your daughter. Shouldn't I be the most beautiful in your eyes?" Rodri had stopped crying by now, but still said nothing. He looked up at Dahlia, then shyly turned to hug his mother again. Dahlia watched his actions with great amusement. "Gosh, he's so adorable. I'm satisfied with my appearance in this life, but compared to him, I'm truly envious. At this rate, his first impression of me will surely be an ugly creature, thinking I'm a girl." Claire chuckled and comforted Charlena. "Don't worry, Charlena. Dahlia will cheer him up." She was stunned to hear this. "What?"
Claire looked at her gently and said, "Dahlia, what does your father always say?" Dahlia replied, "We should be responsible for our actions." She continued to ask, "And who made him cry?" She stammered, "I did." Claire looked at her, smiling gently, and asked, "So what should you do now?" Dahlia pouted and said, "But Mom, but—" She turned back to look at the two, smiling, and said, "You two have fun playing." Charlena gave her a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, dear." Dahlia waved goodbye to the two, crying inwardly. "She's been trying to pin the blame on me from the start." Rodri looked at her without saying anything. Dahlia turned back to look at him. "All right, I guess I have to apologize first." Saying that, she awkwardly walked over to apologize to him. I'm sorry for thinking you were a girl. It's just that you're so cute. It sounds weird, right? But when you grow up, you'll be very handsome, I'm sure of it." Rodri remained silent. Dahlia looked at Rodri's attitude and thought, "I'm done for. I'm so clumsy. How embarrassing." She cautiously spoke up. So...
She held out her hand in front of him, and Rodri's eyes widened in surprise. Dahlia suggested, "Let's go for a walk," or whatever. Dahlia was now blushing furiously internally. This might be her second life, but it was so hard to make friends. If he didn't want to hold her hand, she would die of embarrassment. But then again, someone as shy as him wouldn't. Rodri shyly placed his hand in hers. Dahlia couldn't help but be astonished when she felt his hand tightly gripping hers. "Oh my God, he's so cute. When the angel held my hand, I almost screamed because he was too cute." An hour passed, and the two of them still held hands without saying a word. Dahlia felt suffocated and quite uncomfortable, wanting to run away.
She thought to herself, of course he was still cute, however. Dahlia was inwardly weeping. It was hard to talk politely to him. She cheerfully started a conversation with Rodri. "The weather is nice today, isn't it?" He only replied with a single word. "Yeah?" Then Dahlia changed the subject again. "The gardeners seem very skillful, don't they?" Rodri replied, "I'm not too sure. I haven't been here for a while." She let out an "oh." Awkward situations kept occurring. Dahlia looked at his beautiful face and thought to herself, "I thought if I started the conversation it would be more natural, but I was wrong. I didn't know he was so shy, and it seems we have nothing in common." She thought for a long time. "I can't talk about my family's happiness because that's his misfortune. Above all, perhaps it was because I was afraid." Her small hand, tightly holding Rodri's, trembled slightly. My hand was sweating too much. Dahlia gently rubbed her forehead, weeping. "Damn it, what is he thinking about me? An abnormal girl, strange, a strange girl." Then she continued to think, "I could wipe my hand, but it would be too strange if I held his hand again. Actually, that's an idea too." Then she looked at Rodri. "All right,
I'll use the excuse that my hand is wet. She softly said, sorry. She looked over and saw Rodrick's eyes were brimming with tears. She nervously grabbed his shoulder and asked, what's wrong? In her heart, she couldn't help but panic. Are my hands too wet? Is he disgusted and uncomfortable? He softly replied, it's nothing, it's just... As he said this, he lowered his head and softly said, you seem uncomfortable. Dalia was stunned. How did he know? No, wait, that's not it. I'm uncomfortable because my hands are sweating, not because of you. Rodrick raised a hand to wipe away his tears. I bothered you because I'm too shy. Tears streamed down his face as he said, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed myself again. Suddenly, Dalia spoke up. Could you look at my hand for a moment? He replied, what? Dalia brought her hand in front of him and softly asked, do you see? She shyly explained, that's sweat. Rodrick seemed to understand something and let out an, oh. Then he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Here's a handkerchief. Dalia looked at the handkerchief, flustered. I'll wash it before I return it to you. He gently reassured her. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Dalia shyly asked, are my hands very wet? You must be very uncomfortable. He immediately replied, I didn't notice. I just thought I made you uncomfortable.
She looked at him, smiling softly, and asked, are you flustered? Rodrick started and said, of course not. Dalia looked at him and chuckled. All right, I'll believe you. Instead, she held out her hand and said, tell me your name. Dalia placed her hand on her chest and gave a gentle smile. We haven't even properly greeted each other yet. At least we should know each other's names, shouldn't we? Rodrick cautiously asked, do you hate me?
He is completely different from the original story. He's uncomfortable making others uneasy and gets flustered when someone teases him.
From this, I could tell that young Rodrick was easily frightened, Dalia thought to herself. He must have been very hesitant before asking if I hated him. If I don't give a good answer now, he'll continue to make assumptions about how I feel. Don't be like that. I want to be friends with you. Dalia looked at him and asked, why do you think I hate you? Rodrick asked in a small voice. Because you saw me cry. She was surprised, then asked further. What else? He awkwardly said, and I just cried again. Dalia asked again, is that all? Rodrick immediately replied, yes, that's right. No one likes to see children cry. She listened, her eyes wide. He clenched his fists and continued, crying is bad. It's noisy, embarrassing, and stupid. And of course, you'd be annoyed. By this point, Rodrick had stopped crying. That's why I thought you hated me. He said it was obvious that people don't like children crying. He seemed calm as he spoke those words. Did he hear things like that often? Enough to believe those ridiculous statements were true? She thought to herself, I need to say something. Dalia suddenly spoke up. I've cried a lot. Rodrick couldn't help but be startled. What? Dalia put her hands on her hips and proudly asked, have you ever thrown a clod of dirt on the ground? He awkwardly replied, never. She proudly continued, I have. What do you think? Do you hate me? Then Dalia turned away and continued, if you're not sure, I'll show you right now. Rodrick hastily yelled, I don't hate you. Hearing that, she put her hands on her hips and happily said, I thought so too. I don't hate you or find anything annoying. She introduced her name, Dalia Averin. Dalia looked at Rodrick with a smile, extending her hand. I wouldn't tell my name to someone I hated.
What about you? When I looked into his eyes, it was like I saw myself. He took her hand and introduced himself. Rodrick Bowser. I'll remember the male lead. Rodrick gave a slight smile, thanking Dalia. I'll remember Rodrick's smile for a long time to come. After that, I naturally paid more attention to Rodrick. At first, I thought he was just a childhood friend passing through my life, but he was more pitiful than I imagined. Dalia thought to herself, this wasn't my plan. Although I knew misfortune would befall his family, I couldn't do anything to help him. Duke Bowser had been having an affair for several years. When he brought his mistress to the mansion, his wife was furious, and Rodrick witnessed all her suffering.
I know everything, but can't stop it. So I decided to ignore everything that happened to the Bowser family because I couldn't change anything. But when he cried, his smile shone brightly upon hearing things that comforted him. I realized I couldn't ignore him. After a few days, I learned many things from Rodrick. He is very handsome, elegant, adorable, and he always tries not to upset anyone. Oh, and one more thing. Looking at the plate of cakes in front of them, Dalia cheerfully asked, which flavor do you want? Which cake, melon or strawberry? Rodrick smiled and replied, you can choose first. She bit her fork, thinking to herself, me again? He's so indecisive. Dalia pulled out a pile of toys and continued to ask, what should we do? Solve puzzles or play Jenga? He smiled happily and said, we can play whatever you want. When they went out, she also pointed forward and asked for his opinion. Where should we go? Left or right? Rodrick simply replied, we can go whichever way you want. Dalia couldn't help but feel frustrated. Is he kidding me? He's cute, but
does he not know what he likes or dislikes because he's still young? She immediately shook her head. No, that's not right. It's actually quite strange. At the very least, he should know what he dislikes.
In the original story, Rodri was very clear about his likes and dislikes, which was obvious, as he would immediately discard anything he disdained. She recalled the image of him as an adult, compared to him now, and couldn't help but be surprised. How could they be so different? I started observing Rodri to find out what he liked and disliked, and I found it. Dalia looked at him and asked, "You don't like dessert?" Rodri suddenly widened his eyes, then picked up a piece of cake and brought it to his mouth, saying in a flustered voice, "No, I do like it." She rubbed her chin, feeling suspicious. Was he hiding his preferences? He probably disliked sweets, but it was strange that he was hiding it. It was as if he had been taught not to disclose information. He was hiding his preferences. The Duke always wanted his knights to be absolutely loyal to him, so it was clear he was doing this to Rodri. If a child grew up in a place where they weren't allowed to make choices, what was he thinking? His opinions didn't matter. He would probably become someone who easily gave up. Rodri had grown up in a strict environment. Even though I told him he could say what he liked or disliked, he won't be able to change his habits immediately. Dalia put her fork down on the table and spoke up, "I'm full. Can we skip dessert?" She looked at Rodri with a slight smile. "So all I can do now is show him care without making it too obvious." Dalia pushed the cards away, saying dejectedly, "I don't want to play a game where I have to think. How about we play Jenga?" Later, while eating soup, she asked, "Cream soup is better than mushroom soup, right? Do you want to try some?" He cautiously replied, "I do." While walking, Dalia turned to look at him and made a decision. "The gym is this way. Let's go left." Rodri smiled and replied, "Yeah, I know." Is it because Rodri is cute, or because I'm happy to see him becoming more open with me? I started paying more attention to him. Then one day, a voice rang out. "Hello, madam." Adelio looked at her and said, "Your daughter is very—" He didn't finish before Claire nudged him. She smiled. "Hello, Rodri." Dalia secretly thought, like father, like daughter. She looked at Rodri sitting next to her, not without surprise. But what was happening? She thought, puzzled. I thought Rodri wanted to sit near his mother. Why is he sitting next to me? She became even more confused when she saw the attitudes of the three adults. What were they doing? What was that look in their eyes? She thought, let's change the subject, and spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Mother, how did you become friends with Duchess Bowser when she was a princess in another empire?" Upon hearing this, Adelio immediately avoided answering. He picked up his wineglass and said, "The food is delicious." Charlena replied with a bright smile, "Your father set us up." She explained in surprise. "What?" Seeing Adelio's face flush red, Dalia couldn't help but be surprised. Her calm and polite father, his face flushed red, flustered by her mother's teasing. What had he done? She slammed the table and asked, "Why? Did you lose your mind over mother's beauty? Were you worried someone would steal mother away?" Charlena replied with a smile, "Yes, perhaps so." "Then your mother returned to the empire for an arranged marriage with a member of the imperial family." Dalia's parents, seeing her attitude, covered their mouths and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Dalia." Charlena continued, "However, your father visited the palace and then fell in love with your mother at first sight." Charlena raised her teacup and continued, "Your father became your mother's bodyguard, but I didn't trust him because he was qualified enough to be a deputy captain. Your father did everything he could to win me over." Charlena smiled. "Eventually, I confessed to your mother that I approached her with an agenda," she recalled proudly. "Well, it's fine, because I helped your mother a lot, even though I was a little angry with your father." Charlena also reminisced about that time. "I didn't know Adelio wasn't interested enough. He didn't know your mother had feelings for him." Seeing them so happy, Dalia thought to herself, they're in their own world. Let's see, I wonder what Rodri is doing. She turned to look at Rodri. Why does he look so serious? He used his fork to spear a pea, then he put it in his mouth, eating it with a disgusted expression. She gasped, "He can't eat peas." "He doesn't need to eat them. No one here will scold him for being a picky eater." Dalia whispered, "You don't have to eat them if you don't want to." Rodri flinched slightly upon hearing this. He immediately denied, "It's not that." She reassured him, "Mom and Dad are busy talking, so no one is paying attention to us." Rodri clasped his hands and explained, "I just don't like them because—" Dalia immediately understood and smiled. "Ah, I get it. You just don't feel like eating them today." Rodri nodded. "Yes, exactly." She looked at his expression and secretly thought, "He's so adorable." Dalia praised him. "You're amazing. I can't eat some things either." Rodri was surprised. "Really?" She turned to him and replied, "Yes, I don't like bell peppers, though I don't exactly hate them." Rodri said hesitantly, "The truth is—" She immediately asked, "What is it?" He honestly confessed, "I can't eat beans." Dalia was surprised. "That's great. You don't like the same things as me." He mumbled awkwardly, "Yes, I'm sorry for lying." She thought to herself, "It's fine. I already knew you didn't like beans." Dalia reassured him, "It's okay. Oh, but can you eat bell peppers?" Rodri looked at her and replied softly, Maybe." Dalia moved her chair closer to him and said, "So how about we swap vegetables?" Rodri's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked around and exclaimed, "What?" She looked at his reaction and secretly chuckled to herself. He's acting as if I suggested we do something bad. So cute. A child should be a little mischievous sometimes. As she realized something, she thought to herself, "That's right. I'll seize this opportunity to teach him the joy of rebellion." Dahlia spoke up. You can't eat beans, and I can't eat bell peppers. But I like beans. What should you say? Rodri said fearfully. But she looked towards the 3 adults who were chatting happily, and to comfort him, she said, Look, our parents are busy talking. They won't notice. He still hesitated fearfully. But that's unacceptable. Dahlia happily swapped her plate with his. Rodri's eyes widened as he looked at the plate of vegetables on the table. At this moment, I didn't know. Dahlia whispered with a bright smile. Look, it's not difficult at all. He smiled and replied, That's right. This small incident would create the first conflict between us.
Claire noticed the children's small actions. She thought to herself, it seems Dahlia hates beans. In Dahlia's room, she was sound asleep on the chair. Rodri looked at her worriedly. Dahlia, are you okay? She seemed very tired. Just a moment ago, she had slumped on the chair and told him, I'm old now. He looked at her sleeping soundly on the chair, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. Rodri secretly marveled. She's so beautiful. Then he immediately covered his mouth. I can't tell her directly. Anyway, that's what I mean. Dahlia always compliments my appearance, but I think she's more beautiful than me. She's energetic and lively. Honestly, I don't have enough confidence to tell her that. I'd be embarrassed and shy, and besides, it would make Dahlia uncomfortable. He then remembered his father's angry voice. You're pathetic. Rodri stood there, thinking to himself, I should stop thinking about that. Then Rodri opened the door and stepped out, thinking to himself, Dahlia might be hungry after she wakes up. I should get her some snacks. He opened the kitchen door and looked inside. That's why I came to the kitchen. He looked at the pile of tempting snacks on the table. Rodri hesitated, unsure which to choose. But what should I get? I want to pick a few things Dahlia likes. Then he imagined Dahlia smiling and thanking him. Thank you, Rodri.
Seeing his happy expression made me happy. Suddenly a servant spoke up, breaking his train of thought. Young Master Rodri, can we assist you with anything? He awkwardly replied, I want to get some snacks. The servant told him, we will bring them if you call for us. What would you like? Rodri hesitated for a moment before replying, something made from beans. The servant asked in surprise, really? The servant then happily asked him, you like beans? That's great. The servant began to recount, I know, Lady Dahlia really hates beans. If her food has beans, she'll throw it all away. She says you only live once, so we should eat what we want. Then the servant chuckled. She's more mature than her age, but sometimes she can be a bit childish. When will she stop being so picky? Rodri was surprised to hear them discussing Dahlia. What were they talking about? Dahlia hates beans? He said he liked them. Has he changed his taste? Moreover, they spoke as if it had happened a long time ago, so that's possible.
Claire saw Rodri carrying a tray of food and asked in surprise, Rodri, what are you doing? She looked at him, smiling gently. He politely replied, I'm getting some snacks for Dahlia and myself. She looked at the plate of cakes and asked, I see, are those pound cakes? Rodri softly replied, yes, they're special cakes made from black beans. After hearing that, Claire rubbed her chin. Black beans. She ate beans last time too. Does she like beans now? Don't you know Dahlia hates beans? She happily continued, well, I'm glad she's not picky about food anymore. Enjoy your snack. He immediately recalled her expression at that time. I just happen to like beans. Why? Why did she lie? Dahlia was always bright and honest. The only time she lied was when he hesitated. Dahlia had asked, which one do you like? At first, he found it confusing. He had never been able to choose what he wanted, and even if he did, it never turned out well. He always did what his father wanted, like a doll without a will of its own. However, Dahlia was never discouraged by him, nor did she ever rush him. Rather, she chose the things he wanted to do but couldn't, as if she could read his mind.
It's miraculous, but it's all a lie. I'm selfish for being with Dahlia because she did things that made me comfortable. So does Dahlia enjoy her time with me? Dahlia looked at him, thinking to herself, something's wrong with Rodri. I can't pinpoint it, but he's clearly changed. She softly called out to him, Rodri, Rodri. He looked bewildered and replied, what is it? She walked over and gently asked, what are you thinking about? Rodri's face flushed red as he shook his head. Nothing. Dahlia looked at his expression, thinking to herself, whenever I ask him that, he always answers awkwardly while his face flushes red. Rodri sighed softly and told her, you don't need to worry about that. Dahlia was shocked by his words. What did he just say? She couldn't help but be stunned. Her innocent little cat never spoke like that. Rodri was clearly hiding something. He usually doesn't hide his feelings. Dahlia stood afar, looking at Rodri, thinking to herself, well, he actually can't. I don't think Rodri knows he's not good at hiding his emotions, and I also think it's too late for him to hide his emotions.
It's as if he's suddenly matured in just a few days. Recently, he's become very good at hiding his emotions, and not only that, but Rodri always seems to pay attention to her feelings and mood. Dahlia couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Is Rodri observing me, just as I observed him a few days ago? Dahlia hugged herself, comforting herself. You always observe someone when you want to find out their current state or intentions, and I'm not hiding anything from him. Not long after, she found out why he had changed.
At the dinner table, Claire suddenly asked her, "Dahlia, do you eat beans now?" She casually refused. "No, Mom, you know I still can't." Her mother let out a soft, "Oh." "Then why did you swap plates with Rodri?" Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. "You saw that?" Dahlia awkwardly replied, "There's a reason for that." Adelia was surprised. "When did that happen?" Claire then asked, "Then why did Rodri bring you black bean puffs a few days ago?" She stammered, "How did you know about that?" Her mother softly replied, "Oh, I bumped into him, and he said he was bringing you some pastries with beans, so I thought you'd stopped hating beans, but I guess not."
Hearing this, Dahlia immediately slammed the table and stood up. "Wait a minute, has Mom told Rodri that I dislike beans yet?" The moment she realized Rodri knew she had lied about liking beans, she immediately wanted to apologize to him. Dahlia couldn't help but panic internally. No matter what her intention was, he didn't deserve that. No matter how careful she had been, she still lied. Dahlia gently clutched her skirt. Because of that mistake, he had always wondered if she was telling the truth or lying, which was why he had been observing her like a completely different person these past few days. But why was it so hard to apologize? Dahlia walked up to Rodri and softly called out, "Rodri." He turned around and asked, "What is it?" Standing in front of him, her heart began to pound with panic. What should I say? That I don't like beans but lied because he couldn't eat them? I just need to try and think carefully, she thought, looking at him. But what if he gets angry and says he doesn't need my pity? After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Nothing." Dahlia blamed herself. Even though this was her second life, she still had problems with friendships.
Claire and Charlena cheerfully called out to the two, "Dahlia, Rodri, let's go shopping." She asked in surprise, "Shopping?" The woman immediately replied, "That's right. Rodri doesn't come to the capital often, so he probably isn't familiar with this place, right, Rodri?" He replied softly, "Yes." She looked at Rodri's expression, feeling a little worried inside. Is he really okay? What if he's forcing himself to do this? Then she comforted herself. Actually, it might be a good thing. Rodri will feel more at ease when he sees interesting things in the capital, and of course, I'll have a chance to talk to him. She immediately thought of food. My mood will definitely improve after eating delicious food, and then I'll apologize to him. Dahlia imagined the scene of apologizing to him. "Rodri, let me explain." Dahlia clenched her fists, full of determination. "Good, let's do it. Who knows, maybe we'll become closer." Dahlia smiled faintly, imagining them treating each other more normally. Claire turned and asked, "Are you two sitting together?" Dahlia happily replied, "Oh, of course." Rodri got into the car and refused, "No." He walked over and sat next to his mother, saying, "I'll sit next to my mom." She looked at him with eyes full of surprise. "Rodri, oh no." Sitting in the car, she lamented inwardly, "It's not as easy as I thought." Arriving in the bustling capital, Claire forced a smile and said, "Well then." She looked at Charlena and asked, "Where should we go?" Charlena smiled and replied, "We've already had lunch, so we don't need to go to a restaurant, do we?" Dahlia noticed the somewhat awkward atmosphere and thought to herself, "They're really uncomfortable because of us." She then suggested, "There's a famous hair salon nearby. We should go there first." Charlena looked at the children and gently asked, "I'd love to, but what about the children?" Dahlia secretly prayed, "Please, let us go somewhere else." She turned to look at Rodri. "So what about Rodri?" His gaze was fixed on the little girl hugging a teddy bear. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is he surprised because it's different here from the north?" She seemed to seize the opportunity. "So I could take him to look around. If we walk around the capital, we can talk naturally, right?" Her heart couldn't help but pound with excitement, and then I'll have a chance to beg him for forgiveness. Thinking this, she happily spoke up and suggested, "Rodri, why don't we—" Claire happily suggested, "Let's go get dessert first." Dahlia gasped in surprise. "Huh?" Many pastries were brought to the table. Charlena asked, "What would you two like to eat?" Dahlia held the menu, her mind a complete mess at this point. Rodri hated sweets. He would randomly pick something and force himself to eat every bite without showing discomfort.
She looked at Claire and said, "Mom, I don't want to eat cake today. Can we have fruit and tea instead?" Her mother was surprised by her attitude. "Really? But don't you like sweets?" Dahlia quickly came up with an excuse. "I've already eaten a lot of sweets, and I don't think I want any more." Her mother replied softly, "That's good, so I'll add milk and honey to the tea, okay?" Dahlia immediately refused. "No, that's not necessary, Mom." Then she looked at Rodri and gently suggested, "Rodri, if you don't know what to choose, can I get you the same as mine?" Rodri asked, puzzled. "Why?" He challenged her. "You're lying again." Dahlia looked at him in surprise. "I was going to apologize." Her hand holding the menu trembled slightly as she stammered, "What do you mean? I really did eat a lot of sweets before coming here. And although I don't like the bitter taste of black tea, I don't hate it either. What's important to me is having a good time with him. I believe that small sacrifices are sometimes necessary for that, and all I need to do is tell him those things." Rodri continued to question her. "You said you never get tired of sweets, and there were even days you ate nothing but sweets. Was that a lie?" She stammered, "I did say that." Dalia explained. I was just speaking figuratively. I'm human, after all. So of course I'd get sick and tired if I ate too much of one thing. He asked agitatedly, what about beans? That day you said you liked them. Were you lying?
She awkwardly clutched her skirt. That, in Dalia's mind, had become a chaotic mess. I need to say I only helped him because he seemed to hate beans. No, I should apologize first. Rodri said angrily, what you do for me makes me feel exhausted. I can't stand the thought of you having to endure me. His self-reproaching voice rang out. I'm making things difficult for you because I'm not good enough. I truly despise myself for that. Suddenly he spoke up. I have another question. His eyes were brimming with tears. Are you truly happy when you're with me? Dalia thought to herself. Am I happy? Of course, but he won't believe me. She looked at Rodri's tear-streaked face and immediately blamed herself internally. His eyes were full of doubt. I've never seen him like this before. I can't bear his gaze. She lowered her head, blaming herself. Even if he doesn't believe me, I still have to say that I'm truly happy when I'm with him. She recalled Rodri's gently smiling face. And I like being with him. I need to let him know how I truly feel.
Seeing she still didn't answer, Rodri stood up and left. I'm sorry for my shameful behavior. I need to step out for a moment. Dalia immediately jumped up and asked, Rodri. She ran after him, saying, Wait, we need to talk. I haven't given my answer yet. Wait, Rodri. Rodri replied angrily, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear it right now. Dalia touched him and explained, When I spent time with you, I never... Before she could finish, Rodri gently pushed her away. Pushed, Dalia stumbled backward, colliding with a waiter carrying a tray. Oh no, the glass of water immediately fell. What a bloody mess. Someone's going to get burned.
He widened his eyes and called her name. Dalia! I still remember Rodri's expression after he pushed my hand away. His eyes were wide with shock, despair evident on his face. Dalia! Dalia slumped to the ground, the scalding hot tea having spilled onto her hand, leaving a patch of her hand burned. She let out a soft groan of pain. Tarina, supporting the fainted Claire, shouted, Call someone! Call the knights here! Will everything be all right? We were still arguing. Dalia turned to look at Rodri, who was dazed, and thought to herself, if we made eye contact, I would smile to let him know everything was okay. I feel like I've just stepped into a drama. Okay, so when we were arguing, the hot tea almost spilled on my hand. Dalia lay on the bed, thinking to herself, I'm like the tragic heroine. The male doctor spoke up. Fortunately, it won't leave a scar. The male doctor looked at her bandaged arm and continued, Everything else is fine, and the tea wasn't too hot, so the burn isn't too severe. Then, turning to Dalia's worried parents, he advised, However, she might experience some side effects or infection, so she needs to be careful for the next week.
Claire said to her seriously, Dalia, you are not allowed to go out for the next week. Dalia calmly replied, Oh, all right, it's just my hand. I wasn't burned all over. They continued, saying, If you sneak out, you will be punished. Dalia agreed, replying, All right. Anyway, why did Rodri have such an expression? Why was he surprised? No, astonished is more accurate. He looked very scared. Lying on the bed, she immediately denied, No, I shouldn't make any more guesses. I'll ask Rodri when I see him again. Sitting on the bed, she looked outside and thought to herself, Even though we've had an awkward incident recently and are still arguing, we're still friends, aren't we? I'm sure he'll come to visit me. A week later, sitting on the bed, she couldn't help but feel angry. Why hasn't Rodri come? Dalia guessed, Is he sick, or is he still angry with me? Or does he feel awkward because we're arguing? Selena looked at her gently and said, I'm sorry. Dalia felt extremely annoyed inwardly. I can't ask her anything because she just smiles and apologizes to me. But it's been a week and he hasn't come to visit me. She immediately jumped out of bed. I don't care that I can't leave the room. Today I'm going to see him. Inside the house, Dalia tiptoed, hearing voices in a room. Dalia was surprised. What's going on? In the room, Charlene gently asked him, Rodri, aren't you going to visit Dalia today either? He softly replied, Yes. She looked inside in surprise. Why? What's that about? Dalia couldn't help but feel angry. That means he comes here every day, so he's deliberately avoiding me. I feel so disappointed. He's no longer an angel in my eyes. Rodri's voice, full of sadness, rang out. I don't deserve to see her anymore. Dalia was surprised, recalling that moment. So his expression was due to guilt. He thinks it's because of him. He believes I was injured because of him. He's afraid I'll be angry with him. Dalia returned to her room, filled with sadness. She thought to herself, Once I'm allowed out of my room, he'll stay away from this mansion so he doesn't have to see me again. She doesn't want this to happen. I can't let that happen. I don't care about the rules.
It doesn't matter if we're friends or enemies. I just want to clear up all misunderstandings. I want to tell him everything. I want to look him straight in the eye and tell him that what happened wasn't his fault. I also want to know his true feelings. Dalia walked to the bed. Today I want to see him, but I can't leave the room because things like that will happen again. She was about to say something but stopped herself. Dalia got onto the bed and lay down. She took a breath,
then burst into loud sobs. I vaguely remembered a few things. On the day I got burned, I was delirious and unconscious due to a high fever. I heard noise around me, and my arm was aching. There was a cold cloth on my forehead, and someone was wiping my sweat. And then there was a warm hand. I was sure it was Rodri. Suddenly a scream rang out. "It hurts! Ah, it hurts so much! Mom! Dad!" Rodri won't come unless something bad happens to me, so I should make that bad thing happen.
She recalled the prescription the doctor had given her. "I don't know the young lady's exact symptoms, so I'll just increase the dosage. I'll give her painkillers and sleeping pills so she can rest today. I'll pretend to take the painkillers and throw away the sleeping pills. If I do that, Rodri will come to my room. I won't let this opportunity go to waste." Dalia lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Oh no, I'm in trouble if Rodri doesn't come. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps, careful footsteps. It was Rodri's. She felt Rodri standing beside her. He was here. Dalia subtly gripped the blanket tighter. He came to my room, so now I can wake up, and he'll leave out of embarrassment. Rodri spoke up, asking, "Why did you throw away the medicine?" Lying on the bed with her eyes still closed, she couldn't help but be surprised. She couldn't help but feel afraid. No way. How did he know? Did he see it? Do my parents and his mother know too? But it was just a simple act that no one would notice. Then she seemed to realize something. Oh, wait. Could it be that the male lead has the ability to detect lies? Dalia subtly opened her eyes. Rodri saw her awake and couldn't help but be stunned. She sat on the bed, cautiously looking at him, her intuition telling her he's just guessing. Dalia thought to herself, "Oh, whatever, I've become shameless now." He spoke up. "Were you really pretending?" Dalia quickly explained, "I'm sorry, but I had to see you. If I hadn't, you would never have come here." She asked him, "Do you know why I wanted to talk to you?" He calmly replied, "I know." Rodri looked at her and softly asked, "At the cafe, it would have been better if you had never seen me again, right?" She was surprised. "Huh? What is he talking about?" Dalia stared blankly and asked, "What do you mean?" She anxiously asked, "You're kidding, right? Is it because I got hurt? That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault." He awkwardly said, I've always wondered why something like that happened and why you got hurt." Rodri blamed himself. "I'm a problem. You forced yourself to be with me, and that's why you got hurt. Your life was peaceful until you met me. I should have left you alone. It would be better if you stayed away from me." Dalia stepped off the bed and walked over to him, softly calling, "Rodri."
Dalia looked at his frightened face and asked, "You're worried? You're afraid that I'll hate you and get sick because of you?" He immediately denied it. "No, that's not it." Dalia continued, "You're afraid that one day we'll drift apart." Rodri was afraid he would change. He wasn't afraid of her scolding him. He was worried that she would be disappointed by his own pathetic state and leave him. Rodri didn't deny it, but said, "Yes, you're right. I'm worried. I'm so useless because you have to take care of me. I have so many weaknesses and I'm easily scared." He continued, his voice choked with tears. "You'll get sick of me." The easiest way to resolve this was to reassure Rodri. She could repeatedly tell him not to worry about things that would never happen and that she would never abandon him. However, history was bound to repeat itself. Even if he wanted to believe her, his inner insecurity wouldn't disappear. He looked at her wound and apologized. "Your wound hurts a lot, doesn't it? I'm sorry. After today, we shouldn't meet again, so I hope you'll be better." Dalia immediately said, "Who said that?" Rodri was surprised. "What?" She thought to herself, "I won't let that happen." Dalia crossed her arms and looked at him. "Who said this is the last time we'll meet?" She thought to herself, "I'm an adult, so I can easily treat a child like a friend." Dalia said softly, "It's true you don't know anything about me, but you're truly mistaken. How could I easily leave when I haven't achieved what I want?" Rodri remained silent.
He nervously rubbed his hands. "And what could that be? If it's something I have, I'll give it to you. I'll do anything you want." His face was brimming with tears. "Even if I can't, I'll try, so please tell me." Dalia smiled upon hearing that. She said, "There's one thing you can do." Rodri eagerly said, "Tell me, and I'll give you everything." She looked at him and softly asked, "Will you really do anything?" Rodri looked at her, his voice firm. "Yes." Dalia walked closer. "So?"
"I think we are friends, because people become friends when they spend time together. But that's not the case with Rodri. The Dukes of House Bowser are raised as rulers of the North. They aren't even allowed to behave naturally with those of similar status. The current Duke Bowser is very despicable, known as a scumbag, so Rodri grew up alone in his house. Things that are natural to me are not natural to him. That's why I want to formalize our relationship." She then smiled and extended her hand towards him. "Please, be my friend." Rodri was stunned. She took his hand and said, "I don't have any friends my age." Recalling his joyful expression, she began to explain. "That's why I was so happy when I met you. You're so cute, charming, and friendly that I was drawn to you from the first meeting. When we first met, I was sure I wanted to be friends with you." Dalia squeezed his hand and said, "That's why I deliberately showed you my good side and treated you well. So, what's your answer?"
Will you be my friend, no matter how deceitful I might be? Rodri asked in surprise. Are you serious? Then he smiled faintly. But that's too easy. It's not difficult at all. I can't believe that's all you want. Dalia hugged Rodri tightly.
That day we talked for a long time. We discussed what we had been through in the past week, the day I got injured and the argument at the cafe. We also discussed the feelings stemming from my lie. After that conversation, I realized my anxiety wasn't as serious as I thought. In Dalia's room, Claire walked in and exclaimed, "Oh my, the boy is here. I wondered where he had gone. Good night." The magnificent carriage was neatly parked in front of the mansion. A voice called out, "Rodri." It was Dalia. "Will you come back?" Rodri smiled and replied firmly, "Of course." His carriage then departed, leaving Dalia with a jumble of thoughts. Good. In the meantime, I have a lot to do. In the mansion's study, Dalia was struggling to move a pile of books. I need to do some more research before deciding to help Rodri learn more about himself. She placed the books heavily onto the table. Dalia sat intently, reading page after page. Although we will learn about his likes and dislikes, he prioritizes my opinion over his own, as if he doesn't matter. At this rate, we might face an argument like last time. There are a few things I should tell him beforehand. The image of a cheerful, radiant Rodri smiling brightly appeared. It would be better if you expressed your thoughts no matter what, or both of our opinions are important. You are more special than you think you are. Dalia's gaze was fully focused. This project is called Improving Rodri's Self-Esteem.
How can someone improve their self-esteem? While she was sulking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me." Dalia, resting her face on the table, spoke up. "What I mean is there a way to improve self-esteem?" The temporary secretary immediately offered an idea. "My father usually makes plans." Dalia asked back, puzzled. "Plans?" She pushed up her glasses. "That's right. I have a habit of writing down things I need to do in the morning. When I think about it, I feel proud, and my self-esteem rises. And that's how it is." Hearing those words, Dalia's eyes widened as if she had thought of something. She happily jumped up and smiled. "Thank you. If I ask everyone around me, I'm sure I'll get some useful ideas." In another room, a different voice echoed. Then I'll write a diary." "A diary?"
Claire happily offered her opinion. "I don't set a fixed time for it, but I think about the things that happened that day and write them down. It makes me feel like I'm telling myself, you had a great day today, and recalling me good things also helps me look forward to the future." Adelia immediately spoke up. "My self-esteem, or rather my confidence, comes from a sword, specifically swordsmanship, but I'm not even good at that." Claire yelled as if to shut her husband up. "Honey, anyway, if you do the things you like, you'll become confident and feel a sense of accomplishment." The butler, standing nearby, also explained, "I look in the mirror every day." Hearing that, she was surprised. "A mirror?" He quickly replied, "Yes, before I start my day, I do that and tell myself things like, 'You'll do well, you are capable.'" Dalia asked doubtfully, "Does it work?" "Of course," the butler said, describing his past. "When I started working as a young man, I was very self-conscious. At first, it was very difficult. I didn't like what I saw in the mirror. But after continuously doing it, I got more used to it, and it seems I'm changing according to what I tell myself. Anyway, make it a habit." Dalia immediately brightened up upon hearing this. "I understand, thank you." A maid holding a broom in her hand couldn't help but eavesdrop. Self-esteem.
The maid standing in the middle asked, "We're not sure." The blonde girl next to her immediately said, "Wait, is that what you've been doing every day? Oh, that's embroidery. Doesn't that help? Oh, in that case, wait, what's going on here?" They buzzed with chatter. A maid's voice rang out. "Oh my goodness, you should ask me, Lady Dalia. Why should you ask her?" "Because," she awkwardly spoke up now. "What's going on here? Why is everyone suddenly here? I know my family's maids are friendly, but I didn't think they'd be this noisy." The blonde girl now spoke up teasingly. "Oh, have you heard the recent rumor that you're depressed due to low self-esteem?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Dalia's jaw dropped in surprise. "What?" Suddenly someone else interrupted. "Lady Dalia, self-esteem comes from muscles." "No, you should get it from a hearty meal." Dalia thought to herself, "I thought you get it from grains or salt." In another luxurious room, Dalia wrote without stopping. "I finally wrote it down. Here are 8 solutions to improve Rodri's self-esteem, which I found through my research. 1. Do what you like. 2. Find things that make you happy. 3. Stay away from people with low self-esteem. 4. Make friends with people who see your strengths. 5. Look in the mirror and praise yourself. 6. Get into the habit of accepting compliments. 7. Write down things you like about yourself. 8. Recall the good things that happened during the day." Dalia considered if she was missing anything else. Let's see. Detailed things he can do daily. Look in the mirror and praise himself, and recall the good things that happened during the day. I think sharing a diary is also a good idea. That way we can naturally write down good things. I'll give him daily compliments.
She suddenly smiled brightly, wondering if he would be flustered if she started with, "You're so beautiful." How would he react if she said, "Your embarrassed expression is so cute"? She was so excited she couldn't wait to meet him.
After patiently waiting for 3 days, Rodri finally came to see me. Seeing his figure, Dalia joyfully ran towards him. "Rodri!" He stood there, watching intently, unable to help but smile. "Dalia!" Seeing this scene, Charlena immediately teased her son. He begged me to bring him here as soon as possible. Hearing this, Rodri shyly said, "Mom." Claire also chimed in. "Oh, they must be a match made in heaven." Dalia always talked about how much she missed him. Their eyes met, not leaving each other for a moment. Very quickly, Dalia pulled his hand. "Let's go, Rodri." "Rodri, what are your hobbies?" He stammered out a reply. I don't really have any." Dalia interrupted. "Then what's your favorite activity?" Rodri asked, surprised. "Activity?" She cheerfully clarified. "There must be something you like to do or want to do, like swordsmanship." Rodri flatly refused. "I don't like that." She curiously pressed him. "Really? Even though you're very good at it?" Finally, Rodri just answered vaguely. That was just something I had to do when I was little." Upon hearing that, Dalia suddenly froze stiff, just as expected from the male lead. Rodri's mind quickly worked. "Oh, I think there's something." Dalia excitedly replied. "Really? What is it?"
He calmly explained, "Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but I like my mom to brush my hair. But ever since I grew up, she stopped doing it." Thinking of that statement, Dalia secretly thought to herself, "Oh, so that's why he grew up with long, well-maintained hair." The images of Charlena and Rodri appeared. Duchess Bowser liked to brush his hair, and Rodri liked her to do it. It must be because he cherished the time spent with his mother, no matter how short it was. Dalia quickly offered a solution. "Starting today, my dream is to become a hairstylist." Rodri was startled to hear this. "Huh?" Seeing his reaction, she reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll brush your hair until you're tired of it, and try out different hairstyles until you grew up." That statement surprised him greatly. "What are you talking about?" Dalia quickly replied. "What else?" Rodri still didn't quite understand. I like going to the capital," she added. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "And meeting you." Dalia immediately said, "That's not an activity." Rodri hesitated. "Oh, right, then playing with you." Hearing those words, she happily asked, "Really?" Her slender hands gently rested on his shoulders. Dalia slightly lowered her head and whispered in his ear, "I like it too." That radiant, never-fading smile, like the morning sun, made the young Rodri suddenly feel an undeniable flutter. He shyly spoke, "Dalia." Seeing that she had successfully teased him, she secretly thought, "He's so cute." Dalia happily continued, "All right, first, do you remember we decided to explore some things? We're going to find things you like, so I don't think just finding things you like is enough." Rodri softly replied, She looked at him seriously. "Can you tell me what you like to do besides walking? If we want different things, can you tell me the truth?" Hearing this, Rodri became very flustered. Dalia kept chattering, "I won't make it easy for you unless you change your personality." He hesitated, said, "That's the truth." Hearing that, Dalia scratched her head. "So, if there's a way to change yourself, would you like to try it with me? Of course, you might think I'm a bit annoying, and that's my problem, but I want you to trust me without worrying about what others think of you. It will help both you and me, and things will get better." Without a moment's hesitation, Rodri immediately agreed. "All right, let's give it a try." "Thank you, Dalia." That smiling face made her involuntarily freeze. Her entire face flushed red as she thought to herself, "Seriously, how could he trust me so unconditionally?"
"Oh, about that, how about we keep a diary together? Then we'll exchange diaries." Rodri stared blankly, not understanding what that meant. Exchange diaries? Hearing this, she quickly informed her friend. "Don't tell me you've never kept a diary before." Rodri broke out in a sweat and clenched his fists. "I can't call it a diary, but I write it every day and give it to my father. I'd get into trouble if I didn't." Dalia annoyedly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "What a terrible father you are, Duke Bowser." "All right, we'll write in it every day." 2 diaries had been meticulously prepared by Dalia. "Here, I have a gift for you. I didn't know what color you liked, so I picked out a few basic colors. Which one do you like?" Rodri silently stared intently. It was then that he softly spoke. "I'll take this one." Rodri chose a simple yet elegant red diary. Seeing him choose that one, Dalia curiously asked, "Rodri, do you like red?" He shyly covered his face with the diary. I suppose so." Seeing Rodri like that, Dalia thought to herself, why does he look embarrassed? He's so cute." She quickly made a suggestion. "Anyway, we'll write about the things we liked and found interesting during the day." Rodri still didn't quite get it. "Things we like?" Dalia quickly replied, "That's right, anything that makes you happy or that you find fun."
How you write is up to you. It can be 1 line or 1 page. Instead, we'll exchange diaries once a week and show each other what we've written. Rodri only vaguely understood her words. That sounds difficult." She cheerfully reassured him. "It's okay, I've never done it before either." Rodri still didn't believe her. "Really?"
She slowly elaborated. Well, actually, I'm lazy about writing diaries, so this is a big step for me. So don't be sad if you only write one line. At her teasing, he laughed heartily. Dahlia said firmly, Don't laugh, I'm serious. Oh, and there's one more thing we need to do. This is the 5th item on the list of solutions to boost self-esteem. Look in the mirror and praise yourself. Seeing that Rodri hadn't dared to do it yet, Dahlia immediately gave an example. I'll go first. I'm so cute. I'm so beautiful. Dahlia's loud shouting made Rodri turn pale.
She continued to speak without stopping. How charming. Say those things 5 times a day. Dahlia winked. That peculiar gesture made Rodri's eyes widen in shock. I can't. But Dahlia remained resolute. Oh, come on. All you have to do is stand in front of the mirror and compliment yourself. It's a piece of cake, isn't it? Rodri still hesitated. But I don't think that's a compliment. She gently pushed him to stand in front of the mirror. Then I'll decide for you. I am so cute. Now follow me. Rodri's voice grew softer. I'm so cute, Dahlia reminded him. 4 more times. He timidly closed his eyes tightly. I don't want to. Her voice held unwavering resolve. You can't stop. Rodri had no choice but to comply. I'm so cute, I'm so cute, I'm so cute. Seeing that he had followed her words, she happily gave him a warm hug, just as I expected from you. The unexpected hug made Rodri embarrassed. Dahlia, you shouldn't say such things so openly. Following her advice, I then practiced the method I had discovered with Rodri. We wrote down the things we needed to do that day and completed them one by one. I pictured Dahlia gently brushing Rodri's hair and us doing things together that on the last day, we exchanged diaries. However, the diary was held tightly in Rodri's hand. Dahlia, you didn't write anything again. Hearing herself exposed like that, she immediately explained. No, I did write.
Her diary recorded that Rodri came today, and we had a lot of fun. After reading it, he softly said, Dahlia. Her face flushed. How much have you written already? Rodri's diary recorded, Imperial Year 332, August 11th. My mother suddenly received an invitation to a tea party at the Count's residence, so I couldn't visit the Averin mansion. I haven't been there for almost a week, but my mother said we should go to the tea party, although I was a little sad, because my mother is handling father's affairs in the capital. But I couldn't bear it. I took a walk in the garden to soothe my sadness, and that's when I met the gardener. He was very friendly. After reading it, Dahlia frankly commented, That's quite a bit, isn't it? Rodri awkwardly read everything she had written. That's right, you've been busy all week. You'll write even more someday. This is the longest part.
Then he decisively read out. Today I found a bakery. The cakes smelled of butter and were very delicious. I like going there, and next time I'll take Rodri with me. I appreciate your effort, Dahlia stammered. It's nothing. Just like that, Rodri and I had peaceful days together. We had known each other for less than half a year, but now we had become good friends. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a younger brother. Dahlia looked up slightly. I've successfully become Rodri's friend, but why do I have this uneasy feeling? Did I overlook something? A moment later, Dahlia was playing with Rodri. The wooden building blocks were neatly arranged when a voice suddenly cut through the air. Rodri. It was Charlena. Rud. That made him drop the wooden block in surprise. She said, Oh. Rodri politely replied, Yes, Mom, what are you doing here? Charlena gently covered her mouth. Oh dear, are you playing? I'm sorry, I just wanted to know if you wanted a snack. He happily replied, Yes, I do. Dahlia instinctively looked up in silence. After seeing Rodri's mother leave, she immediately asked, Do you have a nickname, Rodri? Why didn't you tell me? He was surprised to hear that. I was embarrassed, and my mom doesn't usually call me that. She rarely calls me that, so I forgot. At this moment, Dahlia seized the opportunity. Can I call you that, Rud? He calmly said, You already did. Dahlia's smile was as bright as a small sun, because I knew you'd allow it. That made Rodri's heart flutter again. So, what's your nickname? I want to call you that. She looked calmly. No. That answer stunned him. Why not? Dahlia awkwardly glanced down. I don't have a nickname. I really don't. I almost forgot.
Suddenly, a voice cut in. Dahlia, why are you lying? It turned out to be her mother, Claire, hiding behind the door, covering her mouth and laughing. Dahlia was startled. Mom? She continued. Is it because your father and I call you that way? I can't help it. So, Rodri, you understand her, don't you? Rodri explained. You can't say because you don't want to tell me. You're lying again. She felt helpless, thinking to herself, he'll definitely get angry again if I don't explain this.
I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I just thought you'd be embarrassed to call me by my nickname, and you definitely regret asking that. He immediately cut in. No, I really want to know what your nickname is. Dahlia was silent for a moment. For the first time since they met, she couldn't hide her emotions. Darling, she said. Rodri was utterly shocked. What? Dahlia clasped her hands, her face flushed, and repeated, My nickname is Darling. What do you think? I think I'll die of embarrassment if someone calls me by that silly nickname. But this is so much fun, she giggled. What are you waiting for? Call me by my nickname. Don't tell me you're not going to. He was now completely stunned, sitting motionless. Seeing this, Dalia feigned hurt and turned away. That's why I said it was better you didn't know, but you insisted I tell you. Rodri quickly waved his hands, flustered. No, it's just... He stammered, his face red. She immediately repeated, Darling. Dalia's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed. She was so cute. I didn't intend to reveal my desires to Rodri, but we promised to be honest with each other. I shouldn't feel uncomfortable just because of the nickname. I told Rodri to be himself, yet I've been hiding my true nature.
From now on, I will also be more honest. The next day, Dalia stood in front of him and asked, You can't call me by my nickname today either. That's strange, isn't it? Rodri quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. I'm sorry, Dalia. I'll do anything but that. She cut him off. Anything? He replied. The things I can do. Dalia was surprised, covering her mouth with her hand. What a bargain. Oh my goodness. I was just trying to test him, but he'll do anything for me? Is he afraid of what I might do to him? Why is he so naive? Who will benefit from this? Rodri called out anxiously. Dalia, she happily replied. Me, of course. You don't need to. I'm very touched. He called out again. Dalia, Dalia said. Remember to keep your word. Rodri promised. I will. Goodbye, my conscience. The next day, a gift box was placed on the table. Rodri was reading a book when he suddenly heard someone call out and turned towards the door. Ruth.
Dalia walked in, smiling. I've decided on my wish. He immediately asked, What is it? Dalia cheerfully replied, Let's play house. Rodri's face froze. House? But we're not kids anymore to play that. Just as she expected. Yes, I know, he's looking at me as if to say, how can we play that at this age? But we'll pretend we're a newlywed couple. Dalia sighed. That's true, but I've never played that game. I didn't have any friends until now, so I always played alone. This is the first thing I wanted to do once I could make friends. That's too much, isn't it? He quickly closed his book and said, Let's play then. Dalia immediately brightened up, pointing. Great, you'll be the mom then. Rodri looked 1/3 helpless and 2/3 dumbfounded. What? Holding a gift box, she chirped. So I'll be the dad. Which scene should we start with? I'll pretend I just got home. He reached out his hand. Wait, why am I the mom? I'm a boy, so I'll be the dad. Dalia retorted. Why are girls always the mom and boys always the dad? That's not fair. So what happens if women marry women and men marry men? Rodri was speechless. Huh? That doesn't make sense. She continued. Come to think of it, who's prettier, your mom or your dad? He replied, My mom. Dalia asked further, What about my parents? Your mom is prettier. She persuaded. Right? So, her face serious, she declared. The prettier one should be the mom. Who's prettier, you or me? Rodri fell silent. See? That's why. As she spoke, Dalia untied the ribbon from the gift box on the table.
You should wear this dress, she said, then took out a very beautiful dress. The scene before him was like a bucket of cold water splashed directly onto his face. You want me to wear this? Dalia smiled. Yes. Rodri weakly refused. No, if anyone sees me, my mother will definitely be very shocked. She turned away, thinking to herself, Oh my, he's really good at speaking his mind, isn't he? He continued to express, Most of all, I feel embarrassed, and he was saying when he was unexpectedly interrupted. All right, I'll dress like a boy, okay? Rodri was still bewildered. Huh? When 2 servants grabbed his arms and pulled him away. That's not what I meant. In the changing room, Dalia wore a suit, making the servants exclaim, Oh, you look so handsome, Lady Dalia. She touched her face and then suddenly thought, I can see my father's image. From outside, many voices of praise could be heard. Oh my, how incredible. Oh my God, unbelievable.
All 3 turned towards the door outside to see what was happening. What's going on? A footstep echoed and Dalia's eyes suddenly lit up. Rodri appeared in the dress from earlier. He was unbelievably adorable. She suddenly clutched her chest. Is this the legendary heart attack one gets when seeing something adorable? Seeing this, he was startled and asked, Dalia, what's wrong? Are you okay? Dalia said, Rodri, that's enough. Rodri asked, puzzled. What? She looked up at him. Do you know how adorable you are? Do you want to drive me crazy? He replied with a straight face. Then I'll take it off. Saying this, Rodri took the hat off his head and threw it down. Dalia frantically stopped him. I was just kidding. You haven't fulfilled my wish yet. He softened his voice. What should I do now? She was overjoyed. Excellent. Rodri, you don't want this to end, do you? You just need to do one thing.
Hand in hand, Dalia began the story. I am a minister working in the imperial palace, and you are my wife. We got married for love. Rodri said, Normally nobles marry for political reasons, but we didn't. Anyway, about 3 years ago, we fell in love at first sight at the National Day Festival. However, you were a friend of my brother's fiancé, and he's a philanderer, always surrounded by women. I don't think I can do it well, she reassured him. It's okay, just do as I say. And when it's over, you have to say this. Then Dalia leaned close to Rodri's ear and whispered.
The door burst open. Darling, I'm home! The reply was silence. Darling? His face flushed. He hesitated, then softly said,
Welcome home, my love. He said, looking aggrieved. I wanted to come home as early as possible, so I asked them to let me leave, but instead they gave me even more work, those bastards. I haven't seen you for half a day, but you look more beautiful than ever, my love. Why don't we share a deep kiss? Rudrick's voice was now trembling. Have you had dinner yet? Dalia replied. I've eaten. He stammered. So I thought. She asked. What was that? Rudrick's face grew hotter. Toothpaste. Bathtub. Dalia smiled gently. With me? Damn it, I'm about to explode, he thought. Or, how about... He panicked, but she twisted his words back. What how about it? Rudrick clutched the hem of his skirt, his eyes welling up, about to cry. About... What do you think about? Suddenly he stood up abruptly, ran out of the room, wiping away tears. The sound of the door slamming echoed directly at Dalia. She wiped her nose with her hand. I made him cry again. Rudrick sat silently in the garden, secretly blaming Dalia for being so mean, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Is she always like that? He wondered. Of course, I know she's mischievous and playful like her mother. Well, besides that, she's also kind and mature. When we first reconciled after our argument, she asked me to be friends. She adjusted to me and helped me. It was for both of us, but I know it was mostly for me. It wasn't easy to understand. He continued to think. So I don't mind her teasing, and I'm happy when she's happy being with me. But I didn't know she would go this far. Rudrick buried his face in his hands.
I should firmly reject this idea. I shouldn't start. He recalled when Dalia asked, who is more beautiful, you or I? His lips at that moment seemed to want to say, of course, you. That's what I wanted to say, but I couldn't say it, Rudrick told himself. Later I want to tell her, when I'm grown up, taller, more handsome and charming. An image of the two of them, grown up, appeared. He whispered, can I say that? As dusk gradually fell, Rudrick was startled. Oh, it's almost dark. Dalia must be very worried. I should go back. Suddenly someone approached, startling him just as he stood up. The person spoke. Are you a fairy? The blond boy looked at Rudrick in astonishment. That person was Jaren, the youngest son of the prestigious Hayward family. In truth, he was nothing short of a black sheep in the family. His parents were displeased because he wasn't as capable as their other sons. An image of his parents and two older brothers, always mocking him, appeared. His two older brothers enjoyed bullying the foolish Jaren.
Jaren, like a simple-minded black sheep, was eating when someone said, Jaren, let's go to the Averin Manor. The fork in his hand dropped. Oh dear, please be careful with the food, won't you? Jaren couldn't rebel against his parents, and he was about to be dragged to the Averin Manor. Jaren asked, What about my brothers then? Why me? His father wiped his mouth. The Duke of Averin's daughter is the same age as you. Jaren's mother added, I heard Duchess Bowser will be there too. His father was surprised. Is that so? That's good then. Bowser usually doesn't socialize with other nobles, but it wouldn't hurt to make friends with them, wouldn't it? Duchess Bowser happens to be bringing her son, and he's also Jaren's age. Jaren's mother asked again. Him? He thought to himself, I really don't want to go, then covered his face in helplessness. Clenching his fists, it was all because of the Bowsers. If only Duke Bowser's daughter were there, it wouldn't be a problem. All the rumors about her were good. They said she was kind, beautiful, and elegant.
Of course she can put on a facade, but that's okay. However, there's only one bad rumor about the Bowser family. I heard they are very ruthless. They are worse than monsters, and above all, Duke Bowser is considered one of the cruelest dukes in history. In Jiran's imagination was a young man with a sword. I'm sure their son is just like that. He's probably my age, but they say he's a skilled swordsman, so he must be very big and scary. I heard he also has a bad temper. He might try to attack me if I bother him. His heart pounded. I know their families are close, but I feel bad because Duke Averin's daughter often sees him. Should I protect her? But the thought of the sword made me freeze. No, I shouldn't do anything. I should quietly follow my parents and run immediately if they get angry. It's not because I'm afraid of Duke Bowser's son. Late in the afternoon, Jiran walked in the garden, frowning. I'm lost, he thought. I had hidden while the adults were talking, but where am I? If I can't get out of this forest, do I have to sleep here in this cold weather? He stopped after saying this. No way, he darted off. I'm too young to die, and I haven't made my parents proud yet, and I haven't gotten revenge on my two older brothers yet, Jiran muttered resentfully.
And I haven't been loved yet. After running for a while, he encountered Rodri in a beautiful dress. Rodri stopped, startled. Jaren was also very surprised to meet him. He seemed to short-circuit. Huh? Are you a fairy? Rodri froze stiff on the spot. A fairy? Jaren awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry for staring at you. I'm lost.
I truly couldn't believe such a beautiful person existed. It was unbelievable. Wait, he reached out as he turned to walk away. Grabbing Roderick's hand, he stammered, please tell me your name. He hesitated. Dalia Averin, then quickly walked away. Jaren's heart bloomed. How lovely his name is. Dalia. Meanwhile, Dalia felt his ear itch slightly. Why is my ear itching? Is someone talking about me? Is it Roderick? He will surely be disappointed if I don't compensate him with something. But what should I do? A voice suddenly called out, Dalia! Oh my, look at him! Claire exclaimed in surprise.
She leaned in. You look so much like your father, don't you? She clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Oh my, he would be so shocked to see you like this. I wish I could record that moment so I could look back at it more often later, but unfortunately I can't. I think it would be quite amusing to have your father wear a dress and stand next to you. Dalia gasped in alarm. Calm down, Mom. By the way, where are you going? Claire suddenly remembered. Oh dear, look at me, I completely forgot. Have you seen a boy your age? She gasped in surprise. The Earl of Highwood's son is missing? She replied, Well, I thought he was playing outside, but I can't find him anywhere. Besides, the grounds of this mansion are the second largest in the capital, only surpassed by the royal palace. That should give you an idea that the garden is a complex, inescapable labyrinth. If he's lost, he's definitely in there.
Claire pressed on. But have you seen a boy with green hair and golden eyes? Dalia looked bewildered. Green hair? She immediately thought, what an unusual hair color. After being reborn, I thought I had seen all the hair colors in the world, but this is the first time I've heard of someone with green hair. But if I remember correctly, there's an Odonog character with the same hair color in The Girl in the Silver Bells. That's right, he's the second male lead. I don't know if I should think of him as such or just a supporting character. He doesn't have any important role like a second male lead, but he really likes the female lead. But what kind of character is he? A poet? She added, The boy's name is Geron or Wood. Have you seen him anywhere? She replied, No, I haven't, and I don't have anything to do right now, so let me help you find him. Claire was grateful. Thank you, Dalia. Let me know if you find him. Dalia suddenly remembered. Wait, Redrick, he's wearing women's clothes right now. If anyone sees him, he'll definitely be very embarrassed and won't want to come back here again. It took a very long time for us to reconcile. I really don't want that to happen a second time. Who cares about Geron anymore? Now I have to quickly go find Redrick.
She ran into the garden and called, Roderick! He heard her and turned back. Dalia! Taking off his outer vest, Dalia threw it over his head. Hide, Roderick! What the hell? What's going on? He thought, his face completely blank. She barraged him with questions. Did you bump into anyone? He looked bewildered, still covered by the jacket. No. Dalia was still uneasy. So you didn't meet anyone on the premises, right? Like servants, the butler, staff, or even my parents? You really didn't meet anyone, right? Roderick replied, No. Dalia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Did something happen? She stammered. Well, the thing is... After a long, rambling explanation, Roderick spoke up. I get it. So shouldn't you look for him first? Dalia retorted, How can I? You're my top priority. Otherwise, everyone will see you cross-dressing. Roderick thought to himself, I'm sure the rumors have already spread. She continued, By the way, have you seen Count Hayward's son? He's about your age and has distinctive green hair. Roderick was silent for a moment. Green hair, huh? Then he recalled meeting Jaren. I did see a boy with hair the color of weeds.
Don't tell me that's the idiot who called me a fairy. Roderick pursed his lips. It seemed he was trouble. Despite that, he replied indifferently. No, I don't see anyone. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. I glanced behind me and still saw him standing there, watching. Jaren was now staring intently at the two of them. I thought that bastard had already gone towards the manor. Dalia, noticing the silence, immediately asked, Rudd, what's wrong? He was utterly bewildered now. Why was he looking at Dalia with such infatuated eyes? Could it be? Roderick grabbed her hand. Dalia, let's go, quickly. Dalia asked, bewildered, What's going on? He said, It's nothing. I saw a mouse just now. The two of them went inside. She still hadn't processed it. Roderick seems to really hate mice, doesn't he? From Jaren's perspective, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh.
He kept thinking about what had just happened. Dalia, even her name was beautiful. Is this love? I have to find her. If possible, I must search every corner of these grounds. I'm sure she went this way. Her figure appeared. I found her. Our meeting must have been destiny, and our reunion only confirmed it. However, there was someone else beside her. Jaren was startled. Every cell in his body seemed to stop functioning. Huh? Her smile wasn't meant for him. Internally, he screamed. What's going on? I heard that Duchess Bowser is at Averin Manor. She coincidentally brought her son here, and he's the same age as Jaren. Then his gaze shifted to Dalia, reinforcing his suspicions. Could that be the son of Duke Bowser? Damn it, I couldn't even hold her hand. That flirtatious guy. The thought of them being intimate made him seethe with jealousy. Upon closer inspection, it seemed she had already fallen for him. Jaren felt his heart shatter. Well then, he had no choice but to let go. Farewell, my first love.
And that's how Jaren's first love ended.
Jerome was found and brought home safely. Just as expected, he was only lost in the garden. Recalling the time Rodrik was also there, Dalia thought back. The garden was incredibly vast and complex. She was sure they hadn't run into each other. As time passed, Rodrik pouted. "Dalia, have you really forgotten? Do you know how much trouble you caused me by making me wear a dress?" She clasped her hands apologetically. "I'm truly sorry. When I'm with Rodrik, I feel like I can be myself."
All right, just forget what I said. It's nothing. I won't do it again. When I was a child, playing and talking to myself was a given for me, but we've spent so much time together, so now being alone like before feels strange. Rodrik also changed gradually over time. Now he can easily express his true feelings. However, as he became more independent, he started hiding more things from me. For example, he wrote secret diary entries, which he hid in the place I least often read, the very last page of a book. Dalia rested her head on the table, sighing. I don't hide anything from him, but should I read it? But he didn't tell me about it, so I don't think I should. While he was reading, Dalia tried to ask, Rodrik, are you secretly writing something? Rodrik denied it. No. She said, a little worried, if I ever disappoint you, please tell me right away. He replied, I understand, but that won't happen. Dalia noticed Rodrik's change. My innocent, pure boy had changed. Except for that one time, I never dared to read any of the diaries he hid. I thought he would surely tell me if I hurt his feelings.
But not long after I saw it, she asked curiously, Rodrik, are you carrying a diary? He replied, I just left it right here and accidentally bumped into a stack of books. It suddenly fell, startling Rodrik, and the book he was reading slowly flipped to the last page. Dalia stared at it, and his face turned crimson as he called her name. Dalia! Dalia didn't hesitate and read, When I'm with Dalia, I feel so happy. Every day spent with her is like a dream. I'm so happy that sometimes it makes me anxious. But if there's a God... Rodrik's face was now redder than a tomato. She finished with a sentence, Then I wish these moments would last forever. Silence enveloped him until Dalia spoke. Oh, Rodrik, do you really want to be with me forever? What an adorable kitten. Rodrik could only puff out his cheeks in embarrassment, shouting her name, Dalia, which made her giggle. Rodrik, too embarrassed, became playfully angry and tugged at Dalia's sleeve, but she just laughed like a silly goose. Finally, he laughed along with her, thinking to himself, I really do want to live with her. Rodrik's eyes held a gloomy look. In that moment, I felt his face darken, but I truly didn't expect the reason was that his father had urged him to return home quickly. He explained, I really don't want to go back to the north. Dalia's father, Adelio, inquired, Dalia, you've been spending a lot of time with Rodrik lately, haven't you? She happily replied, Of course. It took a lot of effort, but I successfully charmed him, didn't I? He then wondered, Aren't you still too young for a relationship like that?
Claire said, Dad must be busy preparing for the birthday now. I need to buy a lot of necessary things and also send out invitations. Dalia asked curiously, Whose birthday is it? Grandma replied, Rodrik's, of course, dear. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed loudly, What? Adelio, confused, asked, Didn't you tell her? Grandma sighed. Oh dear, how could I forget this? I thought she already knew. Dalia sat up. Rodrik's birthday, really? Claire wondered, Didn't he tell you? His 10th birthday is next month. She was utterly shocked. What? Next month? Wait, he's already 10? He's at least a head shorter than me. I thought he was 1 or 2 years younger than me. I didn't even know his real age, let alone his birthday. Grandma continued, I suppose you don't know about this either, do you? Dalia looked bewildered. About what? Claire added, You and he will have your first dance together at his birthday party. Upon hearing that, her heart practically exploded.
The sound of applause echoed throughout the room. The instructor counted the beats. 1, 2, 3, turn. Again, 1, 2, 3, turn. The two, hand in hand, moved in sync with the rhythm. The instructions continued to echo. Your heels move with the rhythm, step 1 foot out and turn 180 degrees, then bring the other foot out and turn your body. Dalia accidentally stepped on Rodrik's toes. Lady Dalia, a loud voice rang out, freezing them both in place. Why do you keep making mistakes? You're as stiff as a board and can't even follow the rhythm. If you keep this up, how will you ever dance in front of everyone? She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The instructor turned to him and asked, Sir Rodrik, your dancing skills are truly superb. Have you ever practiced dancing before? Rodrik bowed. No, this is my first time. Hearing this, the person exclaimed, Oh my goodness, how incredible.
They exchanged an awkward glance. Dalia thought to herself, being the male lead truly has its perks. Both of us struggled on the first day of training, but he managed his skills and learned faster. The instructor continued, We'll stop here for today. I'll be back at this exact time tomorrow. Both of you please try your best to practice so you don't make any more mistakes, especially you, Miss Dalia.
She puffed out her cheeks. The instructor gave her an affectionate look, adding, "I'll be keeping an eye on you." Dalia bowed in defeat. "Yes, I'm sorry, Rodri. I stepped on your feet too many times today." He immediately reassured her. "It's okay." She told herself, "I'm sure he's not okay at all. I feel terrible that he's lying like that." Then she smiled faintly. "But I've also made a lot of progress, haven't I?" Dalia was met with unintentional silence. Why isn't he saying anything?
She leaned back into the sofa, crossing her arms. "Oh, forget it. You must be very happy since you do everything perfectly." Rodri encouraged. "I'm sure you'll improve and get better if you practice it more." Dalia asked, "But how did you do it? Do you have any tips so I can imitate those dance moves?" He said indifferently, "Just watch and follow, right?" Seriously, she didn't know what expression to make, completely at a loss. Rodri immediately called her, "Dalia," but Dalia rattled off a string of words, turning her face away. "Oh, whatever. I'm an idiot. I can't remember the dance moves no matter how closely I observe them, so you can practice by yourself." He reached his hand close to hers. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask if you'd like to go outside for some fresh air and sightseeing with me." Looking up at the scene before her, herself, Rodri, and a herd of horses standing majestically, she gave up. Rummaging through her childhood memories involving horses, Dalia shyly said, "There's a truth, Rodri. I'm very afraid of horses." He pondered for a moment, then suggested, "How about we ride together? An adult horse can bear the weight of 2 children. Plus, I'm already used to riding horses, so if you don't mind, it might be better if you ride with me." She immediately choked up and said, "I'll rely on you then." As the horse's hooves strode everywhere, Dalia trembled, clinging tightly to Rodri on horseback. He glanced back worriedly. "Dalia, are you okay?" She kept her eyes tightly shut. I'm fine," Rodri replied. "Then try opening your eyes."
Dalia opened her eyes and looked. The stunning landscape, with its blue sky and white clouds, made her exclaim in awe. She looked around and wondered, "Where are we? I heard this is a place cars can't reach." He said, "Dalia, you can get down now." Before them was a gigantic castle. Dalia praised, "It's so beautiful. How did you find such a wonderful place?" Rodri explained, "The gardener told me. He said that when I feel sad, the best thing to do is go to places with beautiful scenery." She then realized, "Is that what he wrote in his diary?" Rodri continued, "He said I would be very happy."
Dalia was cheerful. He brought me here when I felt pressured with my dance practice. What was even more surprising was that he had never really been close to anyone at the mansion before. She nudged his shoulder. "Look at you. Now you've got another new friend, but I'm still your best friend, right?" Rodri smiled. "Well, of course." "Do you know what else I heard?" Dalia replied. "What?" "They also said that if you stand here, all your worries will disappear. All suffering, sorrow, and negative things will vanish and fly away with the wind." She asked, "Do you believe that?" Rodri was vague. "I'm not sure anymore. I just think it would be great if I came here with you." He turned to look. "Dalia, it's fine if I leave. Shall we head back?" Dalia nodded in agreement. "Let's come here together again next time." Helping her onto the horse's back, Rodri instructed, "The ride back will be faster than before, so hold on tight to me, Dalia." Dalia nodded. "I know. Thank you, Rodri. I'm not scared anymore." But soon enough, I realized I had spoken too soon. The speed was gradually increasing. Was it because we were going downhill? We were running faster than before. No, we were running too fast. The horses were galloping at a dizzying speed.
Ahead was a stone, and suddenly he was thrown from his horse. Dalia's mind was now frozen. He shouted her name. "Dalia!" She called out, "Rodri!" The guards were stunned. When Dalia opened her eyes, where was he? Rodri was holding her in his arms. The guards loudly asked, "Are you all right, Lord Rodri? Take him back to the mansion, quickly." A little blood was flowing from his forehead. After returning to the castle, Dalia frantically apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Rodri's injury is because of me." His mother, Charlena, patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Dalia, everything will be all right. I'm sure Rodri won't regret saving you." Her face was lightly scratched and she sobbed. Inside Rodri's room, she sat by the edge of the bed, slumped over. A hand reached out. "Dalia, why are you sleeping here? Are you all right?" I think I now know where he got his kind and selfless nature from. At that moment, I made up my mind. Dalia looked up, wiped her tears. "I'm not the one you should be worrying about, you idiot." I had to tell myself that I must protect Rodri until he grew up. After that accident, every day I went to the Bowser mansion to take care of Rodri. It was what I had to do.
Inside the red-tiled castle. "I'm here, Rodri." He smiled brightly, greeting her. "Dalia." She asked how he was doing, remarking, "You look a bit thinner. It seems I'll have to take care of you more carefully now." Rodri politely said, "Another day, Dalia. I'm really fine." Dalia refused. "No, you're not. I'll take care of you for the rest of today, and for the days to come." "Whoosh, I'm here, whoosh." Rodri, embarrassed, said, "Dalia, I'm fine now. You should go home today." She was puzzled. "Why? Play with me." The rustle of a cloak echoed. A figure gradually approached them both. Dalia glanced behind her. It was Rudrick's father, Calix, raising his hand, preparing to physically strike his son, making her shriek, What are you doing?" He frowned. "Why are you blocking my way?" Dalia spread her arms as if shielding. "It is an honor for me to meet you, your grace. I am Dalia, daughter of Duke Averin." Calix suddenly interrupted her. "I did not ask for your name."
"I just want to know why you're blocking my way to my son," Dalia thought to herself. "Why else? So I can block your unreasonable actions with my entire body, of course." She explained, "I am protecting him." He asked, "Protecting?" Dalia added, "You suddenly appeared and seemed to be trying to hit your beloved biological son. Isn't it only natural that I protect him?" Calix said, "There's nothing wrong with a father trying to discipline his child." She retorted, "Using violence for no reason is abuse, not discipline. So what did Rodri do wrong to deserve punishment?" He spoke up, "I ought to say." Dalia's face hardened. "Yes, or I'll be forced to refuse to move from this spot."
Calix frowned. "You have no power whatsoever. I could easily crush you with a flick of my finger." She calmly asked, "Are you saying you're going to hit me? If it's necessary, then by all means." Rodri was startled by this. Dalia spoke up, "Oh my, you're going to hit me, the only daughter of the Avendries family? If there's even a single scratch on me, my parents will surely be furious. Even so, you'd still hit me?" Dalia smiled. "Well, if you're angry, then I can't stop you. And of course, my beloved father will stop trading with the North, and surely you won't be able to interfere with that, will you? My father has quite a temper, so he'll put pressure on the merchants trading with the North and cut off all business activities. Not only that, but the North will become even more isolated, and more commoners will have to migrate due to food shortages. But you wouldn't care about that, would you? Because you're the kind of person who could easily push me away with a mere flick of your finger, right?" Calix rubbed his forehead. "Enough. You are a strange girl. You even almost got seriously injured because of my son's mistake." She asked, bewildered. "What?" He explained. "I heard that you don't know how to ride a horse. My son persuaded you to ride with him, but then couldn't control the horse on the way back, putting you in danger. Don't you resent my son?" Calix's face was stern. Dalia's declaration surprised him. "Not at all. Why would that be Rodri's fault? He didn't force me to get on the horse. It was my own free will. I agreed to Rodri's suggestion and got on the horse even though I don't know how to ride," she stated sternly. "Everything that happened was due to my own mistaken decision, so I must take responsibility. And even if I were injured, I wouldn't blame Rodri, because he saved my life. I am very grateful to him. In that dangerous situation, he chose to save me first." Dalia clutched her chest. "Isn't it ridiculous that you're scolding him when I don't resent him at all?" he asked. "How old are you?" she asked back. "What?" Calix repeated. "I asked how old you are," Dalia replied. "I'm 10, isn't that obvious?" Rodri gaped upon hearing that. A moment later, she yelled, "I really hate your father," he reassured her. "Dalia, calm down. I think he's insulted my father enough," Dalia grumbled. "But recalling our previous conversation, I heard that you don't know how to ride a horse. My son convinced you to ride with him, but he couldn't control the horse on the way back, thus putting you in danger. Don't you hate my son?" I've always regretted that Dalia was almost severely injured because of my fault, so I'm glad that only I got hurt.
But Dalia had said, "I am very grateful to him. In that dangerous situation, he chose to save me first." Dalia felt no regret for choosing to go with him. Even if that incident were to happen again, he wouldn't blame her. Thinking back, he was always by her side. At this thought, Rodri smiled. "I truly am a coward." Meanwhile, she was trying to call his name. "Rud, are you listening to me, Rodri?" He startled. "What is it?" Dalia asked. "What are you thinking about?" He stammered slightly. "I was thinking about why we're the same age." She denied it. "No, we're different ages. Didn't your birthday already pass?" Rodri quickly corrected her. "Not yet." Dalia retorted. "Mine has, and besides, I'm even a head taller than you, so I'm much older than you." His eyes widened. "Please, God, let me stay here a little longer." After meeting Duke Bowser that day, their relationship changed quite a bit. Firstly, we couldn't meet again. Charlena said gloomily, "I'm truly sorry. My husband truly doesn't like other nobles coming to our house." She added, "And he doesn't want Rodri to come to Averin Manor anymore either." She nodded. "I'm truly sorry, Dalia." Dalia cursed inwardly. That stupid, brainless idiot. If I had come earlier, he definitely wouldn't have let me attend Rodri's birthday, would he? The second opportunity was even worse. Holding the gift in her hand, she sat and waited. How long would it be until they met again if she couldn't see Rodri because of his wicked father? She didn't even know if he had fully recovered yet. Ever since she met Duke Bowser, Rodri had changed a bit. She knew that Rodri couldn't do anything when he was being scrutinized and scolded by his father, but she was sure he could show her his true feelings. Dalia spoke. "Rodri, will everything really be okay? You're avoiding me, aren't you? What's wrong?" He smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. I'm really doing very well. She mused. Then why do you have that expression on your face? She was sure something was wrong. Rodri was definitely more upset than she was. She could wait, but for how long? They would both eventually have their own paths. Gently caressing the gift box, she would ask Rodri.
When I personally handed him my birthday gift, and soon the day of Rodric's birthday party arrived. Upon seeing her, the maid couldn't stop praising. "My goodness, you look so beautiful, Dalia. You appear like a fairy descended to earth." "Thank you." Dalia happily admired herself in the mirror. "I didn't wear particularly special makeup, but I truly look beautiful. It's a pity I can't dance with Rodri, but at least I can finally see him." Many nobles attended the party today. Claire and Adelia were also there. She kept searching for his figure. "I don't see Rodri anywhere. Is he still feeling unwell?" Adelio turned to remind his daughter, "Dalia, we have something to help Duchess Bowser with, so could you wait in the living room?" She politely replied, "Yes, father." "Is Rodri here too?" The living room was completely silent and empty at this moment.
Thoughts kept swirling in Dalia's head. Was he busy preparing for the party? But she didn't see him outside either. Is Rodri not coming? Is his condition that serious? Suddenly another thought flashed through her mind. Don't tell me he's not coming because he doesn't want to see her anymore. Dalia felt someone standing behind her and immediately turned around. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Rodri was actually here. She had been very worried about him. "Are you okay? You look—" Before she could finish her sentence, Rodri rushed over, and then he made a request. "Dance with me." Dalia thought that health was still the most important thing. "That's not an answer. You don't look well." Rodri calmly replied, "I'm fine." But looking at his face, she could confirm one thing. "No, you're not fine. Is it because of me? Don't worry about me. I don't mind if we skip the dance. I don't want you to overexert yourself." Rodri remained resolute. "I want to dance. We've practiced so much. I've been really looking forward to dancing with you." Dalia still hesitated, but he clenched his hand, out of fear. "I don't think we'll have another chance to do it." They both fell silent, neither saying a word. Dalia then spoke about the problem she was prone to. "I might step on your feet many times. You might stumble or fall, and you might make mistakes. You might even forget the dance steps because you feel too nervous in front of the crowd. I understand and sympathize with that, Dalia. It's okay. I'll be by your side." She felt incredibly touched by these words, their hands clasped tightly together. "Don't say I didn't warn you, Rodri." Outside, the party was lavishly decorated. Everyone was enjoying the joyful atmosphere. Ladies who hadn't seen each other in a long time chatted endlessly. Dalia felt incredibly anxious. "I'm in trouble. I'm too nervous. My mind is blank." Rodri gently squeezed her hand as a gesture of comfort, and he looked straight into Dalia's eyes. With just 3 words, he instilled more confidence. "It'll be all right." Dalia gazed at him dazedly as they danced together to the melodious music of the party. Dalia looked at the young man standing before her. Rodri also looked at her with affectionate eyes as everyone stood watching intently. Their steps flowed together seamlessly. The two of them concluded their dance with a bow. Everyone applauded and praised their exceptional performance. Both broke into bright smiles, chasing away the anxiety they had felt until now. Right after the party ended, he asked her, "What do you think?" Dalia didn't quite grasp his words. "About what?" Rodri didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. "Our dance. It was fine, wasn't it?" She shyly rubbed her neck. "Yes, but—" Rodri wanted to hear her thoughts. "But what?" Dalia explained her fear from earlier. "When I stood in the hall, my mind went blank, making me feel disoriented. If it hadn't been you, I would have run away." He was astonished to hear this. "Really?" She shyly replied, "You know, I'm actually quite timid, but after you took my hand, I started to enjoy it. I was really happy to be able to dance with you." Dalia closed her eyes shyly as she spoke about these things. The next moment, she thought it would have been better not to speak. Those words were truly cheesy. "But it's a shame because I forgot a few steps and stepped on your foot. Is your foot okay?" Rodri couldn't even feel it. "My foot? Yes, it's fine." She felt less anxious. "That's good. I'll practice even more and show you my true skills next time. Later, we'll be invited to other parties, and there's my debutante ball and the annual events hosted by the royal family, so we'll have more opportunities in the future." This only made Dalia more delighted. "So you'll dance with me, right?" Rodri didn't know how to answer when he heard this question. She was still lost in her excitement, which reminded her of his gift. She was waiting for the perfect moment to give it to him. Both naturally turned to each other simultaneously and called out each other's names. She had been waiting for this moment for ages. "No, I'll go first. I have something I want to give you. I wanted to make your birthday extra special, so I prepared balloons and cake. But first, there's something I want to do. This is your birthday gift." "I want to remember the day we first met. Happy birthday, Rodri." He was truly touched. Rodri hesitated, unable to speak. "The truth is, I have to leave." Later, I realized that Duke Bowser intended to move back to the north as soon as he arrived in the capital. However, she refused to move if he brought his mistress along.
From the way she returned, it seemed he had agreed to that condition. Dalia now realized that this was how things were. He still often brought his mistress. They decided to go home after Rudrik's birthday party. I didn't think he would leave so early. It was clear he wanted me to stay far away. Actually, I had a feeling it would happen. I just didn't pay attention to its arrival because I didn't want to say goodbye. I should have clung to him. Even if it wasn't because of Duke Bowser, we would have gone our separate ways anyway. In the novel, Rudrik had to endure endless misfortune. On top of that, war broke out, and we were separated again for perhaps 5 years or more. Dalia clenched her fists in determination, so I couldn't show disappointment now. It's not like we'll never see each other again. In the novel, when Rudrik returned from the battlefield, he continued to be friends with Dalia. We will definitely meet again. Not long after, I would have a chance to see him again. Duchess Bowser secretly invited me to meet her and Rudrik one last time, right before Rudrik left. At his place, you should stay here until spring. As soon as Dalia entered, she looked for Rudrik's figure. Charlena immediately explained, "I'm sorry, Dalia. Rudrik is a bit busy."
She wants to see him immediately. I'll go find him. Rodri has a secret spot, behind a hollow tree at the back of the building. He told me about it the first time I came to the building. This is where Rodri goes if he wants to be alone. Indeed, he was in this cave, but he seemed very downcast. He coldly told her to leave, but more than anyone, Dalia understood that he would cry if she left. She gently sat down next to him. Dalia rested her head and her gaze drifted into the distance. We once promised to climb to the top of the mountain together. We also said we would go to the sea together, fish in the lake, build snowmen when winter came, and you even promised to pretend to be a girl again. Rodrik maintained his cold demeanor. I don't remember. Dalia knew he was in a state of sadness. Listen, honestly, I'm also a little sad that you said you're leaving. We've only just met, and now we have to say goodbye.
Do you remember our first meeting? I kept thinking we were enemies. I greeted you to make a good impression, but in the end, I made you cry just by doing something silly. Rodrik, tell me, you have a bad impression of me, don't you? He immediately spoke up to explain. No. Dalia spoke from the bottom of her heart. Anyway, things started getting worse from then on. You were so timid that I had to take care of you, which only made you feel more insecure. Then I got burned, making you cry over a joke, and I fell off a horse, and now you're suddenly leaving. But you know, Rodri, if I hadn't made you cry on the first day we met, how could we have become close so fast? I know you feel better because of my boisterousness. Yes, I got burned, but we quickly reconciled because of it. And before I fell off the horse, we also visited a wonderful place, and I even got to celebrate your birthday before you left, didn't I? Looking back, it wasn't so bad, was it? Remember to write to each other often, Rodrik. We'll see each other again soon. And I'm so glad I met you. Thank you for being my friend, Rodrik. To which he replied, me too.
It was so good to see you. That's why I don't want to leave. The two hugged each other tightly before parting. Tears streamed down her face, and mine too. I don't want you to go. Charlena had been searching for her, but couldn't find her. Dalia, where are you? The two, holding hands tightly, appeared before her. Charlena was pleased to see them still getting along so well. There are still a few things to pack. Keep going. Dalia responded loudly. Yes, ma'am. The car was already prepared outside the house. Dalia didn't forget to tell Rodrik. Promise me one thing before you leave. He was genuinely curious. What is it? She instructed him carefully, as if an adult advising a child. In the future, you will encounter many difficulties, and there will be times when you won't be able to bear it and will want to give up.
When that happens, do this. Cry out loud, just like you did today. When life gets too difficult, just cry out loud. After crying, wipe your face with this handkerchief, and you'll feel better. When the handkerchief is soaked, I'll come find you. Rodrik was incredibly surprised by these reminders. He smiled innocently. I'll wait, Dalia. The carriage began to roll. Rodrik clutched the handkerchief she had just given him. He wanted to hug it close and keep it safe. Dalia always hoped they would meet again someday. As she watched Rodrik get further and further away, she secretly prayed, hoping that the handkerchief would only be a little damp the next time they met. Please, don't let that boy get hurt too much. Soon after, Dalia wrote him a letter. Dear Rodrik, did you get home safely? You haven't been gone long, but I already feel lonely. I'll have to get used to playing by myself, but it's not fun anymore. I feel bored, and yesterday I slept all day. My parents think I'm too sad, so they advised me to go out and make friends with kids my age. But I'll never find anyone as lovely as you. Anyway, I hope I make another friend and that you can get along with everyone there. Of course, no one is quite like me. There are so many things I want to say, but when I write, I can't remember any of them. It would be great if we could talk face to face. Hope to see you soon. Your best friend, Dalia. He immediately replied upon receiving the letter. Dearest Dalia, how are you? I'm doing fine. Waking up, studying, taking breaks and training.
Nothing has changed. I also thought I'd get used to this, but things aren't as I predicted. I always run into trouble during every class because I can't concentrate. And I never thought my room would be so spacious. And it's the first time the north, where I am, has felt so cold and empty. I'll try my best to get accustomed to it. If I try my hardest to do that, will we meet again soon? Don't be too sad, Dalia. I hope you'll make many good friends. Someone wonderful like you, I'm sure you'll manage it. Be truly happy with your friends, and write to me whenever you miss me. Rodri carefully read the lines she sent him. I'm so happy to receive your reply. I'll stop here. I hope the future will be filled with wonders. Sincerely, Rodri. And so Dalia continued to send him letters each time. To Rodri, my little bunny. Do you know? I want to find a friend like you, someone who is adorable, amiable, and wonderful to be around. But there's no one quite like you. I've been to tea parties, and everyone is incredibly reserved around me. I told them directly not to treat me that way, but it only made them distance themselves further. So all I do is behave well and smile. So don't forget to write back to me. I don't want to talk about how I should be happy with other friends, and I can only write to you.
Should I share some good news with you to help you feel less lonely? The wonderful, beautiful girl named Dalia will have her birthday this spring. Perhaps you'll feel less lonely thinking about the upcoming gift for me, but I'm really looking forward to it. I await your reply, and I hope your future will be prosperous. From Prophet Dalia. Rodri quickly replied, Dear Dalia, happy birthday. It's a pity I can't personally give you the gift. I hope we can celebrate our birthdays together next year. I would be very happy if you could come to my birthday party. You're right, I've cheered up a bit while thinking about your upcoming gift. Actually, I haven't been very happy lately, and this is the first time I've bought a birthday present, so my mom told me to choose a dress. I'm not very sure about the dress I chose. I don't think I'm very good at choosing outfits. I hope I can see you wearing the dress when we meet next time. And I personally picked out another gift. Since you often tie your hair, I'm sure it'll suit you. I hope you'll like it. Once again, happy birthday. May your future be filled with blessings and success. Thank you for being my friend, Dalia. I'll write to you again. Dalia wrote back to him immediately after receiving the gift. Rodri, my dear pen pal, I absolutely love the gift. How did you manage to pick such a wonderful present? You still remembered I like red? It's so sweet how you remember the things I like. You must always have me in your thoughts. I'm so touched. Thank you. I'll use it every day. My parents said they look great on me. I always receive so many compliments about them. I feel like I'm on cloud 9. Thank you for your wishes too, Rodri. I truly appreciate them. I hope we can celebrate our next birthday together. I've already started thinking about your birthday present. Write back to me. From a very happy Dalia.
Hello, Dalia. I'm so glad you liked the gift. If I had known you'd like them, I should have given them to you right away when we were at the mansion. Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed, but I'm happy you like them. I thought for a long time about the best gift for you, handicrafts made from special materials, which won't easily break if you use them. But please take good care of them. I want to see you wear them. When you said everyone complimented you when you wore them, I became very curious. It makes me want to see you right now, but I'll suppress that desire for now. The next time we meet, I'll probably be taller than you. My mother said I'll grow another handspan taller soon. The two of them kept replying to each other's letters. Dear Mr. Rodri, who is getting taller and taller, I promise I'll also be the taller one within this year, so we must meet soon. That way I can consider myself taller than you. I'm growing more mature, you know. Anyway, I won't allow you to be taller than me. I still wish to see you soon, but we need our parents' permission. What do you think if I visit you for your next birthday? Please think carefully before replying. From Dalia, who gets goosebumps at the thought of Rodri being taller than her. He didn't hesitate and wrote back immediately. Dalia, are you all right? Sorry for the late reply. My father took all the letters I wrote to you. Fortunately, my mother said I could send this letter to you.
I don't think my father will let me go to the capital. He doesn't like us exchanging letters. If I tell him I want to see you, he'll lock me in my room. I think it would be better if we met in the summer. The earliest I can meet you is spring. In the meantime, I'll study hard and make him happy so he'll let me go see you. Next time, I'll reply to you sooner. And I'm getting taller. We'll be the same height when we meet again. I'll show you. Wait for me, Dalia. My father has already refused your parents' invitation, but I promise I'll visit you. I'm sorry, Dalia. I really want to see you. Happy 12th birthday, Dalia. I'm sending you extra gifts now in case my next reply is delayed. I've tried my best to convince my father to let you come here. I'm almost forgetting your face. I want to see you again soon. Dear Dalia, I'm sorry. I don't think I can see you this summer. My parents are divorced. I asked my mother to send you this letter, but I don't think we can exchange letters anymore. She's been having a difficult time. I'm sorry I can't tell you the details. I don't know what will happen to me if we meet. I'll write to you when things are better. Dalia, I don't think I can write to you anymore. I can't keep my promise. I'm sorry.
From the bottom of my heart, I hope you can be happy. Stay well. I'm sorry. Sincerely, Rodri.
Rodric's mother was ruthlessly cast out by his father. Get out of here at once. Why? So much so that even the staff there were horrified. Sir, I didn't do it. I never did such a thing. Please believe me, I beg of you. Charlena broke down after those insults. What are you doing? Stop him. How did everything come to this? It happened after we returned to the capital. My parents never got along, but when we returned north, it was as if nothing had happened, so I thought they had reconciled. I had once hoped that my family would live in harmony. I knew that my parents would never compare to Dalia's family, but I thought at least they wouldn't argue anymore. However, I was wrong. She was deeply disappointed in her husband. Liar, you promised. Why would you do this to me? Calix made a demand. Then divorce me. That's what I want. Shut your mouth and live in silence if you don't want to lose your status.
Charlena's entire world seemed to have completely collapsed. Despite all that, my mother didn't divorce, even when that woman came to our house pregnant, and my father gave her the room that originally belonged to my mother, and even when she saw them laughing and joking together. Rodri was at a loss, only knowing how to comfort his mother. The two of them sat and ate together. My mother still maintained her composure, but that incident changed everything. A subordinate approached Calix and reported to him. The lady ordered me to place it there. Charlena didn't even understand what had happened. Upon hearing that, he immediately approached her and slapped her without any reason. Rodri, witnessing this scene, felt truly heartbroken. He was the only one who came to help her up.
He even turned to explain to him. Father, you are doing, Calix coldly ordered. Take the boy away. Rodri was taken away while his mother was still in such a dire predicament. He said to the servant, repeat what you said. The servant repeated, the lady ordered me to give her a small dose once a day. I don't know what it is, I just followed the lady's orders. Charlena didn't even know about this. A small dose? The servant said it was poison. A small amount wouldn't cause harm, but if consumed regularly, it would be dangerous to both the baby and the mother. She was distraught when she heard this news. What are you talking about? That's a lie. I wouldn't do that. Sir, listen to me. How could I get poison? Calix never trusted her, not even once. As a duchess, she was perfectly capable of doing that in many ways.
Charlena wouldn't let this matter rest. Absurd! All I did was follow your orders. How could you suspect me? Calix never listened to Charlena's explanation. There are many reasons why I suspect you. We even have a witness here. Do you think I suspect you without reason? Confine her to the lower residence. Keep a close eye on her. She is not to leave. The servants were abuzz with gossip. I never thought the madam could do something so terrible. I heard the concubine miscarried. His grace is strict, but how could the duchess even think of murder? Poison? How dreadful. She must have gone mad with jealousy. Rodri clenched his fists, anxious about his mother's current situation. He was certain of one thing. No, his mother would never do such things. She drank tea with him every day. If she had been planning such a thing, he would have been the first to notice. I have to see her. Inside the room, a woman's sobbing could be heard. Rodri had snuck in. Mother! Charlena had been crying her eyes out. When will these misfortunes ever end?
She tried to explain but couldn't. Sir, please listen to me. I didn't do that. It wasn't me. I never do such things. Is it true that my father had an affair? Was it because that mistress entered our mansion and she herself begged and pleaded? No, please. It's my fault. I ruined your peace. Please, let me out of here. Calix, did you think you were so much like your father? One morning at the Rodri family mansion, he was sitting in front of the mirror. He still didn't forget to ask about his mother. How is my mother? The doctor said that the madam's symptoms have improved after taking her medication regularly. Rodri truly missed her and pleaded, may I visit her? If Calix found out, it would be a big deal and a bit difficult. After that, he became stronger. Rodri truly hated his father. Then he remembered Dalia's compliment. You are very handsome, Rodri. He clenched his fists. This was one of many times he had cried. I haven't seen my mother since that day. A year has passed since I wrote to Dalia. She always had to live in the shadows. I had to erase my mother's name. But my father insisted that she poisoned his mistress, and even the servants believed it. Would they listen to me? Rodri's condition was getting worse, and my headaches still hadn't subsided. Suddenly, one day, a messenger arrived. Hello, Sir Rodri. I really shouldn't be doing this, but do you remember me? His eyes lit up brightly when he heard the name Lady Dalia, who had asked me to deliver this letter to him. If I get caught, I'll be in trouble, so I can only do this much. Please don't tell your father. Rodri couldn't help but be moved when he read her letter. Dalia's letter to Rodri read, Rodri, are you okay? It's me, Dalia. You must be surprised to see my name written here, right? There are a few things I want to tell you. I'm fine. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. He clutched the paper in his hand. I had stopped writing to her, except for an explanation, so I thought I wouldn't receive a reply. Dalia's worries were all conveyed in the letter. I'm very worried about you. Do you remember what I told you on the day we parted ways? If things get too difficult, just cry, so you don't have to be sad anymore. I hope you won't hold back those tears. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't blame yourself anymore. You are a good person.
Even if we're close, we're still strangers. We don't fully understand each other yet, do we? So if you want others to understand you, you have to speak up first. You can complain because there are many different opinions, but if you say it with all sincerity, one day they will understand. And if they still don't understand, then just keep talking until they do, just like when we first met. At that moment, I thought I could also speak like Dalia, though I wondered if it had even been an option in the first place. But if there was ever a moment to express true feelings, it must be this very moment. Calix was sitting in his meeting room, maintaining a stern expression. Rodri humbled himself and pleaded, "Father, my mother didn't do that. You're the one who knows she's not like that." Calix maintained his own argument. Even good people turn evil overnight, and your mother is just like that. At least he had the courage to speak his mind. Ever since she changed rooms, I visited her very often. I would be the first to notice if anything changed. However, there was nothing suspicious at all.
Calix denied those words. "No, I didn't pay attention to one thing. I really don't understand. What do you mean?" He opened the cabinet door. "To be precise, I don't know anything at all. I trust your mother so much." What Calix took out was a vial of poison. This was found in your mother's room. I was very surprised that it was placed so casually on the shelf. Rodri could hardly believe this truth. "What? No way, that's impossible. I never saw it when I went in there a few days ago. I mean, there's no reason for her to leave evidence in such an obvious place. That means someone is trying to frame her. Give me some time, I'll find out who is behind this." He moved closer to him. "Rodri, you've changed a lot. You can speak up to me like this now. Once you despair, I will tell you the truth."
Honestly, I don't care who the culprit is. The problem is there anyone in this mansion trying to harm our family? Rodri couldn't understand what he was thinking anymore. What is father saying? He had made it clear. I don't care who is behind this. I just need to make sure this never happens again. What does father mean? Calix explained, putting things into perspective, that his mother was a prime example, someone virtuous who, according to him, could be inadvertently cast aside. No one would dare attack me easily, but mother is also part of our family. He still maintained a gentle demeanor towards him. But anyway, Rodri, I'm quite surprised. You used to tremble before me, but now you're old enough to try and persuade me. I appreciate that. However, such behavior is only acceptable at Averin Manor, not here. It seems you've learned some bad manners in the capital. I should discipline you once more. Indeed, come to think of it, the time has come. After all, you are 12 years old now. It's a bit early, but it's the perfect time to reevaluate the situation. Rodri, aren't you curious why the Duke's family members all share similar personalities? Throughout generations, people have called us cold-blooded, heartless, cruel, and inhumane. Rodri, whose hair was painfully gripped by Calix, cried out in plea. I was wrong. He coldly stated, I will give you the answer. It's because we are shaped this way. He couldn't believe this truth. Was this a dream? Calix suggested, take the boy away. He truly was an incredibly ruthless person. Calix had a sinister thought in his mind. You will become like this soon enough. Before Rodri could react, he was violently dragged away by a group of people. They threw him into a pitch-black room as if throwing a corpse. Dazed, his eyes fixed on the slowly closing door, he screamed in panic. Wait! The door slammed shut.
The room slowly darkened and a terrible smell hit him, making him wince. What was this horrible smell? He looked in horror towards the corner of the room. It smelled fishy and musty. He frantically looked around the room as if something was rotting. Rodri glanced around, his eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness, and that's when he noticed the motionless shapes on the floor, the decaying bodies. The entire room was nothing short of a slaughterhouse. Isn't this supposed to be a warehouse? This is where they dumped the bodies of the people after slaughtering them. A mass grave? His heart pounded wildly. Every vein felt like it would burst. He gasped for breath, his hands trembling as he backed away, muttering, no. He wondered why he had locked him in here. Rodri shivered, looking at the corpses with sunken eyes. How long would he have to stay here? Half a day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, a month? Had he abandoned him? Would he die in here? He screamed, Father! He repeatedly pounded on the door and yelled, Please let me out! I'm sorry, Father! He hit the door so hard his hands were scraped. First, I called out to my father, begging him for forgiveness. I blamed myself for being too curious and promised never to disobey him again. His heart was filled with regret. Then I called out to my mother, apologizing for not being able to stop father. I regretted pushing her away when she rushed towards me. I was truly terrified then, and still was, so I wanted her help. I continued to call for the servants. I even spoke the name of the knight I had trained with. He felt as if he was falling into the deepest abyss of darkness, yet no one answered. He pressed his loves together, thinking, and then, his mouth tightly pressed, trembled as it opened again. I called out the name of the person I had always wanted to call. His voice broke as he called out the last name, Dalia. He recalled her small hand gripping his, the handkerchief she gave him when he trembled with pain. In that moment of recollection, a faint glimmer of light seemed to pierce through the darkness. She gently said, "When life gets too hard, don't keep it inside, just lay it all bare. If this handkerchief gets wet, I'll come find you." Clutching himself tightly, he softly called, "Dalia." He gripped the handkerchief she had given him, muttering, "How long must I wait?" He sank into thought. When I was exhausted from screaming and crying, I fell asleep. When I woke up, there was bread and water beside me. I ate it, pounded on the door, screamed, fainted, slept, and woke up many times. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed from somewhere. "It's very comfortable here, isn't it? You don't need to think about anything at all." He continued to think. Then one day, I heard a voice.
The voice echoed again. The darkness was so warm and the silence so good. "You don't need your father or any memories." Gradually, he accepted it, his eyes wide as he looked towards the source of the sound. Memories? That voice was right. Why was I suffering so much? Emotions are just a waste of time. I want to be numb and peaceful like this. He trudged along, looking disheveled, with two people trying to support him as he walked. He wearily opened his eyes. In retrospect, their figures were moving further and further away. Behind the shadows of the three figures, a blood-stained handkerchief lay scattered. What happened to the handkerchief? Somewhere in the estate, the servants whispered amongst themselves, "Is the madam okay?" Of course not. We had a difficult time trying to stop her from hanging herself. The servants continued their conversation in the dimly lit room, where only a sliver of light pierced through the window. What about that mistress? I heard she can't get pregnant anymore. Anyway, it's been really scary at the mansion these past few days, hasn't it? Little did they know that Rodri was in that very room, staring thoughtfully out the window. They continued. First of all, young Rodri is a completely different person now.
They continued to gossip. Several times the night took him away, and he disappeared for days. What if they're doing something terrible to him? Someone whispered worriedly. Will everything be all right? He won't be here during the winter hunt. The conversations never ceased. After the lady lost consciousness, it seemed young Rodri had also gone mad. The rumors grew thicker. In the darkness of the garden, Rodri's eyes silently followed them, deep and distant. They continued, "He has lost their son." He walked indifferently. In his head, only a sigh echoed. How boring. It's still the same as ever. And everyone had the same reaction. How utterly boring. I want something exciting to happen. And then one quiet evening, the entire mansion suddenly echoed with the panicked screams of a servant. "Help! Is anyone there?" Rodri stood still at the foot of the stairs, his eyes unmoving as he watched his father collapse on the cold stone floor. The servant frantically shouted, "He's injured! Call a doctor immediately!" His mistress burst into sobs. "Oh no, my lord!" He smiled a mischievous smile. Beneath the bandages, his father's eyes looked straight at him. Rodri spoke in an even, expressionless voice. Serves him right. Dalia woke up with a start, sweat and tears soaking her cheeks. She gasped as if she had just escaped an unspeakable nightmare. Dalia wiped the tears from her face. I had that dream again. In that moment, a memory resurfaced. The butler rushing to her family. "My lord, there is an official letter from the royal family." Her father held the letter thoughtfully. She looked at him worriedly and asked, "Should I go, father? How can I send someone else in my name?"
Her father smiled. "Dalia, I'm so glad you were able to protect yourself and your mother." She rubbed her eyes and continued thinking. These scenes weren't in the novel. Perhaps that's what Dalia had truly experienced. The emotions she felt at that moment were very strong, but wasn't she just a supporting character? Why were her memories so vivid? A fierce headache struck, as if to sever the stream of memories.
She clutched her head. As she tried to recall them, her head started to ache again. This wasn't good. Dalia mused. The Silver Bell Girl took place several years after the war, so she didn't know how to stop the war for at least a decade. She didn't even know why it started or what happened. From the beginning, the war was merely a tool for the female lead to heal the male lead's wounds. She took out a blank sheet of paper and seemed to be searching for a lost piece of memory. She knew that the Empire had won the war, but she had no idea what had happened to her family. Dalia stood silently by the table, her hands resting on the pristine white paper in front of her, her eyes heavy, as if struggling with an unspoken decision. If her father truly participated in that war, she needed to make sure he returned safely. She thought she should do everything in her power. Dalia picked up the pen, her face tense. She thought to herself, in a few days, she had written down everything she remembered from the novel. Based on the results, she had found a few clues about the war, which was most helpful. She recalled a man once saying, even if a few empires had formed an alliance, they were nothing compared to the mess within our own empire. The war could have ended sooner if it hadn't been for the plague.
Dalia brought a hand to her lips, her eyes troubled and filled with extreme anxiety. She began to speculate. That's right, it's the plague. If I can't stop the war, then why not just stop it sooner? If I find the cause before the war... She stared intently at the documents before her gaze serious yet tinged with worry. If I find the cause before the war, I can make it end sooner. She secretly investigated throughout the capital. After that, she became truly busy. From signs of war to the cause of the plague, she checked all around the capital to see if there were any signs of war, and she searched for the latest information about the plague to find its cause. Even amidst rumors at parties, she didn't miss a single clue. She sought out rumors and reviewed information, but even so, she was still awakened by endless nightmares. Meanwhile, the story in her dreams continued. Tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes on those nights. She told herself, no, it's not just a dream. Even if this truly happened to Dalia in the novel, I won't let it end that way. To soothe the pains of this body, she reassured herself. Calm down. Breathe, Dalia. Everything is going in the right direction. That day, she stepped out into her garden. With a serious expression, she thought, today I have 2 classes to attend, so I need to look for some information. Suddenly, her mother's voice interrupted Dalia's thoughts. Her parents happily looked at her, then broke into natural smiles. Her mother rushed towards her and shouted, "Come here!" She looked at them, a surprised expression on her face. Warm rays of light shone into her crimson pupils. Her mother pulled out a chair for her. She sat down, feeling flustered. Her parents said in a slightly hurt tone, "You've been so busy these past few days, you haven't even talked to your parents anymore."
Claire looked at her, smiled, and pinched her cheek. You should rest a bit, princess. You need to spend time with us too. She avoided her mother's gaze, looking at her father in embarrassment, and said, I think Dad is even busier than I am. He gently picked up his teacup. I've talked to your mother and rearranged my schedule. Sometimes we all need time to relax. He smiled warmly and gently looked at his little daughter, then said, Dalia, I hope you don't let yourself get too stressed. She looked at him, her heart tightening. She smiled happily for a moment, then said, Yes, I won't. She thought, my parents know I've been doing something while studying. They're just pretending not to notice because I don't want to tell them. I'm so lucky to have parents like them. Every word she spoke seemed to emphasize, I will protect my family's happiness at all costs. She crossed her legs, leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and with a pensive expression, thought, I need to organize the information I found first. I've almost found a clue about the epidemic, but there are no signs of an outbreak, nor has anything suspicious happened. She continued to think, does that mean the war will still happen suddenly? What's the reason behind it?
She leaned back in her chair again, a pensive expression on her face as she continued to think. Rodri, it's been a long time since I heard anything about him. I wonder what he's doing. She recounted. A few days later, I had the answers to my questions, but they were not good news. Inside her family mansion, a servant's voice screamed, Lady Dalia. She turned around, and the servant continued, Duke Bowser is gravely injured. Hearing this, her eyes widened in astonishment.
The Empire's frigid northern border is besieged by barbarians and fierce monsters, but the Empire isn't overly concerned about the north. This is because the Bowser family, the strongest knight family, is meant to protect it. However, these knights, chosen through strict standards and rigorous training, have failed. Even the Imperial family holds the Bowser family in low regard because of this. However, to elaborate, due to a sudden increase in fierce monsters, half of the knights have fallen, and their leader, Duke Bowser, is unconscious. Soon, people began to murmur, is there any chance of recovery? He's been unconscious for half a month, and even the doctors can't guarantee his survival. Rumors began to spread, and the entire empire started buzzing about the future of the Bowser family. They began to discuss Rodri's family. What about the successor? Doesn't Duke Bowser's wife have a son? Let that boy succeed now. The Averin family did not object. The heads of other families said, there's no reason for us to help Duke Bowser, he has never helped us. They continued to argue. The Bowser family gained almost nothing from the monster hunt. However, they couldn't explain their poor showing this year, having sacrificed many knights. Therefore, it's highly likely they will lose everything. Our businesses would be negatively impacted if we were to support them with that kind of money. Wouldn't it be better if they owed us? Meanwhile, Dalia stood outside the door, leaning against the door where the families were arguing. She subtly peered through the crack in the door where the other families were arguing. The Bowser family still have half of their knights who could be deployed as soon as Duke Bowser recovers. Can we oppose him? His family's credibility, their supreme commercial position in the arid north. She pressed her lips together. The families continued. I'm also against it. Even if they manage to overcome this crisis, it will cost a lot of money until he fully recovers.
She looked through the crack in the door and watched her father, thinking to herself, I already know what I have to do with all the information I've gathered so far. She placed her hand over her chest, then looked at her father and said confidently, Father, you must be planning to go to the meeting to discuss the Bowser family, aren't you? Please allow me to join you. Her father said loudly,
I have invited everyone to this meeting to discuss the matter. He continued to brace both hands on the table, then looked at the representatives of the families and said, "What shall we do about the Bowser family's crisis?" She thought gravely, "I will do anything to persuade the vassal nations. The Averin family is a merchant family, so they will clearly weigh the pros and cons." Her gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. She surmised, there's no way they would help for free. She gently raised her hand. The representatives of the different families looked at her. She said seriously, "There is something I wish to show you all."
She thought to herself, I'll tell them why they need to help the Bowser family. A family representative spoke up. We don't quite understand, Lady Dalia. She leaned both hands on the table, then laid out the documents she had researched and gathered, and continued to explain. 5 years ago, Panatos left the Royal Alliance. Kinzen, Stello, and Hessen followed suit over the next 3 years. Recently, more and more small nations like Gutenberg, Fontaine, and Carthago are looking to break away from their own royal alliances. And did you know that over half of these nations have already sided with Roendel?
She stated sternly and emphasized that war would break out in just a few years. Everyone murmured, "What? War? There are no signs of it." A young man raised his hand and spoke up. "Lady Dalia, we are not certain if war will break out. Moreover, even if the separatist states were to gather, they would be no match for the royal family." She thought seriously. "No, there will definitely be war." She replied to the man, "You are right, but we are not sure if the war will break out due to that tiny issue. However, we cannot deny that it is impossible, and if it does happen," her eyes smiled confidently, "the experienced knights of the Bowser family would be an excellent choice." Hearing this, everyone became even more agitated. The man continued, "Even so, we would have to bear enormous costs for charity work in preparation for such a rare possibility." She glanced back and asked, "What do you mean, charity work?" She said sternly, making everyone in the room feel as if they had been struck by lightning. "Of course, we will also demand a corresponding condition." She thought, now they see the logic, truly merchants. Someone asked, "What will we demand, Lady Dalia?" She smiled and continued, "Some authority over the soldiers of the Bowser family." She gently stood up. "Our Averin family has never had to experience war before, but the knights of the Bowser family have experienced countless campaigns over the years, so they are already excellent in this field. If we help the Bowser family regain power, then those knights will surely help us achieve victory." The man looked at her questioningly. "Is that your demand?" Dalia placed her hand over her chest, her face radiant, and said, "What if we take half the reward? In other words, we are leveraging their strength." Everyone murmured, "It's like a gamble, but it's worth trying. Yes, it's a good opportunity, and it's worth the risk if it involves the knights of the Bowser family." She secretly rejoiced. "Excellent."
Dalia looked at everyone, thinking they seemed to agree. The key here must be to convince the Averin family. An experienced-looking woman spoke up. "However, will the Bowser family agree to join our war?" She thought, in reality, that was the real big problem. The Bowser family soldiers are Bowser's key knights, so if their power were exchanged for money, it would hurt their pride, and they might not agree to let the Averin family borrow their military power whenever needed. Dalia pondered, but Rodri would know why she had given this reason for this unreasonable proposal, and he was certain that their side would not be able to use the soldiers as they wished. She smiled gently and said, "Yes," she nodded confidently. "I'm sure they will agree," she emphasized. "Right, Rodri?"
Meanwhile, at Rodric's family council meeting, he said, "I agree." A blue-haired man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Lord Rodric, what did you just say?" With an expressionless face, he said, "Is there a problem?" The man angrily yelled, "Problem? Are you joking with us? We are being humiliated, and you accept that?" In a voice full of indifference, he replied, "They are trying to save us, not humiliate us." The man shouted, "Help? That's ridiculous." The man beside him restrained him and said to Rodric, "You are too young to understand what's happening. The Averin family has overstepped their bounds." He asked in a sharp, cold voice, "So you refuse?" Rodric calmly asked, "Is there any other solution? Most of the nobles in the royal family have turned their backs on us, and pride won't solve this problem." Hearing this, the man immediately faltered. Everyone whispered, "Just like his family, he shows no respect." His gaze turned sharp, his sea-blue pupils deepening further. Everyone in the room felt a flicker of worry. He looked at everyone with an expressionless face and said, "I want to be different from the previous duke." He drew his sword. "But you have left me no other choice." With a single strike, a blue light surrounding the sword slashed directly into the table. Everyone exclaimed in horror, "Does he have aura?"
His face remained impassive, his deep blue eyes growing ever more profound. Power decides everything. Now you know who will make the decisions. Dalia recounted that she had received a letter from the Bowser family immediately after sending her request. The letter stated, "We agree to the proposal, Lord Rodric Bowser." She smiled gently as she looked at the letter and thought, "It took a while. I suppose a lot has happened to the Bowser family.
but Rodri trusts me. I will certainly repay his trust. She pondered. I will ask the Averin family to help the Bowser Knights and provide food for the North. That's what I need to do. Dalia thought, I need to meet that person. Dalia looked at the house in front of her and thought with disappointment, it's so dilapidated. She knocked on the door. Excuse me? Receiving no response, she continuously pounded on the door. The woman opened the door and angrily yelled, What the hell? It turned out she was Hestia. She continued to yell, If the door breaks, can you pay for it? She suddenly stopped, then trembled as she pointed at Dalia and said, Huh? Who are you people? Dalia held a bag of gold coins and said, This is 120 million. She suddenly said sternly, with an assured tone about the gold. Hearing that, Hestia shrieked and lunged forward. The girl with long curly red hair was named Hestia Arstis.
She is an extraordinary talent who invented the first treatment for the plague and was recruited as the royal physician. However, she has a rather eccentric personality. She always goes crazy for money, whether it's a little or a lot. She graduated early thanks to her outstanding achievements, and her workplace was none other than the Jordan Family Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Count Jordan, therefore, was extremely jealous of Hestia's intelligence, and he fired her after stealing all the pharmaceutical formulas. Dalia's red eyes stared at the figure in front of her, thinking to herself she couldn't believe they would discard such a talent in this remote area. If it were her, that would never happen.
Hestia sat on the ground looking at the gold coins in astonishment. She burst out laughing. Oh my God, what kind of joke is this? Dalia walked over and picked up a gold coin. It's no joke. She knelt down opposite Hestia. I'll give you even more if you agree to help me. Hestia was surprised. What? Dalia stood up and looked at her. Hestia, I need you. At a small house. So what exactly do you need me to do for you? Dalia calmly sipped her tea. You're researching a disease, aren't you? Hestia uttered a, huh? Dalia asked her. You're continuing your late grandfather's research after he passed away, aren't you? Hestia jumped to her feet, stammering. How do you know? Dalia said. I heard it's a rare and highly contagious disease. Hestia immediately replied. That's right. I think you know it very well. Dalia thought. Hestia had been researching the rare disease before the war broke out because her grandfather died from it. Perhaps he contracted it during his research. Finishing her thought, she clasped her hands together. I apologize for investigating your background without permission, but I'm truly in a hurry. Hestia simply uttered one question. Why? She then fell into contemplation and replied, I need a cure, she said with a slightly melancholy expression. It won't happen too soon, but the life of someone I cherish is about to be in danger. Hestia looked at her in surprise. Dalia waved her hand, and someone immediately brought a briefcase. I heard that Duke Jordan has cut off all your funding, which is why you can't continue your research institute. The briefcase was opened, revealing bags of gold inside. Dalia took out a piece of paper. I will fund all your research expenses as well as your living costs. She then continued to explain. I promise to provide the finest facilities for your research at the royal family, along with a reward commensurate with your research. Duke Jordan can't do anything to you. Hestia's eyes widened as she looked at the logo on the paper, exclaiming in surprise, Averin Royal Family. Dalia smiled. It's a bit late for introductions, isn't it? I am Dalia Averin, the only daughter of Duke Dalia. Then she gently took off her hood, revealing a radiant face. I am here because I want to invest in you. Don't you want to become wealthy? Hearing this, Hestia was astonished by her words. She rushed forward, grabbed Dalia's hand, and exclaimed loudly, Master!
Hestia accepted my offer, dedicating her life to research and promising to find a cure within 5 years. After concluding negotiations with Bowser's and beginning the search for a cure, each day that passed was the calm before the storm. I regularly received reports on the research. And in the year I turned 17, a beautifully arranged table laden with sweets was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Sir, you have a letter from the royal family. The war broke out earlier than it did in the story. On a beautiful day, Dalia and Claire were seeing Adelio off, and he told the mother and daughter, I will return soon. Adelio embraced Dalia. Dalia, it pains me to leave such a heavy burden on you. She hugged him back. It's all right, father. I will protect Avalon. He turned and called out, Claire. With a sorrowful expression, she urged him, Adelio, please come back safely. He looked at her kindly. Don't worry. Adelio's arms wrapped around Claire. Don't cry anymore. You're making me sad. I'll be back soon. Dalia watched the carriage, silently wishing, Father, please return safely. 1 year and 6 months after the war broke out in Garrison, a voice rang out. Have we found the commander-in-chief leading the Allied forces? He must be eliminated immediately.
The silver-haired young man is the prince and chief captain of Hyperonia's royal army. Who will bring his head back? A voice replied, I will. I'm certain I can, sir. It was 18-year-old Rodri Bowser. The others began to murmur, What? But you're still too young, and he's very cunning, always hiding deep within the territory. If you make a mistake, you'll die. You should reconsider. This is no time for rash actions.
A voice cut in. That's enough. He asked, Duke Rodri, will you be able to do it? Rodri immediately replied, yes, I will eliminate the small elite squad. When afternoon arrived, someone spoke up. It's too late. He must have failed.
The voice continued, if Duke Rodri is captured alive or dead, the Bowser family will— At that point, someone exclaimed in panic, look! Fresh drops of blood dripped down as Rodri, with a cold expression, carried a still bleeding human head in his hand. At the celebratory feast, people clinked glasses and chatted. I thought the Duke was just a snot-nosed kid. Who would have thought he'd bring back the head of the enemy captain? It's shameful that we doubted the Duke. At that age, he's truly brave. The Bowser family is still as strong as ever. Adelio sat in a corner, listening to the entire conversation. When the war ends, I must marry my daughter to him. Oh dear, just keep your ambitions to yourself, he thought. Before, they were so certain the Lord would lead them to their deaths, but now they were cheering him on. He couldn't stand their selfishness. Outside, the moon shone brightly. A voice rang out. I feel more comfortable now that I'm breathing fresh air. Hearing a sound, he turned to look. Then he gently pushed aside the tall grass, muttering to himself, Is someone here? Adelio's eyes widened in astonishment. Rodri, covered in blood, was leaning against a tree trunk, panting. He shouted, Rodri! A year and a half ago, wherever Rodri went, people would gossip about him. Is that Duke's son? He's here to join the war? He'll probably be useless. He's still too young. Adelio, who was nearby, also heard those unpleasant remarks, stunned by their discussion. He thought, Is that really Rodri Bowser? I remember the boy being smaller and more delicate than my own daughter. Dalia used to drag him everywhere. The boy was quite shy and always embarrassed when they met, but when he was with Dalia, he always smiled brightly. He paused for a moment. However, looking at Rodri before him, he knew the boy had become a completely different person. In the afternoon, as the sky was gradually changing color, Rodri now beheaded people without batting an eye. An emotionless face, cold, empty eyes. The way the boy killed with such a blank expression reminded me of his father. Adelio walked over to Rodri, who was slumped on the floor. Duke Rodri, he asked gently. It's been a while. Do you still remember me? Rodri looked up, but didn't answer. Adelio then changed the subject. Looking back, it feels rather awkward to inquire about your well-being. Has anything particular happened? Only then did Rodri speak. Nothing special. He smiled and sighed, then told him that Dalia had been worried when he cut off contact with her.
His words startled him, making him widen his eyes. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. His hands clutched at his clothes. Then he only left one question. Is that so? He thought to himself, I tried to talk to the boy, but he still doesn't seem very comfortable. At this moment, Rodri was enduring pain that made him break out in a cold sweat. Adelio shouted, Rodri Bowser! He grabbed his shoulder, asking with concern, What's wrong? Are you all right? Why didn't you tell us you were injured? With that, Adelio hoisted Rodri onto his shoulder, despite Rodri saying, I'm fine, it's not that serious. Adelio snapped, Nonsense! How can you say that when you can't even walk? Adelio said honestly, I understand you don't want to show your weaknesses. He continued gently, but it's okay to lean on someone when you're going through a difficult time. Good heavens, neither you nor Dalia ever talk about your own difficulties. Those words made him reflect. He spoke up, I understand. Even in pain, Rodri smiled when he mentioned Dalia. Is Dalia like that too? A year and a half after the war broke out, at Averin Manor, a castle with a red-tiled roof, a loud shout echoed, Father! Dalia slammed the table, sighing, Why is there so much to do? In the morning, I have to deal with yesterday's unfinished paperwork. In the afternoon, I also handle documents related to the duchy. In the evening, I go to check on the progress of disease treatment research. She slumped her head onto the table, thinking gloomily, Did I become Dalia just to live such a busy life? I'm so tired I could die. Looking at the pen in her hand, she fell into thought. Thanks to hard work, the duchy is still stable. It's good that everything is being resolved little by little.
However, if I find a cure for the plague, how should I spread it? This is a new disease. The original account says even the royal physicians couldn't develop a cure. What would happen if a young noblewoman living in the slums suddenly found that cure? Some would worship me as a god. Others would suspect me, she thought. They might even think my family spread the disease. The royal family had kept the empire's 3 main noble families under scrutiny. They would do the same if they suspected the Averin family. She frowned in thought, outwardly satisfied. But they would be extremely watchful, and if they found any fault, they would destroy us. I must find a way to spread the cure as naturally as possible. Unless, looking at the documents before her, she sighed inwardly, I'm too busy to think straight.
A voice called out, Lady Dalia, please review a few resumes of the candidates for chief assistant. A young man with light blue hair, the temporary assistant Lowell Kitman, said to Dalia, Do you remember your promise to make a decision today? Dalia replied, resting her chin on her hand, That's right. There's only one set left. Suddenly she paused. Wait a minute. What exactly is a chief assistant? She explained. They are indispensable to the Averin heir.
All heirs go abroad to study, so their chief assistant will help them during that time and continue to assist them until the heir becomes the head of the Averin family. My father's assistant, Lowell, is currently helping me." Dahlia frowned, thinking as she held the document. "Because of the war, studying abroad has been postponed indefinitely. I'm already too busy. Now I have to recruit someone too, huh?" Lowell cheerfully instructed, "You absolutely must choose someone so that everyone knows you also have your own personal secretary." Opening the document, she thought with a sense of familiarity. His name sounds so familiar. Have I met him before? She pondered. After graduating as valedictorian of the Royal School of Economics, he worked as an investment strategist for Rubabel Company. She wondered to herself, Rubabel Company is one of the most famous companies in the Royal Trade Organization. If he was an investment strategist there, he must be a very talented person. Dahlia read the resume carefully and wondered, but why would he want to become a secretary for the Averin heir? He wouldn't be working directly with the Duke. She held the resume in her hand, pondering. Why did he apply here? She opened the letter, and her eyes immediately fell upon the line, "I have never forgotten you, the owner of my heart." Reading that, she froze. She asked, "Is he delusional?" Jaron Hayward, 19 years old. After a painful breakup with his first love, he channeled all his energy into his studies, which allowed him to develop his talents. The discarded child of the Hayward family suddenly became the valedictorian of the Economics Department and a farewell speaker at the graduation ceremony. He eventually became an investment strategist for Rubabel Company. However, one day, a group of people were buzzing with chatter. "Have you all seen the announcement? The Averin family is hiring a chief secretary for the heir. Duke Averin is on the battlefield, aren't they? Do they have the capacity to hire new people at this time?" Jaron thought Lady Dahlia must have grown up during quite a difficult time. As he thought of it, the image of a graceful, long-haired young woman in a dress appeared in Jaron's mind. She not only had to worry about her father's safety, but also had to bear the Duke's responsibilities. How could Lord Rodri leave her behind to go to the battlefield? There were even rumors at one point that they were engaged. How pitiful, Lady Dahlia. His carriage arrived in front of the castle, and Jaron secretly rejoiced. "Yes, my chance has come. I will be a steadfast support for her to lean on." He came to the door, and even though 8 years had passed, he eagerly awaited. That time was neither short nor long. He had grown up with his love for her. The door opened. She was now just on the other side. Dahlia's plump red lips parted slightly, her focused eyes looking at Jaron.
Making him blush in embarrassment, she spoke up and asked, "Who are you?" Sunbeams streamed through the window frame when suddenly a burst of laughter erupted. Dahlia buried her face in the table to suppress her laughter, while Jaron was blushing crimson. She lifted her head. "I mean, what a coincidence. You happened to meet Rodri when he was cross-dressing and thought it was me? Rodri said he didn't meet anyone in the garden that day." Dahlia said with a radiant smile, "You have underestimated the master of your heart, Sir Jaron." Jaron was so embarrassed he could have cried. "Please forget that letter. Please don't speak to me so formally anymore, Miss Dahlia." She replied, "All right, I've never laughed this hard before." He said, "I'm glad I could help." Dahlia became serious again, resting her chin on her hand as she asked, "What should we do now? Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, do you want to continue the interview? The current situation is a bit different, but you are truly a capable person whom I very much want to keep by my side." But then Dahlia added, "Or perhaps you'd prefer to work at the Bowser household." Jaron, embarrassed, said, "Please continue the interview." She replied, "Great, now then." Dahlia looked straight at him and said, "Let me ask you a few questions." She thought to herself, Jaron was truly a talented man who once worked at Rubabel Company. Dahlia silently assessed that he had answered all her difficult questions with ease. Finally, she felt good, which meant he knew the answer she had been searching for all this time. Unconsciously, she blurted out, "There will be an epidemic here."
Jaron's eyes widened. She quickly interjected, apologizing before he could finish his sentence. "I mean, what would happen if a pandemic broke out during a war?" Dahlia then continued, "And we've coincidentally found a cure. How would we spread it secretly? What would you do if you were me in that situation?" He wondered, "Why don't you spread it to everyone?" She replied, "Nothing good would come of it if everyone knew it was me." Jaron stared at her, making her wonder, "Do I sound that scary?" The silence was broken by the question, "You mean you want to distribute the medicine without revealing the source?" He rested his chin in his hand. "If it were me, I would give that formula to someone else." Dahlia asked, "Formula?" Jaron immediately replied, "If we're talking about that rampant infectious disease, we'll need a rather large quantity of medicine." "Where will people get them?" she immediately asked. "What if we set up a production headquarters in another kingdom?" he suggested. "And that place will become a large enterprise, and it will be discovered soon," she mused. "Right now you're referring to the limitations of spreading the medicine." Jerome gently replied, if you want to make a profit, there's an idea to produce a small quantity and then sell it at an exorbitantly high exclusive price. Dalia placed her finger on the table. That's not my purpose. Seeing her ponder, he replied, I thought so when you wanted to spread it secretly. She retorted, then why did you ask such a question? Jerome gently raised his hand to scratch his head, then replied, well, I just wanted to know your purpose to make a final decision. She glanced at him. A decision? She thought, did he realize that it wasn't just an interview question? If he knew I was asking this for a specific reason, things would go much smoother. Jerome extended his hand and continued, what if we set up a shell company and don't need to be linked to any country? A shell company, as its name suggests, is a business operation not dependent on any country. Outwardly, they appear very free, but the risks will increase if that enterprise doesn't have support or benefits from countries. Usually famous companies only set up shell companies when they need to store slush funds.
He pointed a finger at his palm as he instructed. It requires a significant, no, an enormous amount of immediately available capital. You can buy as many small businesses from different countries as possible. The hardest problem here is financing. She thought, capital? Her mouth, however, replied, do you know any businesses to buy? Duran immediately explained, I have some connections from my time studying at the academy and working at Rubabel. I know a few small investment clubs that can help you. Also, this is how I did it at Rubabel. I've been keeping an eye on a few investment clubs for a while now. Dalia was stunned when she heard that. You've come up with an excellent plan, she said. She then asked, you knew I would ask this, didn't you? This made him flinch, and he stammered, what? But I just... Her eyes scrutinized his every expression. She thought, his reaction is really strange. Or does Duran also know the future? Or has he realized that war is coming? Dalia exclaimed, you!
Duran said, covering his face, I just want to be able to help people someday. After hearing that, she was full of questions. What? Duran replied shyly, to be recognized as an heir, one needs achievements. I think I'll help people in the future if I have to prepare for something, even if it's not Mahdi Company. Only then did she say, don't tell me you... Dalia covered her mouth, but still said, you've never loved anyone since you were little, have you? Although Duran had covered his face, he couldn't hide his embarrassment. He replied, yes, that's right. Go ahead and laugh at me. Hearing that, she teased further. I'll definitely help introduce you to Rodri. He said shyly, Lady Dalia.
She said seriously, anyway, back to what I was saying earlier. Are you saying all we need is simply money? He wondered. Yes, his gaze was fixed on the book, the ledger. Dalia smiled, thinking, I have money, more than enough. Seriously, after transmigrating into this novel, I have the advantage of using the original story for sound investments. It's time to go all out. Dalia chuckled mockingly. All right, where should we start now? 4 years had passed since the war broke out, with the Allied nations surrendering one after another. The Empire tightened its encirclement around the enemy's main base. All that remained was Rohendel, the heart of the Allied nations. The Royal Army had launched an attack on Rohendel's southwestern fortress, but Rohendel, once the powerful center of Allied nations, comparable to the Empire, was a formidable opponent. At the Royal Army camp, someone announced, the diplomatic delegation has perished. Duke Goman's second son, River Goman, quickly ordered, we need to send another diplomatic delegation, as there are no longer any rulers. All knights and vassals are lost. They won't hold out much longer. We can persuade them to surrender. Rodri interrupted him. There's a mountain range surrounding the fortress. We can gather mages, launch fireballs towards the mountain, and turn the fortress into a sea of fire. Then the canal behind it will open up. Rivers slammed the table, angrily shouting, absolutely not. That's absurd. He angrily declared, all we need is to open the city gates. We cannot burn the homes of innocent people. Rodri, sitting opposite him, calmly asked, how long would that take?
River's voice softened as he replied, Your Highness, I will review the negotiation proposal, and if that doesn't work out, I will personally go as a diplomat. Rodri said with a cold face, Then I fear your head will be the next one we receive in a box. A loud voice called out, Sir Rodri. He who had been sitting there now spoke. It's simple. He tapped his hand on the table and continued, We will light a fire to drive the rats into the water. Rodri also pointed at the table, questioning, Why are you prolonging something that would only take a day to complete? Everyone in the meeting room buzzed with discussion. Adelio sat there, deep in thought. Sir Rodri, he rubbed his wrist, thinking to himself, He is gradually losing his composure as the war drags on. Perhaps that is because... Adelio recalled the past. After bandaging his wound, I started to converse with him more. I often spoke about my family, or shared memories from the past with him. I think it was very good for both of us.
I also think he might rediscover his old self through conversations. He usually listened to me, but one day he initiated a conversation with me, which I took as a good sign. He was lost in a jumble of thoughts, and ever since, he has acted as if he doesn't care what happens to him, as long as the war ends quickly. He also didn't hesitate to put himself in danger, and there were even rumors that he had assassinated someone under the prince's secret orders.
Adelio, worried in his heart if he had made him uncomfortable, spoke up. "Sir?" "Lord Rodri." Someone entered and whispered something to him. He then announced, "Attention everyone, the meeting is postponed."
At the camp, inside the tent, everyone was bustling about. Adelio stepped out of the tent, thinking gloomily, I can't believe there's an epidemic at a time like this. This disease is spreading too quickly, and what's worse, there's no cure yet because it's a new disease. He worried inwardly. All we need now is to quarantine the infected soldiers. At this rate, our army will be wiped out while besieging Rohendel. Is my family safe? Has the epidemic spread there yet? Someone entered. "Sir." Rodri looked up. Adelio called to him. "Sir Rodri." He replied, "I've received your package from the courier." Adelio, surprised, held a box in his hand. "Is this from Dalia?" "Thank you, sir. Thinking of this reminds me that it's been a long time since I last wrote home to my family." He cheerfully asked Rodri, "I must write a reply. I think Dalia would like to hear about you. May I tell her?" He quickly refused. "No need." Rodri pursed his lips as Adelio replied, "I understand. You can meet her when we return home." He looked at Rodri, thinking sadly. He looked so dejected. Come to think of it, it wasn't long ago that we still thought the war was about to end and we could finally return home. Seeing Rodri's gaze fixed on the box in his hand, Adelio thought, he seems very eager to see this package. He spoke up, "I'll read the letter later. Perhaps it's good news." He opened the box. Inside were a letter and a small vial.
The letter read, "I heard that an epidemic has been spreading around, and Mother and I, as well as the servants, are very worried about your health. I hope you are well. I'm also sending you some tonic in case you feel unwell." Rodri wondered, "What is that?" Adelio replied, "She said it's a tonic." Some malicious rumors had emerged, saying that all patients recovered after someone brought the medicine. "What are you talking about? Someone in that town tried it, but nothing happened." "Not that town. The next town over. All the children were quarantined after getting sick, but they all miraculously recovered. It wasn't just that town. The same thing happened when we passed through another town." He sat there pensively, his heart heavy with concern. These rumors were a mix of truth and lies. It felt as if someone was deliberately causing conflict by dividing people. However, he had confirmed that some people had indeed recovered thanks to the treatment. He recalled the rumors. "I heard it was distributed by a trading company." He was slightly worried. Could this be a scheme by Rohendel? Snapping out of his thoughts, he spoke. "We found the trading company that has the medicine."
He continued, "After investigation, we discovered that most of the remedies originated from there. However, we don't know who created it, and the representative is a foreigner, managing all sorts of different businesses, and it even operates in other countries. It suddenly appeared and quickly became successful, so it's quite well known in this field. We don't know who is in charge of it, but we are certain that company is connected to an influential figure." The person next to him asked, "What do you want me to do?" He replied, "I contacted that trading company the day before. They are very suspicious." The two conversed further. It is indeed suspicious that a newly established organization possesses remedies found nowhere else on the continent, and they quickly presented conditions as if they already knew we would contact them. He asked, "What are the conditions?" The other person replied, "They said they would hand over the cure formula if we allowed them to mine in the eastern Filitos mountain range." He thought to himself, mining.
His thoughts continued. Anyone with ties to the Empire knew well the mineral mine in the Filitos mountain range had depleted its resources and become a desolate wasteland. A hint of worry crossed his face as he said, "Perhaps they are not from the Empire, or this could be a trap." The person next to him asked, "Do you intend to negotiate with them?" He glanced and replied, "I intended to entrust this task to Duke Averin, as he is the most skilled in business. However, since the situation has changed, I need you to take charge of this." His voice was serious as he instructed, "The meeting with the trading company is in a few days. I need you to attend and observe the situation." He emphasized, "And if you detect any suspicious activity, kill that person immediately." That evening, Rodri strolled alone on the road. He worried inwardly. It was truly suspicious that a new organization possessed a cure that no one on the entire continent had discovered, and they quickly set conditions as if they already knew we would contact them.
He thought he completely understood why the Crown Prince was suspicious. Clearly something was amiss, but still, had rumors of the plague reached the capital yet? And was Duke Averin still in charge of the negotiations? He felt a headache coming on from this issue. She said it was a tonic. Was Dalia truly involved in this? Rodri stood there pensively. He told those behind him that the first and third tier members must disguise themselves as assassins. He further instructed them to find an ambush position at the negotiation site and hide. Rodri thought to himself, the Crown Prince might not fully trust him anyway, so it was best to be cautious. He glanced back, his voice cold as he said, "After that, eliminate all of the Crown Prince's men." Inside the castle, a scream echoed. "What? My father isn't at the negotiation site?" Dalia shook Jiran, disbelievingly shouting, "Someone from the Bowser family went there? Why? They sent knights, didn't they? Or did Rodri go himself? What does he look like? Tell me quickly." Jiran quickly spoke up. "Calm down, lady. He calmly replied, I heard he has black hair. Dalia looked at him and said, I was right, that's your first love. Jiran interjected, please, lady. Dalia worriedly thought, why wasn't her father there? Had something happened to him, or had the crown prince prevented him from going? Rodri was a swordsman. He knew nothing about negotiations. Was he sent there to cause bloodshed?
She said to Jiran, I must go there secretly to see what happened. He said worriedly, what? Absolutely not. I told you, my lady, it's very dangerous. Even if you disguise yourself, you'll still be caught. No one was hurt and it's safe, so please don't worry too much, my lady. Dalia suddenly blushed and replied in a low voice, you're right. Dalia recalled that Jiran had become her secretary right after their conversation. Hestia was also willing to share the healing formula. We had established a company, created a remedy, and distributed both the cure and its preparation method. Thanks to everyone's help, I had almost completed everything I had set out to do. She looked up, secretly glancing at him. Then Dalia said, Thank you, Jiran. Well done. Jiran replied, You don't need to thank me. It's not over yet anyway. Jiran wondered, But why did you ask for the mine and Philitos, my lady? You should have asked for something a bit more valuable. That way they would suspect us less. She replied, I will ask for what I need. Jiran asked again, Do you need a desolate piece of land, my lady? Dalia didn't answer, lost in thought. Since I was the one who lived her life for her, I was the only one who knew that the desolate abandoned mine actually contained tons of magic ore. Of course, in the novel, the female lead was the first to find this, which helped her gain the Crown Prince's trust. She was deep in thought, but this time, I'll take it for myself. I wanted Rodri's acknowledgement more than the Crown Prince's trust. After all, I already had the backing of the Averin family.
Jaren turned to her and instructed, I'm going to rest now. Many people are still suspicious of our organization, so we should be more careful. Dalia's expression turned vigilant as she replied, That's right. Even though people at the trading company don't know me, they are familiar with that person, so be careful.
Jiran reached out to open the door and said, Anyway, does the Averin family... He turned and added to Dalia, Is there a secret organization, like secret guards or assassins? Dalia retorted, No, why bother when we can just hire them? Jiran replied, Because there's no one to protect our company. Dalia still wondered, But why? Jiran thought for a moment, then he said, It's like someone is helping us. Dalia was surprised. What? Jiran raised his hand and slowly explained, The Crown Prince definitely suspects us. However, someone has eliminated the Crown Prince's people, and done it stealthily too. As Jiran explained, he thought to himself, A faction opposing the Crown Prince might be targeting us. However, they haven't approached us yet. Nothing has happened for now, but keep that in mind. Dalia slumped onto the table, grumbling gloomily, I can't check everything by myself. My head hurts so much. She lay slumped on the table, only her eyes visible. She thought silently, There's nothing to worry about. The war isn't over yet, and as the heir of the Averin family, there's a lot I need to take care of before my father returns. She secretly reassured herself, I'll do what I can until then. I hope this war ends soon. Outside the city, smoke and fire billowed everywhere. Desperate pleas echoed, Don't kill me, please.
Naturally, the girl had shown no mercy. Inside the palace, a person stood there, coldly looking at the corpse at their feet. That person sighed. It was Rodri. He looked tired, thinking to himself, Is it over? After a year and a half, the war had ended. A letter from Adelio to Dalia, which read, To my dearest daughter Dalia, I apologize for the late reply. I haven't had time to write because I've been negotiating with the last of our enemies, and I finally have good news. The war has completely ended, and the royal army is preparing to return home. By the time you receive this letter, I will already be on my way. In the letter, he inquired about many things. I have so many questions. How much have you grown in the past 5 years? What will your debutante ball be like? And your mother. You don't know how heartbroken I was to hear how much she cried. She hasn't eaten much during this difficult time, so please take good care of her. The letter continued, You've shouldered too many responsibilities, yet I've continuously demanded that you keep those responsibilities. I apologize, and thank you. I know it must have been very difficult for you. It's hard to believe you've grown so much. I've always been proud of you, my dearest daughter. I've loved you ever since you were born. Dalia's eyes welled up with tears as she read his letter. We'll talk about the rest when we meet. Seeing her father in front of her, Dalia rushed into his arms. He said, I will be home before you can reply to this letter. He called his wife's name, Claire, whose eyes also welled up. He joyfully said, I'm home. Dalia spoke carefully, her voice soft and full of longing. Has everyone returned to the capital yet, father? Adelio nodded gently, replying with a benevolent smile. Yes, and His Majesty will reward them.
He cleared his throat softly.
At the mention of Duke Rodri, her eyes lit up with eagerness. "Did you meet Rodri, father? How is he doing now, father?" Adelio replied hesitantly, "Well, it would be better if you met him directly. You'll be seeing him again soon anyway." An exquisite invitation card, embossed with gold ink and sealed with the royal wax stamp, arrived. Just as father had said, a few days later I received an invitation to the Imperial Victory Celebration.
Dalia put on a brilliant red formal dress, elegant yet no less charming, and secretly thought, "This is too proper. This is too cute." Claire frowned and commented, "I don't like this hairstyle on you. What if we try a wig?" The butler immediately introduced, "This is the latest dress made from imported fabric, madam." She smiled contentedly, sighing in admiration and nodding. "Oh dear," she said, her hand trembling tiredly as she raised it. "Mother, that's quite enough for today. We've spent days trying on hundreds of dresses." Dalia looked up at the ceiling, her eyes half closed, muttering, "I'm dead tired. Oh my, who am I?" She sighed and collapsed onto the bed, her body feeling drained all energy. "Father is currently taking on all the responsibilities of the family head, so is that why I feel even more tired? I'm going to die." Dalia frowned, deep in thought. "Of course, I also like shopping. Rare items are very precious. I'm glad Mother is always so enthusiastic. But I've worked too much, so I don't need to doll myself up for any men around to admire." Suddenly, her eyes snapped open and a thought flashed through her mind, making Dalia sit up in a daze. No, wait. For a moment, Rodri's image appeared like a gentle breeze sweeping through her memories. Her eyes became hazy. That's not right. Rodri, I haven't seen him in over a decade. I wonder if he's changed much. In the novel, Rodri was described as a young man with a cold demeanor, so I'm sure he's very tall now. Does he still have long hair, or has he cut it short? Dalia slumped back onto the bed, hugging a pillow gloomily, her lips pressed together. I boasted in my letter that no matter how long we've been apart, as long as we want to, we'll still be as close as before. But what if we're incredibly awkward when we meet again?
She buried her face in her pillow, her heart skipping a beat with anxiety. And what if it was incredibly awkward between them? Dalia's gaze softened slightly, her eyelids heavy. "I don't know how to hide my feelings. Will everything be okay?" she wondered. "I want to see him wearing that bow. He said he received a lot of compliments from everyone when he wore it. I'm really too curious and excited." Outside the palace, a ray of light pierced through the window, weaving into the silent space. She gently looked down at the small box in her hand. Dalia opened the lid of the box, and her eyes lit up when she saw the vibrant red bow neatly placed inside. "I know they're all worn out," she thought. "I was so happy when I received his gift and wore it every day." Dalia sighed, her gaze lost in space. "I haven't dared to wear them anymore for fear of tearing them, and I've also been quite busy, so I forgot about them." She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the bow. "I don't think it will match this dress," she mused. "It would be quite spontaneous if I pinned it in my hair. If I clip it on, I'll really stand out. So should I wear it?" Then, as if making up her mind, Dalia called out, "Annie, a favor?" She raised her hand, shyly asking, "Could you help me pin this bow in my hair?" As dusk fell, the palace glowed with lights. In the grand hall, guests had gathered in full. Claire appeared hand in hand with Adelio, and a buzz of conversation arose. Duke Adelio Averin, Duchess Claire Averin, and their daughter, Lady Dalia Averin, arrived, walking slowly in exquisite formal attire, the vibrant red highlighting their porcelain white skin. Several distinguished guests approached. "We deeply respect your courage in the recent war, sir. It was foolish to dare challenge the invincible dynasty. It's wonderful to meet you. You look truly magnificent." She hastily left the grand hall, her skirt gently fluttering with each hurried step. A voice called out from behind, "Lady Dalia." Holding a glass of water, Dalia sat casually on a chair, sighing. "I'm sorry, father. I don't think I can survive in a crowded place." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "I almost didn't recognize you." She softly called out, "Jaren."
Jaron's voice was low. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Lady Dalia?" He feigned politeness as if they were strangers. Dalia rested her chin on her hand sullenly and said haughtily, "You're not allowed to like me. I've made a rule against dating my colleagues." His face darkened. "I'll keep quiet then." She turned to him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "And besides, you prefer girls with black hair and innocent faces, don't you?" Dalia glanced at the crowd dancing in the hall, the melodious music still echoing through the glass. "Anyway, how have you been lately? Have there been any problems?" Jaron replied softly. "No, everything has been going smoothly, my lady." She raised her small fan to cover her mouth, her voice lower and a little wary. "And what about the matter we discussed last time?" He bowed his head. "It's not finished yet, my lady." Dalia frowned thoughtfully.
The Crown Prince is trying to extract information from our organization, but it seems he's always thwarted by an anonymous individual who is helping us, and that person is keeping their identity hidden until the end. Suddenly, whispers and chatter from afar echoed, weaving through the gentle melodies of the evening party. Everyone has returned to the capital, right? Even Sir Rodri? He was the key to this victory. He's surely here, and His Majesty will undoubtedly praise him profusely. It's said he personally breached the enemy's defenses and took the head of King Roandel. Rumor has it he'll be granted the title of Duke today.
Jaren smirked. Is today the day he officially becomes Duke Boz? You must be so worried. After all that's happened, you still haven't met him. She forced a smile when she heard him say, How could I compare to you? He's your first love, isn't he? The provocative voice echoed, The one you can never forget, the master of your heart. Lady Dalia, he's back. Is your heart ready? Dalia yelled, her face flushed. That's enough! Then she suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Honestly, I felt a little uneasy, but thanks to Jaren, I feel much better. He cleared his throat softly. Besides, I'm an adult now, so I need to control myself. No matter what Rodri is like, I'll welcome him with this smile. At that very moment, an announcement echoed from the front hall. Lord Rodri Bowser has entered. His steady footsteps, each beat like a tap on the marble floor.
A tall figure, wearing an imperial uniform with glittering medals on his left chest, entered. The ladies all blushed at once, exchanging shy glances. She couldn't help but think to herself, He's so handsome. Dalia was suddenly bewildered. Wait, whose name did he just say? His coat rustled slightly as Rodri stepped forward and embraced her. Dalia. Dalia closed her eyes tightly, stunned. Who is this? The Count announced. Sir Rodri Bowser has arrived. Dalia secretly panicked. Sir Rodri Bowser? Rodri Bowser? No way. Could it be that this person is... She tremblingly reached out and lightly touched Rodri's chest, bewildered. Rodri Bowser, is that you? He said, It's me. Dalia was stunned, standing there in a daze. The memory of the boy surfaced, then shattered before the tall, sharp man in front of her. She thought in a panic, Oh my God, he already looked like this when he was 10 years old. Dalia stood dumbfounded, her face pale. I mean, I knew he would become a charismatic Black Panther because he's the male lead, and I had also imagined what he would be like after growing up, but... Her feet subtly retreated. This was truly too unexpected. Rodri raised his hand, preparing to touch Dalia, but at that very moment, she turned her face away. Dalia was pensive, her gaze heavy. No matter how long we've been apart, as long as we want to, we'll still be as close as before. I'm doomed. A perfectly polite greeting rang out. How have you been lately, Sir Rodri? It's been a while. Rodri froze, his eyes darkened. Stop it. I almost didn't recognize you. What? He said in a low voice. Don't use honorifics anymore. She clenched her hands, her mind in the turmoil. He wants me to talk normally. Is he feeling a bit uncomfortable? I can't do this anymore. I have to leave quickly. I'm not running away. This is just a strategic retreat so I can adapt to everything. Dalia awkwardly raised her hand, giving a faint smile. Understood. Right. By the way, it's good to see you again. It's nice to see you're doing well. Without waiting for a reaction from Rodri, she awkwardly turned around, stammering. And I have to discuss some important matters with someone, so I'll be going now. Dalia lifted her skirt, preparing to walk away. Goodbye then. Yeah, well...
Jaren stood stunned. Jaren, how dare you ignore me? He frowned, his voice deep. Who are you talking to? She awkwardly whispered. No one. Just then, a majestic voice echoed from the Great Hall. Our Hyperonia Empire has been protected since the first king's reign. That solemn sound made the atmosphere between the two even more awkward and distant. Rodri gazed at Dalia intently. She maintained a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. His gaze dropped, seemingly recalling the awkward moment just now. He seemed quite scared of me just now. Rodri's hand clenched. Normally I don't attend galas like this.
The invitation appeared, and since I can't stand noisy places, I always ignored the Crown Prince's invitations. However, when I learned that the Averin family would attend the first day of the ball, a vague feeling arose, compelling me as I suddenly remembered someone whose face I couldn't clearly recall. Amidst the crowd, his gaze stopped at where Dalia was standing. He had to personally come to this unpleasant ball. She appeared in his mind, because there was someone he wanted to meet there. Rodri recalled their recent encounter. The warmth when he hugged her was so comforting, which was why he wanted to hold her longer. However, his gaze was heavy. She was afraid of him. Recalling the moment they faced each other, Rodri found his own feelings hard to understand. Why did he hug her? She was so small and fragile. He could hurt her if he held her too tightly. When she was little, she was even taller than him. He watched intently. A decade had passed. He couldn't blame Dalia for suddenly being shy with him. She needed time to adjust. She said that they would definitely meet again. So if they were to meet again after all those years apart.
Under the shimmering lights of the ballroom, Rodri pursed his lips, a familiar yet unanswered question stirring within him. When would it happen? How many more years would it take? The music swelled, the atmosphere vibrant. Enjoy the victory ball. Dalia turned away, frowning. Jaren, damn it! She stood motionless, her mind a whirlwind. Was she going to run away again? His gaze remained fixed on her, full of adoration. Suddenly his hand reached out, firm yet gentle. Rodri said, his voice hoarse and sincere. May we dance? The band struck up, a warm melody filling the air. Couples around them swayed into a gentle dance. Dalia hesitated, then slowly extended her hand. They moved slowly to the deep melody. Her cheeks flushed, partly from embarrassment, partly because her heart was pounding fiercely. His gaze was direct, intense. Memories rushed back, like a wind against the current of time. I couldn't refuse, so I could only take his hand in agreement. The weather is wonderfully beautiful today. Yes, those gardeners are truly skilled. I'm not sure. I haven't been here in a while. Didn't something similar happen before? I should say something, but it's so hard to speak.
Lines from old letters surfaced in Dalia's mind. How have you been lately? I've heard a lot about your contributions in the war. Are you getting along with your father? Have you gone through any difficult times? Sorry I haven't visited yet. Do you still keep the handkerchief I gave you? Or did you receive my last letter? Rodri's face was somber. Your foot, she whispered. I won't step on your foot anymore. They swayed to the music, their steps perfectly in sync, graceful. I've practiced a lot, so I'm not worried anymore. I won't make any mistakes. Their hands were warm, safe, and without distance. I promise I'll show you my true dancing ability again. Do you remember? Dalia was stunned, lost in thought, scrutinizing his face under the shimmering lights of the ball. Dalia suddenly smiled. It's really Rodri, she thought, recognizing his childlike eyes, innocent yet full of emotion. Seeing the red bow in her hair, his gaze fixed on it, Rodri mumbled, The bow. Dalia asked him puzzled, You still remember? Rodri calmly replied, Of course, I chose it myself. Dalia chuckled, thinking to herself, I thought he would have forgotten it by now. It's been so long. Then she happily agreed, right? After that, she asked him, Do you also remember that? You said you really looked forward to seeing me wear it, and even though you always wanted to see it with your own eyes, our circumstances meant it had to wait.
Their hands gently loosened. So now, having seen it with your own eyes, what do you think? Rodri raised his hand and gently spun Dalia around once. He smiled and hugged her. Do you still remember? She silently looked at him and smiled. Rodri continued, Do you remember how we exchanged letters? On your birthday, you personally handed it to me. Everyone was still dancing. Dalia wondered, Is it over yet? She secretly thought, It's a shame we just started talking again. Noticing the late hour, Dalia said goodbye to him. See you next time. Immediately, he gripped her hand tightly. Then there was a sudden silence. His expression seemed to want to say something. Their eyes met. She didn't understand what he was thinking. She silently watched him intently. He said softly, Let's go out to the garden and continue our conversation. Footsteps grew louder, and a voice rang out, pulling the two out of their conversation. Lord Rodri. She turned her head, thinking to herself, Ah! River smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Indeed, you are the center of tonight's ball. Seeing you dance, I couldn't help but be amazed. It's truly wonderful.
She gaped, thinking, This person is... River smiled and greeted Rodri. How have you been, Your Grace? Among all the minor male characters in the maiden novel Silver Bell, he was the best. No, he must be a white knight straight out of a romantic novel. River Gaumon chose to keep only one image in his heart for his entire life, living in solitude until his last breath. He was the one who ultimately chose a lonely existence. The second son of Duke Gaumon, River Gaumon. Dalia excitedly thought, I heard that the Duke of Gaumon's second son also went to the battlefield. That must be where he met Rodri. River suddenly glanced at her. Who is this young lady? Hearing this, she happily thought, Rodri, introduce me to him, right now. Seeing that he said nothing, she looked up and saw his cold expression. Seeing this, she panicked, thinking, What's wrong? Is their relationship really that bad? But shouldn't they be very close? Rodri then opened his mouth and said, You don't need to know. She immediately spoke up to smooth things over. I am Dalia Averin, the only daughter of Duke Averin.
Duke Gaumon smiled cheerfully. I understand. Duke Gaumon gently took her hand and kissed it as a greeting. I have heard much about you, Lady Dalia. She felt surprised by the gesture. He had kissed the back of her hand. This was it, the pinnacle of chivalry. The Duke spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am River Gaumon, the second son of Duke Gaumon. She smiled shyly. It's wonderful to meet you, Sir River. Please call me Dalia. Goman seemed unaccustomed to her familiarity. "No, I wouldn't presume," he began, then seeing her reaction, quickly added, "Oh, please, it's quite all right." At this moment, she felt scared as she noticed his sharp gaze. Did I overdo it? River blushed and softly called her name, Dalia. She saw an aura radiating from the Duke. She thought to herself, he's so charming, so cute, so endearing. He's handsome and friendly and comes from a prestigious family. He's a wonderful person, and above all, as the second son, he would be a very suitable match for me to marry. Should I try to get to know him better? She was about to speak when Rodri, who was behind them, could no longer bear this irritating sight and intervened. Lady Dalia. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked, "Oh yes, what is it?" He immediately said, "I believe you had something to tell me." River stammered, "I didn't realize I was interrupting your conversation." Hearing this, she quickly denied, "No, you weren't, sir." River then bid them farewell. "Until next time, Dalia." In her heart, she desperately wanted to stop him. "No, he's misunderstood me." River then walked away without looking back. She tried to hold him back in vain.
She turned to scold him. "Rodri, what's wrong with you? You're embarrassing Mr. River." Before she could finish speaking, he smirked, showing no interest, grinning from ear to ear. "You must really like him, don't you?" Hearing that, she thought to herself, "Huh?" He became serious. "I think you've lowered your standards too much since I left, Miss Dalia." She was stunned and confused, not yet understanding what he meant. "You?" she thought to herself. "Who are you? You're not the Rodri I know." Dalia tried her best to explain to Rodri, "I didn't do that because I like him. It was simply out of politeness. And let me tell you, I wasn't grinning from ear to ear." He turned his face away, showing no interest. She sat next to him. "This is the first time I've met him. I can't be cold and rude, can I?" He refused to comment. Seeing that he didn't react, she thought, "I'm going crazy. Did I do something wrong? Was it imagining a future with his colleague? Or ignoring a long-lost friend because I was attracted to another guy?" She gave a very friendly smile. I guess this is my fault." She continued to ponder. "Anyway, there's no time for this. Fine, if he's going to act like this, what else can I do?"
Dalia tried again. "How could I be attracted to anyone else when you're around?" Seeing that he still didn't turn his head to look at her, Dalia didn't forget to add, "You know my standards are high, right? How could I be satisfied with anyone else when I have such a handsome man next to me?" This time, his gaze turned back to her. She showered him with every compliment she could think of. "Besides, you are much more outstanding. Your position is also higher than his. And as for qualities, anyway, I couldn't possibly fall for him when you're so much better than him in so many ways." She thought, "I must have been quite a smooth talker and a trickster in my past life, huh?" Her sparkling eyes looked at him, playfully pleading, "You know, right?" He softened at her cuteness. Seeing his expression, she thought, he must have forgiven me now. After all, he's truly peculiar. Noticing her staring, he spoke up first. "Is there something you want to confide in me?" She thought for a moment. "I wish I could talk about it once I'm feeling a bit better."
She quickly changed the subject. "Oh, about Duchess Bowser. Your mother is staying at my house, you know." She thought back to the day his mother first arrived at her house. Her own mother, upon seeing the Duchess at the party, had quickly run to her and embraced her tightly. Well, what happened, she mused. When the Duchess first arrived in the capital, she looked utterly devastated, as if she would forever abandon her former self. Everyone said she had poisoned a servant out of jealousy, which made her extremely worried and led her to confine herself to the annex. Hearing those people gossip like that, her hand clenched tightly. She was clearly framed, yet those people pretended not to know anything. She secretly hated that despicable person. They continued to chatter. No one knew where Duke Rodri had been imprisoned, but he had become a different person after that incident. She recalled that at the time, her mother had tried to help the Duchess recover. "Claire, it's me, Charlena."
Claire came to comfort her, telling her not to worry, that no one could harm her here. Fortunately, as time passed, Duchess Bowser gradually returned to her old self. However, the better she got, the more I thought about Rodri, who was left alone at the Bowser mansion. I worried he would erase his mother's image from his mind, as he had been utterly exhausted by countless misfortunes. Dalia remembered him back then. When he was a child, his smile was incredibly radiant, and he always loved the way his mother brushed his hair. That's why I wondered why, upon returning from the long war, he didn't visit the Duchess. It was as if he no longer acknowledged her existence. She silently speculated, but that wasn't the case. In one moment, I caught in his expression that he was pretending not to care, even though he was troubled deep down.
She realized something. He didn't want to stir up the painful wounds of the past. She gently updated him on the current situation. His mother was much better now and could walk normally again. She also didn't forget to add, "Oh, she's even picked up a new hobby of arranging flowers." Rodri turned his head and silently looked at her. Fearing he might misunderstand, she quickly added, "I'm not forcing you to see your mother, but you seem a little curious." She gently asked, "Do you want to visit my mansion for a bit?" The two of them returned to her house. With a bright smile, she looked at him and said, "See, everything's still the same, isn't it?" She smiled and told him, "The gardener is still here, even though he's been thinking about retiring due to his old age." Rodri showed no expression, as if nothing concerned him. Seeing his expression, Dalia thought, he doesn't seem to hate it much. That's good. She didn't hesitate to remind him of old memories. Do you remember the tree we used to visit? He looked surprised. It's still there? She continued with a laugh. You'll be very surprised. I think some squirrel might have left a handful of pine nuts there. Two of them entered the garden, chatting animatedly. His gaze was fixed on her figure. Suddenly someone appeared nearby. She called out his name. Rodri. He couldn't believe the sound that automatically escaped his lips. Mother. She gently approached him. You've grown up so much.
Her hand reached up to caress his hair. I was just about to take a walk around here. Charlena looked at him gently. Come with me, won't you? Her hand gently cupped his face, and Rodric's eyes softened as he replied, yes. She was very happy that she had achieved her goal. The two of them would have a lot to talk about, so she should leave them alone. That afternoon, a voice called out, Dalia! Rodri ran towards her. Seeing her sitting on a swing, laughing happily, she asked, Are you done talking with your mother? He softly replied, Mm-hmm. Dalia smiled. Let's take a walk around here. She spoke first. Honestly, I didn't think you'd come. Hearing that, Rodri curiously asked her, Why? Well, she honestly said, You didn't ask anything about the lady, so I thought you wanted to forget her. Or, before she could finish, he immediately stated the reason. I was just too busy.
She didn't call you out, right? I'm sure it's just because you're too busy. Dalia continued. You have to take care of family matters for your father, and then you have to go to the battlefield. Hearing her say that, he fell silent. Dalia turned around. Rodri, let's go somewhere and have some fun. Rodri asked, puzzled. What? She brushed her hair aside, revealing a radiant smile. It's been a long time since you've been to the capital. I found so many delicious restaurants while you weren't here. Oh, do you still like sweets? He replied softly. Just a little. She went on and on with him. Let's have dessert then. I want to introduce you to Hestia and Jaren, who have helped me. Let's play together like we used to when we were kids. Dalia gently took his hand. If we spend some time resting together, maybe you can lighten some of your burdens. She closed her eyes and poured out everything she had kept hidden in her heart for so long. Rodri, I want you to be truly happy, no matter what path you choose, as long as it makes you happy. She moved closer and closer to him, as if wanting to give him all her warmth. I will give you my full support. Rodri suddenly stood there in silence. Dalia closed her eyes, exuding a gentle tenderness mixed with a touch of emotion, and said, I want you to be truly happy. Their two hands clasped gently and affectionately. I will always support you. Hearing that, Rodri was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dalia embraced Rodri amidst the falling blossoms. A name whispered softly. Rodri. She leaned against his chest and softly asked, Can we? Rodri jolted awake, his eyes wide with panic. His hands trembled as he clutched the bedsheets, gasping for breath. He sat on the bed, one hand clutching his head, deep in thought. A damn dream.
Rodri's face clearly showed confusion. His deep blue eyes seemed worried, and his hand covered his mouth as if trying to understand what had just happened. But why did I have a dream like that? The scene shifted to a luxurious study filled with bookshelves. Rodri appeared extremely dashing in a neat black military uniform, but his eyes were full of fatigue and melancholy. Someone spoke up and asked, Duke, did you not sleep well last night? He was holding documents in his hand, but his mind was clearly not focused. A light-haired young man said worriedly, Look at the dark circles under your eyes, sir. Rodri's deep blue, melancholy eyes, accompanied by a heavy utterance. Well, he gasped and stammered. It's nothing. Let's start the meeting. In the meeting room, the staff sat along the long table. Rodri pondered deeply. I haven't slept at all these past few days, just because of that dream. I'm still dreaming that damn dream. He recalled the past. It started with Dalia holding his hand that day, then Dalia hugged him and said, Rodri, he thought. No. Dalia looked at Rodri and softly said, Let's kiss. He closed his eyes tightly and thought, Stop. Someone was reading a report. The 6th Division is protecting the northwestern border. Suddenly, Rodri slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, Stop!
Seeing this, everyone fell silent, not understanding what was happening. He sat before the meeting table, deep in thought. Rodri blushed, his eyes wide in astonishment. Ethan, trembling with fear, looked towards him and asked, Duke, is something wrong? He softly replied, It's nothing. Please continue. Hearing this, he read the report anxiously. Yes, the 6th Division guarding the northwest border, and monsters have appeared there. Rodri felt a mix of shame and tension, and thought to himself, Calm down. If I keep acting like this, how can I possibly face Dalia again? Ethan finished reading the report. That concludes my report. By the way, he suddenly asked, Is this related to the rumors? Hearing this, Rodri became embarrassed and flustered.
Someone's voice asked, "What rumors, Commander of the 4th Division of the Bowser Guards, Ethan Miller?" The people around buzzed with chatter. "Who do you think you are, daring to meddle in the Duke's affairs? Someone, please shut that guy up." Roderick's eyes coldly asked, "What rumors?" Ethan nervously trembled as he replied, "Well, the thing is," he continued, "there are rumors that Lady Dahlia and you are lovers, a rather indelicate matter." Dahlia asked in surprise, "What, an engagement?" The housekeeper replied, "Yes, you should quickly find a husband for the future of the Averin family. You've been incredibly busy shouldering the family's responsibilities in the Duke's stead. Now that he's returned, it's the right time for you to find a match. You cannot delay the engagement any longer." She asked, "What is this?" She replied, "This is a list of unmarried men in the city." Dahlia frantically lay on the ground, her face flushed red, eyes wide with astonishment. She exclaimed, "Wait, I get it. Calm down. I understand what everyone means, but this is too sudden. I haven't even thought about dating, so how can I get engaged?" In a vast library, her voice rang out, full of emotion and dissatisfaction. "Moreover, everyone says you should marry the one you love, right? And my parents said that too." Dahlia was surrounded by a flock of penguins, who cried out, "What are you saying, Lady Dahlia? You'll have plenty of time for romance after you're engaged. It would be very difficult to find a suitable man if he's not your fiancé." Dahlia frantically ran away amidst the jeering crowd behind her, her face contorted in despair. "What's wrong with them? It's as if they'll die if I don't get engaged."
Finally, only the open door remained and frantic screams from behind. "Young lady, where are you going?" "I don't know. Don't look for me anymore." In a quiet corner of the room, Dahlia spoke up. "Mother, please help me stop the servants." She slumped into a chair, burying her face in her hands and saying, "They are dead set on making me get engaged." Claire calmly said, "Oh my."
Claire sat reading a book, then gently closed it. She calmly said, "Well, that's just how it is for girls who've come of age. You have to find your own fiancé, but it seems you love your work more than men, don't you?" Dahlia said with a pout, "I haven't seen any handsome men, Mom." Claire gently lifted her face and replied, "Yes, I know how high your standards are." She gave a gentle smile, her eyes full of tenderness and trust. "Don't worry, I'm not going to just pick anyone for you." She gently touched her face. "I mean, what do you think of Roderick?" Dahlia, surprised and flustered, replied, "Huh? Who?" Claire informed her, "The truth is, we're planning to arrange a marriage between him and you." Dahlia clearly looked embarrassed, her embarrassment likely turning into anger. She exploded, shouting loudly, "I've never heard of that before." In contrast to her daughter's agitated attitude, Claire remained completely calm. "At first, it was just a joke, but you two are so close, so I made a promise to your father." Beads of sweat dotted Dahlia's pale face. She thought nervously, "Roderick is my husband? That's hard to imagine." Roderick's lovely and charming image appeared in her mind. Yes, Roderick is truly adorable, beautiful, cute, and attractive. But then, Dahlia felt embarrassed thinking about Roderick becoming her husband. She covered her face with her hands and thought, "But if he were to be my husband, that would be a different story. It would be so embarrassing."
Claire said to Dahlia, "But we broke the promise after what happened with that family." To avoid affecting her spirits, she gently said, "However, there's no need to rush, just like how I met your father." Claire continued, "Eventually, you will meet your destiny." Encouraged by her mother, Dahlia regained her spirits and obediently replied, "Yes, mother." Her mind was now preoccupied with Roderick, wondering what would have happened between them if that string of misfortunes hadn't befallen him. A smile unconsciously formed on her lips as she told herself, "No, I'm always ready to be his good friend." Dahlia thought contentedly, "I'm very content with the present." After her conversation with her esteemed mother, Dahlia went to the study to research her marriage prospects, the portrait scrolls carelessly tossed onto the table. Jerome and Hestia looked at the pile of paintings on the table, secretly wondering, what is this? Knowing their thoughts at that moment, Dahlia spoke up to explain. "Those are portraits of potential marriage partners chosen by the servants. Please choose the best one." As soon as she finished speaking, Jerome exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Hestia was in the same state of shock as him. Someone to be engaged to? As if she had anticipated their astonishment, Dahlia replied sadly, "Yes, but I don't want to marry anyone. I hope you two can help me." Hestia asked, "But what is your ideal type?" Hearing this, she fell into contemplation. After a moment of thought, an ideal type? Then Dahlia spoke, "My parents." Hestia was doubtful. "Pardon?" Jerome beside her was no different. "Huh?" A happy smile appeared on Dahlia's pretty face. "I want to have a wonderful love story like theirs." Her story began. Once upon a time, there was a princess from a certain kingdom who traveled all the way to the capital to marry the prince, and the soldier ordered to escort her was incredibly clumsy.
She couldn't trust him, and the two often argued. Before they even realized it, they had fallen in love. The two were meant for each other. However, their relationship was forbidden, and the soldier had to make a choice in the end. He decided to accept the title of Duke, which he had previously refused, so he could openly and rightfully steal the prince's fiancée. Fortunately, when justice came to them, the two vowed to belong to each other forever. After being blessed, their love blossomed and bore fruit. And what happened after that, everyone surely knows. Dalia proudly pointed to herself and declared boastfully, "The result is me, Dalia Averin." Seeing her demeanor, Jerome felt utterly helpless. The young lady has learned romance the wrong way, he thought, and it seemed Hestia thought the same. Indeed.
She interrupted her romantic story. "Enough, tell us your standards." Dalia finally answered properly. "My standards, you ask? Well, pretty." Then came a monologue about Dalia's ideal type. "I want someone healthy and handsome. He must be very sweet and possessive, so he must be a little obsessed with me. He definitely must be a noble and extremely pure, whose eyes are only for me. He must be gentle during the day, but strong at night. Oh, and I want to be his first love." Jaren, standing beside her, couldn't listen anymore. He cut her off. "Stop already."
Jaron told her, "No one could possibly meet those conditions. Please calm down." Dalia wondered, is it really that hard to find a man who is both handsome and virtuous? Jaron seemed to understand what Dalia truly wanted in her heart, and he said bluntly, "Just admit that you don't want to get engaged." Hestia then began to interject into their conversation. I understand you have an ideal type, but can you really find someone like that in real life?" Dalia asked her back, "So what's your ideal type?" "Uh-huh." Hestia wasn't as evasive as Dalia. She went straight to the point. "Someone rich." What followed was a sweet moment between our two girls. The wealthy Dalia leaned in, bringing her face close to Hestia's. The distance between them was now only about a hand's breadth. In a seductive tone, she proposed to Hestia, "Will you marry me?" How could someone as money-loving as her pass up this opportunity? "Really?" she asked. "I agree." Jaron, terrified, buried his face in his hands, not daring to look. "Seriously, what's wrong with you two?" Dalia closed off that fleeting moment of affection and turned to ask him, "Jaron, what's your ideal type?"
Jaron secretly thought, "My ideal is an innocent and pure girl." After a moment of contemplation, he began to describe his ideal type of lover. "I want her to have long black hair, fair skin, and large eyes. She must be very quiet and calm, yet incredibly lovely and charming, her smile illuminating everyone around her." Hestia and Dalia simultaneously looked at Jaron with judgmental eyes. Seeing this, he became flustered. "What? Why are you two looking at me like that?" Jaron then spoke. Anyway, he asked her, "What are you going to do about that rumor? Are you just going to ignore it?" Dalia seemed surprised to hear him ask that. Dalia truly had no grasp of the situation in the capital. She asked them in return, "What rumor?" Hestia was skeptical. "Don't tell me you haven't heard about it." Hestia then told her about the rumor. "Everyone in the capital is saying that you and Sir Rodri are a couple." Dalia had just taken a sip of tea. Upon hearing the rumor, she was so shocked that she spat out all the tea. Hestia, flustered, offered her a handkerchief. "Lady Dalia, here is your handkerchief." Dalia wondered, "No, where did that ridiculous rumor come from?" "I'm not sure," Hestia slowly explained, "but it seems to have started from the night of the ball, when the two of you kept dancing together without leaving each other's side."
Dalia slumped, looking utterly lifeless, her world seemingly having turned a dark, gloomy black. "Oh my God." Jaren spoke up. "Are you sure there's nothing between the two of you? Sir Rodri doesn't have a fiancée anyway, so perhaps..." Before he could finish his sentence, Dalia quickly interjected, cutting him off. "Just friends," she told the two of them. "Well, it's been a while since both families discussed the engagement, but regardless, I can't marry Rodri," Dalia said, troubled. "He's the eldest son of the family." Hestia, upon hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Dalia explained, "We are both heirs to our families. What are we supposed to do about the next successor?" Jaren offered a solution. "You could just have 2 children." Hearing this, Dalia immediately retorted, "Do you want to have them?" Jaren was cornered, unable to retort further. "No, I don't." Dalia then brought up further difficult issues. "Moreover, I have to travel to many countries for work, and Rodri has to guard the northern border. We'd end up with a long-distance relationship." Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Dalia flared up, scolding herself. "No, wait. Why am I talking about this as if I'm about to marry Rodri? I want to live a full life with my destined partner." Jaren spoke in a mysterious tone. You wouldn't know." Dalia looked at him with a skeptical expression.
"Huh?" Jaron told her, people were saying it was impossible for her to marry Sir Rodri, right? Jaron's next words left her stunned. But does he think so? After a moment of thought, Dalia replied, "I'm sure he feels the same way." Jaron asked again, "Really?" Dalia hesitated slightly. Yes, probably. He doesn't intend to marry me. If Rodri hears the rumors, he'll say they're nonsense and a waste of his time. Finishing her words, she narrowed her eyes and thought, it doesn't matter if Rodri likes me or not. He'll think marriage is a burden. Should I tell him there's something else? In the past, Dalia had mentioned it once, and Rodri had replied, I don't think there's anything good about marriage, only pain, Dalia. She tried to persuade him, but there are also cases where they live happily ever after, like my parents, for example. Rodri looked up and asked, what if your fiancé changes his mind? Dalia froze. Huh? Rodri continued, if they marry for love, and then that love gradually fades, they'll be hurt like my mother and unable to divorce.
He had witnessed his mother being hurt by her own beloved husband and crying day in and day out, which is why he holds such a view on marriage. After a moment of silence, Rodri suddenly spoke, Dalia, I'm glad to have you as a friend. She frowned and asked, friend? He continued, no matter how many times we argue and get angry with each other, we always make up quickly and grow even closer. That means we can stay together for a very long time. Dalia was stunned, and that's when I made a decision. She nodded and said, I'm also glad to be friends with you, while thinking she would forever be someone he could feel at ease with. In his own office, Rodri loudly declared, don't spout such nonsense here. Ethan and Leona, standing nearby, were startled and asked, what? But are you saying that rumor is false? Then why did you hug Miss Dalia the moment you saw her at the banquet? That's why we assumed the lady was your lover. Rodri nonchalantly replied, what business is that of yours?
Aren't you the one who started the rumor? Ethan hastily replied, no, it wasn't me. Rodri lowered his voice and said, come up with a story. Clarify things. After saying that, he thought, there were so many people at the ball. I should have approached him more carefully, but I acted before I even realized it. Ethan suddenly said, but I think the young lady also has feelings for you. Rodri raised an eyebrow and asked, what? Ethan replied, I'm talking about Lady Dalia. What I mean is, she treats you so gently, it's hard to say she sees you just as a friend. Leona added, come to think of it, Lady Dalia is quite particular about her relationships. Ethan nodded, exactly. Many young nobles approach her, but she just smiles and turns them down. The two began to babble incessantly. So does that mean the young lady has deep feelings for you? You think so too, don't you? Nobody treats a friend like that. Rodri suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed, enough! But Ethan couldn't stop himself and blurted out everything on his mind. The young lady definitely.
Someone likes you, sir. Rodri froze. Me? He wondered. Dalia likes me? Dalia likes me? No way. Thinking of that, he immediately stood up and said, let's pause the meeting here. There's no way Miss Dalia and I could become lovers. Stop talking nonsense. Ethan's eyes widened as he mumbled, oh dear, he's angry now. Once out of the room, Rodri was lost in thought once more. How could they know what Dalia would like? I'm the one who understands her best. She, he recalled Dalia's words. Rodri, I will, he thought again. She always has incredibly high standards, then continued to recall her words. I will live a marriage just like my parents. Someday I'll fall in love with someone, but then we'll be forced to part because it's forbidden. However, we were born for each other, and after overcoming countless hardships, we'll fall passionately in love again. At that time, Rodri had helplessly said, Dalia, you've read too many novels. Dalia continued, but then it turns out our destiny is a bond from a past life because we couldn't pursue our own love, even though he kept telling her, stop reading those books. Back in the present, Rodri thought to himself, how could they know how far her imagination goes? In the room, Ethan frantically said, don't tell me this is unrequited love. The blonde assistant covered his mouth and exclaimed, good heavens, how could someone with a heart of stone like him be like that?
Leona smiled nonchalantly. But they suit each other so well, don't they? No one is engaged yet. Perhaps they'll marry in the end. Meanwhile, outside, Rodri was thinking if Dalia were to say she needed a fiancé. Meanwhile, at a party, a voice echoed in his ear. Oh look, there's an eligible candidate from a high-ranking noble house, the second son of Duke Gorman, River Gorman. He looked into the distance, letting out a surprised, oh. Over there, a figure glided past, none other than Dalia. After seeing her, River immediately turned to the nobles and said, excuse me, but please grant me a moment.
Whispers immediately erupted as he headed towards Dalia. It's surprising that Lady Dalia is here. Have you heard about Lady Dalia and Lord Rodri? No, but if the rumors are true, he'll be here soon. Have you heard about Lady Dalia and Lord Rodri? Are the rumors true? Dalia thought indignantly. Of course not. I came hoping to spark rumors of me flirting with another man, but no one even bothered to strike up a conversation. They didn't approach, yet the whispers still reached her ears. Baron Hamilton was bedridden as soon as he heard about the rumors of Lady Dalia and Lord Rodri, wasn't he? Thank goodness he found out before confessing to the lady, otherwise he'd be done for with Duke Rodri. Should I go talk to her? Don't be foolish. Rodri is looking at you right now. Hearing that, Dalia thought, and neither will they. Why are you all stealing glances at me? Anyone, just come talk to me. Oh, except for the ugly ones. After a while, she sighed and thought, maybe I should just go home? I don't think I'll find my partner here. Just then, River suddenly stepped forward. Dalia. Dalia froze for a moment, then said in surprise, Lord River. He smiled and asked, How have you been? Dalia replied, Oh, I'm fine. I didn't know you were here too. If I had, I would have certainly come to greet you. River replied, Oh, I wasn't planning on attending initially.
But I heard you would be coming. Dalia looked at him blankly, asking curiously, What was that? River stammered, It's nothing. At this moment, Dalia suddenly blushed, thinking, Wait, have I just met my soulmate? In the bustling banquet hall, scrutinizing eyes shot towards both of them. Dalia calmly said, I didn't think you would come here for me. Are you looking for my father? River replied, Oh, right, there are a few things I wanted to discuss with the Duke. By the way, did he mention me? Dalia smiled, thinking, is he nervous? How adorable. At the same time, she said, Yes, my father always mentions that you always lead the troops to the front lines. I've heard him say that you've made no small contribution. River blushed even more, his voice becoming a stutter. It's truly an honor. Seeing this, Dalia told herself, Don't tease him, control yourself a bit, don't let him run away.
Then she changed the subject, saying, Oh, my father also mentioned that you and Rodri have quite differing opinions. River regained his composure, laughing. He even told you that? Yes, there are times when we can't stand the sight of each other. Dalia was curious, but after seeing you two together, I don't think your relationship is that bad, is it? River nodded. Yes, if we disregard our ranks, we are the same age. Sir Rodri is a respectable person. He mastered swordsmanship from a young age. Dalia agreed. He is indeed very talented. River smiled. Now that I think about it, I find you two seem closer because you were childhood sweethearts. Dalia paused. You can't say that. We lost contact for 10 years and only just met again for the first time at the ball. River looked at her thoughtfully, then said, That's not necessarily true. Dalia asked in surprise, What do you mean? River immediately replied, Some people live their entire lives based on fleeting, brief memories. Even 10 years is not short. If Sir Rodri cherishes old memories as you do, then he will certainly have some distinct memories of those days. While she was pondering those words, River suddenly called out, Dalia. He smiled, tilting his head as if to signal, Dance with me, in the middle of the ballroom.
While swaying to the music, Dalia thought to herself, He's a good person, even better than I expected. River suddenly stammered, But, Dalia, curious, asked again. Yes, he said a little awkwardly, Aren't you and Sir Rodri in love? After a moment of being completely frozen, she immediately replied, Excuse me, of course not. How far has that room spread? River said incredulously, Really? But why did he hug you at the banquet? Dalia said, Because he was just happy to see me. She thought to herself, No, I can't let a misunderstanding ruin this wonderful atmosphere. Then quickly said, We've only just reunited. How could we be in love right away? River continued to ask, So that rumor is false, right? Dalia, sweating, replied, Sure, absolutely. River smiled and said, That's great. Dalia breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, yes, of course. She suddenly stopped short. Excuse me? The melodious music gradually faded. A song ended, and the couples quickly bowed to their partners and left. River also said, Until next time, Dalia. At this moment, her face was still full of confusion.
Thinking to myself, great, what now? What is he so happy about? Why did he say that? Or did I, River, realize there's nothing between me and Rodri? What am I even doing? Is a romance blossoming? At Rodri's mansion, he frowned, thinking, Why does he look so worn out? And why is his face so red? He's the one who came to see me, so why is he so distracted? He recalled earlier, Dalia had burst through the door. Rodri, time to share the rewards. Rodri couldn't help but ask in surprise, Here? Always? Returning to the present, he continued to think, Am I the only one happy to meet again after a while? I wonder if Dalia has heard the rumors yet. I don't think he cares much. If he's acting like this because he understands me, should I ignore it? At this point, Rodri said, Let's get to the main point. You came to share the rewards, didn't you? Dalia looked up. Ah.
Oh, that's just an excuse. Rodri asked curiously. An excuse for what? She leaned back on the sofa, smiling as she replied, An excuse to see you. Rodri was momentarily stunned, his face quickly flushing. At this moment, Dalia suddenly changed the subject. By the way, is the royal family still in contact with you? Rodri nodded. I heard there will be an investiture ceremony for the warriors' achievements after the battle. Dalia shook her head and said, No, I'm not asking about that. Rodri frowned. Why? She continued, Would you accept the princess's marriage proposal? Rodri became even more confused. Why do you care about that? Dalia asked back in surprise. What do you mean? Because His Majesty wants you to be his son-in-law. Rodri asked in astonishment. What?
Dalia replied, I'm just here for the ball, and everyone keeps talking about the royal family wanting to form ties with the Bowser household.
After saying that, she took a bite of cake. It's not surprising that the royal family wants Rodri as a son-in-law, not just because he's a hero, but also because he's very pleasing to the eye. However, Rodri would never agree to marry the princess, because he has to marry the female lead. After a long silence, Rodri asked curiously, "Aren't you bothered at all by the rumors about us?" Dalia froze. "Huh?" Looking at Rodri's face, Dalia asked again, "Is there any reason to be worried?" Upon hearing this, Rodri silently stared into her eyes. Dalia suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Why isn't he saying anything? Did I say something wrong?" After a moment, Rodri suddenly stood up and said, "I have to do something." Dalia asked in surprise, "What is it?" Rodri replied, "There's something I need to do." Dalia thought in bewilderment. "Huh?" Out of nowhere. He added, "You should go home now." Dalia stared blankly, wondering, "Is that all? Why did he suddenly get so angry?" A moment later, in the carriage returning to the Count's mansion,
She sighed dejectedly. What did I do wrong again? Recalling Rodri's question, "Aren't you bothered at all by the rumors between us?" Dalia became even more puzzled. I mean, why should I worry about such untrue rumors? Wait a minute. Or has he secretly met someone? The female lead. Has he met her already? Is he upset because she had some improper intentions? But this isn't when she's supposed to appear, is it? Thinking this, Dalia let out a sigh. Then why is he angry? It's bothering me. After returning to the mansion, she asked, not very surprised, "Did Count Jordan come to borrow money?" Lowell replied, "More precisely, he's proposing an investment. I think he needs funds to develop pharmaceuticals, and he said he would share a portion of the profits once the remedy is released to the market." Dalia was skeptical. Why doesn't he borrow from the bank? Lowell continued, "Because he wants to borrow a rather large sum." Dalia nodded. "Oh, what else? Banks have extremely strict screening processes." She mused. Will my father agree to lend him the money?" Lowell replied, "He's considering it, but there are many who object." Dalia continued, "It's understandable. After all, Count Jordan doesn't have any concrete evidence. Count Jordan is a newcomer who just ventured into the pharmaceutical market. He was quite lucky to be able to recruit Hestia and profit from the functional food she created. However, he fired her simply out of jealousy and selfishness. When she first met Hestia, Dalia comforted her. "They're there. Who's a good girl?" Hestia choked a glass of wine and replied, "I'm fine. I'm even better supported now than before, and I can make even better medicine." At that time, Dalia clapped and praised, "True passion." Back to the present, recalling Hestia's words, "I can make even better medicine. I can make better medicine." Dalia's eyes suddenly lit up.
"I'm going and I'll be back." Lowell, startled, called after her, "Wait, where are you going?" "To the research lab," Hestia replied. "It's quite easy because I know what kind of medicine he's developing. I still remember how to make it. I just need to refine it a bit." Dalia concluded, "So you can make better medicine than Count Jordan in a short amount of time, right?" Hestia, sweating, said, "Yes, but why do you ask? Why are you in such a hurry?" Dalia lunged forward and grabbed her hand. "Hey!" Hestia, startled, replied, "Yes?" Dalia, full of enthusiasm, asked, "Do you remember the promise I haven't fulfilled yet?" Hestia stammered, A promise?" Dalia nodded. "I said I would give you the best research facility in the Empire, along with a title for you." Upon hearing this, Hestia asked again, bewildered, "But you said you would fulfill it after you became Duchess Averin, didn't you?" Dalia replied, "Granting you a title is quite difficult, but I will bring you the best research facility right now." Hestia, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "How?" Dalia said with a smile, "There's a place, and that place has a newly completed research facility with the most advanced equipment."
Hestia asked in surprise, "Lady Dalia, do you mean—" Dalia chuckled, "Can you create new medicine?" Hestia pondered for a moment. Then she said firmly, "Yes. Starting today, I swear I won't close my eyes until it's done." Upon receiving that commitment, Dalia immediately turned and called out, "Lowell, send word to Count Jordan that I will personally lend him money." Lowell was stunned. "What? But, yes, my lady. Then what will the interest rate be?" Dalia replied, "No interest." Lowell unconsciously nodded. "All right, no interest. What?" Dalia smirked, slowly adding, "But with one condition." She thought to herself, "Hestia developed the cure right after the war ended and saved my father. It's a shame that such an exceptional talent like her was squandered in her first position and then dismissed. Count Jordan, you tormented my good friend." Thinking of this, she then said, "Send word back that we will take his pharmaceutical laboratory as collateral." Then she told herself, "I will reclaim what he stripped from her."
My plan is very simple. First, I will use the laboratory as collateral and lend money to Count Jordan. In my imagination, Dalia will bring the money, which is an investment, and Count Jordan will give her the contract, which is a collateral agreement. The Count will think he's made a huge profit. He won't have to worry about interest rates. All he'll have to do is sell as many pharmaceuticals as possible to repay the loan. He'll think she's such a foolish woman. However, those pharmaceuticals won't sell as anticipated.
because I will launch a similar drug beforehand, not entirely identical. My drug will be much more effective because the original formula has been researched and developed, and his bankruptcy will only be a matter of time. Count Jordan's drug will be considered counterfeit. In my imagination, she will then say, "My dear Count Jordan, when do you intend to make the payment?" Then he will have to kneel and beg, "Please give me a little more time." Dalia will reply, "No, that won't do. I will foreclose on your laboratory then."
And so her goal was achieved. He could only cry out miserably. No, after completing her scheme, Dalia covered her mouth and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ho! His mortgaged laboratory will be mine." Hearing this, Lowell said, "I think you could even make a devil cry." Dalia stopped laughing and said seriously, "That's why you should be careful with contracts. I will avenge Hestia and take away his last bit of luck." Lowell suddenly became curious. "Where are you going, miss? You don't have any appointments today?" Dalia replied, "I'm going to meet an informant." Lowell grew even more puzzled. "An informant?" She smiled and said, "Well, I need to find out what kind of remedy Count Jordan is concocting so Hestia can develop it. I'll be back." Lowell watched her retreating back and silently marveled. The miss is truly very ambitious.
Not long after, at a bakery, Dalia frowned and asked, "Stimulants?" The intelligence officer nodded. "Yes, it's almost like a restorative medicine, but more effective. I heard that the remedy can fully restore one's energy to a certain threshold. Count Jordan claims that one can stay awake all night after using it without feeling any fatigue. The specific details are in the document." Dalia nodded. "Very well, I'll contact you if I need more information." On her way out of the bakery, Dalia pondered, "Stimulants? Is it possible to create something like that? If so, then this is truly remarkable. Should I get involved in the pharmaceutical industry?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Dalia!" She turned her head towards the door, surprised, and said, "Sir River, it's wonderful to see you. Are you here to buy dessert?" River replied, "Indeed, it's rumored to be the best bakery in the empire. Are you also buying some, miss?" Dalia chuckled. "Yes, I am too." In her heart, she thought, "Does he not know that this is a hideout for intelligence officers disguised as a bakery?" River suddenly asked, would you mind sparing some time to chat?" Dalia nodded. "Yes, I'd be glad to." The two walked along the street. River curiously asked, "How have you been lately?" Dalia replied, "I'm still the same."
Even though I was quite sad when someone promised to meet again, only to completely disappear, River said sheepishly, "Oh, well, I was just too busy." Dalia thought to herself, "Look at him blushing, how adorable." River then said, "Actually, I thought about writing to you, but I was afraid you would return the letter if I contacted you without any special reason." Dalia blushed, thinking, "Does he mean he's always thinking of me? What a cute excuse." She cleared her throat and said, "Well, you don't need a reason to send a letter." River looked surprised. "My sincere apologies." Dalia stammered, You can send me a letter anytime you want." River stared at her in astonishment, then smiled and said, "I understand." Dalia said shyly, "I have to go back now. Lowell is waiting for me." River nodded. "Oh, then let me see you off." The two turned around and walked back to the bakery. On the way, Dalia suddenly turned to look at a clothing store. That's... Behind the glass were several colorful ribbons. She thought to herself, it really looked like the bow Rodri gave her. River saw her looking at the ribbons and offered, "May I give you this?" Dalia looked up curiously. "My apologies," River replied. "You seem to be very fond of wearing bows." Dalia asked, "I can buy it myself." River smiled and shook his head. "But it's much better if you receive it from someone else. If someone gives you a gift, that item will be filled with the giver's memories. Even if it's just an ordinary item, as long as it's given, you will always think of the giver whenever you see the gift. I believe that those items will become lovely little special gifts." That sounds a bit cheesy, doesn't it? Let's keep going. Dalia suddenly shook her head. "No." River stopped and asked, puzzled, "Dalia?" She stood straight and calmly said, "Please give me your memories, Sir River."
Returning to the Duke's mansion, Dalia raised her arm thoughtfully. The more she looked at it, the more adorable it seemed. He had finally given her a bracelet. At the same time, she suddenly remembered River's words. If someone gave her a gift, that item would be filled with the giver's memories. Then she blushed, thinking, how could he be so handsome and sweet? Not just a charming gentleman, but also a cunning fox. There's a saying about things happening in threes, and this is the second time already. Could it be that River and I are destined? Oh my. Dalia suddenly sat bolt upright. Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about this. Should I sell these potions? Not long after, at Duke Bowser's mansion, 4 knights were called forth. "Hello, I am Luz Furties, captain of the 2nd Division of the Bowser Army. I am Leona Selvik, captain of the 3rd Division of the Bowser Army. I am Ethan Miller, captain of the 4th Division. I am Michelle Dimitri, captain of the 6th Division." Dalia smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Dalia, daughter of Duke Averin."
Rodri has already spoken to you all, but
Leona seriously replied, "Yes, who do we need to eliminate?" The expression on Dalia's face immediately stiffened. "What?" Leona didn't notice anything unusual, continuing, "I'm very good at one-on-one close combat. If there's someone you need to eliminate, just leave it to me." Luz, beside her, pushed up his glasses, saying dangerously, "No, Leona, I think you're planning to go against some powerful army." Ethan added, "On a national scale, this seems very difficult. If limited to within the territory, the chances of victory are quite easy." Michal let out a breath. "Miss Dalia, shall we act secretly or complete it as quickly as possible? We all have our own unique talents." Dalia, sweating, said, "No, Rodri, what did you tell them?" He casually replied, "Didn't you need my soldiers because you wanted to get revenge on someone?" Dalia shook her head frantically. "No, House Averin has just released some new medicines. It's an energy drink. Everyone can also consider it a tonic for weakness. I hope the most famous elite soldiers of House Bowser will advertise them." Ethan excitedly asked, "Us? Famous?" Luz was calmer, but still found it confusing. "Wouldn't it be better to hire a professional to advertise?" Dalia shook her head. "No, it's better if you all use them, because you all won't cost a penny."
Under Luz's petrified gaze, she continued, saying, "Everyone just needs to say, 'After taking this medicine, I no longer feel tired. I'm full of vitality.' You can also feel reborn. Averin energy drink." The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Ethan turned his head to look at Rodri mechanically. "Sir," he immediately sternly warned, "don't get distracted. Focus on Averin's example." Ethan mumbled, "I want to go home." After they finished talking, Dalia left. Before getting into the car, she turned back and said, "Try it when you're tired." Rodri nodded. "Okay." Dalia handed him something else. "Here, take it quickly before you forget again." As she spoke, she slipped a bottle of medicine into his hand. Rodri replied, "Thank you." Dalia suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, do you want to spend some time with me? I had a few things I wanted to tell you, but you suddenly left that day, so I forgot." Rodri let out an "oh," recalling his own words from the previous day. "I have some things to take care of. I'll be going." After a few seconds, he bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Dalia called out, "Rud, we agreed to have fun like we did when we were kids. Let's go shopping together and eat something delicious. We promised to spend time together and relax, remember?" Rodri pondered for a moment.
Only then did he retort, "I didn't say that." Dalia chuckled and said, "Oh, come on, stop joking. I'll give you the time later. Remember to come." Rodri nodded, "Okay." Then Dalia turned and got into the carriage. Not far away, Michel was so astonished he had to cover his mouth. Luz asked, "Did everyone see that?" Ethan shivered and replied, "Yes, I got goosebumps all over." Luz continued, "Look, he's smiling. I can't believe it. Lady Dalia definitely has feelings for him." Michel added, "It could also be because they're childhood friends, so they're close." Ethan retorted, "What kind of friends hold hands so affectionately? If it were me, I'd rather have no friends at all." Leona nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The lady just asked him out on a date." At this, all four immediately ran towards Rodri. "Sir," Ethan said, "I'm sure the lady also has feelings for you." Leona added, "Yes, you should seize this opportunity to confess your feelings." Michel also advised, "If the lady ever becomes the Duchess, I volunteered to be her bodyguard." Luz calmly reminded, "Don't get carried away with your nonsense." Rodri remained silent, his hand tightly clutching the vial Dalia had given him. In his heart, he recalled her words, "Let's spend more time together." Then he suddenly blushed, thinking, "What's happening? My heart is beating so fast."
A few days later, the voice of a maid rang out in Dalia's room. "Lady Dalia, if you keep moving like that, your makeup will be ruined. When was the last time you dressed up like this? You're finally going on a date after all." Dalia immediately retorted, "No, we're just spending time together like we did when we were children." The two maids exclaimed again, "It's your first date." Dalia said helplessly, "I told you it's not a date." After a while, both maids cried out, "Oh my, you look absolutely beautiful, Lady Dalia." Dalia, surprised, asked back, "Really? I'm late. He must be waiting for me. I'm off." The maid quickly called after her, "Lady Dalia, if you run like that, your hair will get ruined." Outside the mansion, Rodri, dressed handsomely, was standing next to the carriage.
Dalia saw that and gave a wry smile, thinking, "It must be because it's been a long time since I last saw him. He looks truly handsome." She mumbled, "He's just going for a short walk with me. Why does he have to dress up so much?" At that moment, Leona, dressed in a white formal gown and sitting on the coachman's seat, suddenly spoke. "Lady Dalia, you must have put in a lot of effort to look so lovely today, haven't you? Our Duke also spent a lot of time getting ready." Rodri glared, stammering, "No, it's nothing." He reached out his hand and called, "Dalia." She let out a surprised, "Huh?" not yet understanding what was happening, when Rodri had already picked her up and placed her inside the carriage. Then he turned to Leona and said, "We're late. Let's depart." She immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. Let's go." The carriage began to depart. and the space inside became awkwardly silent again. Dahlia looked at Rudrick's face, recalling the scene of being carried into the carriage, and wondered to herself, heavens, how could he lift me so easily? Could he carry me bridal style? I've dreamed of being carried like that so many times.
He's still a kitten in my eyes, but now he looks like a black panther. Unable to stand her longing gaze, Roderick was forced to ask, "Where are we going?" Dahlia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's a secret." The carriage quickly stopped in front of a clothing store. Looking at the noble, elegant suits hanging on the racks, Dahlia rubbed her chin and said, "Are we really going to make him wear that flashy outfit again?" Leona chimed in. "He looks great in simple yet sophisticated outfits. He is handsome and very refined." Roderick's face darkened. "That's enough." Dahlia held up a shirt, cheerfully saying, "Just a little more, please. Come on, Roderick." Roderick firmly shook his head. "No." Dahlia burst out laughing. "This really reminds me of when we used to play house." Leona asked incredulously, "You played house?" Dahlia continued to ask, "How long are you going to keep this up? Until I lose my memory?" Roderick was silent for a moment, then sighed and stood up. "Just this last time," Dahlia said contentedly. "All right." The two of them continued to play like that until the afternoon. Dahlia let out a soft breath. That was really fun. No, it was truly a wonderful day, wasn't it? We went shopping, and now we're having dessert together." Roderick pondered for a moment, then hesitantly replied, I had a lot of fun too." Dahlia then said, "You know what? When I was little, there were so many things I wanted to do with you. It makes me so happy that it feels like a dream come true."
"What about you? Should we meet up again?" Her words were like a gust of wind, scattering Roderick's cold expression. He smiled brightly and said, "I'd love to, Dahlia." She raised her coffee cup, taking a sip as she thought, "Why does he look so happy? Was he that sad? I should have asked him to meet sooner." She suddenly asked, "Oh, that reminds me, will you wear the outfit I bought today to the investiture ceremony?" Roderick nodded. "Yes, I promise I'll wear it." Dahlia smiled contentedly. "Hee, you'll be the center of attention at the party. After all, I'm the one who picked it." Roderick suddenly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, Dahlia," she asked, surprised, "what is it?" Roderick said, "Do you have—" He hesitated for a few seconds, then continued, "Do you have a partner for the ceremony yet?" Dahlia replied indifferently, "Yes, I plan to attend the party with Sir River." Roderick asked, stunned, "Huh?" Looking at Dahlia's face, he thought with a sinking heart, "Is she going with River Goman instead of me?"
Dahlia remained unfazed, smiling as she wondered, "Why are you asking that?" Roderick turned his head to the side. "I guess you don't think you want to be my partner. I wouldn't even want to ask who your partner is." Dahlia asked, startled. "What?" He added, "That's not what I was curious about." Dahlia said apologetically, "I'm sorry." At the same time, she thought, "What's wrong with him? He was the one who started it." Not long after, on a beautiful day, Dahlia sat in her office, tilting her head in thought. Recalling Roderick's words, "I'd be glad to, Dahlia," she mused awkwardly. It's been on my mind all day. I haven't seen him smile so happily lately. Does he enjoy being with me?
Then why on earth did he suddenly get so sulky? I think he's even more prone to sulking than when he was a child. But he'll surely be happy again if I ask him out one more time, won't he? I heard the lake near the capital is very beautiful. Should we go on a cruise next time? I heard that place is quite popular." Thinking of that, she mumbled, "No, I prefer our family's resort. We'll prepare food and go on a picnic." At the same time, Lowell suddenly burst in. "Lady Dahlia!" Dahlia looked up and asked, "Lowell, why are you in such a hurry? Don't tell me." Lowell pushed up his glasses. "Yes, finally, Count Jordan has gone bankrupt." Not long after, Count Jordan's confiscated laboratory was transformed into Hestia's pharmaceutical laboratory. She smiled and said, "Hello, Lady Dahlia." Dahlia looked up and around. "How do you find it? Do you like this laboratory?" Hestia replied, "Yes, of course, but more than that, it's truly a source of pride to have brought down that scoundrel." In her imagination, she was strangling Count Jordan and loudly asking, "Do you think they'll let you off so easily?" Even as he pleaded, "Stop it." Seeing that, Dahlia sighed and thought, there she goes again, always happy when money is involved. But who could Count Jordan have been referring to? Seeing her lost in thought, Hestia hesitated. Lady Dahlia, while developing the remedy you mentioned, I discovered that Count Jordan, that despicable man, is selling illegal drugs." Dahlia, startled, asked, "What?" Hestia continued, "That's why they could stay awake for several days without any ill effects. The ingredients in it must have stimulated their bodies into a state of wakefulness." Dahlia frowned. "Why would he do this?" "Well, he's made a fortune from it." But, she thought to herself, if he's doing it so openly, wouldn't he be caught immediately? Then could his backer not be involved in this? Wait a minute,
Did Count Jordan directly go to the Averin household to borrow money instead of using a brokerage firm? Did he want to lure us into a trap? So that's why Count Jordan mentioned them. I should have paid more attention. Not long after in the carriage, Dalia sighed wearily. Jurin asked curiously, "Are you tired?" Dalia nodded. A little."
Jerome said worriedly, "Are you overworking yourself again?" Dalia shook her head. "No, I think it's just a slight cold." She thought to herself, "I've done everything to gather all information about Count Jordan, but I can't figure out who is behind him. I only know one thing. Someone funded him a very large sum of money. But then one day, they completely cut off that funding. I'm sure that person is targeting my family. It's curious why they're targeting the Averin family. They seem more mysterious and cautious than I thought. But do I have any other choice but to step into the criminal underworld to gather more information?" Seeing her lost in thought, Jerome said, "If you're feeling tired, why don't you try the anti-fatigue medicine Hestia gave you?" Dalia chuckled and asked back, "Oh, are you worried about me? How cute." Jerome huffed and turned his face away. Of course not. But isn't Sir River supposed to accompany you today?" Dalia replied, "Oh, actually, the preparations for the investiture ceremony took longer than expected, so we couldn't go together." Jerome raised an eyebrow and said cheerfully, Really? And as soon as you arrive, you'll go meet Sir Redrick right away?" Dalia nodded. "Yes, I'll be the first to congratulate him." Jerome nodded knowingly. "I'm sure he'll be very happy, and he'll be even happier if he sees me accompanying you instead of Sir River." Dalia asked curiously, Why are you so confident?" Jerome clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know anything." Dalia asked again, "What? No, I do know. Wait, what are you saying? Don't tell me you like Roderick." Jerome startled and shouted, "I don't." Not long after, the carriage stopped outside the royal palace, and Dalia stepped into the banquet hall. She thought to herself, was it because the emperor himself organized the banquet that the great hall looked even more magnificent? It seemed most of the nobles were already here, but she suddenly looked up, walked over and said, "Roderick, congratulations on your, ennoblement." Seeing his gloomy face, Dalia couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Jerome, you liar. Why did you say Roderick was very happy?" She then hastily added, "Oh, this is the person I mentioned last time." Roderick asked coldly, "Who's this idiot?" Dalia froze. "Huh?" Roderick continued to ask, "Who is this moss-head?"
"Did River Goman abandon you, and now you have to get used to this moss-haired guy?" Dalia was so shocked she froze on the spot. "Huh? Why is he looking at me like I'm an unfaithful wife? Why is he mentioning Sir River again?" At the same time, she yelled, "What are you saying? You've misunderstood. Jerome is my chief secretary." Roderick frowned, his eyes still full of suspicion. "Chief secretary?" Dalia nodded. "That's right. He's one of the people I wanted to introduce you to. This is Jerome Hayward, the third son of Count Hayward." Roderick narrowed his eyes, looking down from above. "Jerome Hayward." Dalia gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha. Jerome, say hello." "Jerome, why are you crying?" Jerome covered his mouth and said, I need to go to the restroom for a bit." Dalia exclaimed in surprise, "Jerome!" It was only then that Roderick remembered, frowning thoughtfully. He's still as timid as ever. Dalia, meanwhile, turned pale, thinking, it feels like I've encountered this situation somewhere before. Not long after, a priest read aloud a speech. Duke Averin made an immense contribution in this battle.
Displaying noble chivalry, Dalia watched her father kneel before the throne, thinking proudly to herself, "Indeed, my father is the best." The ceremonial light then announced, "Next, we respectfully present River Goman, the second son of the Goman family." Dalia looked towards the center of the hall. "Oh, that's Sir River." As River knelt at the king's feet, the ceremonial light continued. "In recognition of his outstanding actions, River Goman shall receive lands and privileges befitting the noble title of Count." He raised his head and said, "It is my honor, your majesty." Dalia immediately covered her eyes, thinking, "He's so handsome. He shines brightly among so many people. He must surely be a prince." After River stepped down, the ceremonial light spoke again. Next, the surrounding nobles immediately whispered, "This must be the last one, right? They usually save the best for last." The ceremonial light announced loudly, "The eldest son of the Bowser family, Roderick Bowser." The moment Roderick stepped forward, Dalia was utterly captivated. Her face quickly flushed red, and her heart pounded rapidly. The king spoke, "You have been exceptionally outstanding in this battle, and have saved countless innocent people of the royal palace." Seeing the gift he presented, the nobles exclaimed, That's the treasured sword passed down through generations of the royal family. Could His Majesty be making an exception for Sir Roderick to become a member of the royal family? What are they saying? That the Bowser family would also become mere royal lackeys?" Amidst the murmurs, the king continued, "By my authority, I respectfully bestow upon you the title of Duke."
As soon as the words ended, Dalia immediately led the applause. The other nobles then followed suit. Dalia thought to herself, now Roderick had become one of the 3 dukes of the imperial court, while she was merely the heir to the title of Duke Averin. It felt as if there was a huge gap between them. As if sensing her emotions, Roderick suddenly turned his head to look back. Dalia was momentarily stunned, then smiled and waved, thinking to herself that she needed to do better so she could stand by his side one day. The investiture ceremony ended, but the party continued.
Nobles quickly approached Rodri, offering congratulations. Duke Bowser, you have been bestowed the treasured sword, and you are now officially the head of the family. From a distance, Dalia thought to herself, everyone is chatting with him. Now that Rodri is a duke, will he leave for the south again? When will we meet again? Rodri suddenly turned his head and asked curiously, Dalia, what's with that expression? Are you not feeling well? She was startled and replied, no. At the same time, she thought, your treatment of me is making those strange rumors in high society spread even wider. Suddenly, a royal knight approached and said, Sir, His Majesty wishes to see you. Dalia thought to herself, it's finally happening. I'm sure the Emperor wants to marry the princess to Rodri. But I didn't expect His Majesty to summon him in front of so many people. Perhaps that shows the Emperor is truly serious about marrying the princess to Rodri. Rodri shook his head and replied, inform His Majesty that I cannot. The royal knight then said, if you refuse, His Majesty will personally come to see you. Rodri hesitated, glancing at Dalia. She immediately thought suspiciously, is he worried about me? Does he think I'll be upset if he meets the princess? Then she said, Rodri, I'm fine, go quickly. He frowned and asked again, are you sure? Dalia nodded. Of course. It will only take a little time. It won't be long. Rodri involuntarily cursed loudly. Damn it, this is incomprehensible.
I'll be right back, so please wait, Dalia asked, stunned. Huh? Okay. Not long after, outside the banquet hall, Dalia thought to herself, I came out to avoid people's gossip, but I don't know where to go. She sighed. I'm so tired. Then she thought, I felt unwell from the start. At this rate, I might catch a cold. Should I rest here for a bit? Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from nearby. River emerged from the bushes, shirtless, calling out bewildered. Dalia! Her whole body stiffened, her eyes staring at River's abs. Then, a drop of blood suddenly fell to the ground. River exclaimed in alarm. Ah, Dalia, you have a nosebleed. Dalia uttered a bewildered, huh?
River asked worriedly, are you all right? Dalia wiped her nosebleed and replied, yes, I'm fine. River continued, if you tilt your head back too much, you'll choke. After saying that, he suddenly paused for a moment, then abruptly said, sorry. Dalia hummed in response. Immediately after River picked her up in a princess carry, Dalia, blushing, exclaimed, Sir River, he said, I think it would be better if you sat on the chair. I'll put you down soon. Dalia, her face bright red, asked, wait, could you put your shirt on first? After a moment by the fountain, River scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm not usually shirtless when I'm out. Dalia replied, I know. Looking at your shirt, it seems you just spilled wine. River nodded. That's right. I had just turned around when I unfortunately bumped into a server. I originally intended to handle everything myself, but things didn't go as planned. I should have asked someone for help. Hearing him recount the story, Dalia thought again. He has broad shoulders and a well-built chest, doesn't he? After a moment of silence, River said, the nosebleed has stopped. Dalia took the handkerchief down. Thank you so much for your help. As she was about to stand up, River suddenly reached out and pulled her back. The nosebleed has stopped, but please rest a little longer. Dalia's face turned crimson, and she secretly thought, oh my goodness, why is he so sweet? My nosebleed is going to start again.
Seeing she said nothing, River suddenly asked, Dalia? Dalia startled and replied, yes. He let out a breath. Are you overworking yourself again, even to the point of having a nosebleed? Dalia thought to herself, the truth is, it's because I saw your mortal form. Outwardly, she said, no, it seems I might have pushed myself too hard without knowing my limits. I thought I was doing very well, but I'm a little impatient because I feel like I'm still treading water. River said seriously, I understand. Although I can't fully comprehend everything you're going through, I understand that feeling. There was a time when I myself thought that resting was a mistake and believed that I only deserved to rest after achieving a certain accomplishment. Is taking a temporary break really such a huge problem? Dalia suddenly asked. But what if it is a problem? If I were to rest comfortably and something were to happen with no way to fix it, would you be able to relax and ease your mind? River stared at her, stunned. Seeing this, Dalia broke out in a cold sweat. I was just asking a question, just hypothetically, haha. She thought to herself, Sir River was just trying to comfort me. Unbelievable, Dalia Averin. River suddenly asked, do you know how to share your burdens with others? If you want someone to lean on and you don't mind, please let me be that person. Please tell me your worries. Dalia pondered for a moment, then replied, I think I need someone to lean on right now. If you don't mind, please stay with me a little longer. River replied, of course. Dalia thought to herself again, if there's someone I can lean on and sit with to ponder, who else could it be but him? I think it would be great if Sir River stayed by my side forever. Meanwhile, Rodri was wandering aimlessly in the hallway. He wondered, where did Dalia go? Recalling her words, I'm fine, just go. Rodri thought again, She's not fine at all. I shouldn't have left her alone. Soon after, he stepped out the door. As soon as he looked up, he was startled, his eyes widening. In front of him, River was carrying Dalia in a princess carry, walking towards him. He asked, "Sir?" Rodri frowned angrily and stepped forward, hastily saying, "Give her to me." River said coldly, "Lady Dalia is not an object you can demand." Rodri snapped, "What? Who do you think you are?" Not to be outdone, River asked, "And what about you? Lady Dalia has been through a lot of trouble and is feeling a bit unwell. And what have you been doing in the meantime?" Rodri was left speechless, unable to utter a word. River continued, "If anyone were to witness this scene, rumors would spread even further among the nobility. My formal attire is not quite in order at the moment, so I must ask you to take Lady Dalia home, though I'm sure you'll regret this later. I might have spoken a bit provocatively just now." Without waiting for him to finish, Rodri interjected, "You'd better not do anything foolish that you'll regret." With that, he picked up Dalia, turned, and left. In his mind, he recalled the words of the knights in his family. Lady Dalia definitely has feelings for you, Rodri thought. If that were true, he remembered her words. "My heart is beating so fast. We've already agreed to be friends. Let's go for a walk." Then he thought again. Well, I think being friends like this is good too. Rodri lowered his head and looked at Dalia's face. After a moment of silence, he continued to think, "But I don't want to lose this warmth to anyone else. What exactly am I hoping for?"
The next day, in Dalia's pink room, she fluttered her eyes open, startled, and sat bolt upright. "My room? How did I get back here?" Just then, the room door suddenly opened. Adelio and Claire rushed in, looking worried. "Dalia," he asked, "are you all right?" She sobbed. "We were so alarmed to hear you fainted. I thought I'd pass out too." Seeing their reaction, Dalia couldn't help but wonder. "I fainted? No wonder I didn't know how I got myself back to my room."
Claire gently patted her shoulder. "Dalia, if you have any difficulties, please speak up. Don't keep them to yourself." Dalia smiled and replied, "Yes, I promise. But, was it Mr. River?" Claire said, "Remember to thank Rodri. He seemed very worried about you." Dalia paused. "Huh? Rodri?" She wondered, "Wasn't it Mr. River?" Claire nodded. "That's right. He brought you home last night. Get some more nust. I'm so glad you're okay, my dear girl." After saying that, she and Adelio left the room. It was then that Dalia pondered. "Mr. River didn't bring me home? Did they meet by chance somewhere? I'll have to ask Rodri about this. But more importantly, remembering River's words, if you wish to have someone to lean on and don't mind, please allow me to be that person. Please tell me your worries." Dalia continued to think. Is Mr. River Common an angel descended from heaven? He's handsome and talented, comes from a good background, and is trustworthy. Not only that, his aura is extraordinary. How can he be so perfect? She mumbled to herself, "Should I confess my feelings?" In her study, Dalia twirled her pen and said, "Should I get engaged this year?"
In the novel, River is just a minor character, but who cares? He hasn't met O'Neill yet. I'll just make him mine before that happens. As she was lost in thought about handsome men, Lowell suddenly knocked on the door. "Lady Dalia, I have something important to report to you." Dalia looked up. "Oh, all right, coming quickly." Not long after, she shrieked. "What? A faction wants Marchioness Myers to become the Averin family's successor instead of me?" Lowell nodded and said, "More precisely, they want her son to become the next duke." Dalia shot up and asked, "Wait, but Marchioness Myers, she..." Lowell continued, "She has already renounced her right to the title." Dalia pressed on, "But why this sudden change of heart, and so quickly? Why?" Lowell replied, "Although the reason isn't entirely clear, there are rumors that the vassals who unanimously support her have begun to rally." Dalia asked seriously, "Does my father know about this yet?" Lowell responded, "He fainted from anger after hearing the news. In fact, your cousin is also qualified to be an Averin heir, so I think you should officially prepare for this succession competition." Dalia thought in silence. Marchioness Myers, her aunt, was once introduced as the daughter of Duke Averin, a talented woman. That's why father entrusted her with family matters and left home to join the battlefield. But ironically, she fell in love with Marquis Myers and vowed to become the Marchioness. She declared, "I will withdraw from the position of successor," and father replied, "I will become the successor and head of the family." Father then assumed the role of Duke Averin to marry mother. At that time, Marchioness Myers had said, "I trust you, Adelio. You'll do well. Dalia continued to think. That's how everything ended.
She murmured, no matter how many times she reconsidered, something wasn't right. Aunt wasn't the type to suddenly become power-hungry. Then she wondered if it was her son's decision, but even so, it was truly unexpected. What if this was related to the organization, targeting her family? No, it was too early to draw conclusions now. Now, the best thing to do was to protect her own position and become the next successor of the Averin family. At this thought, Dalia immediately called out, "Lowell, the successor has been decided, based on the growth of the trading company, right?" She thought to herself it was finally time to use it, the thing she had received from the Crown Prince last time, the ore mine in the eastern mountains of Philidos.
People usually think it's an abandoned mine, but in reality it contains an enormous quantity of mana stones. The owner is a shell company, so it's safe to say that if I secure exclusive distribution rights, it would be enough to secure victory. After a moment of thought, Lowell replied,
Yes, Lady Dahlia. However, there's another issue. Dahlia flinched and asked, Huh? Lowell pushed up his glasses. If you participate in the competition, you will have to run a hotel business. Dahlia asked, stunned. What? Lowell explained. Not business coordination, but managing a homestay. Upon hearing this, Dahlia immediately said, Suddenly I have to go run a guest house? Are you kidding me? I worked so hard to get that mine from the shell company for this very moment. Krrr. Jaren calmly picked up his teacup. Unfortunately, tourism and hospitality are currently in a period of crisis, and this isn't your family's primary investment sector, is it? Dahlia froze. That's right. There was a time when tourism became popular among the nobility, and hotels grew at an extremely high rate, so the House of Averin also bought a few guest houses at the time. However, it didn't go anywhere, and the investments made in hotels back then were all high-end items for the elite, so it's hard to say if we should just abandon those properties, she said in a low voice. Someone is definitely trying to make things difficult for me. Hide well, because if I catch you, I'll deal with you.
Jiran casually interjected. The previous one was also a meat grinder, you know. Dahlia angrily turned her head. Hey! Jiran stammered. Well, it seems you don't have any other choice. Dahlia tilted her head and asked, Huh? He then said, But I have two proposals. The first one is easier, but will take a bit of time, or the second one is difficult, but the completion time is very short. Which one do you prefer? Dahlia smiled and said, I want the one that's both fast and easy. Jiran helplessly asked back, But this is a competition for succession to the throne. Do you want others to serve it to you on a silver platter? Dahlia nodded. Of course. The easier one is always better. Jiran sighed. Forget it. I'll explain both. Choose whichever one you want. First, the easy but long one. After a complete overhaul, the inns will be reborn with a reputation for being public-friendly. With differentiated services, this place will gradually make a name for itself. Dahlia raised her hand and declared, Wait, this will take forever.
Jiran nodded. That's why I said it's quite time-consuming. Dahlia slapped the table and said, Show me the quick one. He said loudly, It's very difficult. Well then, this issue is related to the business license of Valoa Port. As soon as she heard that, Dahlia immediately stopped him. Wait, you want me to get the business license for Valoa Port? Valoa is the largest seaport city on the continent and the maritime hub of the Hessen Kingdom, connecting nations. Because this city is even more famous than its own kingdom, people call it the Kingdom of Valoa. Dahlia thought seriously. If she were to open an inn in such a prosperous place, it would surely succeed. However, she asked gloomily, Will I succeed? This is truly a struggle. Jerome reminded her again. Don't forget that you also carry the prestige of the Averin family, giving you a significant advantage over other competitors. However, you also have to contend with Rubabel Company. The youngest son of the Rubabel family is also aiming for this business license. Dahlia looked up. Oh, is that the friend you mentioned? Jerome immediately shook his head. We are just colleagues. Dahlia asked curiously. He's very smart, isn't he? Jerome replied. Compared to his older brother, his skills are quite ordinary, and no one says he will become the successor. But he's very good at diplomacy. Rumors say he's extremely close with the prince of the Kingdom of Hessen. Dahlia rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Is that how I can seize Valoa's business license? I can't afford to lose it. At the same time, Jerome added, You still have a chance to win. The king of the Kingdom of Hessen is still postponing the bidding for this business license. Dahlia asked in surprise. Huh? Why? Jerome replied gravely. His Majesty has lost control of something precious to him. Dahlia was startled, thinking, What? She immediately recalled a vague memory. Thank you. Because of you, you finally helped my daughter recover. What should I give you in return? I sincerely express my deepest gratitude to you, not only as the king of a nation, but as the father of a beloved daughter. After a moment of thought, she asked, The king of Hessen is distracted because...
The youngest princess is suffering from an incurable disease? Jaren asked in surprise. What? How do you know? Dahlia immediately thought, I knew it. This is definitely the novel Silver Bell. But is this an important scene? The memories are so vivid. And when will this annoying headache stop? I guess it won't hurt not to remember the details. Thinking of this, Dahlia immediately said, There's another way. Jaren asked curiously, Do what? Dahlia said seriously, We must convince King Hessen. After returning to her room, she recalled Jaren's words. It's been a few months since His Majesty's daughter fell ill. However, no one has been able to find a way to help her get better, let alone know the name of the disease. Then she happily thought, But I know what it is. Is this the joy of possessing someone else's body? She held a piece of paper that read, Mana Deficiency Syndrome, a disease that leads to a slow death due to an innate lack of mana in the body. The treatment method is extremely basic. The only thing you need to do is introduce mana into the body. Required ingredient, magical mineral resin.
Setting that paper aside, Dahlia flipped through the book, thinking, If I find a cure, getting a business license will only be a matter of time, but how do I find magical mineral resin? A moment later, upon reading the line, magical mineral resin can be found in the Forest of Shadows, she froze. The Forest of Shadows? Wait, it's in the north. Every winter, the head of the Bowser family has to go there to hunt monsters. I wonder if he knows. At this, Dahlia mumbled again. That's right, winter is only a few months away. Does that mean he'll have to go back north soon? But we just reunited. Even though we're adults now, we haven't had enough time together. It's not like we'll never see each other again, but why do I feel so sad? Not far in front of her, Leona suddenly said, "Oh, you know about that, Lady Dahlia." Dahlia frowned. "Excuse me, but what are you talking about?" Leona casually replied, "Aren't you talking about the Forest of Shadows?" Dahlia couldn't help but think in surprise. "I just mumbled to myself and she heard it. That's incredible. I should be more careful with what I say when she's around." Then she nodded. "Oh, I've heard that there are more and more monsters in the Forest of Shadows lately," Leona replied. "Oh, that's right. That's why Duke Bowser transferred that dull first platoon leader to the north. I'm really glad he's not here, honestly." Dahlia asked in astonishment. The dull first platoon leader? Leona couldn't help but be surprised by her expression. Oh, right. He's a kid with a terrible personality.
Dahlia heard this and thought, was Rodri very surprised when I fainted at the Noble Party? Since that day, he sent a different captain every day. Is it a rotation or what? I really appreciate it, but it's incredibly awkward. I told him not to send them anymore, but he didn't listen. Why doesn't he come himself? Isn't he worried about me? Or maybe he doesn't care enough to come in person. Well, I understand he's busy, but is it that hard to spend a little time with me? I don't understand what he's thinking. After understanding the reason, Dahlia surprisingly asked, "What? His Majesty requested Rodri to form an expedition team?" Leona replied, "Yes, because the forest has been quite dangerous lately, with more and more people seeing high-level monsters at the entrances. However, His Majesty's favor has also returned, so we quickly dealt with this matter. But it's strange that His Majesty gave us a reinforcement army," Dahlia suspiciously asked. "Reinforcement army?"
Leona replied again. "Yes, Your Majesty said that the mana waves in the Shadow Forest are very unusual. Even though the royal family has already sent scouts to investigate, it still makes Your Majesty feel uneasy." Dahlia thought in silence. Is Your Majesty's plan to make Rodri her son-in-law? She let out a breath. "I think you'll have to leave sooner than expected. It will take quite a long time for reinforcements to join you." Hearing that, Leona said, "Huh? Haven't you heard? We're leaving this month." Dahlia asked, startled again, "What?"
At Bowser Manor, Rodri stated firmly, "I'm not going." The royal knight stammered, We must set off soon before the large-scale invasion begins." Rodri remained resolute. "I won't agree to postpone the schedule. I made it very clear that we would depart when winter arrives, didn't I?" The royal knight, flustered, said, "But the reinforcements cannot withstand the northern cold, so our troops could suffer heavy losses." Rodri replied indifferently, "That's not my concern." Out of options, the royal knight then adopted a threatening tone. "This is a royal command. If your grace defies the order—" Rodri's face immediately turned cold as he asked, "What if I don't comply? What will you do then? Will you draw your sword?" The royal knight flinched and stammered, No, that's not what I meant. I will report all of your words to His Majesty." After he left, Ethan then stepped forward and spoke softly. Sir, even you will be punished if you keep defying royal commands like this." Rodri said nonchalantly, "It's fine. I am the only one who can lead the expedition, so His Majesty won't be able to do anything to me, and for now, I must stay." After speaking, he fell silent, lost in thought. "Every time I remember that night, my heart clenches. I don't know what I'll say or do when we meet again. I'm afraid this relationship will change if we reunite, so I always try to hide myself in the manor. However, I never stop worrying about them, which is why I sent my subordinates to check if they are all right. If we remain distant like this, I can't do anything, and we'll probably just become awkward with each other again, just like before. What's more, what if River gets in between us? I certainly won't give up." Amidst a scorching midday sun, Dahlia swayed as she walked towards her desk, deep in thought. "Yes, I think Rodri will depart when winter arrives, not now. It's a pity, but what can I do? It's not as if we'll never meet again."
Whose letter is this? After picking it up, her worries about Rodri immediately vanished. Dahlia blushed and said, "Look, it's from Sir River." Then thought, "It's surprising he replied the same day. He's really diligent in his pursuit." The more she learned about him, the more charming she found him to be. When she fainted at the party, he asked Rodri to take her home so her parents wouldn't worry. What's this? "Dear Dahlia, while on a stroll, I came across this flower by the roadside, and seeing it, I was suddenly reminded of you. That's why I wanted to share it with you. I pressed the flower to send to you with this letter. It would be an honor if you kept it, but please do not feel obligated." Reading that far, Dahlia exclaimed, "Oh my!" Then she thought, "That's so sweet. He even wrote a postscript today? P.S.
This is a bit sudden, but I've just received a royal command to join the expeditionary force dispatched this month to subjugate the monsters of the north. I hope to see you before I depart. Therefore, if it's possible, could we meet briefly? Sincerely, River. Dalia was stunned, thinking, what? He has to go to the north too? After a moment, she suddenly said, I want to go too. I can't let River go like that.
Not long after, Duran picked his ear, then frowned and said, let me clarify this. Count Goman will join the reinforcements for the expedition team, and you will follow him to the north? Dalia let out a breath, a look of utter infatuation on her face. We will go together and return as a family. Duran loudly asked again, what are you talking about? Dalia suddenly turned and asked, are you coming along? Wouldn't it be exciting if we collected magic minerals together? Duran, sweating, replied, don't talk nonsense, and I don't like him. Dalia innocently asked, who? Rodri? Duran seriously replied, no, it's Count Goman. She immediately yelled, huh? Why not? Duran leaned closer. Don't you find it strange how you always happen to run into him? Dalia replied, that's destiny. You don't know anything. Duran said sternly, I'm not kidding. You've heard about the rumors of Duke Goman, right? They say he's particularly obsessed with power.
The Bowser family became war heroes, and the Averin family gained control of the Empire's trade, so he must be very worried. Duran said in a low voice, please be careful, Dalia. Count Goman is brewing some kind of plan. Dalia lowered her eyelids, thinking to herself, all right, it's only natural if he truly intends to like me. I believe in his sincerity. But if River has ulterior motives, as Duran said, what should I do? In the evening, Dalia went to Hestia's research room. Hestia, are you sleeping? Hestia looked up. Lady Dalia. Seeing her utterly exhausted appearance, Dalia couldn't help but exclaim loudly, you stayed up all night again? Calm down. Even if you develop new medicines now, we won't sell them immediately. Hestia said in a trembling voice, when you become the Duchess, I will ensure there are always new medicines for you to sell every year. Dalia broke out in a cold sweat. It's useless if you push yourself to death like this. We must live long, healthy, and prosperous lives. Hestia gratefully called out, Lady.
By the way, what brings you here? Dalia replied, I want to make a new kind of medicine. Do you know about mana deficiency syndrome? And is there a cure? Hestia nodded and said, oh, I've heard of it before. We can cure it with mana, but it's very difficult to find magic mineral resin, which is the most important ingredient. Dalia nodded. Don't worry, I'll go to the north to find them. Hestia was startled and asked again, what? You're going by yourself? You're going that far? Dalia smiled and replied, of course, this will help me win this succession competition. Upon hearing this, Hestia showed an admiring expression and exclaimed, Lady Dalia! She was thinking, I can't say that I'm going after a boy. After a while, Hestia asked curiously, are you going alone? Dalia unconsciously replied, huh? No, I'll go with Rodri. Hestia asked in surprise, you're going with Duke Rodri, your childhood sweetheart? Dalia nodded, that's right. I'm even staying at his mansion there. Hestia covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh my goodness, you really don't want to say goodbye to him, do you? Dalia tilted her head. What? Hestia suddenly leaned in, saying excitedly, I have some really good dating advice for you. Dalia asked stunned, huh? Hestia reached out her hand and said loudly, come with me. Dalia, still not understanding, asked blankly, go? After hearing that she would be going north, Claire wiped away her tears and said, this day was bound to come. My precious daughter has to go north with Rodri.
Dalia thought awkwardly. First Hestia, now her parents. Adelia tried to smile to comfort his wife. The girl used to beg to go north with Rodri when she was little, after all. Who knew she would actually go when she grew up? Claire snorted and said, we can't stop her. She's not a child anymore. What if she brings back a grandchild when she returns? Adelio started, stammering, my dear. Dalia also turned pale. Mom. Adelio then said, it's too early to think about that, Dalia. Don't rush things. You can take your time deciding when you want grandchildren. Dalia cried out helplessly, Dad, what are you two talking about? Rodri and I are just friends. Claire raised her chin and said, that's how everything starts. Dalia argued loudly, I'm going north to handle some business and a few other things. Claire asked again, like going on a date? Dalia cried out helplessly, Mom, anyway, there's nothing going on between Rodri and me, so please don't think such ridiculous things. Adelio frowned and asked, so you're going north because of River Goman? Dalia blushed and replied, oh my God, that's right. How did you know, Dad? Claire answered, he writes to you all the time. Everyone knows he doesn't have a fiancée yet. Adelio asked seriously, is it really because of him? Dalia thought to herself, why does Dad look unhappy? Adelio continued to ask, how long have you two known each other? From the victory ball or the inauguration ceremony? Dalia lowered her head and thought, and the interrogation has begun. After a moment, she hesitantly looked up and asked, Dad, do you want a blonde grandchild? Adelio immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk. Claire started and said, oh my,
Dahlia's face turned crimson as she thought, I said that too loudly. Claire turned to him and said, Dear, there's no more tea to drink. Adelio stammered. But...
Claire ignored him, saying seriously, everyone in the nobility knows Duke Goman's second son is the ideal type. I've also heard he's very good. Adelio quickly chimed in. That's right, he's not shy and is very sociable with everyone. It seems we'll get along quickly. Dalia thought in surprise. What? Claire smiled and said, That means ask him to drop by. I want to do some shopping with my son-in-law. Adelio added, I'll arrange to meet him another time.
Dahlia's eyes lit up, thinking, Mother. She stammered, well? Adelio suddenly asked, What about Rodri? Dalia froze. What? He let out a breath. Rodri, does he know about you and River? Dalia frowned and asked, It seems you're quite close to Rodri, father. You even wanted him to be your son-in-law. Adelio, caught off guard, cleared his throat. I was just curious, Dalia replied. Rodri and I are just friends. We've known each other since we were little, so I can't see him as a lover. Claire asked curiously, But do you like River? Dalia hesitated. He makes my heart a little flustered. No, a lot. Claire exclaimed, Oh my. Adelio glanced over, saying softly, She seems serious. Claire asked curiously, So when will she return to the north? Dalia interjected with a smile. Now, I'll go with my fiancé. In the carriage, Dalia looked out the window, thinking deeply. I haven't seen Rodri since the inauguration. He never contacted me first. But what time does he have to care about me right now? The royal family is already keeping a close eye on him. No matter how many monsters there are in the dark forest, Rodri and his Night Order will defeat them. However, the royal family deliberately provided him with reinforcements to make Rodri indebted to them. The matter was so obvious that Rodri had also noticed it, but he couldn't defy the royal family's orders.
He must be very annoyed and angry, I bet. I'm sure he'll be happy as soon as he hears I'm coming along. Oh no, what if he tells me not to come because it's too dangerous? No, I'll do everything I can to convince him. Rodri is my last hope. Not long after, at the Bowser mansion, Dalia suddenly froze. Oh, Rodri looked different from usual. He must be very busy. He looked noticeably thinner. Before he always seemed angry, but now he looks so worried. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, Are you worried about me? Why do you keep fidgeting? I heard you took me home that day. Rodri let out a breath. Oh, that's right, I was worried about you. Dalia frowned and said, Then you should have come to see me. Why weren't you there? No one knew why you didn't come. Rodri opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Dalia was silent for a moment.
She reached for the teacup, thinking, It sounds like I'm bullying him. Then she said, Sorry, I didn't know you were so busy. You're going back to the north soon, aren't you? Rodri hesitated for a moment, then replied, No. Dalia immediately flinched and asked, What? But you just received orders from the royal family. Are you sure you'll be okay if you don't complete them? Rodri shook his head. No. Dalia was even more surprised. What do you mean? I thought you were going, so I told my parents I'd be going with you. Rodri flinched and asked, What? At the same time, the room door burst open, and Ethan led the charge in, asking, You're going with us? The atmosphere in the room immediately stiffened. After a moment, Rodri said in a low voice, Kneel. All four replied in unison, Yes. While the Bowser Knights were pressing their heads to the ground with their backsides in the air, Rodri turned and asked, What do you mean? You're going back to the north with me? Dalia nervously said, Well, the thing is, Ethan interjected with a trembling voice, Lady Dalia, please speak at your leisure. Consider us as heir. Rodri raised an eyebrow. Straighten up. They all shouted in unison again. Yes. Dalia sighed and replied, Yes. Rodri's eyebrows immediately knitted together. Why do you want to go with me? Dalia stammered, Well, it's just that... Under Rodri's tense expression.
She replied, The truth is, to win the succession competition, I need some magical mineral resin from the Darkwood Forest. Rodri silently looked at her. Then he said, If that's the case, you don't need to go anywhere. Stay here. Just then, Michelle suddenly interjected, Did someone say magical mineral resin? Rodri and Dalia simultaneously froze, slowly looking at her. After a moment, the atmosphere gradually settled. Dalia curiously asked, Michelle, have you seen magical mineral resin before? She replied, It's not that I saw it with my own eyes, but my grandfather left it behind. In the past, he lived near the Darkwood Forest. However, that town disappeared long ago, and the forest expanded more and more, gradually swallowing his home. Lady Dalia, is that why you have to personally go to the north? If it's simply for the competition, then I think you should ask someone else. Dalia stammered, Well...
Michelle asked worriedly, The Shadow Forest is truly very dangerous. Is that really the reason for you to go there yourself? The knights, who were still bowing their heads to the ground, suddenly whispered, Is it? It must be. Michelle also asked curiously, Or is there someone so important that you would brave the danger to follow them? Dalia asked back shyly, How did everyone know? Rodri couldn't help but freeze, his eyes wide. He thought to himself, The person he doesn't want to leave, the person he wants to be with. Dalia forced to laugh again. Ha ha, is it that obvious? The knights eagerly asked, How long have you liked him? Is there a reason you had to gather all your courage to confess? You must have hesitated all this time, right? Dahlia rubbed her neck and said, "That's right, I'm quite passive. I hesitated for quite a while because I was afraid things would lead to disappointment." Meanwhile, Rodri was thinking of River. "Lady Dahlia has faced many troubles. She's also been a bit unwell. And what were you doing during all that?" His hand unconsciously clenched. At this moment, Dahlia was still speaking. "I myself have reached the age to be married off, and I think it would be wonderful if he were the man I could rely on." Rodri suddenly spoke up. "Who are you talking about? Is it—" Dahlia looked at him in surprise, then nodded. "Yes. Everyone already knows? You know him, Rodri." Rodri thought in silence. When River asked what he was doing when Dahlia faced many troubles, he couldn't answer, because he truly wasn't by her side when she needed him most.
However, I swore that if Dahlia chose me over River, I would never let the opportunity slip away, becoming the person she could lean on. Now or never, I would make my feelings clear to her. Having made up his mind, Rodri began. "Dahlia, I—" At the same time, Dahlia also said, "It's River Goman." Rodri, stunned, asked, "What?" Dahlia replied, "The person I will propose to is Count Goman." The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone was frozen in place. Seeing this, Dahlia was startled and asked, "Huh? What's wrong? What with your reactions?" That evening, Rodri stood by the window, looking out, recalling Dahlia's words. "You know him, Rodri." He silently bowed his head, thinking to himself, "But I can't accept that. The reason I couldn't stop noticing her every time I saw her, and the reason why I embraced her when we met again, I had constantly wondered who she liked, and even when I knew her every action, I still felt incredibly confused. That's also why I couldn't forget her, even in my most desperate moments. Dalia Averin, I've fallen for you." Meanwhile, Leona suddenly said, "Duke."
"Yes, Duke, Ethan said he has something he wants to tell you." Ethan startled and stammered, "Me? Oh, I mean, sir, we want to apologize." Rodri sighed and said, "Forget it. Where's Dahlia?" Luz replied, "We saw the lady off. What are you going to do?" Rodri asked back, "What do you mean?" Luz said seriously, "What is your plan? Do you intend to go to the north with a scouting party?" Rodri fell silent, deep in thought. "To the north? I was planning to. Well then, I don't have any reason to stay in the capital anymore."
Then he said, "Let's go home," while also telling himself, "She won't return my feelings." Luz asked curiously, "Are you going with Lady Dahlia?" Rodri turned his head and asked, "What?" Luz replied, "Oh, the lady said she wants to go north with you." Rodri shook his head. "No, not me. River Goman." Luz helplessly reminded him, "Well, you could ask for Count Goman to be removed from the army, and then Lady Dahlia wouldn't follow him anymore." Rodri, still lacking confidence, said, "Then they'll stay in the capital together forever." Upon hearing this, Luz helplessly bowed his head. "Oh." Rodri fell into contemplation again. River Goman. What if River and Dahlia stayed in the capital together? If it were her, she would surely marry him in the next few months, and I would hear the news through an invitation after I had already fled north. He mumbled, Must I witness that? No, I can't. I'll go mad."
Luz and 3 other knights were completely stunned. "Huh?" Rodri abruptly changed his mind and said, "Inform His Majesty, I will return to the north right now, and there will be no substitutions." He thought to himself, "If there's no chance to win, I'll find another way, and if Dahlia is truly in love with someone, I'll make her change her mind. It's simple." After thinking, he immediately declared, "All of us will return to the north." At the same time, he thought, "You will never confess your feelings to River Dahlia." At the same time, in the laboratory, Dahlia curiously asked, "Why do I keep feeling shivers?" Hestia replied, "Isn't it the wind? Shall I close the window?" Dahlia shook her head and said, "No, it's not really that cold." Hearing this, Hestia changed the subject. "Are you still packing? We have to leave tomorrow." Dahlia answered, "I have quite a lot to bring for this research trip." And Rodri suddenly announced we're going. I can't believe we're leaving tomorrow. He said he didn't want to go back to the north, so why the sudden rush? She thought to herself, he was quite strange that day, but it's also quite nice that he's letting me come along. It's been quite a while since I last traveled so far. When I was little, my parents and I used to go to a nearby guest house. Ever since I started having this unusual dream right after the war ended, I haven't had a single proper rest. Although this isn't a vacation, when I head north, I'll be staying at Rodri's mansion, and it's quite comfortable there. Now what I need to do is go confess my feelings to Count Gorman, and I haven't forgotten the magic mineral resin. Meanwhile, 4 knights of the Bowser household were sulking in a room. 2nd Division Captain Luz Ferdez said, "This is our fault." 4th Division Captain Ethan Miller bowed his head. "I feel terrible. I wish I hadn't said that." 3rd Division Captain Leona Selvik comforted them, saying, "Come on, stop sulking. We all thought Lady Dahlia liked Duke Bowser." 6th Division Captain Michael Dimitri agreed. "She's right. I also didn't think the lady would like Count Gorman."
All four sighed simultaneously. But we cannot deny that our carelessness has hurt the Duke. Ethan rested his chin in his hand and said, "It seems the Duke also hoped that name referred to him." Michael nodded. "Even so, there's nothing we can do. Lady Dahlia has feelings for someone." Luz suddenly said, "No, there's still hope."
Lady Dahlia and Count Goman aren't dating yet? Leona asked in surprise. Huh, do you mean you want us to change the lady's mind? But we shouldn't interfere anymore. Luz nodded. You all saw His Highness's expression. He's determined. He always looks cold, but the feeling on his face, we must help His Highness. Ethan nodded firmly. Let's do it. Michel also regained his confidence. Women understand women best. Luz said seriously. Good, let's make a plan. That afternoon, while Rodri was working in his study, the four captains suddenly knocked on the door and said, Duke Bowser. Rodri looked up, silently gazing at the door. The four then said, We need to talk. It's about Lady Dahlia. Rodri said indifferently, I don't particularly want to hear it. Ethan quickly said, It won't take much time. Please, just give us a moment. First, we'd like to apologize to you. We are extremely sorry for causing misunderstandings with unverified information. However, we have thought it through together and reached a final conclusion. We will not disappoint you. Redrick silently thought, This is ridiculous. What if I follow them and become a laughingstock? I won't be able to fix it. Despite thinking this, he still couldn't resist the temptation. Go on. Ethan let out a breath. Yes, sir. Leona continued. I've heard about Lady Dahlia's favorite sayings. Thanks to my daily visits to the Averin mansion, I am closest to the lady. Rodri impatiently said, What is it? Get straight to the point. Leona replied, It's a bit hard to explain. I'll pretend I'm talking to Lady Dahlia. She cleared her throat. Then she began. When you look at someone up close, you suddenly find them cute. When you gaze at someone for a long time, they become strangely adorable. People are beautiful in their own way. Luz, upon hearing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes and think, Do you expect me to believe you? Leona casually shot a glance. I did well, didn't I? Redrick was silent for a moment, then coldly said, Get out. Meanwhile, Dahlia was also saying that very phrase. When you look at someone up close, you suddenly find them cute. When you gaze at someone for a long time, they become strangely adorable. And River, he is adorable in his own way. Jaren, upon hearing this, immediately said, That's so silly. Dahlia curiously asked, What, you don't like it? That's my favorite saying. Jaren yelled, I don't know where you heard that from, but it's disgusting. Dahlia, stunned, asked, I spent a lot of time compiling that 101 Ways to Charm Count Gorman collection.
Jaren said coolly, Instead of doing those ridiculous things, you'd be better off doing nothing at all. Dahlia snapped. Why? Jaren snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'd fall for you if I heard you say those cheesy lines? Dahlia raised an eyebrow. You? I don't know, but I wasn't thinking about that. Jaren shrugged. 32nd generation scion of the Hayward family. I hope you'll acquire me soon. I'm yours whenever you need me. After seeing his demonstration, Dahlia remarked thoughtfully, I really need to learn from you. I've never used lines like that on Count Goman.
Jaren was stunned, thinking, why do I feel so offended? Dahlia mused, is that the only way? Jaren also pondered, it's a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? But it's also good. Dahlia silently thought, I must make this romance blossom when we travel together. In her imagination, River would say, Oh, Dahlia, you came all this way for me? To which she would reply, I'd willingly go even to hell. After envisioning that scenario, Dahlia exclaimed, Excellent, a perfect plan. Jaren, not understanding anything, asked blankly, Really? What's wrong with you? You must go north. Seeing Rodri step out in his elegant attire, Dahlia couldn't help but be dazzled, thinking, wow, I don't know how many times I've seen him, but I can never take my eyes off his beauty. If Rodri looks this handsome in formal wear, just imagine what Count Goman would look like in a uniform, huh? She suddenly looked around, then searched every corner, wondering, where is he? At the same time, Rodri suddenly walked over and asked, Are you ready? Dahlia, hiding her embarrassment, replied, Oh, yes, I'm ready to go. Rodri, still keenly noticing her gaze, asked, Are you looking for someone? Dahlia blushed and replied, I'm waiting to meet Count Goman. No, I just wanted to say hello to him. Do you happen to know where he is? Redrick replied, He's not here. He's gone. Dahlia was startled and asked, Huh? Redrick added, He left a few days ago. Dahlia suddenly felt her dreams shatter, and she asked blankly, What? One evening, River was sitting by a bonfire. He raised his hand and threw a letter into it. The flames quickly devoured the letter, emitting crackling sounds that resonated within River. During the explanation, Hestia talked about how to travel north. First, we'll go to the teleportation gate, then move to the next village, and then we'll go to the next teleportation gate to reach the subsequent village. That's the simplest way to travel. However, since the number of personnel has increased this time due to additional reinforcements from the Empire, the unit will be divided into two. The advance team must already be here.
There is a certain limit to the number of people who can pass through the teleportation gate each time. Dalia asked in astonishment, "Hey, can't we just go there directly?" Hestia replied, "We could if we used the Magic Tower's teleportation gate, but it's too expensive." Dalia asked sternly, "Expensive? Tell me the price." As soon as she finished speaking, she also pulled out her notebook. Not long after, amidst the wide expanse, Dalia exclaimed, "Oh, it's so cold. Now I truly feel that we are in the north." Hestia replied, "That's right, we're in the north. It should have taken a whole month, but we arrived in 3 days. Long live Lady Dalia." Dalia looked around and muttered, "It's great that we got here so quickly, but are you sure everything is all right? Duke Bowser doesn't look very happy." Hestia nodded. Yes."
She thought to herself, I haven't told anyone that His Highness was the only one who enthusiastically recommended Count Goman join the vanguard. Not long after, the group arrived at their stop. Dalia immediately ran around searching and then said, "Count Goman, there you are." River called out in surprise, "Dalia." She stepped forward and said, "It's been a long time since we last met, since the party ended, hasn't it?" River asked in return, "How have you been? I really should have visited you before heading north." Dalia replied with a smile, "It's all right, we've been exchanging letters anyway. Why didn't you tell me you joined the vanguard? I was so happy thinking we would go together." River sighed, "I didn't expect to be chosen for the vanguard until the very last minute. Preparations were quite rushed, so I didn't have a chance to see you. I truly wanted to leave as early as possible to come see you, but it seems I'm a step too late." Dalia's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, "It's okay, I can wait my whole life." She then said, "Oh dear, next time please let me know your schedule in advance. If you don't—" Rodri stepped forward, interjecting, "If he doesn't, then you'll punch him in the face." Dalia gasped, Rodri, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be resting in your room?" Rodri said indifferently, "Be careful, River. It seems you're no longer in her good graces as before." Dalia said awkwardly, "Haha, Rodri is making strange jokes again, right? You're just kidding, aren't you?" Rodri mused, I have never seen Duke Bowser joke before. I think he's very different when he's around you, Dalia." "I'll try my best, so please don't hate me," Dalia replied, flustered. "Sorry. Oh, okay." At the same time, she thought, is this a joke? River suddenly reached out his hand. "Please, give me another chance to make it up to you, Dalia." She exclaimed, agitated, "Oh my, I'm a bit difficult, but what do you have in mind?" River replied, "We still have a lot to do. Didn't Duke Bowser tell you?" Dalia asked curiously, "About what?" Rodri replied, "I was about to." Seeing this, Dalia thought, why are they arguing again? Are they having some kind of problem? River suddenly changed the subject. "Was the carriage you rode in on the way here enchanted for comfort?" Dalia replied, "Yes, my father prepared it for me." River gently took her hand. "The northern climate is very harsh, and the mana frequency is very low, so carriages will deteriorate quite quickly. Therefore," he lightly kissed her hand, then looked up and asked, "Would you like to ride a horse with me?" Dalia's heart skipped a beat, her face flushed, and she thought to herself, wait, did he say ride a horse?
She stammered, "Count Goman? Rodri suddenly cut in, "Of course not. How many times have you been to the north, River? I've been here my whole life. You've only just learned to ride a horse for a stroll in the park, but I'm not." Dalia thought blankly, why is he suddenly showing off? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she heard Rodri say, "It would be safer if he rode with me." Her expression immediately froze. Showing off just for that? Really? What's going on? Not to be outdone, River said, "It's quite difficult, but I'm very confident in my riding ability, as you saw during the war." Rodri said indifferently, "No, I wasn't paying attention to you." River immediately retorted, "Pretending to be oblivious won't change the truth, and besides, this isn't my first time in the north. I'm very familiar with the climate here." Rodri raised an eyebrow. "My point is that you're still very green." Dalia, caught in the middle, thought in confusion, "Wait, if they know their own riding abilities, then they must know about each other's too. Are these two enemies or friends?" But more importantly, she quickly said, "Wait, why do we have to ride horses?" Rodri and River said simultaneously, "That's right, we must follow the lady's wishes." The two called out in unison, "Dalia," she stammered in response. "Yes?" River asked. "Who will you ride with?" Rodri followed up. "Who will you choose to ride with?" Dalia stammered. "I'm sorry." At the same time, she thought, why are these two making me choose?
Rodri said sternly, "You know my capabilities, Dalia." River also boasted loudly, "Dalia, I am very proficient at horse riding, and if anything happens, I will be ready to save someone." Rodri snorted mockingly, Anything happens? There shouldn't have been anything happening in the first place." River raised his voice and asked, "Was Dalia safe when you rode horses with her a few years ago?" Rodri was suddenly speechless. At that moment, Dalia clapped her hands loudly and said, "Enough, I've decided. I'm coming along." In the carriage, Dalia groaned continuously. Ack. Seeing this, Hestia broke out in a sweat. "Milady, are you all right?" Dalia, pale-faced, asked, "Hess, do you have any medicine to make me feel better?"
Hestia replied, I have some poison with me. Would you like to use it? You should have ridden a horse earlier. Dalia sighed and said, Never mind, I already refused. I don't want things to get worse. She thought to herself, I really can't ride a horse either. The last time I rode a horse was when I was 10 years old. After that, Rodri was quite badly injured. I haven't been able to ride a horse since. I tried, but when the riding instructor said, All right, Lady Dalia, please mount the saddle and hold the reins tightly. Dalia stammered in response, Okay.
Then, when I climbed on, I fell again. Every time I rode a horse, I heard that jarring sound again. Then the sky darkened, and I was reminded of Rodri's injury, making it truly difficult to ride a horse again. That's why earlier, Dalia had said, I can't ride a horse, so it would be better if I rode in a carriage. Hearing her say that, Rodri also froze, as if realizing something. Now, Dalia glanced out the window, lost in thought. It wasn't Rodri's fault that we fell from the horse. It was an accident.
I don't know if he feels guilty about what happened a decade ago. I hope he doesn't dwell too much on that day. Hestia sighed. Anyway, I think His Highness has also tried very hard. Dalia let out a curious hum. She then said, I heard all the carriages around here are cargo carriages and don't have comfortable seats. It's quite difficult to find a premium carriage. If you can endure motion sickness, that's already very good. I think if it were the other kind, it would be much worse. It's clear His Highness likes you very much too. Dalia was stunned, muttering, Too. Hestia was still chattering. You did everything to get here because you couldn't bear to be apart from His Highness. After all, there's still hope, thank goodness. Dalia's face was covered in sweat. She reached out and said, Hess, I didn't have a chance to explain earlier, but the truth is... Before she could finish, the carriage suddenly stopped. Dalia looked outside and said, the horses have stopped. I guess we're taking a break mid-journey. Oh, suddenly. Hestia looked outside and excitedly said, I'll give you some dating advice, but first give me some water. Dalia startled and called after her, Hestia, wait, you've misunderstood. Sitting alone in the carriage, Dalia silently thought, I need to clear up this misunderstanding before things get out of control. Whew, whatever. She'll be back, I'll tell her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. River poked his head in and asked kindly, Dalia, are you all right? Dalia exclaimed in surprise, Count Goman. I'm afraid I'm not. Upon hearing that, River exclaimed, Oh no, I came here to give you this. I think it will help. Dalia asked in surprise, What is it? A gemstone? River smiled and replied, This is a mana stone. It will warm your body and help you feel better. Dalia naively said, I thought magical artifacts had no effect in the north.
River then explained, This is a magical artifact made from the fire element instead of magic, so it's not related to the mana field. Dalia exclaimed in surprise, Oh, thank you. River suddenly stammered, Dalia immediately froze. Yes? He asked with a smile. May I put it on you? Dalia asked, startled. What? Sure. So River took the necklace, slowly helping her put it on. Dalia's face quickly flushed red, her heart pounding like a school drum. After a moment, River said, It's done.
I'm sorry if I offended you. Dalia blushed so hard she unconsciously replied, No, I really like it. I mean, it's fine. River also shyly said, Oh, thank goodness. Rodri, carrying a fruit, walked over, saw the scene, and stopped short behind a tree. Dalia replied, I feel very comfortable. River turned and said, Well, get some rest. I have to go back to my camp. Dalia nodded. All right. Watching his retreating back, she thought to herself, He's so adorable. He's shy. It's just too cute. At the same time, she waved and said, Goodbye. See you around. Rodri then stepped out, asking indifferently, When are you going to stop acting like that? Dalia, startled, turned her head and asked, When did you get here? Is it that obvious? I'll only stop when we officially start dating. Rodri asked coldly. Really? Is that so? A few days later, I deeply, deeply regretted telling Rodri that. From then on, whenever Dalia sought out River, saying, Count Goman, would you like some cake? Rodri would suddenly appear. It's time for the meeting.
Either Dalia started to invite, Count Goman, would you like to dine with me? Rodri immediately cut in, I'll eat with you too. Or when she had just called out, Count Goman, Rodri quickly said, he rushed off saying he had something to do. Dalia immediately asked back, You sent him away, didn't you? She thought to herself, every time I try to do something with Count Goman, Rodri suddenly shows up and butts in. She angrily questioned, And you call yourself a friend? Don't get in the way. Rodri calmly replied, Have I even touched anything? Just then, River suddenly appeared. Dalia, the red-haired physician is looking for someone. Oh, am I interrupting? Dalia excitedly exclaimed, Oh, Count Goman! Rodri meanwhile frowned. Dalia. River continued, It seems you two aren't very close since you don't know his nickname, do you? From what I've heard. Dalia quickly covered his mouth. Ha ha, that's silly, I don't have a nickname. River asked gloomily, A nickname?
Dahlia gave a forced laugh. Well, I do have a nickname, but no one has called me that since I was little because it's quite embarrassing. Haha. She bowed her head, thinking to herself, I will never let him know that name. Rodri Bowser, you're so dead.
River regained his composure and calmly said, I understand. If you don't mind, I'd be very happy to call you by your nickname. Unfortunately, Dahlia's sparkling eyes widened. Count Goman, he also calls Dahlia with great affection. Rodri spoke up directly. Then I can call you that, right? Sweetie is your nickname, isn't it? River interjected. Excuse me, but Dahlia rolled her eyes and exclaimed, Rodri. After a moment, she replied helplessly, Yes, well, my childhood nickname was Sweetie. Surprised. Really? It's not a common name. River replied, No, it's quite special. I think I understand why you didn't tell me. However, it would mean a lot to me to say that I'm very happy to call you by your nickname. Honestly, I don't have the courage to mention that name right now, but when I'm ready, I will call you that. Dahlia replied cheerfully, I'm really looking forward to our beautiful future. I mean, the day we become closer.
After she returned to her room, Hestia asked in surprise, Lady Dahlia, is there good news? Dahlia curiously asked back, How do you know? Count Goman said he would call me by a pet name. We held hands and he hugged me from behind until he voluntarily called me by a pet name. Does that mean he's going to marry me? Hestia exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, so fast? Seeing this, Dahlia asked, What's with that reaction? Aren't you happy for me? Hestia nodded. Well, of course. Your happiness is my top priority. But lately I've only imagined you with Duke Bowser. I never thought you'd be with Count Goman, Dahlia said, breaking into a sweat. That's why I always told you that you were misunderstanding. After saying that, she thought again. Speaking of Rodri, why does he keep interfering in matters between me and the Count? He's so childish, he even brought up the pet name. It used to be fun to tease him because he was so shy. I'd think, what if I call him Darling? Do I dare? I should try calling him by his pet name. But now he has no shame. Why doesn't he want me to get acquainted with Count Goman, or is there some other reason? After pondering for a long time, Dahlia suddenly exclaimed, Whatever. I'll talk to him again. Hestia, I'm going for a walk. Hestia replied, See you later.
Outside her lodging, Dahlia walked along the road, thinking to herself, the mountain roads from here seem more difficult to traverse. I should prepare more blankets and more items to weigh down the carriage. Suddenly, a voice called out, Dahlia! She exclaimed in surprise, Count Goman, why are you coming out of the forest? River replied, I heard the sound of a stream, so I wanted to get closer and see. Dahlia tilted her head curiously. A stream? River pointed in a direction. The guards here mentioned it. It's not too far. Dahlia nodded. Oh. River then asked, Do you want to come and see? The scenery must be beautiful. Dahlia asked a little worriedly, There's nothing dangerous, right? We might encounter monsters. River replied, The guards said this area is safe, and we won't be going deep into the forest.
Besides, if anything happens, I will protect you. Dahlia paused. That's right. Not long after, the two arrived at the stream. Dahlia joyfully exclaimed, Oh, it's so beautiful. Even a normal stream here looks different from those in the north. River turned to look at her. It truly is beautiful. Holding hands, Dahlia stammered. Rodri has given you a lot of trouble, hasn't he? He deliberately provoked you and interrupted our conversation. Please be understanding towards him. He hasn't matured yet. River gently shook his head. No, I'm fine. I think I understand why he did that. Dahlia asked in surprise. What? River chuckled. Haha, but I won't tell you. Dahlia clicked her tongue. That's unfair. You're closer to him than to me, aren't you? River replied, Well, we're teammates after all. Even if we dislike each other, we still have to understand one another. If you have any questions about me, just ask. I'll answer everything. Dahlia excitedly exclaimed, Oh, really? River replied with a smile. Of course. Dahlia then said, Perfect timing. I have something I want to ask you. Why do you want to approach me?
She thought to herself, the first meeting was a coincidence. The second meeting was destiny. So the third meeting must be fate. Yes, perhaps we truly are what we want to be. But what if we're not? I asked him this, wanting to trust him. I thought Count Goman would laugh and ask why I was teasing him like that. But why did he look at me with that cold face? After a long moment, River began to speak. Where should I start? From our first meeting, my father had his eyes on you. Dahlia frowned. From our first meeting? River explained. At the victory ball. Hearing him say that, Dahlia couldn't help but feel a little lost. Duke Goman arranged everything? At the same time, River continued. Your family background, talent, and the fact that you were not yet betrothed all attracted my father's attention. After all, I wasn't engaged to anyone yet. After the ball, my father called me and gave me all the information about you. That's right, but I didn't accept them. I didn't think he would give up on becoming in-laws with the Averin family. But I also didn't want to approach you too easily for the sake of family interests. Dahlia asked seriously, Tell me, did you approach me because you truly liked me? River froze. He stammered like that for a long time without saying a word. Seeing this, Dahlia thought, Count Goman, why doesn't he answer immediately? After a moment of waiting, she let out a soft laugh.
All right, I understand. You don't need to explain. We can talk again another time. I need some time to reflect. River followed closely behind, stammering, Are you all right? Are you... Dalia interrupted. That's all I need. You've told me the truth.
She thought to herself, I had already envisioned this scenario. That was when Jiran asked, Have you heard the rumors about Duke Goman recently? They say he's obsessed with power, she continued to think, but it still hurt too much. As the two walked out of the forest, Dalia suddenly asked in surprise, Rodri, why are you here? He replied, I'm looking for Count Goman because there are a few things I need to discuss. Dalia hesitated and asked, Did you hear everything? Rodri feigned innocence and asked back, Hear what? Anyway, we have things to do. Let's go back to the inn. I'll go with you. Dalia shook her head. It's not too far. Goodbye, Count Goman. Until next time. River stood still, silently watching them both. After a moment, when Dalia had left, River finally spoke. I've never been interrogated before.
Twice a day? Rodri frowned. What did you do to make her ask that? River smiled and replied, You were at the waterfall too. Why did you follow us? Rodri replied, Because you took her to a secluded place, and I will kill you if you do anything suspicious. River said seriously, I won't harm Dalia. After hearing that, Rodri turned his head and asked, Really? What do you think of her? River bowed his head and said, If you're asking if I have feelings for her like you do, then the answer is no. Rodri bit his lip and asked, What kind of foolish answer is that? You warned me not to do anything I'd regret, but you dare to say you have no feelings at all, even knowing she likes you so much? You even acted as if you were about to marry her. River said apologetically, I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. Rodri pointed at his shoulder and warned in a low voice, If you have no feelings, then stay away from her as quickly as possible. Don't hurt Dalia. With that, he walked straight towards the house in front of them. After pushing the door open and stepping inside, Rodri immediately glanced to the side, looking at Dalia, who was sitting sulking in the corner. Why aren't you in your room? What are you doing out here, Dalia? She looked up and asked, What were you two talking about? I heard my name. Rodri replied, Nothing. Are you worried I'd do something to him? Is that why you were eavesdropping on us instead of going to sleep? How dedicated. Dalia stood up angrily. Of course. After all, I was the one being talked about.
You're acting really strange. Why do you keep butting in? Do you have a problem or something? Rodri replied, He's very suspicious. I know you realize that too, but I don't understand why you keep staying with him. Dalia said, I know, but it's my choice, and I want to trust him. If someone has to take responsibility, I will, and even if my judgment is wrong, I'll blame myself. Most importantly, is it right to interfere in a friend's personal matters? Rodri repeated, Friends. It would be normal to interfere when we're no longer friends, right? Dalia asked, stunned, What? What are you talking about? Rodri leaned in and said seriously, Dalia Averin, I don't want to be childhood friends with you. Dalia fell into thought, realizing upon reflection that she had also noticed these feelings for a while now. She recalled Rodri's words, Don't misunderstand. Who will you choose between the two of us?
Who are you talking about? Then she thought again. I've had feelings for him for a very long time. At this point, Dalia suddenly froze. But a very long time ago, Rodri said, Dalia, I'm very happy that you're my friend. Dalia asked in surprise, Friend? Rodri nodded. A friend might argue and gradually drift apart, but then they'll make up and become close again. Then we'll be together for a very long time. Remembering that, Dalia continued to think, You said you liked me as a friend, because even if we have conflicts or drift apart, we'll never separate like our parents did. Rodri, do you know what you just said?
Not long after, the group arrived at Bowser Manor in the north. Ethan let out a long sigh. We're here. I actually like this place much more than the capital. Leona nodded. You said exactly what I was thinking. Every time I think about that gloomy manor, I get goosebumps. Dalia asked curiously, A gloomy manor? Leona replied startled. Well, Lady Dalia, I'm truly sorry if you're disappointed, but Bowser Manor isn't that wonderful a place. Ethan nodded in agreement. She's right. By comparison, your domain is truly a paradise. It's sunny and warm, and the people are lively and full of vitality. Leona added, You'll see when we get there. We'll be stopping there for half a day. Not long after the incident by the stream, River had said, I'll be going with the Royal Army. It'll probably be a while until we meet again. Dalia, I didn't get a chance for us to talk after that day, but I'm truly sorry for deceiving you from the start. Dalia thought to herself, There were a few obstacles on the path of my feelings, but by the time I understood them, we had already arrived. Under the night sky, Rodri led the way. Ahead was a luxurious manor, and at the gate, servants were already waiting. Dalia followed closely behind Rodri, thinking to herself,
This place looks more like a fortress than a manor. The soldiers said it was incredibly gloomy, but it looks great. I wonder why they said that." The servant bowed and said, "We have been waiting for you, Your Highness." Rodri asked indifferently, "Is everything ready?" The person replied, "Yes, everything has been prepared. Please come in." Rodri nodded and said, "All right." As they passed the trembling servants, Dalia couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. The next morning, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. "I slept like the dead. I must have been really tired."
Seeing a maid enter, she immediately asked, "Are you the one who cleaned my room?" "Thank you. I had a very good sleep. I'm very grateful." The purple-haired maid quickly replied, "No, not at all, my lady. You don't need to thank me. This is my job. I will leave the room immediately." Dalia thought in surprise, In the dining room, a servant stammered, The menu today includes a whole roasted suckling pig with herbs, served with salad." A maid then carried a beautifully arranged plate of roasted meat to Rodri. At that moment, she suddenly slipped, and a crashing sound echoed. The maid immediately knelt down beside the plate of meat, which had broken into 3 pieces, and said loudly, "Please forgive me, Duke. I beg you, please forgive me." After speaking, she bowed her head to the ground, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Dalia thought in bewilderment, "What the hell is going on? Isn't this a bit much?" Rodri frowned and said, "It's fine, just clean it up." The butler bowed and said, "Yes, Your Grace."
While the maids were cleaning, Dalia suddenly thought, "Wait a minute, are they afraid of Rodri?" She recalled Ethan and Leona's words, "Balja Manor isn't such a wonderful place. You'll know when we get there." She continued to think, "They treat him like a cold-blooded killer ready to eliminate them at any moment. Rodri, you must have been so lonely here back then, weren't you?" Breakfast ended with a heavy heart. As Dalia walked down the hallway, she thought, "How annoying. I didn't think I'd be here this long. Count Goman isn't here, and I don't feel very comfortable being with Rodri. First, I need to get the library key from Rodri and gather some information about magic ore as quickly as possible. I'll adjust my schedule and go home earlier than planned." Suddenly, a loud noise caught her attention. At the same time, a voice from the next room exclaimed, "Huh? What's that?" Seeing a man with a fierce appearance emerge, Dalia asked, bewildered, "You? Who are you?" She suddenly thought, "Wait, looking at the scar on his face and his hair color, this must be Kaiser, a descendant of an extinct barbaric warrior race and the captain of the 1st Division of the Bowser Elite Squad. The reason for this fierce man to participate in this directive and become the captain of the 1st Division is very simple.
Because they were so strong, the sight of them slaughtering other tribes without any resistance ignited his competitive nature. He was just an outsider with no connection to the elite Bowser squad, where ability was the measure of status, and he became the captain of the 1st Division through sheer strength. How could I remember him in such detail? It must be because he was one of the male protagonist's helpers in the novel Silver Bell, and he was also... As she was pondering, Kaiser also frowned and said, "Who the hell is this damn woman?" Dalia gritted her teeth, continuing her thought, famous for his rude personality.
Kaiser added, "Oh, I think I know you. Aren't you a witch?" Dalia thought to herself, "Calm down, take a deep breath. You're talking to the captain of Rodri's elite squad." At the same time, she said, "I apologize. Have we met before? I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Your memory must be terrible. What a shame." Kaiser frowned and said, "Terrible memory? No way. Your manners are despicable, just like those witches. You're blinded by power and craving something you don't deserve. How dare you set foot in here?" Rodri suddenly stepped forward and said, "Kaiser, I've warned you to watch your mouth." Kaiser quickly said, "Sir, but..." Rodri didn't bother to listen, just coldly interrupted, "When you're done, leave quickly." Kaiser was deeply hurt. "Duke, how can you be with this witch?" Rodri ignored him completely, turning to ask Dalia, "Why are you here?" She replied, stunned, "Huh? Oh, I wanted to borrow the library key." Rodri turned and said, "Go on in." Dalia replied, "All right." Before leaving, she turned her head to look at Kaiser, wondering to herself, "Why does he keep opposing me?" A moment later, Dalia sat on the sofa, speaking with a slight formality. "Thank you for the key. I'll return it to you as soon as possible after I've finished researching the magical mineral resin." Rodri replied, "No rush, just use it, and don't mind Kaiser's words." Dalia let out a, "Huh?" Rodri added, "He talks nonsense to everyone a lot. Just let it go in one ear and out the other." Dalia thought, touched. Rodri is always worried about me. It's terrible that I thought he was annoying and incredibly noisy.
After some rambling, Rodri finally got to the main point. He resented you because of the Averin family. What I mean is, you once requested ownership of the Bowser Elite Squad. Dalia sprang to her feet. "What? But that was just..." Rodri replied, "I understand. You did that then to create a pretext to help me. He doesn't know the details, so he probably felt offended." Dalia sat down and said, "Next time I'll explain to him myself that it was just a misunderstanding." She thought to herself,
According to the original story, Kaiser not only followed Rodri devotedly, but also respected him immensely. Is that why he sees me as a thorn in his side? I need to clarify this. I only came up with that idea to provide financial support for the Bowser family after the Duke's death. But after hearing it, Kaiser still maintained his unpleasant attitude. So what? Dalia loudly declared. I would never use the Bowser Legion for personal gain. My family only used it as a pretext to help the Bowser family. Kaiser snorted. How can I trust you, you witch?
Do you think I don't know you've always been trying to become the Duchess? It's obvious why a shameless, cunning, and vulgar woman like you would want to be by his side, Dalia furiously screamed. It's now like that. Why don't you believe me? Kaiser scoffed. Oh, isn't it? Then get out. I'll give you 1 day. Dalia was stunned. What? He then said, pack your bags and leave tomorrow. Dalia raised an eyebrow, thinking, what? What kind of nonsense is going on here? She frowned and asked, Kaiser, are your usual shirts too tight, making you unable to think straight? Kaiser stammered back, what?
Dalia continued to ask loudly, huh? Then why don't you understand what I'm saying? Or are you trying to get my attention? Aha, I knew it. You keep provoking me because you want to seduce me into becoming my husband, don't you? Or are you trying to act like you're secretly in love with Rodri? Kaiser's face immediately flushed crimson. Dalia asked again, if it's not me, then it's nobody, isn't it? After a moment of stammering, Kaiser could only blurt out, you crazy woman, what are you saying? Outside, the maids had begun to gossip. Is Sir Kaiser seducing Lady Dalia with those enormous chest muscles? No, I heard he's jealous of the lady because he's secretly in love with His Highness. Kaiser desperately yelled, that's not it. Dalia sighed, rubbing her forehead. It's not? So you mean you like me? But it would be quite absurd for a mere captain to become the Duchess's fiancé. However, if you agree to fix your terrible personality, I'll consider letting you be my secondary husband. Kaiser silently turned his head away.
He walked straight into Rodric's study and shouted, Duke, there's something very strange about this woman.
Huh?
Facing him were the sharp gazes of Rodri, Luz, and Leona. After a moment, Rodric spoke. Kaiser, do you prefer the east or the west? He asked in astonishment. What? Rodric asked with a cold expression. Which border do you wish to go to? Answer me when you have thought it through. Take him out. Leona immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. Kaiser, tears streaming down his face, shouted, Duke, I just wanted to get rid of that witch. Leona complained helplessly. Ugh, why are you so incredibly strong? Kaiser suddenly yelled, I hate you, Duke. After that, he was also dragged out. The door closed. Rodric was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Does Dalia like men who wear tight shirts? Luz replied, Yes, my lord. Rodric, a little embarrassed, said, Bring me a tight shirt. The next morning in the dining room, Dalia secretly glanced at Rodric, wondering to herself, is it just me or is Rodric's shirt strangely tight on him?
She couldn't help but ask. Rodric? He looked up. What is it? Dalia blushed and said, Well, your shirt, it's a bit too tight on you. You should buy a new one. How about we go shopping later? Is there any store you usually go to? Or perhaps we could call a tailor? After an awkward moment, Rodric stood up and said, No, I'll take my leave now. Dalia quickly called after him. Really? But you still have a lot of figure there, Rodric? She thought. Perhaps this is a new trend among northerners that I'm unaware of. I feel terrible. Meanwhile, Leona was excitedly saying, Haha, serves him right, that detestable man. Ethan was curious, and Mikal replied, He's referring to Sir Kaiser. Seeing this, Luz said, Although he's strange, I'm quite surprised that he would be so rude to Lady Dalia. Leona replied, I'm not surprised at all. You probably still remember the day he got beaten after being rude to His Highness on the very first day, right? He's truly a shameless idiot, and will never understand unless we speak plainly. From now on, I'll call him Sir Big Boobs, Boobs for short.
Luz thought to herself, that surely meant comma. It was a long battle, and she thought the peaceful time spent in the capital would vanish upon returning to the north. They had been able to laugh and relax thanks to Lady Dalia. Meanwhile, the manor's head butler, Rosetta, stood before Dalia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Dalia. I am Rosetta Fenwick, the head butler of this manor. Dalia smiled and replied, It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Rosetta. My name is Dalia Averin. Please just call me Dalia. I hear you have something you wish to discuss? Rosetta replied, I sincerely apologize for requesting to see you on such short notice. Rosetta Fenwick is the wife of Count Fenwick. She has worked for the Bowser family for a very long time and currently manages the household as the head butler. Due to the death of Count Fenwick, she was invited by the Duchess to Bowser Manor, where she holds a key role in managing all affairs of the manor, as the Duke is bedridden and Rodric has gone to war. Dalia wondered what she intended to say to her. Rosetta then asked, I was wondering if we could host a party at the manor. Dalia couldn't help but ask doubtfully, A party?
Well, that would be wonderful, but why are you asking me about it? Rosetta replied, I believe you've noticed that this manor has been rather gloomy for a long time.
After His Highness was imprisoned, he shouldered the family's heavy burden while still having to fight on the battlefield, with no time to relieve stress. Honestly, I thought this place would remain like this forever until you arrived. Dahlia asked in surprise, Huh? Me? Rosetta nodded and replied, Yes, thanks to you, the atmosphere here has gradually become more vibrant, so we must seize the opportunity. Dahlia waved her hand. But I've only ever organized small tea parties. I can't handle this responsibility. Rosetta tried to persuade her. Please leave it to us, Lady Dahlia. What I wish is for you to persuade His Highness to agree. I'm sure he won't listen to my opinion. Dahlia thought to herself, Oh, that's right. Rodri would never agree to host a party here. I want to research magical mineral resin as quickly as possible so I can go home, but it's hard to refuse this request. Besides, I also agree that the atmosphere in the mansion needs a change. So she nodded. All right, leave it to me. Rosetta happily said, Thank you very much, Lady Dahlia. Seeing her reaction, Dahlia thought, That's right, I should seize the opportunity as soon as it comes. In Rodri's room, he took off his leather jacket and threw it to the ground, saying coldly, Burn it. I want to be alone. Get out of the room. The butler replied, Yes, Your Highness, I'll leave the clothes here if you wish to change. Rodri leaned back in his chair, revealing his muscular and toned body, then scoffed to himself, What am I hoping for? How foolish.
At that moment, Dahlia's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Ruth, why aren't there any guards in the hall today? The moment she finished speaking, she froze. Rodri also looked blankly towards the door. After a moment, Dahlia's eyes suddenly lit up. She just stared intently at Rodri's abs. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. It wasn't until Rodri spoke. Dahlia, she quickly turned her head away, blushing, and asked, Why aren't you wearing a shirt? Rodri hastily pulled his shirt on while saying, What are you doing here? Dahlia replied, Miss Parawick wants to host a party. I came to ask for your opinion. I'm sorry, I'll come back later. Rodri, flustered, called after her, Dahlia! He quickly ran to the door, but she was already gone. So he stopped in his tracks, blushing, and leaned back against the wall. Meanwhile, Dahlia was confusedly thinking, Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, how am I going to face him now? That evening, after changing into her nightgown, Dahlia, still blushing, said, What was that about? Why was he shirtless, and in the dead of night too? I didn't see anything, not at all. She told herself, Dahlia Averin, since when did you become so desirous? And Rodri, how could you do that to your childhood friend you've known for a decade? Wait a minute, to be honest, we don't really see each other that much. One could say we're practically strangers, so it's pretty normal if I feel something for him, isn't it? I mean, did anyone make him so alluring? I already have Count River, and what about the story's heroine? This is unacceptable. After thinking her fill, Dahlia buried her face in her pillow, then peeked out and thought, Or did he intentionally wear a tight top for me? It felt like only yesterday he was cutely sniffling in a dress, but now he's suddenly matured into a man who uses his body to allure women. The next day, Dahlia sat on the sofa in Rodri's room. This is the guest list Rosetta prepared, she said. These are nobles who have served the Bowser clan for a long time. The party will be held in the largest living room that hasn't been used recently, as we don't have much time to decorate the grand hall. Rodri nodded. All right. After they finished talking, Dahlia blushed again as she observed Rodri. She secretly thought to herself, He's really handsome. I was worried we'd be quite awkward because I've been avoiding him since that incident, but luckily, everything is fine. Rodri suddenly asked, What is it? Dahlia froze. Huh? Rodri continued, You're staring at me as if you want to say something. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, not at all. Anyway, please finalize the list and give it back to me. I have a lot of other things to do, so I'll be going now. Rodri asked, bewildered. What? Dahlia had already stood up and said, I need to check if the flowers for the party have arrived yet. Okay, another time. Goodbye. And so the entire room fell silent again. Rodri pondered for a moment.
She then muttered, Is he more wary of me? He really shouldn't have treated me like Tong Mai. In a room, Rosetta respectfully said, Hello, Lady Dahlia. She stopped and asked, Is the party going well? Rosetta replied, Yes, it's going well. Would you like to take a look? Dahlia nodded and stepped inside, then exclaimed in surprise, Wow, it's wonderful. The guests will surely be surprised. Rosetta humbly said, You flatter me. It's all thanks to you being here. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to host the party. Dahlia shook her head and said, Not at all. I didn't do anything. Rosetta quickly said, No, it's all thanks to you convincing Her Highness. When preparing for the party, everyone in the mansion was very happy and excited. It's been a long time since we've had an atmosphere like this. She paused for a moment, then earnestly said, Lady Dahlia.
Thank you very much, Dahlia thought with a smile. I was worried I couldn't help at all, so I'm glad everyone is happy. Then she quickly changed the subject. What is the name of that flower? They must only grow in the north. I've never seen them before. Rosetta replied, Oh, this is my first time seeing them too. We ordered a lot of flowers. Shall I look it up for you? Dahlia shook her head.
No, it's all right. I just think they're very beautiful. I'll look it up myself. If you have work to do, please go ahead. Rosetta replied. Yes, Lady Dahlia, if you'll excuse me. After she left, Dahlia mused again. Even though it's just a small party, I still wonder when the hall decorations will be finished. Miss Rosetta is truly a perfect head housekeeper. Oh, they're so beautiful. I want to take them back to my room in the capital. They smell good, too. While Dahlia was smelling the flowers, Kaiser suddenly burst in, shouting loudly, What are you doing? Are you casting a spell? Dahlia looked up surprised and asked, Kaiser? He sneered. Huh, you just smelled them, didn't you? How many of me do you see now? Dahlia hazily replied, If you keep shaking like this, I see 3 of you. Kaiser frantically shouted, Oh my God, you're hallucinating. Dahlia, sweating, said, Enough, stop shaking, I'm just kidding. Kaiser immediately yelled, You witch! Ha, forget it. Do you know what kind of flower that is? Dahlia honestly replied, No, I've never seen them before. And why did you break the vase? Are you trying to ruin the party? Kaiser replied, No, that's a poisonous flower that only grows in the Forest of Shadows. It's fine if you only smell it briefly once or twice, but if you inhale too much in an enclosed space, you could experience nausea and paralysis for 1 to 2 hours. If the flower burns, the toxic smoke will cause you to fall into a coma.
I asked again, Why are those flowers here? Dahlia was startled, thinking, What? Meanwhile, Kaiser was still saying, They're quite rare and very hard to find. After hearing this, Dahlia immediately asked, How did you recognize them? Kaiser replied, Because I live near the Forest of Shadows. Dahlia looked suspicious. I heard it's quite difficult for ordinary people to live there because it's too dangerous. Kaiser confidently replied, I'm not an ordinary person. Dahlia narrowed her eyes and continued, By the way, aren't you about to be deployed somewhere beyond the border? Kaiser was so furious that his skin turned the color of a pig's liver, and he declared, I'm not going anywhere. You're the one going first, not me. Dahlia thoughtfully asked, Do you like being with Rodri? Upon hearing that, Kaiser was so angry he forgot how to speak. After a moment, he sighed, Forget it. Stay away from them so I can clear them. Dahlia shook her head. Wait, I have an idea. Don't tell anyone but Rodri. She thought to herself, Someone deliberately placed these poisonous flowers in the room to ruin the party. Who would do this? I don't know their motive, but this is truly unacceptable. As she thought, she swung her hand and smashed another vase. Kaiser asked, stunned, What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me? Are you crazy? Dahlia calmly said, I will smash all the vases and meet everyone to see their reactions. Everyone will be very surprised, but the culprit will react differently.
Oh, and let me tell you, I'm going to blame everything on you, Kaiser exclaimed in shock. What? Dahlia smiled and said, Your terrible attitude comes in handy for these kinds of things. Don't worry, I'll explain it to Rodri. Kaiser said in a panic, Wait, you're crazy.
The next day, a scream suddenly rang out, Sir Kaiser! A maid named Sason looked at the ruined scene in the room, then rushed in to help Dahlia stand up. Lady Dahlia, are you all right? Oh my goodness, how could this happen? Sir Kaiser, how could you? Even if you don't like Lady Dahlia, you shouldn't treat her so badly. While Kaiser was bewildered, Dahlia quickly advised, I'm fine, Sason, don't blame Kaiser. It's normal for him to hate me. Servants from the mansion streamed in and whispers began to rise. Dahlia looked up and winked. Sir Kaiser, do you hate me that much? He froze, then yelled, I hate you the most in this world. The previous afternoon, after smashing all the vases in the room, Dahlia went to the study and said, That's why I'm going to use Kaiser. Rodri worriedly said, But you're a guest, I'll negotiate with... Before he could finish, Dahlia shook her head. No, aren't I known as the party organizer? Ruining such an important party means obstructing me. In other words, this is a challenge to my authority, so I'll handle it myself. Everyone is being careful around you, so don't interfere. Rodri reluctantly thought, Well, I'm not surprised by that from Dahlia at all. He nodded. All right, help me find the culprit.
I'll arrange a trustworthy maid for you, and maid Sason was summoned. Holding a candlestick, she said, The candlestick has been swapped. Dahlia thought to herself, she was quite quick-witted and resourceful, making her quite suitable for this task. Moreover, she had only started working when I first arrived at the mansion. So, for Rodri, does that mean the longest-serving person is the most suspicious? Then she asked, The candlestick? Sason replied, I think this is the broken one from the storage room. It would have been replaced for the party anyway. Dahlia continued to ask, Who has access to the storage room? She replied, There's a place to temporarily store these broken items, so anyone can go in. Dahlia thought to herself, They clearly only planted enough poisonous flowers to be discovered. The first attempt was quite perfect. If it weren't for Kaiser, no one would have known anything until the party. But the candlestick would have been discovered by someone at some point. Why were they so careless? Was it due to haste? Or did they not care if they were discovered? Was sabotaging the party more important than being caught? What exactly did they want? Thinking this, Dahlia immediately said, Sason, please replace it with a new one without anyone knowing. She quickly replied, Yes, young lady, I believe there are other candlesticks.
Dahlia nodded. Remember to inform me. We'll smash everything, just like last time. Kaiser frowned and asked, what? Dahlia didn't answer, turning her head to ask, Hestia, did you bring it? She immediately produced a test tube. Yes, right here. It's quite clear at first, but it takes a moment to fully manifest. It will turn blue upon contact. Don't worry, they're harmless and will disappear in a few days. Season asked worriedly, I'm sorry, did you make it? Hestia scratched her head. It's a faulty product. Dahlia crossed her arms and said, anyway, you know what we're doing, right? Our goal is to find the culprit and make him catch this. To do that, I need your help, Season. As of today, it's highly likely the culprit is one of the servants. Season stammered, can I handle such an important task? Seeing this, Dahlia comforted her. It's okay to make mistakes. I'll help you. If you don't trust yourself much, why not try trusting me? Season asked in surprise. What? Dahlia added, and if everything goes well, come to the capital with me. Season said emotionally, I'll keep a close watch. Kaiser interjected, what do you want me to do? Think carefully. No one is qualified enough to ask for my help. Dahlia replied, of course, I need your help, and it's a very important role. Kaiser smirked confidently. Not very surprising.
Dahlia said, Mr. Kaiser, just do as before. He nodded, of course. Dahlia said, more precisely, you distract them, draw attention while disrupting the culprit's plan. Don't do anything special, just act like any other day. Yell, throw things, and stage a scene. We'll let the whole world know you're doing it for me. See? Easy, right? So everyone's tasks were assigned. Let's proceed. Kaiser furiously yelled, Are you crazy? Why are you making me act like a madman? Dahlia shrugged. Is there anything new? You're always like that. Dismissed. Now Dahlia yelled, Mr. Kaiser, why are you doing this? I know you hate me, but this is a bit much. Mr. Kaiser, I can't take it anymore. Mr. Kaiser. Kaiser smashed an item and yelled, How annoying. A gray-haired maid approached Dahlia. Miss, are you all right? She nodded. I'm fine.
Just then, Leona suddenly approached. Oh, what's going on? Is it because of Kaiser? You lunatic! We've put all our effort into preparing for the expedition team, and you're just throwing things around here? Kaiser yelled, It has nothing to do with you. Dahlia tilted her head and said, You need to be even worse. You can do it. Kaiser asked bewildered, What do you mean? Dahlia said, Pinch your cheek and yell, You adorable thing, get out of my sight. Kaiser whined, Can you say something more reasonable? Kaiser exclaimed, Oh my God, I've already smashed too many things. Dahlia thought helplessly, He's really so loyal, even considering the finances. A little while later, the area where the maids were working buzzed with constant chatter. Lately, Sir Kaiser has been constantly causing trouble. At this rate, we probably won't be able to hold the party. Another person reassured, Don't worry, from today onwards, he'll be working outdoors.
That's quite a surprise. I hope he doesn't come back until the party ends. I wouldn't mind if he never came back. Hey, don't say that. After saying that, they giggled. One of the servants frowned in annoyance. Why are we having parties? It just adds more work and makes me tired, she asked. When will the guests leave? Another asked her, Don't you think things have gotten better? Do you want them to leave sooner? Another spoke up. She's right. Preparing for the party is actually quite fun. She retorted again. I can't even say that things have improved. The upcoming events only make me more anxious. Hearing this, the purple-haired maid immediately cut her off. Mary, I understand that you feel anxious, but let's not show ill will. Looking at the stone in her hand, she continued, She's not holding parties to torment us. Moreover, Lady Dahlia treats us very well. The other maid fell silent after hearing this. By evening, continuous complaints echoed. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. Everything's done, right? Did we miss anything? Another immediately replied, No, it's all done. Let's go rest. As they reached the door, the purple-haired maid turned back and asked, Cessin, what are you doing? She replied with a bright smile. Oh, nothing. I just need to double-check if there are any issues. The purple-haired girl said, Is that so? All right, good night. Once everyone had left, her expression changed. She looked around, then stood deep in thought.
In the servants' dining room, a maid leaned back and complained, I'm so sleepy. Another maid approached and asked, Would you like anything else to eat? She suddenly froze. Huh? What's on your finger? The maid named Beth was startled and asked, What? What is it? Her face immediately broke out in a sweat. She wondered to herself, Didn't I wipe it off? What is this? Is it some kind of poison? What are you talking about, sir? I didn't do anything. Luz frowned and said, Beth, you initially brought in poisonous flowers. When that failed, you started sabotaging the candles and other things in the banquet hall. Finally, you even unscrewed the chandelier.
Beth still naively replied, I don't understand what you're saying. Do you have any proof? Luz replied, Your blue-tinged finger is the evidence. After cleaning the chandelier last night, we coated it with a liquid that gradually changes color upon contact. Beth stammered, This is an accusation. Kaiser growled, Stop pretending. I found this under your bed. This amount of poison is enough to put someone into a coma. Why do you have it? Furthermore, how brazen of someone like you to hide such a large amount of poison without being discovered? Or are you underestimating us, aren't you? Immediately, murmurs and whispers rose from all around. Dahlia thought to herself, So the maid really hid it. After a moment, Beth suddenly screamed, No, it can't be. Rodri thought silently,
How repulsive. I feel nauseous. Beth was now kneeling, her voice trembling. They said the poison only caused a few symptoms of poisoning and wasn't life-threatening. They said it wasn't dangerous at all.
Kaiser scoffed. Ha, are you crazy? Beth shook her head, saying, It's true. They wouldn't do that to me. They vouched for me and promised to get me out of here safely. Luz frowned and asked, Who are you referring to? Beth didn't answer, only pleaded loudly, Please, please bring them here. They promised me. They did. They said this poison isn't dangerous at all. They said if I listened to them, I could leave this place. Just then, a drop of blood suddenly fell, and she started screaming. Ugh, cough! Sesson quickly ran to shield Dalia. At that moment, Beth suddenly froze, then collapsed to the ground. Luz went to check, then shook her head and said, She's dead. Dalia was startled, thinking, Dead. Suddenly, in Roderick's study, he said, She was poisoned. Dalia asked in surprise, What? Roderick replied, It seems the poison was administered slowly, not overnight. She was in a state where she could die at any moment. It just happened to occur then. Dalia frowned and asked, Then? Roderick nodded. Yes, precisely then. She was merely a pawn from the start. The person behind this had already taken measures because they knew they would be discovered. There were no traces of external contact, so it must have been someone still within the mansion. Their exact level of involvement has not yet been clearly determined. Dalia rubbed her chin, thinking to herself, Something isn't quite right, though I'm not entirely sure. Count Jordan mentioned them.
She looked up and said, Roderick, if you want to analyze that poison, Hestia will... Before she could finish, Roderick interrupted. No, don't get involved in this. Dalia asked, stunned, What? But I'm the one who started this. Roderick said coldly, Death is imminent, and now it's a problem we have to solve, without any other family getting involved. Dalia yelled, Roderick, but he remained firm. Didn't you come here looking for something? Once you find it, go home quickly. When winter comes, you won't be able to leave, even if you want to. Dalia raised an eyebrow and angrily yelled, Since when do I have to listen to you? After leaving the study, Dalia wondered, Why did he tell me not to get involved? Shouldn't he be cooperating with me? Why did he exclude me? How ridiculous.
It's sad that he so coldly drew a line like that. Seeing her standing dejectedly alone, Luz approached and said, Lady Dalia, His Highness is just worried about you. Dalia looked up and asked, What? Luz continued, There's information that this is the exact same type of poison used to falsely accuse the late Duchess Bowser. Roderick's past, it was created for the novel's heroine, and it's full of painful memories that I don't know about. Dalia thought to herself, if this issue is related to the past, I won't be able to help at all because I don't know any details about it. I know I can't help, but I'm so disappointed. The only thing I can do now is focus on preparing for the party. Seeing the distinguished guests continuously arriving, Rosetta couldn't help but exclaim, We're still able to hold the party. I even thought we couldn't. It's all thanks to you, Lady Dalia. Dalia smiled modestly. I caused trouble without explaining thoroughly, so I must have caused you a lot of inconvenience. Rosetta replied, It's all right. You didn't interfere, and something unfortunate would have happened at the party anyway. Dalia continued, Oh, when the flowers are placed. Count Goman. Hearing her call, River immediately looked up at the balcony. Surprised, he said, Dalia. She quickly stepped down to greet him. It's been a long time. How are you? River said with a worried expression. I'm truly glad you're all right.
Dalia was surprised. What? Oh, are you talking about the accident a few days ago? Well, I wasn't in much danger. River asked, stunned, What are you talking about? Seeing that reaction, Dalia couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Aren't you referring to the incident where the maid was caught causing trouble in the mansion, or are you talking about something else? River suddenly turned and said,
It had been quite a while since she last saw Roderick, but it was just like usual. Thinking this, Dalia looked at Roderick's handsome face again and sighed. Never mind, I'll take that back, she thought. I make mistakes all the time. I'm sure no one else knows, and he seems remorseful. Should I forgive him? After a long while, Roderick suddenly spoke up. Oh, I didn't mean anything bad by saying that to you. I'm not urging you to leave just because you're troublesome or a burden. It's simply... Dalia smiled to herself. Then she said, I'm almost done packing. Roderick was startled and asked, What? She casually shrugged. You told me to leave, so I even looked into renting a carriage. Can I stay? Roderick was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. All right. How can I say no when you're pleading like that? Dalia smiled and said, Actually, I was just kidding. I haven't packed anything yet. Roderick froze. What? Dalia continued. It's hard to find someone who understands you like I do. Do you think I don't understand you? Roderick turned his head to the side. You don't understand me that well. Dalia sighed and continued. But by the way, what you said was a little hurtful. Anyway, I'll try not to pry. Roderick hesitated for a moment before saying, This is exactly like something that happened in my family before, something that gave me a headache. He recalled the words he had once heard. Do you think they just sat there and did nothing?
The medicine that Count Jordan sold, which was called medicine, was actually a banned substance. Even the advertisers were involved. There was a faction that wanted Martina Inez Myers to become the future Duchess, then continued. At that time, I realized something. If you carry everything, it will drag you down. Dalia interjected. I don't want you to get hurt. Rodri, please share some of your burden with me sometimes. The music ended, and applause immediately filled the air. Dalia and Rodri stepped off the dance floor, thinking to themselves, the next song is starting. Suddenly Rodri said, you too. Dalia wondered, what? I don't quite understand. Just then, River suddenly approached. Dalia, would you dance with me? She asked in surprise. Count Foman? Rodri's face darkened as he said, well, Dalia. She forced a smile. See you later. River glanced after Rodri's retreating back, then suddenly lowered his head. Seeing this, Dalia thought, I thought he wanted to say something, but he just led me to a crowded spot. River suddenly asked, is something wrong? Dalia replied, well, quite a lot. Hearing her say that, River immediately replied, I understand. I'm truly, truly glad you're all right. Dalia mumbled, glad I'm all right.
She wondered what he was looking for, or what he cared about. Why did he bring her to a crowded place? Was it safer than a secluded corner? Why did he act as if something was about to happen right now? At that very moment, someone suddenly burst in, shouting loudly, Duke! The person hurried over and whispered into Rodri's ear for a moment. His expression immediately turned serious. Then he turned and walked out amidst the murmuring of everyone around. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Dalia thought worriedly. Rodri! River saw her about to leave and quickly called out, Dalia! She turned her head back and said worriedly, sorry, I have to go. She quickly ran after Rodri and seeing Luz immediately asked, what's wrong? Where's Rodri? He stopped. Lady Dalia. Before her stunned face, Luz stammered, the thing is, the former Duke has passed away.
That evening, the party had turned into a funeral. It rained on the day of the Duke's funeral. Some burst into tears, while others stood in stunned silence. Dalia looked to her side. Rodri stood there, showing no signs of sadness or joy. Rodri's face remained expressionless throughout the ceremony. Seeing this, a hint of worry also appeared in Dalia's eyes. After the funeral, Rodri frowned and asked, has the family head's ring disappeared? Luz explained, the truth is, due to the previous accident, the late Duke remained paralyzed, unable to move, but he still held the title of Duke. When he was in a coma, he hadn't had time to perform the succession ceremony for the clan head, so perhaps the succession was handled elsewhere. The late Duke always kept the ring with him. But, Lady Dalia, there's a seal around the Forest of Shadows, isn't there? Dalia nodded. That's right. I also heard that the founding king and the heroes created a sealing enchantment there after realizing how dangerous the place was. Luz continued, the ring is the medium that maintains that seal. Dalia immediately realized the gravity of the situation and asked, what will happen if the seal breaks? In her heart, she thought, the seal of the Forest of Shadows will be broken. It won't just affect the north. Energy waves across the entire continent will be disrupted, and the biggest problem here is the release of countless monsters.
If the energy waves are disrupted, then even using everyday magic weapons becomes extremely dangerous. And if monsters start appearing everywhere, this is nothing short of a disaster. Thinking of this, she immediately asked, do you know who took the ring? Luz hesitated slightly and said, he glanced at Rodri. Then he continued, we believe it was Miss Rosetta. She disappeared after the accident. Dalia asked in astonishment, what? Wait a minute. She thought to herself, could it be that the overdue party preparations were just a diversion to weaken the security of the ducal mansion? Recalling her words, it's all thanks to you, Miss Dalia, Dalia thought guiltily, was all this because I made a fuss just to find the culprit? No, it's just if I hadn't suggested holding the party. After a moment, she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, Rodri, it's all my fault. Rodri shook his head, and it was confirmed that the Duke had been poisoned for a long time. Just like that servant, his arrival in the north was merely coincidental, so she must have had another plan.
With an escape route ready and meticulous preparations, the enemy has been preparing for longer than you think, so whether you are here or not, she will still carry out her plan. Dalia, touched, called out, Rodri. He continued, don't say you regret coming to the north. Dalia paused for a moment, then smiled and said, oh, my apologies. Rodri nodded. Anyway, I called you for another reason. She asked curiously. Rodri was silent for a moment, then said, Kaiser will be your personal bodyguard from now on. Dalia gasped, and Kaiser exclaimed in shock, what? Dalia stammered, Sir Kaiser, my personal bodyguard? Rodri nodded, yes. Now that things have come to this, even if the mastermind has fled, enemies are still lurking around. Kaiser, sweating, asked, are you asking for my opinion? Rodri ignored him and continued, moreover, you also need a bodyguard familiar with this northern region. He would be the most suitable. Kaiser loudly asked, what about my opinion? Rodri turned to him. If you find him too useless, you can make him a porter. Kaiser was on the verge of tears. My opinion.
But your grace, we are about to embark on the expedition. If I, your right-hand man, do not participate, the strength of the party will suffer a great loss. Rodri shook his head. It's not necessary.
Kaiser continued to protest. Well, however, as the commander of the 1st Division, I have the responsibility to lead the division into battle. Rodri said coldly, Kaiser, do you want to take the troops and spend the next 10 years in some wasteland? He immediately replied obediently, I will become the young lady's bodyguard. Meanwhile, Dalia was thinking, the truth is, I didn't bring any bodyguards with me because I trusted Rodri to protect me. But doesn't my opinion matter?
Kaiser said irritably, shouldn't you be honored that I, the right-hand man of the strongest warrior lord in the family, am staying here to protect you? Dalia thought silently, but he was very tired. Then she said, I'm happy about that, but why do you have to be so arrogant? Kaiser frowned and asked, what do you mean, Lady of the Stars? Dalia replied, people often say that when someone starts acting strangely, it's the beginning of their tragic end. I'll definitely have someone send you some money with my condolences. Kaiser yelled furiously, are you crazy? Dalia thought to herself, how delightful, he's quite good at relieving stress. Kaiser suddenly said, I think I misunderstood earlier. I don't know, maybe. It seems my mind is a little clearer now. Dalia asked in surprise, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? Kaiser blushed and said, even if it's a compliment, it's still the truth, so don't worry too much about it. Honestly, haven't we all done our part? Checking on that isn't our responsibility in the first place. Seriously, are you this stressed out over just a small party? Dalia couldn't help but be stunned. You're really good at comforting people. What should I do now, Sir Kaiser? He raised an eyebrow irritably. What's wrong? Dalia continued, you just said we, didn't you? You keep saying you don't want to, but deep down you still feel like you belong there, don't you? I'm definitely going to tell Cecil about this. Kaiser flushed crimson and exclaimed, stop it! Dalia smiled and thought, even Sir Kaiser is comforting others in a way that's completely unlike him. It seems the situation is really quite bad. That's right, I can't keep moping around like this.
I'm worried that Sir River seems to know something. Let Rodri handle that while I focus on what I need to do. Now it's time to truly search for the magic mineral resin. After a moment, Kaiser frowned and said, magic insects, I've seen them before. Bowser Manor became chaotic after that incident. After all, the ringleader was caught among the servants, and the assassination also occurred, with many rumors that the missing head butler was behind it all. Furthermore, the monster hunt also began, and the conflict between the Bowser family and the royal family began to escalate, with both sides raising their voices at each other. The expedition team had to enter the forest countless times a day, leaving the manor empty, and a gloomy atmosphere returned. And amidst everything, I found myself struggling to gather information. Kaiser found, looking at her, magic mineral resin? Yes, I've seen it before. Upon hearing this, Dalian flared up. Why are you only telling me now? Kaiser, his face flushed with anger, retorted. Huh? You didn't ask. Dalian leaned her hands on the table and muttered, come to think of it, you also said you were near the Forest of Shadows. I heard a rumor that most people have never seen magic mineral resin in their lives. Is that so? Kaiser shrugged. Huh, I'm not most people.
But why must you find it? Dalia replied, I need it for this. Do you remember seeing it anywhere? Kaiser rubbed his chin. I think so, Dalia asked excitedly. Really? He immediately changed his tone. Or maybe not. Dalia's face immediately fell. Seeing this, Kaiser cheerfully asked, if I remember, what will you offer in return? Dalia mused. You know, I heard Michelle's grandfather also knows a bit about magic insects. They also produce magic mineral resin. She'll be back soon. I'll ask her then. Kaiser asked, stunned. Huh? What? But you asked me. Not long after, Michelle said, it's not difficult to arrange a meeting with my grandfather, but there's a small problem. His town is part of the search area. Not exactly a monster hunting zone, but it's quite dangerous for people to go there without protection. Dalia nodded. Oh, I see. So what should I do? She looked towards Kaiser, who immediately turned away.
At that moment, Rodri suddenly spoke. We're going together. Dalia asked in surprise. Huh? I'm going with the expedition team? Rodri explained. I'm just broadening the search because I'm not entirely certain, but since it's in town and quite far from the hunting grounds, the risk will be lower. Dalia continued to ask, really? So I'm going with Sir Kazia? Rodri replied, it's better to be safe than sorry. Hearing him say that, Dalia, confused, wondered, was he implying it was dangerous or not? She was silent for a moment, then thought again, I wonder if Rodri is okay. Things must have been chaotic with the ring missing and preparing for the expedition. His skin looked a bit worn. The moment Dalia touched Rodri's face, both of them simultaneously froze in place. Rodri's face immediately flushed, and Dalia's heart also skipped a beat.
She said awkwardly, oh, I was just wondering if you're getting enough sleep. Sorry. Ahaha. Rodri also replied awkwardly, no, I'm fine. Kaiser's face darkened considerably, and Missin exclaimed, oh my. After a while, Rodri said, we're leaving in 3 days. Is that okay? Dalia was surprised. That soon? Are you okay? He nodded. It's fine.
Hearing that, Dahlia thought again, am I really someone who likes physical contact that much? I was so careless. Why did I do that? We're not children anymore. Recalling Roderick's words, I have no intention of being your childhood friend, Dahlia held her head, confused, thinking, I tried not to think about it, so why am I thinking about it again? Seeing this, Roderick was curious. What's wrong? Dahlia didn't answer, still awkwardly thinking, right, he's become more charming and attractive, and he seems to like me too, but I still have feelings for Count Gammon. Besides, the main heroine of the story is about to appear, and who knows what will happen to Roderick. I'm terrible, but for now I have to act like there's nothing between us. I need to be more careful. After thinking, she finally replied, nothing, let's just work. After a long while, Ethan exclaimed, long time no see, Lady Dahlia. Leona followed up, how have you been? Dahlia asked in surprise, oh, are you also busy? You all have dark circles under your eyes. Leona gave a forced laugh. Yes, well, you know how it is.
Kaiser saw that and clicked his tongue. That's because you guys are too weak. If it were me, everything would have been done a long time ago. Leona's eyes went wide with fury. Switch places. You live a life of luxury in the mansion, looking as slick as a slippery eel. Lady Dahlia, please, let me be your bodyguard, please. Kaiser laughed loudly. Ha, then improve your skills. His Highness personally chose me, remember? Leona yelled loudly. Ah, fine, let's just get this over with. Come here. Ethan shook his head and walked towards Dahlia. This way, lady, she asked curiously. Oh, Sir Ethan.
He said, don't mind them, they're always bickering about silly things like that. Duke Bowyer and Michelle's grandfather are also here. Hearing this, Dahlia just gave a wry smile. After a moment, Michelle's grandfather asked again, magic insects? Dahlia nodded and said, yes, you've seen them before, haven't you? I want to know their location. Michelle's grandfather nodded. Yes, but that was when I was a child, quite a long time ago, so it's quite difficult to pinpoint the exact location. I saw them at the edge of the forest, deeper inside, and they even appeared on several desolate mountains far from town. Dahlia was stunned. Wait, you saw them more than once? They're not very well known, so I've heard that most people aren't even aware of their existence. Michelle's grandfather mused. Where should I begin? My father used to study the geological region in the north, where magical stones were incredibly abundant. Back then, the Shadow Forest wasn't as vast as it is now, and I often accompanied him. Dahlia rubbed her chin and asked, is that when you saw the magic insects? He replied, yes. Sometimes they would appear when we got close to an ore vein, but they would vanish immediately, and we could never catch them. Dahlia thought to herself, ore veins, vanished in an instant. Deep within the Shadow Forest, there are many ore veins, but it's not easy to catch them. If I hire someone, they'll surely find them, but with the monster hunt currently underway, who knows how long it would take. Will I be able to find the magic insects to make medicine for Princess Hessen and open the inn in time for this succession? At this thought, Dahlia then said, I understand. Thank you for taking the time to meet and talk. I deeply appreciate this.
By the way, may I ask if there are any research materials left over from that period, such as maps or anything similar? Michelle's grandfather replied, I have a map that leads to the ore vein we used to visit. You can take it if you want. Dahlia was overjoyed. Really? It's your father's, isn't it? Michelle's grandfather chuckled. Haha, it's not much use to me now. Hearing this, Dahlia immediately said gratefully, Thank you very much. I'll return it soon. As he handed over the notes in the map, Michelle's grandfather suddenly mused, It's really strange. Magic insects are quite rare. Why is everyone looking for them and coming to find them? Dahlia was stunned. What? He continued, Recently a young man with shimmering golden hair also came and asked me about this.
Dahlia thought blankly. The golden-haired young man? She frowned and asked, Can you describe his build? Michelle's grandfather replied, He didn't explicitly state who he was, but judging by his demeanor, he's probably a noble. I'm afraid I don't know anything more. Dahlia thought in silence. Magic insects were only known to treat mana depletion syndrome in the original story. The disease was cured by Aniel, the heroine of the story. The reason she first came to the palace was because the succession competition suddenly changed, and she had to win the cure for the princess to gain business rights. But now someone else was also looking for magic insects. Could this just be a coincidence? Someone is definitely trying to sabotage me. Count Jordan interfered, and there was a force behind the actions preventing her from inheriting the ducal title. Now the most suspicious person was... Thinking of River, she suddenly turned and ran outside. Seeing this, Michelle called after her. Lady Dahlia! Rodri reached out to stop her. I will follow her. Outside the building, Dahlia leaned against a tree. In her heart, she thought, utterly confused. Dahlia Averin, a minor supporting character. The rumors about the harem were just a joke. I can't tell them about the original story or transmigration, and I have to accept that there are things beyond my control that I cannot change.
Even so, I desperately tried to salvage the situation. The truth is, there were times when I thought, just as River once said,
that resting was a mistake, and believed I only deserved to rest after achieving certain accomplishments, even though taking a break wasn't such a big deal. At that time, Dalia asked, "But what if it is a problem? What if I rested comfortably and then something happened that couldn't be remedied? If that happened, would you be able to truly relax?" River stared blankly at her. Then he replied, "Do you know how to share your burdens with others? If you want someone to lean on and don't mind, then let me be that person. Please tell me your worries." After recalling that, Dalia continued to think. I had ignored Rodric's and Jaren's advice, and then believed that Count Gorman truly had feelings for me.
Because I don't want to be merely a supporting character. I want a happy ending. Redrick quietly leaned against the tree behind her, his brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. The golden-haired nobleman did not want to reveal his identity or purpose. However, judging by his reaction, he probably guessed that Count Goman knew something. The next day, Dalia walked out to the carriage. "I apologize, some dust flew into my eye." Leona exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Lady Dalia, what's wrong with your eye?" Dalia asked curiously. "Excuse me, what's wrong with them?" Redrick suddenly interjected. "Now I just need to locate the ore vein, right? Give me the map." "It's a bit different from ours. There's also an ore vein here." Leona suggested, "Let's start from the closest location first, hoping it's not too large." Rodrick frowned and asked, Is it bad if it's too big?" Leona replied, "It's not just that. Monostones are the monster's primary food source."
The larger the ore vein, the more monsters there are, and there are many very powerful types too. Rudrick nodded. "I understand." Dalia thought, "Oh, I sent Chiron to investigate the mana quarry I received from the Crown Prince. I'm still wondering if he's all right. I think I should contact him right away." Leona suddenly frowned and said, "Something's wrong. Is this Mount Scania? And this place on the map is—" Kaiser asked curiously, "Hey, what's wrong? Are we lost?" Leona suddenly shouted, "That's a monster-infested path." All the knights simultaneously placed their hands on their sword hilts. Rudrick calmly said, "Prepare to retreat." Immediately after, someone reported, "Monster spotted. They're right in front of the vanguard. Damn it, they appeared just as we mentioned them." Rudrick gripped his sword and seriously said, "Kaiser, take Dalia back to town. We'll return once we've defeated the monsters." He immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." "Horse." Dalia startled and asked, "What?" Kaiser asked loudly, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Dalia, sweating, replied, "No." Kaiser clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tsk, truly a beautiful lady." Then he suddenly hoisted Dalia onto his shoulder, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" The two quickly ran forward. Just then, the person on the horse in front suddenly reported, "Captain, there's a group of goblins ahead." Rudrick quickly replied, "Take them down quickly and keep moving. The top priority right now is to keep Lady Dalia safe and get out of here." Dalia turned her head to look at the black beasts behind them, thinking blankly, "Are those monsters? They're everywhere. Can they really do it? You can treat me like cargo, just keep me alive." At that moment, the horde of monsters was charging straight towards Rudrick. Kaiser was still carrying Dalia on his shoulder, hurrying out of the battlefield. Seeing a monster targeting them, Kaiser frowned and said, "Tsk, I don't think we can escape these monsters today." Suddenly a shout rang out, "Captain!" Just as Kaiser turned around, both he and Dalia were blown backward by a shockwave. "Ah!" Dalia scrambled to her feet, thinking in confusion, "What's going on?" She suddenly froze, looking at the approaching monster, her heart filled with even more fear. "Wait, is that a monster too? It's huge! Where can I run? I'm going to die here!" Just as the monster raised its hand, a sudden sword energy slash came flying. A moment later, the monster was instantly hacked into 8 pieces, blood splattering everywhere. A cloak suddenly appeared in front of Dalia. Rudrick turned his head, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Kaiser rushed over and said, "Sir, I apologize. I failed to complete the order you gave me." Rudrick said, "Not now. There is still many monsters. Leave the rest to you, Kaiser. Dalia, follow me." She quickly stood up. "Oh, coming." She thought to herself, I did it. I only read about it in stories, but Rudrick is truly strong, truly reliable. If danger..." Dalia suddenly froze, her entire body falling forward weakly. Rudrick quickly caught her, then said warmly, "It's all right. I'll protect you." Dalia was startled, thinking, he said these words to me before. Then her consciousness sank into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Dalia opened her eyes slightly, thinking hazily, Is this a dream? It could be, because Rudrick never cries. At the same time, Rudrick was sobbing, calling out, "Please don't, Dalia." She suddenly thought, "I can't move. What's wrong?" Rudrick continued, "You can't be like this, please." Meanwhile, Dalia suddenly saw a figure. "Is that?" she thought in astonishment. "Only."
Dalia startled and cried out. In her heart she thought, "What's going on? Is this a dream? Is this from the original story? But I don't remember the details of this part in the original story. After all, Dalia is just a minor character, and Rudrick and Ona will be together. And then, what else?" Seeing her open her eyes, Rudrick immediately asked, "Are you awake?" Dalia was surprised. "Rudrick? Didn't we fall? What's going on?" He replied, Well, before he could finish his sentence, Dahlia screamed again. Are you okay? Why am I wrapped up like this? You're acting really strange. Rodri quickly said, Dahlia, wait. First, fix your clothes. Dahlia froze. Oh. A second later, Dahlia's face flushed red. She stepped back, using her cloak to cover her chest, and asked, What? You took them off? No matter how pretty, cute, and charming I am, why would you do that between friends? Rodri quickly explained. Wait, listen to me. After a moment of chaos, Dahlia nodded. So we fell into an underground lake and drifted away. Rodri hid the embarrassment on his face and tried to say indifferently, It's quite dangerous to wear wet clothes as it can cause hypothermia. It's also quite damp, so just wear this temporarily until your clothes are completely dry. Dahlia sighed with relief. It's a good thing we only fell into the water. Things could have been much worse.
She thought to herself, it's fine between friends, isn't it? Is it really okay? Friends. At this point, she immediately looked up and asked, So do you know where the exit is? Rodri replied, I've looked, but it's overhead. Dahlia asked in surprise, Huh? Rodri continued, It seems we've fallen into a pit, so getting out won't be easy. Dahlia hesitated and asked, So? Rodri said, It's best to wait for a rescue team to come save us. Hearing him say that, Dahlia suddenly lowered her head and thought Rodri he'd get out right away, but I can't climb. If I had known this would happen, I would have learned some self-defense moves or something. It feels like bad things keep happening on this trip.
After a long while, Dahlia said, I'm sorry. Rodri said nothing, only slowly extended his hand. Dahlia couldn't help but wonder, huh? Rodri slowly opened his palm. You found it. Seeing what was in his hand, Dahlia immediately gasped. Magic insect! How could you find the most precious thing in the world? Rodri stood up and said, There are many inside. Dahlia was astonished. Many? Of these? Exactly where? Rodri replied, In here. I mean, if we go this way, seeing it with your own eyes would be even better. Dahlia hesitated for a moment, then took his hand and stood up. Rodri continued, We should walk a bit. She nodded. All right. She thought to herself, His hand is so warm. Even now I feel like I'm not scared at all because Rodri is by my side. Not long after, Dahlia screamed, Here? So many? Magic insects are only seen 1 or 2 at a time near ore veins.
Wait, could it be that these gemstones are… Rodri nodded. They're mana stones. Dahlia heard this and thought, Oh my, how much money is this place worth? Looking at her face, Rodri secretly gasped, She's counting money already. After a moment, Dahlia said, Mana stones are the main food source for monsters. The larger the ore vein, the more monsters there are. We should leave here quickly. Rodri was stunned. What? Dahlia turned her head and said fearfully, This place is a monster den. Rodri pointed in one direction. No way. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a graveyard. I heard that when monsters die, they turn into mana stones. Dahlia was stunned. Does that mean all of this is just monster corpses? Rodri nodded. Probably. Dahlia still found it hard to believe. I mean, I've never heard of that. How could I have been hunting monsters recently and not know anything about this? Rodri replied, Usually when we hunt monsters, we only collect a few materials along with the ashes of their corpses. Because monster corpses emit toxic energy, there are some rumors about it, so a few people probably know. Dahlia silently thought, in a place where very few people can control magic on their own, the value of mana stones, which can help ordinary people control magic, is beyond imagination. The reason this country considers the royal family its core is because they possess an enormous mana stone mine. If monster corpses turn into mana stones, then can't we use their corpses instead of expensive mana stones? Rodri stood up and said, There's nothing left to see here. The soldiers are probably looking for us, so it's best if we go back to where we fell. Dahlia suddenly spoke up. Rodri, catch some more magic insects. He asked, How many? Not long after, the night squad arrived, and Leona shouted, Duke, lady.
I'm so glad you two are all right. We spent the entire day looking for you. Dahlia smiled and replied, We're fine and unharmed. Please calm down, Sir Leona. Kaiser stepped forward and said, It's good to see you're all right. Dahlia turned her head to look back. She curled her lips, thinking, I can't believe Kaiser is still so calm. His eyes are completely red. It seems everyone has endured a lot in just one day. Leona continued, Forgive me, I wasn't able to prepare the carriage in time because I was too engrossed in the search. It will probably take quite a while to prepare and return. Dahlia shook her head. It's all right. Huh? Rodri suddenly threw a cloak over Dahlia. She stumbled, thinking, Or maybe you should just knock me out. At this, Rodri said, It's all right. Get on the horse with me. Take a short nap and we'll be there. Dahlia froze. She thought to herself, It's all right, I'll protect you. Whenever you say that, you always protect me, and I can't help but feel at ease, no matter how dangerous the situation. Dahlia touched the cloak and murmured, It's all right. Rodri quickly lifted her onto the horse. Let's go. Dahlia looked up at his face, then lowered her head, wondering, I wonder if everything will truly be all right.
Late at night, upon arriving at the mansion, Rodri carried the deeply sleeping Dahlia into the room. Looking at her face, Rodri thought to himself, She must be very tired. He recalled telling her earlier on the horse, It's okay, come on the horse with me, we'll be there in a blink. He continued to think, I even thought my words wouldn't have much effect.
I don't want to see you hurt or scared." After laying Dalia down on the bed, Rodri suddenly remembered her expression when she was in the pit. "Why am I wrapped up like this?" He gently held her hand, his eyes filled with affection. He thought to himself, "No matter how reckless or foolish things get, for you, I can do anything." At this thought, Rodri suddenly remembered that upon their arrival at the mansion, Luz had quickly come out to report. "Duke, I'm glad you're all right. I have some urgent news to tell you. Miss Fenwick has been found dead, and it seems the ring has fallen into the culprit's hands." It is said that Count Fenwick is in debt to a casino, and Duke Goman is involved in the casino's operations. Rodri continued to think, if Goman is behind this, and River, whom he likes, might be an accomplice, could he give him up? She might be hurt and cry a lot, but if so, I will comfort her. No, I can't. As expected, I really don't want to see her cry, not even a little. Dalia, wait until you gradually realize and are ready to talk about it. The next day, Hestia asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Dalia looked up. "Huh? Yes, I'm fine. Just a few scratches. Redrick saved me," Hestia said. "I was very surprised to hear the news, and worried if anything serious had happened when I heard a young lady had fallen down a cliff." Dalia lowered her head and thought. "I also thought about that. That's right. I was back in Redrick's arms, and I didn't realize how comfortable it was, especially in his embrace. I never thought I would sleep straight through until morning." At this point, she resumed her teasing tone. "What, do you think the funding will be cut?" Hestia angrily retorted, "Don't say that." Dalia awkwardly replied, "Sorry." Hestia's anger had subsided. "From now on, be more careful. I'll be watching. And you show no restraint, disregarding all dangers to achieve your goals. Don't you ever think about how worried the people around you get?" Dalia smiled. "All right, I understand. I was wrong. I won't do it again. So, how's the medicine coming along?" Hestia yelled. "Didn't you hear anything I just said? Honestly, This is more than enough for one dose. Just one creature is sufficient. If nothing changes, it won't take more than a week. Ever since I first heard about magical insects, I've done a lot of research on combining them." Dalia smiled. "As expected, Hest. You know you're the only one for me, right?" Hestia shrugged. "I know there are plenty of others out there. And based on my research, to amplify the effects of the medicine, we need to do this and that. In this specific case, we need to do this and that." All those complex terms, Dalia nodded, flattering her. "Excellent, excellent. My Hestia is always number one." Hestia said, "I've also done some research on maintaining magical insects." Upon hearing this, Dalia said, "Leave some for me, will you?" Then she thought, "In that case, I should wait for this remedy to be released. Now I need to contact Euron. I wonder if a few letters can travel that far." Before she could send her letters, she received a pile of them. "Are you doing well in the north? By the time you receive this letter, I will probably already be in Hessen. Thank you for writing a letter of recommendation for me. Thanks to it, I can live comfortably at the Avaran Trade Association. Instead of enduring unnecessary hardships, I think you should come to Hessen quickly. I met the youngest son of the Lowell family after all this time. That lazy good-for-nothing is still the same. They have invited me back to rebuild Lowell, offering many times the amount of money I currently possess. And of course, I refused them, because I am an extremely loyal person. You must also realize how wonderful I am. I've run into some trouble. The King of Hesse is more suspicious than I thought. It seems many swindlers have come and gone recently, so even when I offered some bait, they weren't interested. Apparently, the tonic developed by the Adren family is very popular here. I mentioned that you were the one who invented the tonic, and if that's true, the king will be interested in you and will extend an invitation to visit. Apologies for this, but please hurry. There have been some unpleasant rumors lately, causing a bit of a delay, so you should come here quickly." Dalia rubbed her chin, thinking, "This letter arrived a few days ago. Perhaps things have gotten worse. If I'm unlucky and can't find the magical insects, I'll surely come back empty-handed." She began writing a reply. "I'll be there right away." Then she thought again, "And I'll have to tell Rodri about this, that I have to go back. I'll say it's to handle family matters, but I don't really have any responsibilities, so leaving should be fine, right? It feels like he wouldn't say anything even if something serious happened." Rodri asked, "Are you leaving?"
Seeing his calm reaction, Dalia couldn't help but be astonished. How did you know? I wasn't planning on leaving just because I found a magic insect." Rodri nodded. "I know." Dalia said apologetically, "Sorry, I haven't finished dealing with everything about the Countess yet." He shook his head. "It's fine." Dalia started to get irritated for no reason. This person didn't even ask why I came back. In her imagination, she said, "Let's go out and play." Rodri replied, "Okay." Then she said, "I need a magic insect." Rodri asked again, "What about the antidote?" She said, "Let's throw a party." He immediately nodded, "Okay." Dalia unconsciously frowned. Her friend would do everything she suggested. After a long while, Rodri suddenly said, "Let Deiser go with you." Dalia immediately let out a sound of confusion. Rodri then said, "He's a bit slow, but his skills are very reliable. He's more trustworthy than any warrior. Try not to fall as much as possible." Dalia interrupted, Wait, isn't Sir Kaiser the captain of the 1st Division? There's also a conquest going on here. Rudrick replied, That's why I said that. I can't go with you. Dalia thought silently. So if there wasn't a conquest, would you go with me? Then she said, But there aren't many monsters there, and it's not too dangerous either. Rudrick's voice suddenly became serious. Dalia, please, take him with you. Dalia was bewildered. Huh? She wondered, is that really okay?
A few days later at the harbor, Dalia waved and called out loudly, Jerome, long time no see, how have you been lately? Jerome hastily said, Dalia, hurry up, things aren't looking good. That's right, the princess's current condition is… Dalia suddenly startled and said, Wait, Kaiser, what are you doing? That's him. I told you when we just arrived. Kaiser retracted his sword. Is this the guy? Jerome angrily asked. This guy? What the hell, this brat? Dalia silently thought. Being hated by everyone is also a kind of talent, both in the original work and in real life. She said, Sorry, Jerome, this is the bodyguard Rudrick arranged for me. As you can see, his personality is a bit peculiar. Jerome raised an eyebrow. A bodyguard? Not a scoundrel instead? Dalia nodded. Yeah, Rudrick said that… She recalled Rudrick's words. Dalia, please understand. Dalia quickly thought. Wait, don't think about it anymore. She let out a sigh. That's not important now. You continue what you were saying earlier. What happened to the princess?
Jaren said, To be frank, it seems her condition is worsened. Dalia frowned. Worsened? To what extent? He replied, For now, let's just go to the association, and we'll talk later. Avarin Association, Lowell Branch, Jaren's private room. Jaren rested his chin on his hand and said, It seems she has been in a coma since losing consciousness. Many rumors say she has died because there's been no news at all. Dalia was startled. What? She thought, in the original work, Anyo was the one who treated the princess. However, Anyo hasn't appeared yet, and the princess's life is in danger.
Is the future changing? Could the princess's death also be happening earlier than expected, just like how the war broke out a few years earlier? Is it because I tried to change the future? At this point, Dalia suddenly asked, So why did her condition suddenly worsen like that? Do you know anything? Jaren replied, We are still investigating the details, but you know that His Majesty has tried everything possible to treat the princess, right? He has summoned all kinds of pharmacists, physicians, used all sorts of medicinal herbs, and even folk remedies. He even invited high-ranking priests at a hefty price to channel divine power, and recently he even invited a sorcerer. Jaren added, But after the sorcerer arrived, the princess's condition rapidly deteriorated. She endured many days of pain and is now in a coma. The entire kingdom has been in an uproar for some time to hunt down that sorcerer. Dalia frowned. What about the sorcerer then? Has he been caught? Jaren shook his head. No, I heard he vanished like a ghost. Anyway, that's why the king started to suspect all physicians. He even expelled most of the remaining royal physicians in the castle. The medicine is available, but there's no way to get the princess to take it. Lowell's son, who is close to the prince, is also completely helpless. Dalia said, Most of them.
So not everyone gets exiled, right? As long as there's a determination to treat it, there's still hope. She thought the succession struggle was a problem, but if the princess truly died, it would probably be her fault. Then she said, We need to change the plan. Listen. Irina Hessen, the youngest daughter of King Anulin Philip Hessen, was the most beloved princess. The princess developed slower than children her age and was often ill, but everyone believed she would grow stronger as she got older. Until that day. Then one day, the princess suddenly began to have seizures and a continuous high fever for several days, her entire body covered in strange red spots. The beloved queen had passed away too young, leaving behind children so young they seemed as if they would crumble at a touch. The king stayed by the princess's bedside for several days, praying sincerely, Please, let my child live. But the heavens were cruel. Even though the fever had subsided, she still couldn't get out of bed, and brief signs of recovery were followed by more seizures. Irina, the little princess, cried out, Father, Father, where are you? Are you here? Father. Her eyes gradually dimmed. Irina, still optimistic, said, It's okay, Father. Perhaps I shouldn't have been born, but I'm still very happy to have been born as your daughter. No matter what, the king desperately wanted to save his daughter by any means, at any cost. And then that person said, If your Majesty does so, your daughter will recover. Ultimately, he sought out the sorcerer. After completing the ritual, the sorcerer said, Your daughter's future will soon be decided.
The wizard performed some act, and then the princess fell into a deep sleep. Onion sat slumped at his desk. He blamed himself, thinking, It's all my fault. I was so worried, clinging to every hope. I brought a stranger here, only to bring about such suffering. But suddenly someone announced, Your Majesty, a renowned physician from Valoa is currently here. Hope flickered again in Onion's heart. But
I still hope you will live. The luxurious carriage slowly rolled into the imperial palace. In the solemn great hall, Onion said, "Look up." He looked at Hestia and said, "That's right. You are a skilled physician, aren't you?" Hestia trembled as she replied, "Your Majesty is too kind." Onion shook his head. "I have heard the rumors in Valoa. I hear that anyone you treat recovers. That's why you are called the Hand of God. You know why I summoned you, don't you?" Hestia bowed her head. "Yes." At the same time, Dalia, dressed in black, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." A royal attendant immediately shouted, "Disrespectful! How dare you be disrespectful in front of His Majesty?" Onion's face grew stern. "Silence. Dawan." Dalia began. "First, I wish to apologize to Your Majesty."
Actually, I am not this person's assistant. I sincerely apologize for having offended by concealing my true identity, as I have an urgent matter to convey to you. Onulin remained calm. Then, who are you? She pulled down her hood. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. The only daughter of Duke Averin of the Hyperion Empire. I am Dalia Averin.
Onion flinched slightly, but quickly regained his composure. "I see. Now that you've frankly revealed your identity, it's fine. Stand up." Dalia said gratefully, "Thank you for your generosity." After she stood up, Onion suddenly asked suspiciously, "So what business does the young lady of House Averin have with me?" Dalia smiled and replied, "I have medicine that can cure the princess." Onion rested his chin on his hand, saying with a hint of weariness, "Do you know how many people have told me that until now?" Dalia added, "I'm being honest." Onion sighed and said, "I've heard that over 100 times." Dalia tried to persuade him. It might be hard to believe, but truly, Onion suddenly interrupted her. "Enough. This is getting boring." Hearing him say that, Dalia paused for a moment and then said, "Then let me talk about something else. The profits that the Averin Merchant Guild earns from Hessen. If I cannot cure the princess, I will pay half of those profits as annual tax." After saying this, she thought again. The amount of money Averin held was comparable to the treasury of a rather large kingdom. Even if she couldn't cure the illness, if he considered the future of the country and the princess, it would be hard to refuse.
However, what worried me was that the reality was different from what I knew. The princess's condition was progressing much faster. This was a gamble, but there was no other option but to take the risk. At this point, Dalia flashed a confident smile. "Please prepare the notarized document. I will personally affix the seal." Alan didn't agree immediately, but asked in return, "So what do you wish from me, young lady?" Dalia bowed her head and replied, "What I wish for is that your highness consider transferring the business rights of Valoa to me." After that, she and Hestia were led into the princess's room. On the bed was Urena, deeply asleep, or more accurately, in a coma due to her worsening condition. But as soon as she took the medicine, Urena quickly opened her eyes. Seeing that, Alan immediately buried his head in her hands and wept loudly. Not long after, at the Averin Merchant Guild headquarters, Jaren sighed and said, My heart almost jumped out of my chest. If everything had gone wrong, it would have been a huge problem. You wouldn't just lose your inheritance, you could also be expelled from Averin." Dalia chuckled. "But in the end, everything turned out fine. I even secured a promise to transfer the business rights." Jaren was startled and asked, "What? Is this really going to be okay?" "Well, yes, it's fine, just as you said. So when will they hand over the business rights?" Dalia replied, "At the party."
The princess wishes to make a solemn declaration that she has safely recovered, and it was due to my efforts. That will be the official announcement of the transfer of the Valoa business rights to Averin. But in truth, I've already received the transfer document. They handed it to me right then, bearing the royal seal. Duran suddenly had a bad feeling. "You're not going to back out, are you? So do you have any ideas for what you'll establish after acquiring the business rights?" Dalia nodded. "Yes, I plan to build a hotel." Duran was taken aback. "A hotel? Well, being in the service industry doesn't leave many choices, but will that be okay? There's a strong prejudice that hotels are exclusively for nobles, so you might not turn a large profit. Of course, with the constant flow of people here, it's fundamentally sufficient." Dalia clicked her tongue. But merely building a conventional hotel to be fundamentally sufficient isn't enough. Duran asked curiously, "Then what?" Dalia confidently replied, "I will create a hotel for the masses, targeting customers from the middle class and below, offering reasonable prices so that anyone who can afford it can stay, even nobles."
I also plan to change the building's structure, reducing room sizes to increase the number of single rooms. Hearing that, Duran immediately asked, "But what about the supply? If there are more single rooms, won't that require more resources?" Dalia subtly curved her lips. "Energy sources, those are the easiest to acquire." Duran exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Seeing his reaction, Dalia explained, "Do you remember the mine in the mountains east of Peliros that I took from the Crown Prince?" She thought to herself, "I thought it was an abandoned mine, but it turned out to be a monostone mine, the mana ore from which would be more than enough to sustain a hotel. But since that mine isn't officially mine yet, I have to pretend to negotiate with the Demon Guild to buy monostones cheaply." Duran asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with that?" Dalia wagged her finger.
I assigned you to investigate the mine a long time ago, and you still don't know about it? That place is actually a mana stone mine. The more mana ore there is, the more magical creatures there are, right? Did the investigation go smoothly, or was there anything like a graveyard of magical creatures? Jiran suddenly interjected. Nothing at all. Dalia froze. Huh? Jiran continued. Nothing at all. No mana ore, no magical creatures.
Dalia, stunned, said, "Don't joke, how can that be?" Jaren shrugged upon hearing this. "Have I ever joked about this? From the moment you unexpectedly requested an investigation of the mine, I found it strange. What strange rumor did you hear that made you mistaken?" Dalia asked, bewildered. "So, you really investigated it?" Jaren nodded. "Of course, I investigated it many times, but no matter how I investigated, nothing special came up. It was just an empty mine." Dalia stared blankly at the ceiling. She thought to herself, "There's nothing there? Why? No, that can't be. That was clearly the magic stone mine Anyul discovered in the original story. Or did I get the location wrong? Is it the western mountain range, not the eastern? Or perhaps the northern? But the Crown Prince's interest is only in this eastern location. How? Up until now, all events in the novel have unfolded normally. But why? Why has the most important thing, the magic stone mine, disappeared? The secret weapon turned out to be just a useless piece of paper. Then the hotel plan and other plans won't work. Calm down. There must be an alternative. Even if there's no magic ore, perhaps there's another source of potent magic. Truly potent magic. A thought suddenly flashed. Dalia murmured, "Magical creatures." Then she took out a stack of papers, used magic communication to send a letter, requesting a mage to be sent, someone skilled in alchemy. At the magic tower, a middle-aged mage asked, "Do you truly intend to go yourself?" The young mage replied, "Of course, it's a direct request from Lady Averin." The middle-aged mage said, "Even so, for the next heir of magic to go personally is a bit much." The young mage shook his head. "No, I must handle this myself. Perhaps no one else understands alchemy as well as I do to fulfill the request. Moreover, this is someone I truly wish to meet."
At the banquet, Onlin stepped forward and announced, "Therefore, the reason my youngest daughter, Princess Hessen, was able to recover is thanks to Lady Averin and the healer who brought the remedy." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped forward. Amidst the murmurs of the nobles, Irina also appeared. Onlin continued, "From now on, Hessen has decided to establish a friendship with Averin and completely transfer the business rights for the development of Velua Port. I hope Lady will dedicate herself to the future development of Velua." Dalia bowed in gratitude. "It is a great honor, Your Majesty." A round of applause immediately erupted. Dalia thought to herself, "Finally, the business rights are in my hands. Since the king has declared he will establish friendly relations with our family, future projects in Hessen are sure to proceed smoothly." A moment later, Dalia, holding a glass of wine, sighed and said, "That's why being famous is so tiring."
Jiran nodded in agreement. Truly, maintaining composure when receiving too much attention was also a skill. Hestia's voice trembled as she said, "Right now my legs are shaking, but should I really be here?" Dalia said, "Of course. If not you, then who else would be here? After all, you were the one who saved the princess's life, and moreover, the king himself personally requested your attendance." Hestia replied in confusion, "But I only did what the young lady asked." Dalia shook her head and continued, "No matter what I ordered, I couldn't have gotten this far without your abilities. Hestia, stand tall, Hestia Arstus, because you are the personal physician I am incredibly proud of." Hestia, touched, called out, "My lady." Jiran suddenly interjected, "You two look so cheerful." At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out, "Young Lady of Andren." Dalia, Jiran, and Hestia simultaneously turned their heads to look in that direction. A young man with white hair and green eyes gradually approached. Dalia frowned, thinking, "This is the first time I've met this person. Who is he? Can he hear what I'm thinking?" Jiran then whispered, "Urian Lowell." Dalia nodded. "Ah, when I said we needed to secure Hessen's business rights, Jiran had mentioned that I would have to compete with Lowell, and that the youngest son of the Lowell family was also aiming for that position." Dalia asked in surprise, "The friend who introduced you at the Lowell estate?" Jiran's face darkened with annoyance as he replied, "A classmate from the academy." Remembering that incident, Dalia wondered again, is that person really close to King Hessen? At this moment, Urian also extended his hand. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, miss. I'm Urian Lowell, the third son of the Lowell family." Dalia nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Dalia Averin, the only daughter of Duke Averin." Urian continued, "Congratulations. I heard you achieved great success this time." Dalia politely replied, "Thank you. I have some excellent mages by my side, and Jiran laid the groundwork for the guild hall during my absence. These are the efforts of the people in my household." Urian said,
No matter how many talented people one has, using them in the right place at the right time is also a skill, isn't it? No matter how hard I try to win the favor of those around me, I still find it difficult, Dahlia replied. Thank you, Mr. Lowell. Urian smiled. Please, just call me Urian. Don't use such a formal address. Dahlia smiled coldly in response. I'm quite comfortable with such a formal address. Upon hearing her words, Urian suddenly froze.
Meanwhile, Hestia tilted her head and asked Geron, "What is he planning?" He replied, "That's just how he is, a playboy." After a moment, Urian spoke again. "Honestly, I used to see you as a rival in business, but now that I've met you in person, I must say I hope you'll consider helping me in the future." Dahlia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Indeed, your communication skills are as good as rumored. Please help me too." Urian suddenly asked, "Did you hear that from Geron? Even though he acts gruff, he actually cares a lot." Geron angrily said no, while Dahlia nodded and said, "That's right, he pretends not to care, but he's actually very thoughtful. What's more, he has a one-sided love that he pours all his heart into." Geron helplessly exclaimed, "Miss." Urian then said, "Well then, let me give you some useful information." Dahlia asked in surprise, "Huh?" He continued, "About the legal heir of the Averin family." Dahlia was stunned, thinking, "The other heir, young Master Myers." Urian paused for a moment and then said, "So do you know that he has an agreement with Lowell?" Dahlia frowned. "With Lowell?" Urian nodded. "Actually, my second elder brother, who works in the construction industry, has directly collaborated with him."
I'm not sure what they're planning, but I heard they're preparing to buy a large plot of land. The building, said to be quite large, will be constructed in cooperation with my brother. You should brace yourself. In the ship's galley, Dahlia groaned softly, her head aching. She thought to herself, buy land to build a building? Myers is in charge of the tourism sector in a competitive industry. Are they planning to build a park or a large-scale resort? Where would the money come from? Is my aunt helping them? Jaren asked with a hint of worry, Dahlia, are you really planning to go to the north alone? Wouldn't it be better if I went with you? After all, I am your assistant. Dahlia shook her head. No need. I'm just stopping by for a bit. After I'm done, I'll head home first.
We also need to bring Kaiser back, he continued. I think I've been here for a very long time. Hearing him complain, Dahlia helplessly muttered, How long will this go on? Please look after the clinic in the hotel for me while I'm gone. Hestia nodded and said, Leave it to me. Jaren, with a skeptical look, asked, You're not going to tell us it's just because you haven't conquered Gomen yet, are you? Dahlia was startled and said, No way. No matter how blinded by love I might be, I still know how to separate personal matters from work. Even if I have a fiancé, if I lose in the air competition, the chance to continue the family line will disappear. Ah, you were right. Jaren asked in surprise. What? He suddenly remembered his own words. Duke Gomen. You've heard of him, right? There are rumors that this Grand Duke is particularly obsessed with power.
Be careful, Dahlia. Sir River might be hiding something. Dahlia pondered silently. It seems Duke Gomen's intentions aren't solely focused on marriage. He's definitely hiding something. I don't have concrete evidence, but... Sir River. She recalled the day by the stream. Then she reconsidered. If she calmly thought about it, he didn't seem to be on the same side. It couldn't be assumed that all his actions were merely pretense. There must be some connection. Like his last appearance. Was he trying to warn us about something? Dahlia gazed out at the vast sea, her mind continuing to ponder. Perhaps because too much had happened recently. Now, even when she thought of Sir River, her heart no longer ached. I want to see Zubrik again soon. Not long after Dahlia returned to the Bowser estate of Anorth, someone she hadn't expected appeared. Onyol rushed forward and embraced her, under Kaiser's astonished gaze and Rudrick's bewildered expression. Onyol said, Dahlia, it's been a long time since we last met. Dahlia, startled, asked, Huh?
The grand hall doors gently opened, and a woman stepped in, her shimmering silver hair falling softly, glowing like moonlight. Her golden eyes held a brilliant light, more intense than a candlelight flame. Rudrick Bowser, who had remained indifferent to the boring party until now, suddenly found himself holding his breath the moment their eyes accidentally met. Onyol said, My apologies, I didn't mean to. I was just so happy to see you again after such a long time. Dahlia was stunned, thinking, Who is this Onyol? My first appearance as Onyol wasn't here, and what's this about after such a long time? Seeing her silence, Onyol asked again, You look surprised. Are you all right? Dahlia replied, I'm fine, but wait, have we met before? Onyol nodded. Ah, I see. Rudrick suddenly interjected. I heard you summoned her from the Mage Tower, didn't you? Dahlia froze. Huh? The Mage Tower? Rudrick nodded. Yes, I saw the letter she brought. Onyol nodded. I must have startled you. My sincere apologies if I made you uncomfortable. I am Onyol, a mage dispatched from the Mage Tower at your request, milady. I look forward to working with you. Dahlia then understood. Ah, yes, I did summon you. I also look forward to working with you.
She thought to herself, in the original storyline, Aniel was definitely a saintess, but now she was the Tower Master. Her memories and reality were changing too drastically. What on earth had happened? After a moment, she stammered, "Shall we go inside and talk? Is that all right?" Rodri nodded. Aniel smiled and said, "Oh, I see. You must be tired after your long journey, aren't you?" On the way in, Dalia thought again. In the original story, Rodri had fallen in love with Aniel at first sight. Just then, a hand gently tugged at her sleeve. Dalia looked up at Rodri. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Dalia blushed slightly and stammered, "Ah, nothing." In the mansion's living room, Aniel said, "So you're talking about extracting magic power from monsters to use as an energy source, right?" Dalia nodded. "Is that feasible?" Aniel replied immediately, "Theoretically, it's possible, but I think we'll only know for sure after practical testing." Dalia thought to herself, from now on, the original story she knew would almost become useless. She would have to rely entirely on her own judgment. At the same time, she said, "I will do my best to support the research so that nothing is lacking, especially since we are currently in a monster extermination campaign."
Since I'm acquainted with the Duke, obtaining the monsters needed for the experiment will be easier. We can draft a 3-party contract. Onal nodded, saying, "Yes, that makes sense. Since the young lady is the Duke's partner, making requests will be easier." Dalia jumped to her feet and asked, "What? What do you mean by partner? We don't have that kind of relationship." Onal gasped, covering her mouth. No, how can that be? You two aren't a couple yet?" Dalia's eyes widened as she thought, "The one who should be by his side is you." She replied, "I have no relationship with the Duke. Have the rumors from the capital spread all the way here? That it's a passionate relationship from childhood? Or that we've promised our future to each other? Or that I waited for him when he went to war and didn't get to know anyone else?" Onal nodded. "Ah, so all those rumors are true." Dalia unconsciously replied, "Yes, that's right." "Oh, no, that's not it." Onal said, "But it's surprising that you two haven't made any progress. It seems a bit late this time." Dalia replied helplessly, "But we really don't have that kind of relationship." Upon hearing this, Onal immediately said, "So does that mean I still have a chance?" Dalia was stunned. "Huh?" Onal added, "So you two aren't in any relationship right now, right?" Dalia nodded. That's right." Onal asked again, "Will I have a chance to have a relationship with him in the future?" Dalia broke out in a sweat and said, about that." Seeing her reaction, Onal immediately offered a piece of advice. "There are times in life when one must gather all their courage at least once."
I feel like that moment is right now. Is that okay? Not long after, Aniel left the room. Dalia looked at the contract on the table. She silently stood up, angrily exclaiming, "What does she mean?" At the same time, she thought, "Is he being noticed by the female lead? Have I become too close with Rodri? Is it because of jealousy? But I was already in the friend zone, and then Rodri suddenly started having feelings for me, so now I can't pretend we're strangers, can I? Isn't that obvious? And Aniel has only been here for a few days, and she already likes Rodri. Did something happen between them when I wasn't around?" Dalia raised her head and looked up at the ceiling. She continued to wonder if Rodri would truly like Aniel as he did in the original story. As for Rodri, recalling his words, she didn't want to play the role of his childhood friend anymore. Dalia then thought Rodri would meet Aniel, heal his emotional wounds, and become happy. So should she help them? But she didn't yet know Rodri's true feelings, and she didn't want to arbitrarily impose herself on them. Above all, just thinking of Rodri smiling happily beside Aniel, she felt a pang in her heart. After a while, she suddenly clutched her head and cried out, "My head hurts so much, I need to go outside and get some fresh air." Outside the mansion, in a certain corner, Rodri was silently watching Aniel. She said, "I won't do anything out of line, so please stop watching me." Rodri said, "Don't worry, just continue your work." Aniel replied, "Thank you for allowing it. If we can create a portal connecting to the capital, the young lady won't have to stay in this cold place anymore. That would also be convenient for you, sir, but is it all right if only one person can be transported at a time?" Rodri said, "Are you planning to let many people use it at the same time? If you intend to cause trouble, I am ready to take responsibility." Aniel smiled and shook her head. "Oh dear, certainly not." After the brief conversation, she returned to her work. Rodri, meanwhile, continued to observe intently. After a while, Aniel suddenly asked, "Sir, can I help with anything?" Rodri couldn't help but freeze. His gaze grew a little cold and his voice became distant. "I don't need it." Aniel smiled and asked further, "You don't even want to hear what I'm trying to help with?" Rodri replied indifferently, "Whatever it is, I don't need it." Aniel, upon hearing that, immediately said, "You're still the same, so stubborn." Rodri frowned and asked, "What?" Aniel shook her head and replied, "No, it's nothing. It's already done." Rodri silently thought, "Did she do that on purpose? Right from the first time she appeared?" Amidst the chaotic party, Rodri watched Onal with extreme vigilance. She held a magic staff and stopped in front of him. Slowly opening her mouth, she spoke. "The lady requested my presence here. May I enter now?"
If she didn't have a document stamped with the Averin seal, she would surely be in trouble. She walked around the Duke's mansion as if familiar with it, even without guidance, and didn't even communicate with others. Yet the way she greeted Dalia, it must have been the first time Dalia had seen such a woman. Rodri continued to think, she seems suspicious. I need to keep a closer watch on her. After a moment, Onal suddenly spoke. I have a question. What if your destiny originated from another place? How would you feel if attempting to alter your predetermined fate only brought you more unhappiness? Rodri pondered in silence. Is this about Dalia? Was it a deliberate statement or just nonsense? At this, he stated, I don't care. I don't believe in predetermined fate or anything of the sort. Everyone's actions are for their own happiness. Even if things were to change as a result, the world isn't that simple. Dalia surely wouldn't desire such an outcome, so whether it happens or not is irrelevant. Onal mused for a moment, then mumbled. Ultimately, we all arrive at the same outcome. Rodri stepped forward and said, Then this time, I'll ask you. Onal nodded. Yes. He then asked, What is your purpose? Onal turned her head to look back, then smiled and replied, It will sound unbelievable, but you must believe me.
In the room, Dalia asked in surprise, What? A portal? Rodri nodded. I've connected it to Averin Manor in the capital. I'll be away often for the conquest, so it's better if you go there instead of staying here alone. Dalia asked worriedly, Is that allowed? How did you do it? Rodri sat down on a chair and replied, The maid you called. Dalia broke out in a sweat and said, Oniel? Thank you for caring about me, but how did Oniel do that? Rodri said, I heard she'll be staying here during her research. Dalia nodded. I see. She thought to herself, That's right, she needs monsters for her research, so Oniel will be there for a while? But if she can connect a door to my house, then she can also connect one to the magic tower, right? No, I'm not really complaining or anything. After a few seconds of silence, Rodri suddenly asked, This time you're going directly to the south again, aren't you? It's time to go home. Dalia replied irritably, If it's a bother, I'll leave quickly. Rodri asked sternly, What are you talking about? You can live here too. Dalia mused, Since I have such a good friend, should I ask Oniel to open another portal connecting to Hessen at our house? The capital, Averin Manor. Dalia sighed. Ha! She recalled Oniel's words. We can create a portal connecting to Hessen.
Claire nodded. Now it would be easier to meet. Hearing this, Dalia said, I haven't been home for a few days. Adelio asked, Didn't you bring Rodri with you? She replied, He's busy right now. I'll tell him to come later. Claire asked curiously, By the way, how's that story about the blonde grandchild coming along? Dalia replied, Mother, actually there's a bit of a problem. Claire was surprised. Really? I heard there was a letter from Sir River. The letter read, I hope this letter does not displease you. There is something I must make clear to you. If you can set a specific date and location, I will come. River Goman. Dalia wondered, Is he trying to talk about things we couldn't discuss last time? I have a feeling he knows something, and I think it's related to Duke Bowser's ring incident, but not quite. Or perhaps it's about him deliberately approaching me last time. After all, Sir River is currently hunting with the Imperial Army. He can't come. I guess I should go north and check the situation firsthand.
Not long after, at the northern Bowser mansion, Rodri and Oniel called out with a smile, Dalia. She approached, dressed in a black outfit. Oniel cheerfully asked, You rushed back, didn't you? I was just reviewing documents to use for the current topic, Dalia nodded. I know, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I have a few things I'd like to discuss privately with Rodri. May I borrow him for a moment? After pulling Rodri to a secluded spot, Dalia pinned him against the wall and asked, How's Oniel doing these days? Rodri asked, puzzled, What do you mean? Dalia said, I was just wondering if it bothered you, since she's my guest. If there's no problem, then that's good.
Rodri asked curiously, By the way, is there anything else you're worried about now? Dalia, sweating, said, Anyway, do you know where the Imperial support forces are and what they're doing? Rodri replied, If you're talking about Goman, he returned to the capital some time ago. I think his family called him back. Dalia gave a forced smile. I see. All right, I've seen your face, so I'll be going now. Good luck with the hunt. If anything happens, contact me. I'll come back. After dashing away, Dalia stood behind a door, thinking in confusion. Why did I act like that? How embarrassing. But seeing the two of them standing next to each other, they really do seem to suit each other quite well. Ah no, don't think about it anymore. I absolutely will not go north without a reason again. But despite saying that, Dalia reappeared in the snowy weather, calling, Rodri. In the middle of the dense forest, Dalia also chased after him. Rodri. Or in the mansion, she suddenly appeared. Rodri. After that, she went north many times without any reason at all. To the point where Jaren angrily asked, What's wrong with you lately? Dalia stammered, well.
Jiran continued to ask loudly, How many meaningless trips have you taken already? Are you ever going to make it to the top again? Dalia awkwardly replied, No, I was just curious about the progress of the research. After all, I can't devise a countermeasure until I figure out what Prince Myers is planning. Jiran stood up, shouting, What about the hotel? What about promotion? Aren't you going to increase the number of single rooms? Have you found a way to cover the costs yet? What about a concrete plan for effective restructuring? Why are you spacing out for half a day just because of one trip? Dalia's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. She thought to herself, I can't refute that. Why am I acting like this? Snap out of it, Dalia. After a moment, Jiran suddenly asked, Are you jealous? Dalia's eyes suddenly widened, and she asked in a panic, Who? Jiran said, You're worried about what those two are doing, aren't you? Dalia quickly shook her head. Huh? No, that's not it.
Jiran slightly frowned. You said it yourself earlier. You mentioned that due to inheritance issues it would be very difficult. So do you dare say that you will find another partner? Isn't it obvious then that he would also find another partner? Dalia stammered. That is... Without waiting for her to finish, Jiran continued. If he finds a woman he cares about, you should congratulate him instead. We're all friends, aren't we? Dalia thought silently. Ever since I realized this place was a world from a book, I knew that the current situation would lead to this. In fact, I even hoped for a situation like this to happen, so that in the end, I wouldn't have any feelings for Rodri, and then when that day came, I would just step back and enjoy the view. I had definitely promised myself that. While her expression was constantly changing, Jiran said again, So be clear, what do you want? Dalia thought in confusion. Maybe I like Rodri. I liked him. I don't know anymore. It's not a fated love where I feel like I'll die without it. Was it his love, or was I on the verge of going crazy with love that I didn't realize this? When he's by my side, I feel safe. I can trust him completely, and I want us to be together all the time. Imagining a future where the two of us are together for life is something I've thought about. What should I do now? After waiting for a moment, Jiran suddenly asked, Have you sorted out your thoughts yet? Dalia replied with a trembling voice, Give me more time. Jiran said helplessly, I want to too, but I can't help it. I've discovered Meyer's clan.
I heard he's preparing to buy a large amount of land because the buildings he plans to construct, in cooperation with my brother, are said to be quite massive. It would be wise for the princess to prepare thoroughly. Dalia asked, stunned. What? Jaren replied, A casino. Dalia, bewildered. What? Gambling is illegal. Is he digging his own grave? Jaren shrugged and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but there are rumors that the emperor is trying to legalize casinos. Dalia asked loudly, What? Why so suddenly? Jaren shook his head. I don't know the reason, but it's already quite popular in the underworld. There are people acting under the assumption that the royal family will permit gambling.
After a moment of silence, Dalia asked, It can't be a coincidence, can it? Jaren nodded. Of course not. She said thoughtfully, Perhaps they are secretly colluding with each other. Jaren shook his head. I don't know about that. After hearing him, Dalia fell silent in thought. I'm wondering what he plans to do with such a large piece of land all of a sudden. If Duke Meyer succeeds with the casino, will I have a chance? A new source of energy cannot be used immediately. After a moment of consideration, she said, Anyway, a casino can't be built for free. Perhaps he has made an agreement with the royal family. Jaren replied, That might be the case. They must have agreed to share the profits from the casino, or provide something annually to the royal family. Dalia bit her lip. In the end, isn't he just bowing down to the royal family? Would his aunt allow that? At the same time, she thought, The aunt I thought was proud to be a lady of the Averin family, one of the Empire's 3 great noble families. Jaren clicked his tongue. You never know what's inside a person. Dalia continued to wonder, Will it be legalized? For it to pass in Parliament, a majority must support it. Jaren said, I've looked into it, and it seems many nobles have switched sides. The supporters are particularly vocal. Dalia's eyes widened as she asked, Who are the supporters? Jaren chuckled. Surprisingly, their scale is quite large. The family at the center of it all is the Goman family. The imperial family has 3 ducal houses, including the Northern Gabian ducal house, Averin, the ducal house that champions imperial commerce, and the imperial family's loyal retainer, Goman, the upright founding duke who always stands by the imperial family under any circumstances, known as the imperial family's loyal dog. Dalia thought to herself, His eldest son is the commander-in-chief of the imperial guard, and the princess is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's fiancé. He is a rigid type of person, always prioritizing power and valuing reputation above all else. I knew the Duke had great ambitions for power, but I never thought they were this immense. She recalled asking Jiran that the Goman family was behind the casino, he had said, and this was a rather large-scale operation. It was puzzling why they hadn't been discovered until now. This meant they had put someone else in charge to avoid detection, or someone was backing them, someone who could back a duke like that. Dalia mused. The imperial family. Seeing her silence, Onyil tilted his head and asked, "Are you all right, lady?" Dalia startled. "Oh, I'm fine, Onyil."
She raised her teacup, wondering to herself how she hadn't realized this terrible ducal family succession struggle had escalated so much. And Goman too? Does Sir River know about this? If his visit was merely at the Duke's command, there must be some reason. No, now I should properly conclude the unfinished conversation with Onyo. After setting down her teacup, Dalia said, "I'm truly sorry for being distracted by my own thoughts. Onyo, we were talking about the monster research, weren't we? Could you elaborate?" Onyo nodded. I think it might be problematic to ask you about this, but could you tell me what's bothering you, my lady?" Dalia was stunned. "What?" Onyil added, "I've heard that sharing your worries with others can lighten them, and sharing with others can also bring about many different solutions."
"Ah, of course, if you're uncomfortable, I understand, but I sincerely hope I can help you in some way." Dalia, touched, called out, "Onyil." She thought to herself, perhaps this is a good person. Then she said, "But the magic tower has rules of neutrality." Onyil smiled. "It's fine. As long as you take personal responsibility, it's not an issue." Hearing her say that, Dalia gave a forced laugh. "Well, it's still very difficult to share personal matters." Onyil immediately suggested, "Then let's make an oath. If I reveal the secret, I'll die." Dalia asked, bewildered, "What? Don't say that, even if you're joking. Don't bet your life. I trust you, Onyil." She asked again, "So will you tell me?" After a moment of hesitation, Dalia said, "Yes, all right, but don't tell anyone." Onyil replied, "Yes, don't worry." After hearing the whole story, she asked, "So you're saying it could be a problem if more nobles support the legalization of casinos?" Dalia nodded and said, "Exactly, that's why everything is so messed up." Onyil offered a friendly smile, but then made a chilling suggestion. "What do you think about brainwashing those supporters?" Dalia froze on the spot. "What?" "Don't joke like that anymore." Onyil replied seriously, "I'm not joking. It's not difficult. If I get caught, I'm sure no one will know the culprit. If you wish, I can do it for you. You're saying the success of the race depends on votes, right? Those people too." Dalia suddenly yelled, "Onyil!" She stood up, leaning on the table, and asked with a frown, "What are you talking about? Are you serious?" Onyil asked back, bewildered, "Is that a problem? You don't need to overthink it. It's very simple for me."
Dalia said seriously, "I heard that using brainwashing techniques can damage the brain and make life dangerous. Is that truly all right?" Onyil was silent for a moment, then smiled and asked back, "Why not?" Dalia froze. What in the world was happening? In the original world, Onyil possessed a kind heart and was stronger than anyone. She had prepared for the original story to change, but was it truly to this extent? She clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I don't know what kind of person Onyil is, and I don't want to judge her unfairly. However, if it's to achieve your objectives, there are still many other methods. If you give up your humanity just for your own gain, what will remain? I don't understand. No, I can't empathize with that." Onyil looked at her in surprise for a moment, then suddenly said, "Miss?" Simultaneously, Dalia abruptly said, "Don't let today's thoughts become reality, Onyil. Don't pay attention to what I said." She calmly stated, "Dalia, to achieve our goals, we must relinquish something." Dalia shook her head firmly. "No!"
I'm so greedy, so nothing must be lost, whether it's for a purpose or a lover, and that includes you. It's time for you to leave now. If you change your mind and feel more comfortable, then come here. After leaving that room, Dalia practically flew down the hallway, thinking to herself, how annoying. I didn't even get to hear anything about the research. Onyil said some strange things that made me lose my composure. Even now, although some people and events have changed, I can understand, but Onyil, she's like a completely different person from the one I used to know. Well, since we're on the same side, we'll have opportunities to cooperate in the future, but I'm a little worried. Anyway, I need to focus on my own work. The casino is controlled by the Duke, only allowing entry with a membership card, and they are connected to Duke Goman, or perhaps leads from participating members, as they are all closely tied to the membership system, and increasingly illegal activities are being organized within it. Something that can bring down Duke Goman. It must be someone I have to meet. She quickly went to Goman Nair, saw River waiting, and called out, "River Goman."
River knelt on one knee. "I apologize. You may hit me until your anger subsides." Dalia froze, the tea she had just drunk spilling from the corner of her mouth. River continued, "I have nothing more to say. Not only did I hurt you, but I also put you in danger." Dalia put down her teacup and asked in confusion, What do you mean? No, first, please stand up." This time it was River's turn to be stunned. "Huh? You don't know what I'm talking about? What happened in the north?" Dalia frowned and asked, "What?" After a moment, River slowly said, I knew Countess Fenwick owed Goldman, so I assumed my father would take advantage of Countess Fenwick, the head butler of the Bowser household, but I didn't think she would die. Dahlia nodded. I heard she stole the Bowser family's heirloom ring, passed down through generations. Without the ring, the seal of the Shadow Forest will break, and monsters will appear. Finishing her thought, she mused, I never thought the Goldman family was behind it. River said, I think Sir Bowser also told you. Dahlia silently thought. Rodri knew too, but he didn't tell me anything. After a few seconds, she suddenly looked up.
Doubtfully asked, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you'll tell me that story instead of an apology for deceiving me? River earnestly said, no, that's not it. I can't think of anything else to apologize for. I haven't had a formal opportunity to speak about this since then, but I sincerely wish to apologize to you for trying to deceive and take advantage of you, my lady, with no excuse. I apologize.
However, I am not here today to ask for your forgiveness. I am quite worried about my father's silence since that incident. I want you to know that you should be more careful for your own safety. Dahlia silently bowed her head, recalling the question by the stream that day. Did you really approach me because you truly liked me? She pondered, seeing Sir River unable to answer her question, which truly stunned her. She was certain she had been deceived. However, perhaps she had prepared for this situation, so it wasn't as surprising as she thought. At this point, Dahlia raised her head and said, I don't blame you, even if you say it was intentional. She recalled River's words that day. If you need someone to lean on a little, then come here. Feel free to call me if you need me. And then he added, I'm willing too. And that's not the main reason for my visit today. Your father is harboring something more than that, isn't he? Tell me everything you know. River raised his brow and said, First, I should say that I have no information to share, because since then, miss, my father has not expected anything from me. I haven't heard any news about the ring either. I only know that something dangerous happened at Duke Bozo's mansion. The only thing I know is that the ring disappeared when Countess Feakwith passed away. Dahlia thought to herself, so it's possible that the person who killed the Countess and the person targeting the ring are two different people. She continued to ask, Do you know if your father is behind the casino? River nodded. Yes, I often see him at the Royal Mansion frequently regarding that matter.
Dahlia repeated, Royal Mansion, thinking to herself, so they are truly involved. River added, and it seems he's trying to pass the work on to my brother, but my brother is incredibly stubborn when it comes to such matters. Dahlia wondered, is it the eldest son of the Goman family? River nodded again. That's right. Until now, my father seemed to be trying to arrange everything himself, but lately he's been appearing to look for someone to help expand the scale. Dahlia changed the subject, asking, Legal casinos, what do you think, sir? River immediately scolded loudly, Ridiculous! The number of gambling addicts is increasing, and the royal family will fall into chaos, so it will be banned soon. Dahlia continued to wonder, and what if, in the process, your family gets involved? Duke Goman is already too deeply involved. To prevent its legalization, it would not only affect the Duke, but also harm the family.
River replied, It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I'm not very proud of my family, especially if they've gone down a criminal path, so I don't really care much. After hearing him speak, Dahlia burst out laughing. How righteous, truly Sir River style. He awkwardly replied, Oh no, compared to my brother, I'm nowhere near that. An idea suddenly flashed in Dahlia's mind. She said, may I ask, could you elaborate on why you previously said your father no longer expected anything from you? River nodded. Yes, I'll tell you, since you are permitted to know. My lady, I believe you are already aware of my family. My father is extremely proud to be a founding minister and values honor more than wealth. My elder brother is the commander of the Royal Guard, and my elder sister is engaged to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, I was a frail child from a young age and was not expected to achieve anything. My mother passed away giving birth to me, and my father found me to be an extreme nuisance because I was always ill. Therefore, I was not raised in the capital, but remained within Goman's territory until I was old enough and healthier.
I volunteered for the army because I wanted to achieve something and prove my strength to my father. I thought if I did that, he would understand me better. So even when the lady no longer had much goodwill towards our relationship, he still wanted me to meet her, but I couldn't comply. That was the first time I disobeyed my father, and since then he gave up. Looking back, perhaps father also had a plan, because he believed I had no talent. Perhaps my siblings weren't subject to this. After hearing that, Dahlia, do you think she would be happy if you caused bloodshed? Moreover, didn't she choose him herself? If you strike him down now, you won't just ruin your relationship with the lady, you will also incur her lifelong resentment. Rodri thought to himself, resentment. The person Dahlia should resent is River Goman. He deliberately approached her, hiding his true intentions, to exploit her work, and in the end couldn't hide anything. Dahlia immediately stood up and said,
I will do everything to prevent the legalization, so I need your help. Are you willing to help me? River stared blankly at her hand, then slowly extended his own. What can I do to help? Not long after, a startled cry echoed through Bowyer Manor. What? Ethan stammered. Well, I heard that the lady will be engaged to Count River Goman. Rodri asked, bewildered. Engaged? To whom? Ethan, sweating, replied. Goman. To Count River Goman, the second son of the Goman family. There are rumors that they will be engaged. Your Highness, you mustn't. Rodri grabbed his sword and said coldly, Let go of me. Ethan said frantically, This cannot be resolved with violence. Rodri coldly commanded, I said let go. Luz also joined this dangerous tug-of-war, saying this won't solve anything, and the lady won't be able to bear it. It will only make her cry.
Luz continued, saying she loved him very much. She sent gifts to Goman every day and was often by his side. There were even rumors that they had exchanged rings. Aren't you the one who wants the young lady to be happiest? Rodri stopped. I knew how much Dalia liked that detestable man. She had smiled brightly when she said there was someone in her heart. She had confidently affirmed her trust in the person she chose. If that was your happiness, then my feelings no longer mattered. But seeing you suffer because of that choice, I'd rather be resented.
Seeing him drop his sword, Luz couldn't help but worry. Your Highness? Rodri raised his hand, continuing to think. I just can't make you cry. He paused for a moment, then clenched his fist and thought, even after everything Goman did, Dalia really chose him? At this he called out, Luz. He replied, Yes. Rodri said, We're going to the royal palace. Prepare immediately. Meanwhile, Onel anxiously asked, Lady, are you really going to get engaged? Dalia nodded. Yes, the rumor has certainly spread fast. Anyway, what brings you here today? Onel frowned and asked, Why? Dalia froze. Huh? Onel continued, Why are you getting engaged? You don't even like him, do you? Dalia thought blankly. How does she know? At the same time, she stammered. That's not it. I like him. That's why I'm getting engaged. There's no one as kind and gentle as Sir River, so I'm taking this opportunity to get closer to him. Onel continued to ask, What about His Highness then? Are you just going to abandon him? Dalia hid the confusion in her eyes. I already told you, it's not like that between Rodri and me. We're just friends.
Onyel knelt, bewildered. This isn't right. How did it come to this? Dalia couldn't help but call out in surprise. Onyel, she continued to murmur. When did everything go wrong? When did the future take such a turn? Dalia startled and called out, Onyel, thinking to herself, This is terrifying. What's wrong with her? Then she said, First let me explain. Onyel stood up. No need, my lady. I will set everything back to how it was. I don't know where it went wrong, but if I repeat it enough times, I'll find out, won't I? I will make sure everything comes to a perfect end, I promise. Seeing her hold a knife to her own throat, Dalia screamed, Onyel, no, put that down. Onyel firmly replied, No. Dalia hastily said, That's right, I'll explain everything. Put the sword down first. It's not a real engagement. A few days earlier, River seriously asked, What do I need to do? Dalia smiled and said, Get engaged to me. After hearing her, River immediately shouted, What? Dalia laughed and replied, It's not real, just pretend, as long as you cooperate, but we need to convince the Duke, so we need a formal engagement. River said, confused, Wait, what is this about? Dalia didn't explain, but asked back, What do you think your father wants most from you right now? River looked thoughtful. He wants me to become your husband. Dalia nodded. If he wants to expand the casino, he needs capital, and I am the one who can provide that. If you get engaged to me, you will win the Duke's trust.
And you will have control of the casino. River nodded and said, I see, I'll do it. After hearing everything, Onyel smiled and said, So that's how it is. Oh my God, are you all right, miss? Dalia lay sprawled on the ground, thinking wearily, Where do I look okay? She sat up and said, Onyel, are you okay? You were slashed, I saw blood. Onyel replied, It's just a scratch, I'll be fine. Dalia worriedly said, But it was still a sword cut. Even if the bleeding stops, it needs proper treatment afterwards. And never do that again. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. Onyel replied, But I had no other choice. It's really important to me. Dalia couldn't help but be suspicious. Huh? What's important? Onyel smiled and said, You deserve someone better. Someone who can truly bring you happiness. Dalia became even more confused. What? You mean? Onyel nodded. The most important thing in the world is your happiness. Please don't forget that. I will do anything to make sure you are happy. Dalia pondered blankly. Thinking back, Onyel always acted as if her happiness was an absolute necessity, almost an obsession.
The more she thought, the more bewildered she became, so she asked, Why? We've only just met. Why would Onel go to such lengths for me? Onel smiled and said, I understand you very well, milady, even if you don't remember me or what you did for me. Dalia silently wondered, have I met Anil before? No way. Who exactly is she? Anil tilted her head and smiled, then said, one day I will tell you everything. I promise. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, Rodri was making his way through the corridor. Suddenly hearing whispers, he stopped in his tracks. On the other side, Duke Goman patted River's shoulder and praised him. Well done, my son. Rodri's brows furrowed instantly, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes.
Meanwhile, Duke Goman continued, you've worried me a great deal, but it seems you finally matured. Now you're like a true Goman. River nonchalantly replied, are you flattering me, father? Duke Goman chuckled softly. Flattery? I'm genuinely surprised. When did you become so calculating? When I told you to get the young lady pregnant while you were in the north, you didn't even bother to pretend to obey. But thanks to you, things are much easier now. People in the capital are abuzz with how infatuated the young lady is with you. At this rate, not only the engagement, but the wedding itself will be upon us before long. Of course, Lady Evelyn will not inherit the dukedom, but as the only daughter, she will still receive a considerable inheritance. You understand your pivotal role, don't you? River replied, yes, I understand. Duke Goman continued to nod. Indeed, if you lack talent like your elder brother, then at least you must use your looks to charm. At least you inherited your beauty from your mother.
Keep her close, remember well, her entire fortune will serve the Goman family. River hesitated, saying, Father, this... But before he could finish, Duke Goman interjected, it's best to secure everything firmly. Who knows when those cunning merchants might change their tune? We must make her pregnant soon, so she can't escape. A moment after the conversation ended, Rodri immediately restrained River. Pinned against the wall, River let out a gasp. River let out another, Rodri then said, I made it clear not to do anything to harm her. It's not because you have a conscience that you didn't get engaged from the start. Like father, like son, all minimal decency has been discarded. After a moment of silence, River turned his head and asked, didn't the young lady tell you? Rodri froze. What? Seeing his reaction, River immediately broke free, adjusted his collar and said, so she didn't say anything. I see. That means you mean nothing to her. Rodri frowned. What are you doing? River smirked. Isn't it obvious? You're probably just worried and hesitant, unwilling to talk to her directly. I don't know how much of a villain you take me for, but I have no intention of doing something so despicable. Didn't you try to understand the situation before reacting like that? It's truly disappointing. If anything, aren't you just like my father? Ignoring others' words and resorting to violence when you don't get your way? Rodri frowned and said, explain clearly. River paused for a moment. Then, putting his hands in his pockets, he continued, honestly, the young lady is much better than you. You don't even know how to express yourself in front of her, and now you're pulling this stunt? Anyway, I don't intend to explain everything to you. If you're curious, why don't you ask the young lady directly? And if you keep this up, I might change my mind and take her for myself. Rodri was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, seeing River had already left, he called after him. What? Wait, what do you mean? Hey! River didn't bother to turn his head and soon disappeared from sight. Rodri stared after him in bewilderment for a long time. Then he muttered to himself, has he really lost his mind? Not long after, River also scoffed at himself, or perhaps he was the madman. Dalia, sitting opposite him, asked, so, in short, Rodri knows that you intended to use me? River nodded. That's right. Dalia continued. Meanwhile, he also heard rumors about our engagement. River nodded again. That's right. She continued. And then he declared that he would steal me away? This time, he remained silent, not answering. Dalia sighed. Honestly.
Jerome from behind suddenly covered his mouth and said, garbage. Dalia turned her head and said, hey, don't say that so loudly. River's spirits suddenly dropped as he said, I really have nothing to say. I should have handled it more rationally, but I let my emotions get the better of me. Dalia shook her head. No, he even said you're like your father. That's practically an insult. But what can I do? If Mr. River truly intends to snatch me away, honestly, I don't like fickle men. River chuckled and said, you're worrying too much. Dalia teased, to be clear, my taste isn't for someone who flaunts everything, but rather someone who reveals just enough, like unbuttoning 1 or 2 shirt buttons, or rolling up sleeves to reveal only the wrists. River said, honestly, I don't care about those details. I was completely wrong.
So that's your true personality. I know you're a bit mischievous, but Dalia covered her mouth and smiled. I used to hold back, but not anymore. Anyway, enough joking. I understand now. I'll explain everything to Rodri. River said gratefully, thank you. After speaking, Dalia lowered her head to look at her teacup, thinking to herself, speaking of Rodri, I sent him a letter with a general explanation. Hasn't he received it yet? At first I didn't want to say anything because it felt like dragging him into this, but I've gotten too involved in the matters of the North, and Rodri is just worried. She recalled Rodri's words. I just don't want you to get hurt. Sometimes share the burden with me too. Then Dalia continued to think.
I'll explain everything clearly to him when we meet. After a while, River suddenly asked, "By the way, why is your assistant accompanying you today?" Dalia replied, "Today we'll be discussing plans."
There'll be one more person joining, then I'll explain in detail. River asked in surprise, "Who is that person?" Dalia tilted her head and replied, "A mage." At Goman Manor, River knocked on a room door. "Father, please excuse me for a moment." Duke Goman replied, "Come in, what is it?" River answered, "It's about the matter I mentioned earlier." Duke Goman nodded. "Ah, the investor. Have you found an interesting trading company?" River replied, "Yes, I observed a few places the young lady often deals with and secretly approached them. After private discussions, the feedback was quite positive, so I think you should meet them directly." Duke Goman asked curiously, "Are you bringing them here right now?" River replied again, "Yes, I think it's best for you to meet them immediately." Just then, someone suddenly walked in. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, Duke. I'm from a trading company. You may call me Hanny Sweaty." Duke Goman frowned, thinking, "Sweaty? I have never heard of this surname. Is this person from the royal family?" Before he could finish his thought, Dalia, in Hanny's guise, spoke. "I have an investment proposal here. Let's discuss it as we go through it. Our chairman is very interested in this project." Duke Goman nodded. "Good." After looking at the file, he suddenly froze. Wait, isn't this person associated with the magic guild that had the plague cure during the war? And with this amount of money? Seeing his hesitation, Dalia immediately said, "We don't operate publicly due to our working model, but our scale is comparable to that of major rival trading corporations. This is all thanks to our current chairman, who helped us develop so rapidly in such a short time." Duke Goman wondered, "Are you saying you can invest this much?" Dalia nodded. "Of course. If it's not enough, just say so, and we'll invest more. We can't go excessively high, but double the amount is possible."
Duke Goman shook his head. "No, this is more than enough," he thought to himself. "It's just that this amount of money is more than the Goman family's coffers have seen in years, and he can offer double that? With this, I could easily expand my casino to compete with Count Meyer's upcoming casino." But after a moment of thought, Duke Goman asked, "What do you want?" Dalia smiled, revealing calculating eyes. Then she said, "Nothing much. We've just heard there's something quite useful from your end, Mr. Goman." Duke Goman frowned. "Something useful?" Dalia nodded. "The royal family is preparing to legalize casinos, isn't that right? And we want a seat at the negotiating table. To be honest, we've also been interested in entering the royal casino market for a while now, but Lebovin beat us to it, so getting this opportunity would truly be a great consolation."
Duke Goman pondered silently. "I understand, so that's why this proposal was made." Suddenly, Dalia changed her tone. "But honestly, I have some concerns. Forgive me for saying this, but are you sure the legalization will succeed?" Duke Goman frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" Dalia replied, "We have also conducted some surveys ourselves, and the results show that many nobles also disagree. Or rather, has your side already secured victory?" Duke Goman paused. He thought to himself, all the supporters are low to mid-ranking nobles. The high-ranking ones are all maintaining neutrality, playing the role of observers. In the end, they will wait and side with whichever faction offers them the most profit. Damn snakes. At this point, he said honestly, "No, I'm not guaranteed to win, but I can attract some high-ranking nobles who are currently neutral."
Dalia chuckled softly. "A few? Huh. Throw a party?" Duke Goman said. "I've hosted a few before." Dalia shook her head. "Those nobles are very greedy. They never know what enough is. And if they only lose a little money, they'll just walk away immediately. That's why technique is so important. Don't you think so? First, you have to give them a really big win right in the first round. You can also subtly influence the roulette results a bit, or get the host involved. When they hit it big on their very first play, they keep winning money. And when they're at their peak, that's when you approach them and say, 'Your luck is truly exceptional.' Then, when they lose once or twice, that's when the addiction starts to set in, and you gradually stop interfering with the game, until they become addicts." Duke Goman's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard.
Seeing this, Dalia said again, "That's the whole point, isn't it? It's only natural that once they take the bait, their support will be specially secured. After that, why don't we ask them to bring in a few more nobles? We'll offer a deal. For each person they bring in, they'll receive a share of the profits, a few % of any profits generated by the referral. That way, your grace won't have to spend any personal money, and they'll have more incentive to invite new people. Everyone benefits. That's just one of the options. Of course, your grace can consider it further." Duke Goman thought in silence. A perfect plan, but what if something unexpected happens? "No, I've gone too far to turn back now." He suddenly asked, "What if I change my mind?" Dalia shrugged. "Then we'll simply find someone else. But I have a feeling your grace will give us the answer we're hoping for." Duke Goman frowned. How arrogant. Seeing this, Dalia proactively ended the conversation. "I hope your grace makes a wise choice." Not long after, she curiously asked, "And what happened next?" River replied, "Father is naturally very suspicious, but he was quite pleased with this. The manipulation began. Still, will everything be all right?"
Dalia shrugged. Why not? It's not like they're swindling innocent people. River froze. Swindling? She chuckled and continued. Even if they deliberately dig deep into my background, what would they find? After all, everything is done in the Duke's name. River murmured admiringly. Your performance was truly impressive, lady.
I didn't expect you to use magic to disguise yourself and come in person. Dalia touched her face and said, perfectly flawless, isn't it? How much will the casino world flourish once the Duke follows my plan? I've heard it discussed openly in restaurants during the day, and then we'll push him to expand it. Once it reaches the height of its popularity, we'll use Aniel's magic to completely rearrange things. If we can just overturn a few of the Duke's fixed wins, then the nobles who conspired with him will lose everything. When those addicts suddenly lose everything and realize they have nothing left, what will happen then? River said. And they're not alone. There's already a wave of nobles immersed in gambling. At that rate, it's as good as us eliminating half of the nobility. Dalia replied, gamblers are all the same. Just think of them as trash to be discarded. And now what? We need some new funds, don't we? River asked in surprise. Huh? Dalia stood up and continued. A promissory note. Isn't that something the Duke always wants no matter what? Looking at the paper in her hand, River hesitated and said, well, yes, but isn't this too much? If we were to ask for cancellation later, there's no way we could repay this debt. Dalia replied, it's fine. Compared to what we're about to gain, this is a bargain.
And just then, a familiar voice rang out. Dalia Evelyn, you said you had something to say, didn't you? Now you're even giving out fake money? Dalia stammered, Rodri, it's not time for our meeting yet. Why are you here? No, it's just a misunderstanding. Rodri frowned and asked, what misunderstanding? That you're engaged to this guy? Or that you're completely infatuated with him like an idiot and give him gifts every day? Dalia flustered fought. Right, that's all. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? But why do I have to explain now? Despite her thoughts, Dalia still acted as if she'd been caught red-handed in a jealous act. No, Rodri, I understand what you mean. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Rodri, meanwhile, continued to express his anger as someone without a clear status. You understand now? Then do you know what he and Dugaman are planning to do to you? Dalia nodded. I know. Rodri asked, stunned. What? She bowed her head and replied, I've known for a long time, and that's why. Rodri's voice suddenly turned cold. You know that. Dalia hastily said, No, Rodri, let me explain. I'll explain everything to you. Just calm down. He turned around resolutely. Explain what? Explain your decision to get engaged even though you know everything? And you don't care what the truth is or if you truly love him? Dalia thought, No, that's not true. The person I truly love is... Seeing her silence, Rodri turned around again and said coldly, It seems there's nothing left to say. Well, I'm leaving now. Dalia startled and chased after him. Wait, you haven't even heard my explanation yet. Hey, come with me, let's go somewhere, anywhere, and talk face to face. Rodri replied, No, that doesn't matter. I don't want to see your face anymore. Dalia exclaimed in shock, What? Wait. As he reached the door, Rodri suddenly stopped. It's not proper for me to say this, but I honestly give you one final piece of advice. You know this too, because you saw it when you were little. You know what made my mother the way she is now. And so the conversation ended in a tangled mess. Dalia returned home, looking up at the ceiling. Ah, it's over. I thought Rodri would listen to me, and he would understand even if my explanation was a bit late.
I never thought he would associate it with a duchess, a woman who clung to a man who never even looked at her, someone who went mad waiting for a love that would never be reciprocated, no matter what anyone said. I didn't think he would bring it up. Feeling a bit panicked, I'll apologize. It's all my fault, if only I hadn't hesitated then. First, I'll go see him and apologize, no matter what for, even if he refuses to meet me, even if he truly wants to avoid me. If I lose Rodri just because of this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. After that, Dalia immediately sought out Oniel. That's why I'm so desperate to see Rodri, but I don't know where he is. I'm really sorry, but can you help me? She cheerfully exclaimed. Good heavens, of course.
Before Dalia could react, Onel continued, I know this is a private matter and I'm very sorry. Huh? Are you okay with this? Onel nodded. If this helps bridge the gap between the two of you, I'd be more than happy. He's very important to you, isn't he? Dalia nodded. Yes, but... Seeing her suddenly stop, Onel immediately asked, What's wrong? Dalia replied, I've thought about this a lot before, but today... Don't tell me, Onel smiled at her and continued. This isn't the time for us to talk, is it? Didn't you say this was urgent? Dalia hesitated. That's true, but... Without waiting for her to finish, Onel said, Then hurry, I'll open the teleportation gate for you right away. Dalia replied gratefully, Okay, thank you. After a moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Onel said, It's connected. When you step through, he'll be right there. Dalia took a deep breath and stepped towards the teleportation gate. Well, I'm going now. Before she could step through, Onel suddenly called out, Young lady? Dalia turned her head. As the magic array activated, Onel said, This time, I hope you seize your own destiny.
Moments later, Dahlia appeared in a room. She lay stretched out on a large bed for a moment, then suddenly sat up and muttered, "Just lie there," thinking to herself, "Why am I on a bed? Where am I? I'm fine. So did I arrive at the wrong destination? Or did Onyobi make a mistake somewhere? This place is—" Seeing Rodri asleep on the sofa, Dahlia was stunned and called out, "Rodri!" She thought to herself, "Isn't he waking up? Rodri is a light sleeper and very easily woken. Is he sick or something? Is he drunk? Huh?" Dahlia walked closer to the sofa, looking at his sleeping face. Then she continued to think, "He's still not waking up, so he must be really drunk. He suddenly gets drunk so easily. That's very typical of Rodri, isn't it?" At the same moment, Rodri suddenly opened his eyes and, looking bewildered, called out, "Dahlia!"
Dahlia, startled, sprang to her feet. She stammered, "Rodri, well, the reason I'm here—" Rodri called again, "Dahlia?" She looked at his hazy face and mumbled his name, "Rodri." Then she thought, "He's really too drunk. In this state, how can I talk to him normally? I should let him sleep and meet him tomorrow when he's clear-headed. We'll finish our conversation then." Rodri suddenly asked, "Why are you here?" Dahlia, startled, turned around. "Huh?" A second later, Rodri covered his face and said, "Why are you here? You shouldn't be here." Dahlia paused. "What are you babbling about? Is there something wrong with me being here?" Rodri replied, "Yes." She pressed on. "Why is it wrong for me to be here?" He replied, "Well, because you said you wouldn't see me again. You walked away like that, never to return." Dahlia looked at him for a moment and then smiled, then said, "Let's continue this conversation tomorrow when you're sober. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow we'll talk about what we haven't." Rodri suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her forcefully, hugged her tightly, then said, "Don't go." Dahlia blushed and thought, "What the hell? Is this drunk talk? Where's that timid little cat from a moment ago?" She said, "No, first let go of me." Rodri didn't hear anything, still muttering, "Don't go." Dahlia said helplessly, "Okay, but first let me—" Rodri said again, "Don't go." Finally, Dahlia could only sigh. "All right, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere." Rodri loosened his grip, looked up and asked, "Really?" Dahlia silently thought, "Don't look at me like that. If you keep looking, I'll kiss you. But if I really do that, when Rodri wakes up tomorrow, he'll never see me again. Oh God, maybe I should also have a drink." Just as she thought this, Rodri suddenly pushed her down. "Ah!" Dahlia exclaimed in surprise. "Rodri!" She thought to herself, "This little devil again."
Is he pretending to be drunk to seduce me? I mean, we're just friends. Is he actually going to do that? Well, Rodri would take responsibility and a baby that looks like him would be cute. Should I go tonight? Just then, Rodri suddenly said, "Don't meet him." Dahlia, startled, asked, "Huh?" He continued, "Don't meet Gomen." Dahlia replied, "I won't. I'm not going." Rodri said again, "Don't do that." A little flustered, she asked, "Do what?" He said, "Don't get engaged." Dahlia froze. "Huh? I won't do it. Oh my God, it was just a fleeting thought. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. So what do you want? I'll do anything. So let's go to sleep now, okay? I'm saying this for your own good in the future." Rodri said again, "Don't." Dahlia asked, Okay, what do you want?" After a moment of silence, Rodri continued, "Don't like him. Don't like people like that. Dahlia, I don't think I can stand by and watch if you're going to do that. Just thinking about it makes me want to go crazy. I tried to give up, but I couldn't. In the end, you'll be the one who has to cry. How can I? What should I do? What do I have to do for you to stop? What do I have to do? What do I have to do for you to—" Dahlia suddenly reached out and cupped his face, a hint of a smile appearing in the corners of her eyes.
He mumbled, "Still crying like a baby, huh? Why do you keep doing things you did when you were little? Don't do that." Rodri stammered, "But," Dahlia said, "you wish I didn't like Sir River anymore, don't you? Then who do you want me to like? You can't answer that, can you? Neither can I. I told you already. Let's try together. Let's make an effort together. If we're a little braver and gradually grow closer, both you and I will be happy. Don't cry. When you cry, I don't know what to do." The next day, sunlight streamed into the room. Dahlia was still fast asleep. Rodri slowly opened his eyes. After looking at his surroundings, he immediately covered his face, thinking, "I wish I were dead." After waking up, Dahlia began to explain everything. "So those things I said were true." "You're not drunk anymore, are you?" Rodri replied, "Of course not." She continued, "You remember what happened last night, don't you?" Rodri's face immediately flushed, and Dahlia burst out laughing when she saw it. "You're incredible. Your face was sober, but your mind was completely out of it. You were mumbling all sorts of things, weren't you? Or repeating certain phrases. And then you suddenly complained about being hot and tried to take off your clothes right in front of me," Rodri said with a trembling voice. "That never happened."
Anyway, you said there was no other choice, because if the law passed, the succession plan would collapse, right? Dalia nodded. That's right. They have the royal family backing them and orchestrating the entire plan. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. It was just a small misunderstanding. I wasn't sure if I should drag Bowser into something you weren't involved in. Rodri frowned and asked again, why wouldn't I be involved? Do you know I... Hearing that, Dalia immediately changed the subject. You haven't told me about Miss Fenwick yet. Rodri stammered. I'll tell you later. She smiled. I know. That means you're very worried. It's not because I actually have feelings for Sir River. I don't have any lingering emotions now. Rodri was silent for a moment, then said, why do you trust River Gammon? Dalia replied, in what way? He helped me a lot to be able to perform like that. Rodri said worriedly, to gain trust, they'll do anything. I've seen many people betray others at the last minute. Dalia nodded. Of course, I agree with you on that.
Recalling River's words, I haven't brought many achievements to the family, especially since the family is following a criminal path. She then continued, I don't think Mr. River would do that. Rudrick's gaze hardened. He stood up and said, I don't trust him. Dalia was stunned. Huh? Rodri added, I'll help too. Dalia was taken aback. Huh? Thanks, but aren't you very busy? Haven't your oppressive duties ended yet? Rodri shook his head. I've mostly dealt with them, so it's fine. I also need to find the family ring. You said it yourself. Let's do it together. Dalia froze, thinking helplessly, all right, you devil. Not long after, at Averin Manor, Dalia tucked her hair behind her ear, pondering, my schedule is completely messed up because I had to stop by Rodri's place. Even though the misunderstanding was cleared up, I really wanted to stay a little longer, but there are still so many important things to do. Just then, O'Neill approached and said, Milady, did you call for me? Did you and he sort things out? Dalia smiled. O'Neill, we have a lot to talk about, don't we? At the tea table, she seriously said, I truly find it strange.
Even before I contacted you, you already knew me, didn't you? O'Neill nodded. Yes. Dalia continued to ask, since when? She replied, for a very long time. Hearing that, Dalia hesitated. O'Neill, you've reverted, haven't you? O'Neill smiled at her, then suddenly said excitedly, oh my, you remember? Dalia was stunned. Huh? O'Neill continued, I wondered if you would remember. You must have recognized me. Dalia let out another, huh? O'Neill asked again, so how much do you remember? It must be everything, right? Dalia quickly said, wait, O'Neill, wait, what are you talking about? You're the one who's gone back to your old state. Why should I be the one remembering? O'Neill tilted her head and asked, huh?
Don't tell me you only thought you were the one who regressed, Dalia thought, stunned. What? Wasn't only the only one who regressed? So who is the one who regressed? At that moment, a memory suddenly flashed in her mind. Your Highness certainly doesn't remember, but I hope you can grasp your own destiny. Dalia clutched her head and mumbled, does that mean I'm the one who regressed? O'Neill nodded. Yes, that's why you knew about the war and developed medicine as a contingency plan, right? Dalia gasped in confusion. O'Neill continued, you knew that the Duke's family situation was very unstable, didn't you? And that it would get worse and worse. How did you meet Hestia and Jason? How could you know about Princess Hessen's illness? How could you find a cure for such a serious disease when no one else knew the cure? Dalia raised her hand to her forehead, dreamily saying, That's because I transmitigrated into a book. O'Neill wondered, a book? Dalia nodded and said, it sounds strange, but I was reborn. I remembered my past life since birth. After hearing a series of events in Redrick's name, it was triggered. It's exactly like the story I read in my past life, which is why I know because the future unfolds exactly as in the book. O'Neill, you're even the heroine in the book. O'Neill asked in surprise, I'm the heroine? So the Duke is the male lead? Is that why you set boundaries right from the start, young lady? Inside, Dalia screamed, no, don't say any more. Seeing this, O'Neill said, young lady, oh no, I don't think you can still accept it. Dalia clutched her head and sobbed. Hick.
O'Neill immediately bent down and hugged her. It's okay, it's all right. If it hurts too much, we don't need to remember it. Please don't force yourself to recall it. Just relax. It seems you'll need a little more time to process everything, but we're not done yet, are we? So let's go back to the starting line. This is just the plot of a book. You were merely a stranger who transmigrated into it. When it got dark, Dalia opened her eyes and saw the ceiling. She blinked a few times, then sat up, wondering curiously, when did I fall asleep? I clearly met O'Neill, and after that, I don't remember very well. It must be exhaustion from working too much. Not long after, she slapped the table and said, all right, that's it. Rodri and River immediately looked at her seriously. Dalia smiled and said, let's discuss business seriously.
Geron interjected, I heard a rumor that during the Imperial era, a ducal family broke apart just because of a love triangle. Dalia continued, and that's why we're here to turn it into an opportunity. With all eyes on this, what Rodri is doing is truly captivating. Rodri frowned and asked,
So you're going to sacrifice me for the cause? Dalia nodded. To put it simply, yes. Is there a problem? Rodri pondered for a second, then nodded abruptly. If you're asking, then fine. River interjected. This is the plan I need to review. Dalia replied. I've also planted some people from the Demon Merchant Guild in the casino as decoys. They will manipulate the people there into believing that they'll get money just by listening to Duke At. At the racetrack, someone whispered, I've never done this before. Maybe I should just try betting money like he said. Duke Gorman then said, Well, if you truly don't know which one to choose, why not try listening to my suggestion? Certainly, some people will suspect the Duke knew the results beforehand, but it's fine. After all, they still won. Instead of disrupting the situation, they will want to befriend the Duke and earn more money. If Rodri appears at the casino at this time, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. They will gossip. Even Bowser came to the casino, but I heard he doesn't like the second son of the Goman family. Isn't this business very promising then? Rodri suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. Over there, Dalia, disguised as Hanny, waved back. Of course, I'll be very active there too. Rodri frowned and asked, Are you sure about that? From what I know, it's not just a simple game. She replied, You mean the competition? I'll be careful, so it'll be fine. The Duke even opened an arena within the casino for nobles seeking something more thrilling. They even threw slaves into the arena, committing inhumane acts. Because of this, more and more people came to the casino, and enormous sums of money poured in, causing the business to boom even further. But doing so would have serious consequences for all involved nobles. The only thing is, with the right trigger, everything would collapse instantly. Standing before the Crown Prince, Rodri suddenly fell silent.
Seeing that, the Crown Prince immediately raised his hand. Long time no see, Your Grace. Rodri frowned and asked, What brings Your Highness here? The Crown Prince replied, Is there anything wrong with the Crown Prince being present at a casino operated by the royal family? Rodri narrowed his eyes and questioned, You came here on purpose, didn't you? He said in surprise, Does it look that way? Enough. Let's get straight to the point. Please have a seat. What kind of conspiracy are you all hatching? Rodri feigned ignorance. I don't quite understand what Your Highness means. The Crown Prince frowned and said, Don't underestimate the information I possess. I hear that you are backed by the Bat Merchant Guild, which produced medicine throughout the Resistance War, aren't you? And now that guild is investing in this casino. You're involved with the Averin family, aren't you? Are the rumors about the love triangle true? The king is very keen on marrying the princess to you. Rodri sat down opposite him and replied frankly, I have refused many times already. The Crown Prince added, Anyway, whether it's you or Goman, things won't go smoothly with Lady Averin. Do you think the royal family will just stand by and watch 2 out of the 3 ducal houses get engaged to each other? Surely Your Grace is aware of that, aren't you? Rodri bowed his head in thought. After a moment, he said, I understand. The Crown Prince abruptly interrupted, But I will help you. Rodri paused, looking at him with suspicion. The Crown Prince added, Well, whether you can win the lady's heart or not depends on you, but at least one obstacle will be removed. Rodri did not let down his guard. So does that mean Your Highness needs something from me? Surely someone else would be more suitable than me when it comes to business, wouldn't they?
The Crown Prince placed a finger on his lips. Actually, I have no interest in business at all, but I can't openly defy His Majesty's wishes. So how about this? Is there a way for this business to inevitably fail? That would actually be quite useful to me. In the casino, everything was still going smoothly. The cards are face up, Dalia murmured. It's time to reap the rewards. In a corner, Duke Goman anxiously asked, The Crown Prince has arrived. Do you know why he's here? River let out a breath. I came to inform you as soon as I knew of his visit, so I didn't have time to ask the reason. Based on his last visit, I don't think he's here for any royal purpose. Duke Goman thought to himself, My casino was opened with rumors of being run by the royal family. In other words, it remains legal, but the Crown Prince visiting for personal reasons can also be considered an unofficial endorsement.
The Imperial Palace will finally decide to officially recognize me, if I succeed on this trip. At the horse racing track, as the jockeys stood with their horses preparing to start, Duke Goman said, It's quite a surprise to see Your Royal Highness visiting like this. Are you enjoying the horse race? He replied, I'm just here for entertainment, though of course I enjoy them very much. How does this game work? It's a game of wagers, isn't it? Duke Goman answered, Yes, Your Royal Highness. Please observe the horses here and bet on the one you think will win. Today, horse number 5 looks quite strong, but everyone seems to be betting on horse number 2. Horse number 5 is an exotic breed imported from abroad. It's rumored that its speed doesn't compare to the others. The surrounding crowd immediately stirred. He just mentioned horse number 5, didn't he? If he said that to His Royal Highness, then horse number 5 will surely. I think I'll also bet on number 5. A moment later, the Crown Prince suddenly said, I'm just here for fun, you know. It's quite fascinating to watch the results, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Duke Goman thought, he's not going to place a bet. Oh well, anyway, I've already demonstrated my relationship with the Crown Prince, and that's enough.
Now the nobles will be much more comfortable, and of course, casinos will also be legalized. Not long after, the race began. The host shouted, Horses are in position! Duke Pullman continued to think, if I combine my earnings and investments, I'll be able to buy a lot of land, even more extensive than the Avalon estate. And if I can build the largest casino in the empire, no, the largest on the continent, soon, just a little more, and my kingdom will... Just then, the host loudly announced, "Horse number 2 crosses the finish line first." Duke Goman exclaimed in bewilderment. "Huh." The Crown Prince turned to him and said, "Oh dear, it seems your prediction was completely off. What a shame." Duke Goman, startled, replied, "Well, it was somewhat close, but I'm quite confident about the next round." He thought to himself, what just happened? Horse number 5 was supposed to win this round. Horse number 1, horse number 4, horse number 3? Why did they all reveal their true colors? Murmurs quickly rose from the surroundings. Seeing this, the Crown Prince said, "I think I must be going." Duke Goman hastily said, "I apologize. These horses don't seem to be performing well. Please, Your Highness, next time..." The Crown Prince shook his head. "No, that's enough."
Speaking of which, I am quite surprised by your arrangements, Your Grace. Duke Goman froze, his speechless expression catching Dahlia's eye. She thought to herself, I didn't expect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to visit this place, but this is good for me. I've already spent all my money, and everything could fall apart at any moment. Collapse will come soon. After that, the results were somewhat different from what was expected, no matter how tightly secured things were. A high-ranking noble loudly said, "This situation keeps repeating. Didn't you say that if we bet exactly as you instructed, we would win? This is not fun at all. This is terrible." The nobles allied with Goman gradually left. Similar situations occurred not only in horse racing, but also in casinos. Even if they changed the dealer multiple times or resorted to cheating at the betting table, the results still changed as if by magic. Duke Goman slammed the table and cursed. "Damn it," he thought to herself. "If things continue like this, I'll be ruined. These gambling addicts won't leave easily. Now I have to use money to prevent them from leaving." Then he began to mumble, "Investment fund." His assistant behind him asked bewildered, "Sir?"
Duke Goman turned around and said loudly, "The investment fund from the Merchants Guild, right? We should temporarily use that to cover the losses. Whether we repay it later or not, we'll decide then." The assistant stammered, "Duke, are you referring to that investment fund? The Merchants Guild already recalled the remaining investment fund and left, didn't they?" Duke Goman exclaimed in shock, "What?" The assistant added, "Didn't you know? I heard that the Duke had already agreed to it." He roared, "When? No, who was it?" The assistant looked at River. "Well, Mr. Goman." Duke Goman stared at River in shock. He replied, "Yes, that was me." Duke Goman collapsed, saying, "So the traitor was you. You colluded with them, River Goman." Just as his rage peaked, the room door was suddenly pushed open. A group of royal knights stepped forward. "Duke Goman, this is a summons from the royal family. Please respond immediately." Duke Goman froze. At this moment, River spoke again. "You have been too greedy, father."
After this incident, the reputation of the Goman family was severely damaged. As a founding family, they still retained their titles, but Count Goman would still be temporarily detained for a period. And Sir River, who directly managed the casino, had the land acquired through his military achievements confiscated and was even stripped of his knightly title. Of course, the engagement between me and him was also nullified. In a room, River said nonchalantly, "Fortunately, he hasn't been arrested yet. Actually, the punishment is quite light, because my father will also be released soon." Dahlia, sweating, said, "If it had been just a little bit more severe, they would have charged him with treason." River smiled and replied, "Haha, it seems His Royal Highness the Crown Prince intervened."
I will take this opportunity to travel far and wide and broaden my horizons. I will also learn some new skills. Upon hearing this, Dahlia immediately said, "Then please, at least accept this small gift." With that, she presented him with a pocket watch. River asked in surprise, "What is this?" Dahlia replied, "It bears the Averin family crest. With this Averin crest, you can settle any payment under the name of House Averin, anywhere you go." River said flustered, "No, I couldn't possibly trouble you that much." Dahlia seriously urged, "Please accept it. I am incredibly grateful and wish to repay you, Sir River, much more than this." River still hesitated, but Rodri interjected, "Take it. We must be clear about bringing everything to a complete close." River was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "It is truly an honor to receive this gift. I must leave now. We won't see each other for a long time. My apologies for the past, Lady Dahlia. Due to my indecisiveness, I complicated the situation greatly." Dahlia gently shook her head. "It's all right. We have reached the final conclusion, and more importantly, the complicated situation has been resolved." River suddenly said, Lady Dahlia, wait a moment. So, have you made your decision?" Dahlia pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and replied, "Of course I have." Upon hearing this, River's lips also curved into a smile. He took her hand and gently kissed it. Rodric's eyes immediately widened. Just as he was about to explode, River added, "Please take care and stay healthy. I always wish the very best for you." It was then that Rodric stammered, What are you doing?" River calmly replied, "You take care too, Duke. If you don't treat Miss Dalia well, I'll be back." Dalia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Rodric, he told you to be careful too, didn't he?" He replied indifferently, "That's not true." Inside Averin Manor, Dalia skipped down the hallway. She thought to herself, with gambling completely banned and some nobles starting to oppose it, Marquis Myers wouldn't mention the building with the casino anymore, would he? At most, he'd probably only dare to build a resort. Compared to me, that's still not enough. Anyway, I already have enough to buy the most prime land in the Veloa region. With the profits from the hotels I'll build there, I still have one more secret trick up my sleeve that I haven't used yet. In the training ground, Aniel smiled and said, "Miss, it's complete, the prototype of the new energy source." Dalia exclaimed in surprise, "It's finally a success." Aniel replied, "It's all thanks to your generous investment that we were able to complete it so quickly."
Pure mana crystal. One drop is 10,000 times more effective than magic ore. Furthermore, its volume and weight are 1,000,000,000 times smaller than magic ore. Dalia nodded with satisfaction. What about the production method? If the refining process is too complicated and expensive, the final outcome won't be any different. Ani replied, "We are researching how to simplify it as much as possible, so this issue will be resolved soon, and the cost won't be too high." Dalia lifted the box of mana crystals and thought pensively, "This discovery will mark a turning point in the Empire's development, not merely replacing magic ore. We will monopolize the refining method in Averin. It will take time, but eventually I can see the end."
The final stage of the succession contest, the last meeting before all of Averin's courtiers. The successor will present all of their achievements and future vision only after passing all the extremely strict questions and evaluations from the courtiers. After receiving full consensus, that sole individual will be recognized as the official successor. On the day of the succession contest, Dalia remarked that while the meeting was held in Averin's territory, it felt more like seeing someone off on a very long journey. Session presented a small vial of liquid, saying, "This essential oil Kohestia sent, along with some dried herbs I prepared. I wish you a safe journey, young lady." Adelia wiped away tears and said, "My daughter, when did you grow up so much?" Claire, more composed, remarked, "You've grown this much already?" Adelio sniffled, "But I still remember my little girl when she was small. When you were little, your father carried you everywhere." Claire asked worriedly, "Are you all right going alone? We intended to go with you, but we cannot attend the family succession contest." Dalia replied, "It's all right. I'm still doing very well. After all, I am still a young lady of the Averin house and a child to make my parents proud. Trust me." The two parents replied, "All right, we trust you." After a moment, Anil asked in surprise, "Can I really not go with you? I'm sure I could help with a few things."
Dalia said, "I'm sorry, but only invited guests are allowed into the meeting hall." Anli said, "Doesn't a mage from the magic tower count?" Dalia chuckled, "That's even more troublesome. The magic tower must remain neutral, remember?" Anli fell silent for a moment, then said, "I wish you a safe journey." Rodric stepped out. "I told you to take Kaiser with you." Remembering the tall, gruff man, Dalia replied, "It's all right, I'm going with my guards." "I don't think Sir Kaiser would like that," Rodric said casually. "Whether he likes it or not isn't the issue," Dalia interrupted, pointing a finger at his nose. "More importantly, I have something to tell you when I get back. Wait for me, okay?" Rodric stammered in response. All right." Before getting into the carriage, Dalia turned her head and said, "Well then, everyone, I'm off." The carriage set off, moving further and further away. Anli bit his nails for a moment. Then he muttered, "All right, it should be fine if it's before the Duke's inauguration ceremony begins." Rodric, overhearing him, turned to him suspiciously.
Inside the moving carriage, Jiran, acting as a secretary, looked out at the size of the convoy and said, "No one is as over the top as you, young lady." Dalia shrugged. "Can't we just say it's touching family affection?" Jiran chuckled. "Family affection? It couldn't possibly be Duke Bowser, could it?" Dalia immediately coughed a few times. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's review the presentation material." Jiran mated. Yes. The convoy of carriages entered a forest. Dalia looked down at her documents, thinking to herself, "I'll do my best. I'm sure we'll win. After the meeting, I must," with Rodric. Just then the carriage suddenly swayed violently. Jiran asked, startled, "What was that?" Dalia exclaimed. "The carriage suddenly," Jiran said, alarmed. "The horses have broken loose. Where's the driver? Where are the guards?" Dalia gritted her teeth, thinking, "This isn't an attack. This was planned from the very beginning. If I don't make a decision now, we'll all die. But if we keep going, it's nothing but cliffs around here, right here, for sure." She yelled, "Jiran!" He immediately replied, "Huh?" Dalia shouted, "Jump! There's a river down here!" Jiran, startled, asked, "Are you crazy?" Dalia loudly said, "Do you want to die on this runaway carriage? If you want to live, you have to jump now."
So both of them jumped straight into the river, water splashing everywhere. Dahlia quickly surfaced. After grabbing onto something, she called out loudly, "Jiran, are you okay, Jiran?" In response, only the relentless sound of rushing water echoed. When Dahlia opened her eyes again, she thought in a daze, "This is a funeral." In front of her, Claire was kneeling beside a coffin. Looking at the person inside, Dahlia thought in shock, "Father," she mumbled in disbelief. "This isn't real. This is just a dream. How do I change this dream?" After the funeral ended, Claire said, "Dahlia, this family and you are the treasures your father always wanted to protect until his last breath. I will continue your father's last wish. I will not abandon this family until the very end. So please don't be so sad. I will always be by your side, okay?" Dahlia thought in a daze, "Mother, my gentle and caring mother. Yes, even if this is a dream, does it matter so much? If it's just a dream, I'll wake up immediately and run back to my parents. Even if it's not a dream, I'll get through it with Mother. That's what I have to do." As soon as she thought that, her vision immediately darkened. Whispers and chatter echoed in her ears. Rumor has it that the lady's carriage suddenly overturned while she was traveling. It happened on the road while the lady was visiting a business partner. She was trapped in a landslide. The lady said she had to return quickly because her daughter was alone.
I knew all along when a widow couldn't sit still and kept pacing around. Even if she was a duchess, she said she would take on the family's responsibilities. If she wanted to transfer those responsibilities to someone else, the duchess should have at least kept her own life. Dahlia wondered, were all of Mother's efforts in vain? Did Mother try to shorten her own life by trying to protect this family? Did Mother ultimately pass on the family name to someone else? Perhaps because she didn't, so someone deliberately targeted Mother. No, this is just a dream, so the truth doesn't matter. I'm just dreaming. When I wake up from this dream, it will all just be gone when I wake up. Someone said, "We received a report stating that House Averin is plotting treason." Dahlia asked, startled, "What?"
"That's absurd, Your Majesty. Treason. That's impossible. You know my father sacrificed for this country, don't you, Your Majesty? This is a slander against my family." The king said, "We thought so too, but a witness has come forward." Seeing the person standing before her, Dahlia froze. "Ah, this person. I remember now. This isn't a dream or a memory from the original novel's Dahlia. This is clearly..." In a daze, intermittent calls echoed in her ear. "Leah," Rodri called anxiously. "Dahlia," she asked, startled. "Rodri, what happened to you?" He looked up and said, "Wait, let me light the fire." Dahlia asked anxiously. "The meeting? What about the meeting? What time is it?"
"I have to go to the meeting now. Let's go quickly." Rodri yelled furiously. "Stop talking nonsense. Where can you possibly go in this state?" He gritted his teeth. Painful tears streamed down, and a second later he strongly pulled her into his embrace. Dahlia stammered. Rodri interrupted. "Stay still, please." Dahlia stared at him blankly. Her eyes slowly closed, and she drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, she startled and called out, "Aunt?" Rodri nodded. "Yes, she is your aunt. I mean Countess Myers. She arrived at the mansion right after you left." Dahlia looked at him in surprise. Rodri continued. "She said Count Myers is targeting you. He even brought servants and soldiers with him. I was still at the mansion, so I set off right after that. Your family's knights will arrive soon." Jaren frowned. Not only interfering in family matters, but also wanting to outright eliminate someone? Going that far just for a relative by marriage? Rodri said. "Duke Averin is absolutely furious." Dahlia suddenly stood up. "We don't have time. I need to go to that territory and attend the final meeting at noon. Rodri, did you come by horse? I need to ride a horse. If I can get to some kind of teleportation gate, then," he said worriedly. "How can you go anywhere in your current state? Just wait a moment. The Averin family will be here soon." Dahlia replied. "It'll be fine if I just take care of these superficial wounds. When the soldiers arrive, they should first pursue them before they escape. This is the most important thing for me right now. Please help me, Rodri." He paused for a moment, then said, "All right."
A buzz of murmurs filled the meeting room. "The young lady is late. If she doesn't arrive in time, we'll have to start without her. If she can't be punctual, then..." Just then, footsteps echoed. Dahlia, covered in injuries, walked in. "Please forgive my tardiness." The atmosphere immediately froze. Without waiting for the elders to speculate, Dahlia immediately said, "There was a slight incident on the way here, which caused my delay. I hope everyone can understand." Someone asked worriedly, "The young lady is injured. Can you participate in the meeting as usual?" Dahlia nodded. "I'm fine. Please proceed." Not far away, a man suddenly paused. After a moment, the meeting's host said, "I hereby declare the meeting open. Everyone, please take your seats." Dahlia thought to herself, young Lord Myers' presentation was exactly as predicted. With the casino removed, they would have no choice but to pivot to resort businesses. They successfully held onto the prime land in the southeast of the empire, and even collaborated with surrounding lords. They presented numerous business plans to attract tourists.
According to what he said, it was on the scale of a miniature nation, not just an ordinary resort, but their problem was the maintenance cost. Only those aligned with young Lord Myers actively endorsed the idea, just as expected. Suddenly, Count Myers turned his attention to Dalia, who was talking about creating a complex. "I believe you also have a similar business idea, don't you, my lady?" She stood up and calmly replied, "Yes, I also plan to build a hotel." Count Myers continued, "Come to think of it, didn't you, my lady, say that you secured the business rights in the Beloa port area? Many merchant guilds had their eyes on that place. You truly are very talented, aren't you?" Dalia humbly replied, "It's nothing special. You flatter me." She thought to herself, "Nothing special, my foot." Saying that made me cringe to death. Then she suddenly changed her tone. "But, Lord Myers, are you aware that our House Averin has already completed a hotel exclusively for the nobility? And I believe you also know that the results weren't exactly favorable, don't you?"
At that time, our time and finances were not in great shape, but recently we even built a bigger theme park. Jaron looked around surprised, thinking, wow, they're scoring quites. Dalia continued, "In my personal opinion, the strategy for high-end hotels isn't effective because the target customer base is too limited, so we're aiming for mid-range hotels. I will optimize the empty space and only keep the useful areas to increase the number of single and double rooms." Count Myers continued to ask, "So how do you plan to handle the amenities and services now?" Dalia replied, "Well, we will standardize all amenities and implement personalized services for customers. Customers can choose the services they want, and the cost will vary accordingly." A black man wondered, "Both of you have large-scale projects, and as everyone here knows, the price of magic stones is not cheap. Have either of you made any budget provisions?" Dalia nodded. "Of course I have. I found a substitute for magic stones."
We will refine the monster's blood as a crystallization of some magical power. It is a highly concentrated solution and is 1,000 times more effective than magic stones, with just one drop providing the equivalent effect of many magic stones. The man continued to ask, "May I ask how many magic stones this vial of liquid is equivalent to? Do you plan to supply it, or are there any difficulties in the refining process? Can you guarantee the safety of the distribution network?" Dalia replied, "We anticipate streamlining the process as quickly as possible with the help of alchemists and mages. We have successfully negotiated with the Bowser family for the supply of monsters." Count Myers suddenly raised his voice, saying, "This is absolute nonsense. We cannot blindly use cosmic energy like that." Dalia said, "I will show everyone. If the trial run in the hotel is successful, we will gradually replace all of the Averin family's energy supply. If the refining process is also simplified and widely disseminated, it will soon become a leading technological advancement for humanity.
For the development and strength of the human economy, it will bring about the greatest prosperity, and the Averin family will surely become the foremost center of the empire. But to achieve that, I need everyone's help. This is too difficult for me to do alone. Will everyone help me?" The entire hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a round of applause. A purple-haired woman said, "I have heard both of your speeches, and it seems you both performed your roles very well. Excellent. Now let's proceed with the vote. Those who support Lord Myers Day, please raise your hands." The elders and nobles looked at each other, and in the end, no one raised their hand. The host then said, "And for Lady Dalia Averin?" The crowd raised their hands one by one, saying, "I agree, I agree." Only the 3 echoing words remained throughout the hall, "I agree." The host nodded. "Everything is clear. Now then, I eagerly anticipate your future, Princess, no, Countess Averin. I look forward to continuing our cooperation with you, Countess." At this point, Dalia suddenly swayed and thought, why am I so dizzy? There's still work to be done. After that, I fainted and didn't wake up until 3 days later. While I was unconscious and had a high fever, many people came to visit. Jaron ruffled his hair, saying, "I knew something like this would happen." My parents were extremely worried. While I slept, I occasionally felt a warmth on my hand, and when I woke up, I immediately went to find my aunt. Dalia bowed. "How have you been lately? It's been a long time since we last met."
Lady Myers nodded. "Indeed, congratulations on becoming a countess, Dalia. Did you come alone?" She replied, "Yes, father said he would handle everything else himself. Of course, the soldiers arrived in time." Hearing that, Lady Myers bowed her head. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Lady Myers reached for the teapot. Under Dalia's calm gaze, Lady Myers slowly poured tea into a cup. When the cup was full, she pushed it back towards Dalia. Dalia pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt." Lady Myers asked in surprise, "You'll drink it without suspicion?" Dalia replied, "You helped me when you knew Uncle was targeting me. If you wanted to eliminate me, you could have done it long ago." Lady Myers paused. A moment later, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not knowing things had gone so far."
Actually, neither my son nor I had any intention of participating in the succession competition. I had already handed over the title of Count to your father, and that's how everything was supposed to end. But my husband became greedy. Mavlin was also caught up in his greedy hands. The boy had nothing to do with the attack on you. He was just diligently trying to win as his father expected, believing he was entitled to it. I chose love over power, leaving behind the title of Count. I chose emotion over reason, and I couldn't stop my son and husband. And this is the result of that choice. I truly want to apologize to you and everyone. Dalia bowed her head and thought, knowing that the one behind everything was Count Myers. In her previous life, he had killed her parents and framed them for treason, then stolen everything from the Averin family. After a moment, she looked up and calmly said, I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Aunt. However, we must distinguish right from wrong. I intend to bring the Count to court for murder. Can you testify? Lady Myers closed her eyes and said firmly, Yes, I will testify. As Countess Myers and a member of the Averin family, I will support you as much as I can. If that can atone for my mistakes, I will do it.
In the quiet forest, Dalia sat in her carriage, pondering. I think Count Myers has been cornered. Father has also made preparations, and both the Crown Prince and Aunt are on my side. The memories are completely different from what I read in the story. O'Neill must be the correct answer. At Bowser Manor, seeing her arrival, the butler immediately came out to greet her. Welcome, young lady. His Highness is currently not at the manor. Dalia nodded. I know. I've come to see someone else. Where is O'Neill? Please tell her I'm here. The butler replied, I will relay your message. Please follow me this way first. As she followed him, Dalia thought to herself, Is O'Neill in the guest room? As soon as she stepped inside, she suddenly widened her eyes, looking at a box placed on a small cabinet. Dalia wondered blankly, What is this? For some reason, I feel like I have to check what's inside. Just as she reached out her hand, O'Neill walked in. Young lady, you're much better now, aren't you? Every time I visit, I always find you asleep. Dalia called out in astonishment. O'Neill, this is the Bowser family ring, isn't it? Why do you have it?
Saintest O'Neill, the beautiful and kind female protagonist from the novel Silverbell. Is this the O'Neill I know? O'Neill calmly asked. If not knowing could protect you, would you overlook it? Dalia loudly replied, Of course not. Do you realize how suspicious this is? Did you erase all my previous memories? Last time, when Dalia was in pain from remembering her past life, O'Neill had hypnotized her. You don't need to remember if it's too painful. You were just a stranger who accidentally transmigrated here. Dalia continued, I remember everything O'Neill told me. Young lady, you may not remember who I am, but please don't forget that the most important thing in this world is your happiness. I will do everything to make you happy. Remembering those words, Dalia clenched her fists. But I don't think O'Neill is a bad person. Tell me everything to put an end to this. O'Neill remained silent for a moment.
Then she slowly said, I thought you probably wouldn't want to remember, so I handled it myself. But it's okay. If you're ready, I'll tell you everything from the beginning, even the things you don't want to remember. My family was very poor. I could use magic from a young age, but I didn't receive formal education, so I earned money to attend a magic school. My younger sibling begged me not to leave, but I believed they would be happier if I wasn't there anymore, so I left decisively. In the capital, whispers arose. Are you Duke Goemon's mage? Such an outstanding mage and so beautiful. They asked, Can you adapt to this high society? You're from the countryside, aren't you? Overwhelmed by those people, Onyil thought despairingly, I'm so dizzy. She collapsed by the roadside. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, are you all right? Onyil smiled. That was the first time I met you, my lady. It was the first time someone from high society spoke to me like that. But at that time, there was nothing significant to speak of between you and me. At the same time, another voice rang out. What's going on? Dalia turned her head. Rudrick? She paused for a moment, then continued. She doesn't look too good. Rudrick said, Let me call someone. Onyil quickly refused. I'm fine, just a little dizzy.
Thank you for your concern for me. The heirs of Duke Averin and Duke Bowser, back then they were very different people from me. The young lady was very kind and sometimes even cared for me, but that was the extent of our connection. After that, I fully dedicated myself to research, believing it was the only path to success. Although I sensed something strange when Duke Goemon made his demands, all in the name of honor and success, I ignored it all until I realized Duke Goemon was far more greedy than I had imagined. It was then that Onyil overheard Duke Goemon's conspiracy. She was stunned for a moment, then hastily ran back to her room to get her suitcase. She then thought, I know he's greedy, and he has a treasonous plot. This research is bound to fail, so I must escape from here. As Onyil left her room, Duke Goemon immediately asked, Are you trying to escape? Think carefully, Onyil. Of course, escaping is easy for you alone, but do you know what's happening to your loved ones? By then, it was too late for me to realize that I had abandoned my family, and I couldn't find my loved ones, perhaps due to the Duke's interference. With no other choice, I was forced to collude with the Duke.
From then on, I forgot my own dreams. When I finally learned that my loved ones had been gone for a long time, it was already too late.
O'Neill, devastated, thought, it's too late. I can make everything go back to how it was. And then someone came looking for her. O'Neill! She turned around. Rodri approached from afar, hesitantly asked, "Can you turn back time?" When Duke Goman eliminated his rivals, Averin would be in danger. Dalia Averin would die. From that day on, Rodri Bowser became O'Neill's secret protector, all just to turn back time. After Rodri finished asking that question, the entire room fell silent.
After a long while, O'Neill said, "Reversing time comes at a very high price, a flask full of magical power. Give me the ancestral ring, and as promised, I will exchange my misfortune for your highness's happiness." Rodri fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "I know, I wish I could go back to that time." O'Neill ignored him, turning her head away. O'Neill thought Rodri Bowser was a fool, unaware of how many times they had reversed time, yet he remembered nothing because he wasn't a mage. In his second life, O'Neill became the Tower Master without the backing of Duke Goman. She used all her strength to protect her younger brother. And naturally, she met them again. Dalia smiled and said, "It's an honor. I am Dalia Averin. Thank you for your cooperation, which has contributed significantly to this product. I didn't think the Tower Master would come in person." O'Neill replied, "The honor is truly mine. It's wonderful to be able to offer my humble contribution to this joint venture between the Averin and Bowser families. Excuse me, may I ask where Duke Bowser is?"
Dalia stammered, "Rodri, no, your highness, has some private matters to attend to, so you can talk to me while you wait. Don't worry." O'Neill thought to herself, "So Duke Bowser is gone. It happened faster than before. Is this the price of regression?" In her second life, Dalia Averin remained unchanged. Dalia said, "You always work incredibly hard, O'Neill. I heard your younger brother is still very young. I wonder if he'll like this. This is a design I bought a long time ago." Seeing the gift, O'Neill exclaimed, "Oh my, hee, so you know his birthday." Dalia smiled. "It's a pleasure to get to know you, O'Neill. It feels like this isn't our first meeting." This meant she was someone who grew up able to be close to anyone without hesitation, with boundless kindness. O'Neill looked out the window. Below in the garden, Dalia was sitting on a bench with a young boy.
Her younger brother is still alive, and she has friends now. It's a wonderful life. Unlike her previous life, this time everything is going in its right direction. Then O'Neill exclaimed in shock. Huh? Before her eyes was Dalia lying in a pool of blood, but Duke Goman had dealt with them, and then her younger brother and Dalia both died again. O'Neill wondered where things went wrong. She walked over and picked up the sword that had pierced both of them. Frowning in contemplation, she muttered, "The Goman crest. Why? Should I wipe out their entire bloodline?" Rodri pleaded, "O'Neill, please, find a way to save Dalia. There must be a way." O'Neill retorted loudly, "Don't talk as if it's easy. You can't revive the dead. Do you know what I went through to turn back time?" Rodri asked, stunned. "Turn back time? You've turned back time before?" O'Neill asked sternly. "And if I have?" Rodri immediately said, "Can you do it again? If there's a heavy price to pay, I'll pay it. Any price." O'Neill burst out laughing. "Your Highness said similar things in the previous life, and even now you couldn't save the young lady's life. Do you know the price to pay for all of that?" Rodri replied, "I don't care, as long as Dalia is alive." Hearing that, O'Neill immediately reached out her hand. She said, "Then once again, the Bowser ring and your happiness." When the third life began, she wiped out the Gourmand lineage. Her younger brother was still alive, but once again Dalia died. No matter how many times time was reversed, somehow saving Dalia was impossible. And at some point, Onyx's goal became Dalia's very life. Rodri Bowser entered into the very contract when making a contract with her, a price stacked upon a price. Returning to the present, O'Neill said, "And they have turned me into someone like Bowser." Perhaps due to all the regressions, the young lady's memories became vague, and the confusion still remained. Dalia hesitated. "So the story I once thought was just a novel, the story I believed he and I were the two main characters of. Wait, these things are happening too fast for my brain to comprehend. So according to you, that wasn't the real Bowser family? No, wait, you said the family heirloom ring was used for regression, so why does O'Neill still have it?" She replied, "That's because I've been preparing something for a while now. No matter how many times it's repeated, it's useless. Even now, I still don't know who the real villain is." In Dalia's astonished gaze, O'Neill said, "In that case, I will stop time at the moment we are happiest."
Dalia asked in surprise, What do you mean? Wait, are you serious?" O'Neill nodded. "Yes." Dalia continued to stammer. "Wait, just a moment, let me think." She fell silent and thought, "What is this? So the original novel and that ghostly business were all misunderstandings? And every time I died, Rodri made a wish? Then O'Neill would turn back time many times like that." Recalling Rodri's words, "As long as Dalia is saved, I don't care." Dalia bowed her head, and as tears streamed down, she asked, "Does Rodri know about this?"
Anil replied. I'm still monitoring, but it seems he doesn't know. In previous lives, he didn't retain memories of those past lives. Dalia clenched her fists. After making up her mind, she said, So, the decision to stop time was solely Anil's plan? Now, listen to me. She looked up attentively. Dalia then said, Anil, thank you for protecting me. And I apologize for not realizing it sooner and for misunderstanding all this time. Thank you for your and Redrick's efforts. I will remember this. The mastermind behind the person who wants to eliminate both me and the Averin family? We won't mention them anymore, okay? If everything up until now has been repeating, but we still can't find the mastermind, then I don't think we need to turn back time so many times. It's all thanks to the two of you, so Anil.
From now on, if you have any problems, please let me know. Even if any issues arise from now on, I'm sure everything will be fine, because there are the two of us. After hearing this, Anil suddenly burst into tears. Is it true? This time, truly you won't die again, will you? Dalia nodded. Yes, of course. Anil sobbed. All this time, I'm sorry, truly, truly sorry that I couldn't save you. Even if you don't remember anything, I still sincerely want to tell you. After a long while, Dalia asked, Are you calm now, Anil? She replied, Yes. Anyway, I'm glad we found out who the mastermind is. I never would have guessed that Count Myers was behind Gallman. Before, no matter how many times we tried, we couldn't achieve success like today. Dalia said, We intend to officially bring Count Myers to trial, and we have secured cooperation from many sides. I don't think he can target the Averin family as he did before. So can you return the family tree, Anil? After a moment of hesitation, she said, All right, I don't need to use that ring anymore. This must be the best thing ever.
If anything happens, I can always go back and get it. Just kidding, we promised nothing else would happen. Dalia hesitantly asked, And about the price Rudrick has to pay? Anil replied, It cannot be undone. His Highness knows well the price to pay for choosing it each time, including the pain that will become more agonizing after each regression. He said he never regretted the choices he made. His Highness has no memories of his past life, but I think he would still make the same choices. That's just my personal opinion. But if you say otherwise, then I have nothing more to say. Do you think so, milady? Dalia bowed her head in silence.
Then I spoke, thanking you for telling me everything, saying I had to go meet Rodrick. And if your relatives or family need help, Anil chuckled. Don't worry, my family is fine. Thank you for your concern. Many things have happened, but it was truly a pleasure to meet you, young lady. From this moment on, and in the future, I will always wish for your happiness. As she stood on the mansion's balcony, Dalia looked up at the falling snow, thinking to herself, Rodrick, I miss him so much right now. Things like thank you or I'm sorry, even if I said them, the current Rodrick wouldn't remember anything. When she saw a carriage entering the mansion, she immediately turned and ran downstairs. Rodrick called out in surprise, Dalia! Without a word, Dalia rushed to embrace him. Rodrick, startled, asked, Dalia, why suddenly? She spoke, Rodrick, I like you. Truly, honestly, I like you very, very much. Rodrick, stunned, asked, What? Why all of a sudden? He quickly covered his face with his hand, then continued, Me too, Dalia.
After all, countless things had happened. My aunt had divorced the Marquis, and Marquis Myers had been arrested and was currently on trial. Even my two gentle parents had no intention of letting this matter slide, so the Marquis would likely be stripped of his title and face a severe sentence. As promised, we had built a treatment center for Hestia. I think she was quite comfortable with her new proprietorship, but it seemed she couldn't forget the profits from the old recovery potions, so she was always diligently researching new medicines. Cessin, the maid we brought from the north, had started dating and would settle down in the capital. I also received a letter from Sir River. He wrote about my life and congratulated me on becoming the young Duchess. It sounded like he had also gone through quite a bit of trouble, but everything was fine. He also mentioned that Marquis Myers was actually the one who planned to steal the family heirloom ring, and Anil eventually retrieved it during the chaos. He promised to return when the opportunity arose. Recalling Anil's words, of course, that is, if I can be sure it will never happen, Dalia continued to think, a terrifying conclusion. And as for her parents, Mr. Adelio and Mrs. Clare exclaimed, Oh my! Dalia scratched her head awkwardly. I'll bring grandchildren for you two. Rudrick stammered, Dalia.
Claire said, I'd like a grandchild that looks like Rodrick. Dalia smiled and asked, In that case, can we just go ahead and hold the engagement ceremony? Adelio patted his future son-in-law's shoulder. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. In the hallway, Dalia asked, Better than expected, right? Rodrick replied, Well, almost. She added, Should we plan another meeting? My parents really like you, you know. Rodrick stammered in response, well... Seeing his awkward reaction, Dalia immediately said, You know, later on, let's go meet your mother together too, okay? Rodrick nodded, Okay. Not long after, seeing Dalia preparing to board the train, Jaron loudly asked, Did you forget something? She immediately turned her head and called, Rodrick! Jaron hastily replied, No, you can't take him with you. Dalia pleaded, No, it's not too late to back out. We'll lose something, but I'll earn it back. Rodrick said seriously, Dalia.
You decided a long time ago, didn't you? To inherit the title of Averin, you have to study abroad, and O'Neill has already connected the gates, so we'll be able to see each other often. Dalia's face hardened for a moment. Then she warned in a cold voice, "Don't cheat on me." Rodri stopped short. "Don't say such nonsense." She added, "You must remember to reply to every single one of my letters. Don't miss any." Rodri nodded. "I promise." Dalia then said, "Don't get sick and don't let yourself get hurt." Rodri nodded again. "Okay." Dalia hesitated and said, "And if it's too hard to wait, please tell me." "You've had to wait all this time already, and now you'll have to wait even longer, so I understand if you're tired of this. I know it sounds silly when I say this, and I know this is very difficult for you, but please wait for me. I'll come back as soon as possible. I'll do everything I can to shorten the time until I return." After saying that, she turned to board the train. At that moment, Rodri suddenly spoke. "Dalia!" She stopped in her tracks. "Huh?" Rodri smiled and said, "I don't find it difficult at all."
I don't know what your plans are, but I'm actually much better at waiting than you think, and there's no difficulty in waiting for you at all. Then, in her astonished eyes, their lips met, after their little show. Rodri then said, "Go, I'll be right here waiting for you. And when you return, I also have a few things to say." Dalia hesitated. "Rodri, that—" He chuckled, saying, "Haha, this time waiting a little longer is only fair." Jerome, behind them, thought with a dark expression, "You guys surely haven't forgotten, have you? I'm still here, aren't I?" Dalia was in a daze. "I finally feel like this is real." Memories from childhood to adulthood gradually surfaced. Dalia continued to think. "We're really going to be together," she exclaimed. "Rodri, I'm so happy." She then smiled again, after countless moments and all the misfortunes Rodri had to endure to save her. Looking at Rodri's face, Dalia playfully asked, "Shouldn't I just not leave today?" At the same time, she told herself, "We're much happier now." Jerome, feeling helpless, interjected, "Actually, the train has already left."
Side story. A long time ago, when they first met, Dalia tilted her head and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Dalia Averin, the only daughter of Duke Averin." Rodri nodded. The first time I met Dalia, I thought I had never seen a girl so beautiful before." After she left, Rodri immediately asked, "Does Lady Dalia hate me?" Charlena asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" He replied, "Because I acted like an idiot." Charlena smiled and said, "No, she invited you over again. We'll be staying in the capital for a while, so feel free to visit." Rodri asked again, "When will father come to the capital?" Charlena chuckled, "Father is quite busy. He'll arrive before your sibling is born." Rodri wondered, "So can I continue to see Lady Dalia? I think I fell in love at first sight." I visited the Duke's family several times after that, and I tried my best to become closer to Dalia in my own way. Rodri said, "What about the north? There are many strange monsters there. Don't you want to hear about them? All right."
Have you learned to ride a horse yet? Oh, not somewhere with a beautiful spot on a hill, and then just the two of us. I finally got to see my younger brother's face. He's so tiny and cute. Young lady, you must come and see him with me. Dalia asked, puzzled. Excuse me, but what did you say? Rodri immediately stammered. Oh, no, it's nothing. But because of my shyness, I couldn't get any closer. One day, Dalia approached and asked, Is something wrong? Rodri mumbled in response, It's nothing. After my younger brother was born, my parents started treating me differently than before. I'm a little sad, so I'm being a bit childish. No, I'm sorry. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. Dalia suddenly said, I think I'd feel the same way. Rodri, surprised, asked again, What? She said, Actually, I don't have any siblings, and my parents don't plan on having any babies, so I don't really know how you feel. Moreover, I think I'd also be sad if my parents' affection was given to someone else, even though I'm already loved a lot. Greedy, isn't it? Rodri said, That. Dalia suddenly changed her tone. I think it's wonderful that when you want to be loved, you can tell the Duchess that, and she'll understand. Rodri asked curiously, Really? Dalia nodded. Yes, if it's too hard to say, you can confide in me. Just talk to whoever you feel most comfortable with. Rodri hesitated for a moment.
Then I smiled and replied, Okay, I will. Not long after, he gave Dalia a necklace. She asked in surprise, What is this? Rodri replied, I've always wanted to send her a gift. Can you help? Dalia happily agreed. Of course. Seeing this, Rodri smiled. Hee, you always listen to me whenever we meet, or whenever I have something on my mind. I always feel apologetic and very grateful to you. And he paused for a moment, then continued, I have to go now. Oh, of course, it's not like I'm leaving for good, and I'll come to see you whenever I return to the capital, so I won't be seeing you for a long time, and I'll be taking an educational course seriously. I'll be very busy and won't be able to contact you often. So, young lady, the next time we meet, may I call you by your name? Dalia froze for a moment. Then a bright, effortless smile bloomed. She took his hand and replied sincerely, You're too late.
Rodri looked at his hands, his face flushing, with countless words in his heart. I love you, Dalia. When I'm a little older, when I'm mature enough to come and meet you myself, I'll tell you with all my heart. Close family, close friends, the person I like, that period was the most beautiful time of my life. And a few years later, war began. Rodri said impatiently, I heard that the Averin family was accused of treason. That's impossible. Duke Averin is not the kind of person who would commit treason like that. It's strange that the Duke of the Empire died of an epidemic during the war, and after the Duchess died in an accident, they were accused of treason? Father, are you listening to me? Calix frowned. Calm down, Rodri. I can't help Averin right now. She was your mother's friend, and I tried to help. I think the royal family was behind it. Rodri anxiously said, But father, Calix added, family is also incredibly important to me. I can't risk it.
Furthermore, Rodri, at that moment his heart was full of regret. Should he not have gone to the battlefield? No. What if he had returned to the capital as soon as possible? What if he had declared the Duke's death and stayed with him? Would anything have changed if someone had given him another chance? When he received that chance, Anya warned, Your life will be nothing but misfortune from now on, no matter how many times you are reborn. Even if you restart your life countless times, it will be for naught. By the end, your life will only be filled with misfortune. Rodri replied nonchalantly, It's fine. He thought, This time I want to say that I want a future with you. The Ducal Academy of Lawrence offers training to become an heir of the Averin family. It also serves as a place for merchants to forge necessary connections. The lecture hall is where top talents and mages from all over the world gather. It is a practical and useful place for exchanging information on topics such as the situation of the continents, economic flows, and emerging business items.
While Dalia was leisurely drinking tea, a commotion suddenly arose in front of her. Did you sleep all day? She thought silently. It used to be like that. In front of her, 3 female students were chatting animatedly. So, don't you think they're completely gone for each other, just because of love? Well, that's how it is. I told you everyone knows except for those 2, right? Dalia thought in surprise. What? When women and men are together, it's inevitable that they'll fall in love. But these 2, a man and a woman who were fighting like they were about to devour each other just yesterday, are now a couple? No, but so fast? I haven't done anything yet after dating Rodri. It's been almost a year since I started studying abroad, and I've met Rodri almost every week thanks to Olia's help. Each time she would rush into his arms. Rodri, how are you? Do you miss me? Rodri replied, Of course I miss you. Dalia thought to herself, Of course, he's shy as if we just started dating, but he's so cute anyway. Then she said, Kiss me, just one, can't you? After a moment of hesitation, Rodri lightly kissed her cheek. Dalia thought to herself, Look at his ears, all red. He's so adorably cute. If we keep going like this, I won't ask for anything more, because it's all too cute as it is. As she was thinking, a girl suddenly asked, Dalia, you're dating too, aren't you? Dalia replied awkwardly, Well, I am. The other girl then asked, So, how far have you gotten? Dalia stammered, well, she thought to herself, holding hands, hugging, kissing. Is that all? The girl named Olivia then said, Don't you think things aren't going well when you 2 meet? Olivia Hohen, classmate, second daughter of the Hohen family, is a rising star in the design industry. Personality, a dangerous woman.
Dalia mumbled, Not good. Something's not right. Olivia said, You 2 have been friends for a long time, but being friends and becoming girlfriends are similar yet slightly different. When you're together, it's comfortable and great, but don't you think about taking it further? Becoming girlfriends is completely different from just being friends like before. It's also normal if you cause misunderstandings with someone you've known for a long time. In fact, countless couples have gone from friends to lovers and then broken up, haven't they? Dalia thought in shock, Breakup? Countless? Olivia convening, Don't you find dating as enjoyable as being friends? Some people say they can't kiss anyone. Dalia thought in confusion, So maybe not? I'm not attractive in that way, but it seems Rodri didn't like it when we kissed. Olivia then said, Well, there are many other reasons too. Premarital purity, or pursuing true love. Inside, Dalia started screaming, It's too hard, ma'am. Suddenly, Olivia patted her shoulder. Isn't that what you're trying to figure out anyway? Dalia froze. Yeah.
She immediately said, Don't worry, Dalia, I'll help you. Dalia, touched, called out, Olivia. She stood up and said, Let's go. Dalia curiously asked, Where are we going? Olivia replied, The lingerie store. Dalia couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Olivia immediately explained, Listen carefully, Dalia. First, you need to create the atmosphere to move to the next step. That's how you do a little bit here and a little bit there and then a little bit more. Understand, Dalia? She nodded. Yes, I understand. In her heart, she thought, Olivia is the best. If I discussed this with Duran, he wouldn't even bother listening, and Hestia would definitely come up with some love potion scheme. So I have to follow what Olivia says. I'll take the next step with Rodri and do this and that. In her imagination, Rodri, blushing, said, Dalia, I can't take it anymore.
She, blushing, called out, "Rodri, come here." Dalia thought again. Finally, Rodri will be overcome by desire and rush towards me, and both of us will be incredibly passionate.
Upon entering the lingerie shop, she excitedly exclaimed, "Yes," but upon seeing a bunch of dried cuttlefish, shuchung, hanging, Dalia immediately buried her face in the wall. "No, did we come to the wrong store? I'm seeing something really strange." Olivia replied, "We're in the right place. Don't just stand there. Come in. There's a lot to see." Dalia found it hard to believe. There's that much stuff? Olivia stepped forward and said, "Dalia, you're beautiful, and you've held back for the past year. Your two lovers are impotent." Dalia replied, "No," but thought to herself, "Perhaps." Olivia asked, "So you've been very patient, haven't you?" Dalia unconsciously nodded, "Yes." Olivia then said, "To stimulate a very patient man, you can't do it with just stimulation, can you?" Dalia nodded again, "Yes." Olivia continued, "You'll wear it, won't you?" Dalia replied, "That's right." Not long after, she thought embarrassed. "I did it. I bought it. Of course, I didn't just buy 1 or 2 pieces, but it's okay. These are all for my and Rodric's bright future. Just you wait, Rodri. This holiday, I'm going to bring back a big new achievement."
Meanwhile, Rodri was also recalling their encounters. Each time she said, "Rodri, and..." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Sir, my lord, are you feeling unwell? It's time for you to go and meet the young lady." Hearing Lou say that, Rodri immediately stood up. "No, I'm fine. I'm ready." He thought to himself, "That scene. I've been thinking about Dalia for days now. I want to hug her. I want to touch her. And after that, I need to calm down. If Dalia finds out, she'll definitely tease me to no end." At the same time, Dalia was also in a carriage, heading to the mansion. When the carriage stopped, Rodri immediately approached. Seeing her still sitting there, he asked, "Dalia?"
"Aren't you coming down?" Dalia stammered in response. "No, it's..." Rodri asked curiously, "Your face is really red. Are you okay?" Dalia replied, "No, I'm just hot." She thought to herself, "Actually, I'm a bit cold. It's not like the underwear I usually wear. This time the fabric is thinner, and the wind is blowing right through. It's so cold." Huh. Seeing her hesitate, Rodri turned around. "Get on my back." Dalia paused. "Okay," he said. "You don't look too good. Maybe I should carry you?" Dalia's face grew even redder, and she secretly wondered, will he notice if he gives me a piggyback ride? With a nervous feeling, she climbed onto Rodri's back. Upon contact, his face also turned red. After a moment, Dalia said, "But Rodri, I don't look much different, do I?" He replied, "No, not at all." That evening, after changing clothes, Dalia despondently thought, "I didn't realize my bust was so small. I'll never wear this again. Never, no. Actually, I have to wear it again, but for now this will have to do. This really is the last resort, the last resort." And this wasn't all I had prepared. I, Dalia Averin, had to prepare countless plans with thousands of different methods for this occasion, aptly named the effective way to take down Rodri. In total, there were 12 strategies to dismantle the Iron Wall, based on practical experience and advice from ancient scholars.
Specifically, the shop owner asked, so you want a mature, alluring, and sensual scent, but not too overpowering, a subtle fragrance that lasts long. I just happen to have only one left. Dalia swept her hair back and thought, Iron Wall Destruction Plan, Method 1, Olfactory Stimulation. She called out seductively, "Rodri." Then she thought, "Don't you smell something really nice? What do you think? It's a special pheromone perfume, famous for making even a slow-witted man stiffen up after just a few sniffs." Rodri pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't know." In his heart, he thought, she smelled really good the moment she walked in. Dalia was stunned. "Even a deadly pheromone perfume doesn't faze you? You're truly formidable. But this is just the beginning. I'll show you the next step I've prepared. Iron Wall Destruction Plan, Method 2, the piercing gaze. Let your gaze be at a level the other person can feel. Look at them with the eyes of a predator." Facing her gaze, Rodri stammered, Did I do something wrong?" Failure. Iron Wall Destruction Plan, Method 3, smile whenever your eyes meet, but don't smile too broadly, revealing your teeth. Just a subtle smile. And Rodri asked worriedly, "You look very pale. Are you all right?" Failure. All 3 attempts failed, making Dalia confused and think, "Rodri, you're really a hateful person. I didn't want to resort to this method." Then she called out, "Hey, Rodri, it's a bit hot, isn't it?" Dalia took off her top, revealing her alluring breasts, while thinking, "What do you think? Are you feeling a bit hot inside now?" Seeing Rodri stare blankly at her, Dalia's heart began to cheer. "Come on, hurry up, I'm ready." At that moment, Rodri suddenly picked up a bell and shook it gently. A servant immediately entered. "Did you call for me, Your Grace?" Rodri ordered, "It's too hot. Lower the fire immediately." Dalia fell silent in thought. Thinking back, there were a total of 11 matches. No wins, 11 losses. "Thanks a lot, you hateful person." Rodri, seeing her reaction, asked him confusion, But you said it was hot. Dalia continued to think helplessly. Let alone progress. We haven't even kissed yet. I have a feeling we won't do anything until we're married. Now, it's time to solve the problem. The plan to destroy the Iron Wall. The 12th plan. The final secret. She stepped forward and asked, Rodri, would you like us to have a drink? While thinking, get him drunk.
Back in the room a minute ago, Rodri was sitting on the sofa looking at documents. He thought to himself, Dalia, she doesn't look too good. She was still trembling. She kept saying she felt hot, leaning on me, and had no strength at all, just as I thought. We meet almost every week, and even on holidays she doesn't have time to rest. I should have known, but I ignored it because I just wanted to see Dalia. I have to tell her that she shouldn't come to see me so often. Just then, the room door suddenly opened. Dalia walked in and said, Rodri, do you want to have a drink with me?
Do you remember the day you got drunk? That was the first time I saw someone get drunk right after the first bottle. It's been a long time since we drank together, hasn't it? Rodri mused. He thought to himself. Why is she sitting there so awkwardly, and why does she keep her hair clipped up like this all the time? Is she feeling hot again? Dalia was thinking, what was Olivia's advice again? Ah, that's right. She had to naturally expose her nape, squint slightly, and shake her head alluringly. Rodri worriedly thought, is she sick? He asked, Dalia. At the same time, she also called out, Rodri, today I don't want to go back. Can I stay tonight? Rodri suddenly yelled, oh my goodness. Dalia, startled, asked, Rodri. His eyes snapped open, and he quickly grabbed a cloak, putting it on her. Then he called, Dalia. She wondered, huh? Rodri said, you'll catch a cold. Go change into warm clothes before bed. Dalia's face immediately froze. Rodri added, good night. After being sent out of the room, Dalia's face turned beet red with embarrassment. At the same time, Rodri was gritting his teeth to keep himself from groaning. He let out a breath, recalling the earlier situation. Can I stay tonight? In his imagination, he lunged forward, calling, Dalia! Then he pulled at her clothes and kissed her lips. Dalia would also respond, Rodri, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. With a thud, Rodri stood up. Dalia, stunned, asked, huh? He said, I can't. Dalia, startled, asked, what do you mean you can't? What are you talking about? Rodri replied, that's what I want. A kiss is enough, but I can't go any further. Dalia, bewildered, said, what? He turned and said, I'm sorry, Dalia. Let's end this. She reached out, thinking in shock, no, don't go. I've planned my whole life with you, while calling out loudly, Rodri. For us to get engaged, married, have a passionate honeymoon, have 2 children together, and meet about 3 grandchildren. And I've even prepared a romantic, sentimental villa with an ocean view for our twilight years. We really can't break up. In a panic, Dalia opened her eyes wide and saw the ceiling. She was bewildered for a moment, then wondered, just a dream? Thank goodness. That morning, Dalia said, I'll drop by next time. She thought to herself, no matter how I think of it, I still don't understand. Olivia clearly said that no man could resist that, and now I'll have to wait until next time. Rodri watched her retreating back, hesitated for a moment, then called out, Dalia? She replied, yes. He said, you don't need to come see me this often anymore. Dalia immediately froze.
After a few seconds, she asked again, what? Rodri said, visiting every holiday must be really exhausting. I know you've always felt drained, even last night. Dalia interrupted. Rodri, are you impotent? Rodri was stunned. What? Dalia continued to ask. Are you impo? He quickly replied, no. She loudly continued to ask, then why were you like that last night? Why didn't you do what I wanted? Rodri awkwardly said, can we go inside and talk for a bit? After they both went inside, Rodri asked, what's with this sudden topic? Last night you seemed tired, so that was the reason. Dalia replied, I wasn't tired at all. I even deliberately wore thin clothes when I came here. I'm disappointed that we haven't made any further progress. Come to think of it, we've never gone further than kissing. Honestly, even the kissing wasn't right. There was hardly any action at all. What kind of kissing was that? Rodri asked in confusion. Don't tell me you had that intention from the start. Dalia turned around and said, that's right. I've had these thoughts from the very beginning.
The first time you saw me, I looked a bit strange, didn't I? Actually, I was wearing sexy lingerie underneath. I was so flustered when you offered to carry me on your back. Didn't you really feel it? And besides the perfume, there was also... It's okay, I can accept you no matter who you are, so please be honest with me. Are you pursuing a pure love, or is there a problem down there? Don't worry, even if you have a slight problem, I still love you, but we also have to consider our public image. For example, the need for an heir. Rodri gave a wise smile. Please, Dalia continued. What should we do? Perhaps it would be better to bring up a child from a family within the clan, or we could consider adoption. Rodri quickly said, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Do you know how many times I restrained myself that night?
The words, how many times have I held back, kept echoing in Dalia's head. She sighed and said, thank God, Rodri, you're okay. I'm truly relieved.
Rodri awkwardly said, "I'll be going now." Dalia quickly said, "No, you can't. You're truly well, aren't you?" Rodri, do you remember? When we were little, after our first reconciliation, we agreed to make adjustments for each other? Rodri nodded. That's right. Dalia continued. We said we would experience many things together, find out what we like, and by walking together step by step, we would become true friends. Tell me what you like. I'll make it fit no matter what. Actually, I want a little something with you. Just kidding, as if I'd really do that. I'm just trying to be funny. In her heart, she thought, I'm actually very serious.
Then she said, "Actually, I want to ask you something. I really need your opinion." Rodri was curious. "You need my opinion?" Dalia nodded. "Yes, I want you to like it. Wait a moment, I plan to wear it and show you." She opened her suitcase, revealing several items. "Here." Rodri immediately blushed and turned his head away. Dalia quickly grabbed his waist and asked, "Where are you going, Rodri? You said you'd give your opinion." Rodri asked back, "When did I say that?" She replied, "Just now. I clearly said your opinion is very important. Rodri, I'm serious. I have to wear this in front of you." Rodri stopped and said seriously, "You don't need to wear it. You don't need it. You're beautiful enough just as you are." Dalia's eyes widened upon hearing this. The next second, she pounced on him. Both immediately fell to the floor. Dalia lay on top of Rodri. She whispered, "Rodri." Her eyes closed. The two slowly drew closer. Rodri thought to himself, "She's crazy. What a spectacular sight." After they separated, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and called out, "Dalia!" She asked blankly, "Huh? You're bleeding from your nose." A few weeks later, a disheveled Dalia asked, "How many laps have I run?" She cursed inwardly, "Damn it."
Rodri replied, "1 lap." Dalia gasped, "1 lap?" She thought desperately, why did I have to get a nosebleed at that moment? Are doctors really giving such useless advice? Eat well, sleep soundly, and exercise diligently. That's all one needs to do. Rodri said seriously, "We won't do anything until you improve your physical fitness." Dalia asked, "Not even a kiss?" He firmly stated, "No. Had enough rest? Let's keep running." Dalia lay flat on the ground. "I don't want to." She thought to herself, "Fine, live separately then. No matter how much you resist, we'll have to complete it on our wedding night. What can you do? Should I propose right now?" Rodri suddenly said, "I'll reward you with a kiss if you run 1 more lap." Dalia looked up. Did she really look that easily tempted? But she replied, 1 kiss per lap, right? That's just how she was.
Not long after, Dalia rested on Rodri's lap and asked, "Rodri, are you free next month?" He asked back, "Next month?" Dalia replied, "Yes, the construction of the hotel in Valora is almost complete. You'll come to the grand opening ceremony, won't you?" Rodri replied, "Of course." Dalia emphasized, "You absolutely must come." She thought to herself, he clearly doesn't know. Of course, this is something Rodri absolutely must attend, but the person involved shouldn't know the reason. All preparations have been made. On the day of the grand opening, Dalia held the scissors to cut the ribbon. 1, 2, 3. After the opening ceremony concluded, the people immediately buzzed with chatter. Can this hotel truly accommodate everyone from nobles to commoners? I heard all the rooms are luxurious, like noble villas. Is that true? Dalia held a microphone in her hand. "Welcome, everyone. I am Dalia Averin, the young lady of House Averin, and the representative of this hotel. First and foremost, I sincerely thank everyone for attending this magnificent grand opening ceremony. Despite everyone's busy schedules, I hope to receive your continued interest and support. And before we enjoy the festivities, I have an important announcement to make. Duke Bowser, could you please step forward?" Seeing Rodri's bewildered expression, Dalia waved her hand. "Come here, come stand beside me." She then continued, "I would like to announce my engagement to Duke Rodri Bowser." Rodri was stunned. "Huh?" During the party, Dalia cheerfully asked, "Have you never received a marriage proposal before?" Recently, with rumors of our engagement spreading but nothing official yet, proposals and invitations have poured in from everywhere. This will quiet things down again. Rodri said he thought his subordinates had always said one needed a mistress by their side. Of course they meant someone who could come immediately, not you. Dalia immediately retorted, "Who dares to say such a thing? But I had anticipated such reactions. Someone will help, so don't worry." Rodri was curious. "Who will help?" Dalia said, "The Duchess." Rodri was stunned at the sight of Charlina. She approached smiling and said, "Haha, if you two are already engaged, how much longer will you call me Duchess?" Rodri exclaimed in astonishment, "Mother!" The last time she saw Rodri, he seemed fine, but the Duchess couldn't stop taking sleeping pills for a long time afterward. She often woke up from nightmares in the middle of the night and was afraid to be alone, always needing a servant by her side. She even had a panic attack when left alone in the room, as the North seemed to be the source of nightmares for the Duchess. Rodri stepped forward and asked, "Mother, how did you—" Charlina replied, I came to see you, because Dalia will become the Duchess of Bowser. When you two marry, you should return to Bowser and manage the family." Rodri asked worriedly, "But will you be all right, Mother?" "The North." Charlina shook her head. "It's all right. Actually, I thought I would never be able to return to the North again. It was a place I once loved, but now I hated so much. But on second thought, I don't know why I have to keep hiding like this anymore. Everyone from that day is gone and dead.
Now it will be the North that you two create. This time, let me take care of it. I don't want to run away anymore. I want to help you at least once, because I am not a good enough mother." Rodri stepped forward and gently took her hand, with a lingering sadness in his eyes. Rodri said, "Thank you, mother." After a moment, Dalia said, "I never expected it, but the Duchess spoke to me first. Her condition has improved so much." Rodri suddenly said, "Thank you, Dalia. If it weren't for you and Duchess Averin, Mother might not have recovered."
If it were just me, I wouldn't know what to do. At the same time, Claire also appeared. "Oh my, Dalia, I finally found you. I've been looking for you everywhere. Congratulations on your engagement, but you could have given us a hint. Lately, you've been going straight north from school and rarely coming home, yet you're holding an event like this. How have you been?" Rodri quickly stood up. "I apologize, Duke Kentuckis. That's because I told Dalia to come north right away because I missed her. Next time, we will definitely visit you both together." Claire nodded. "I see, so that's how it is. But Dalia, you're pregnant, aren't you?" she exclaimed in surprise. "What? Don't look at me like that."
"I don't have one. If I did, I would have told you a long time ago." Narrowing her eyes, "Really? We thought you announced your engagement in a hurry because you were pregnant and didn't tell us." Dalia bowed her head. "I'm sorry." Adelio suddenly patted Rodri's shoulder. "You always know about speeding violations, don't you?" Dalia quickly asked, "Rodri, should we get married next month?" Rodri replied, "No, I think it would be better to do that after you graduate from the academy." Dalia immediately frowned. "Are you also siding with my parents?" The teachers were sad. Rodri immediately said, "No, if we get married, I'm not confident I can send you back to the academy." She replied, "I won't have a problem with that." Rodri, "Where are you going?" Jerome asked in surprise. "Did you really do that? Do you know you caused trouble before the wedding?" Dalia scratched her head. "That's just how things happened. Should I call it a victory through my persistence?" Finally, Rodri gave in. A few years ago, after the engagement announcement, I didn't give up on seducing Rodri and finally succeeded in doing so. Rodri was worried but couldn't push me away. The happy days continued. Then one day, I felt particularly nauseous and unwell. The maid screamed, "Madam!" I collapsed while working overtime. The doctor said, "You are pregnant, madam. Congratulations." Dalia was stunned. "Huh?" She thought to herself, "I'm going to be a mother? There's a child in my womb that Rodri uncreated." She was silent for a moment, then said, "I should inform my parents and Rodri too."
Instead of answering, Rodri went directly to the duchy. She asked worriedly, "Rodri, that's good news. Why are you crying?" "Don't cry, Rodri." He was silent for a few minutes, then hugged her. "Hua, thank you. I'm so happy, Dalia." "Back to the present," Jaren said. "We should have been more careful with contraception." Dalia replied, "We were careful, but what can we do now? If the child resembles Rodri, it will be very beautiful, won't it? I wonder if I'll get to see Rodri's childhood appearance through that child."
Jaron, no matter how much our child resembles young Rodri, you know you can't overcome the age gap, right? Jaron shouted. "You're crazy!" Just then, Adelio and Claire also walked in. "Dalia, are you ready?" She replied, Yes." Then Dalia stepped out in a magnificent wedding dress. Seeing this, Adelio couldn't help but sob softly. Dalia said resignedly, "Anyone who sees you two might think you're about to get married." "Father, why are you crying?" Adelia replied, "I also have a child. It feels like just yesterday you weren't even as tall as my knees, and now you've grown up so much." Dalia smiled. You'll know soon enough." At the solemn wedding hall, on the path leading to the priest, Dalia linked arms with Rodri, walking step by step. He turned to look at her. Dalia suddenly called out, "Rodri." He immediately smiled. "From my childhood until now, my life partner who always looked straight at me." The priest asked, "Do you both agree to become a loving couple in both joy and sorrow, vowing to be together forever?" Not long after, Dalia suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it moved." Rodri immediately ran over and asked, "It moved?" Dalia replied, "Wait, it just moved. You try touching it too." "Oh, it moved again. I think the baby recognizes its father. That's wonderful." Rodri happily said, "Really?" Dalia added, "I called so many times without a response. Maybe it's a girl." Rodri shrugged. "Who knows? I just hope it's born healthy, right?" Dalia smiled and whispered, "Mommy's going to work now, so you need to sit still, okay?" While working, she thought, "Ever since I started feeling the baby's movements, I've wanted to tell this child about what we've been through, the days when it was just us wandering and walking long roads, moments of joy but also full of tears. But in the end, I gathered those memories, culminating in a happy ending, and turned them into a book. And today, I finally decided on a name for this book." Thank you for watching today's video. So we have reached the end of this fascinating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Sincerely, thank you for watching. Have a great day.